A 17-year-old prodigy kicks his superior. The truth behind the national team's defeat unveiled. How many dark secrets were shattered by that kick? In 2008, at the Tianjin Stadium. In the 75th minute, Qatar led 10 against the national team. An Lan fixed his gaze on the corpulent superior. Let me play. We still have 15 minutes to equalize. The superior sneered. Without funds, you can forget about it. Did I not tell your father to sell his house for a chance? And you chose to ignore it. An Lan charged forward and delivered a kick to the superior's ample backside. Go to hell. 20 minutes later, the national team lost 0-1. Yet the news exploded. The prodigious young talent An Lan assaulted a staff member. The posts were rife with scandalous accusations. Avoiding training, humiliating teammates, cursing at Xiao Jia as a pig. In the accompanying image, he sat alone on the bench, coldly observing his teammates' laughter. The final image revealed a large shoe print on the staff member's back. Netizens went into a frenzy. This troublemaker should be expelled from football. It's his fault the national team lost, but no one knew. This 17-year-old prodigy, who was promoted against the odds, had broken the Taishan team's historical record at the age of 14, claimed the title of top scorer at 15, and shattered goal records at the World Youth Championship. His 8-pack abs gleamed like a beacon amidst a sea of mediocrity. His father sacrificed everything to support his football aspirations. He could not utter the words, sell the house for a chance to play. Why did he have? The national team's press conference was about to commence. Were they going to nail An Lan to the pillar of shame? How would this scapegoated genius turn the tide? The plot thickens. From kicking his superior to being denounced online, An Lan's journey in football had just encountered its fiercest storm. Wait and see how he shatters all doubts. Never to be employed again, the 17-year-old genius was blacklisted by the national team. Yet the system sent him to the war chariot nation to upend the football world. At the press conference, an official read from script. An Lan, a disruptive element, dismissed, never to be employed again. In front of the screen, An Lan clenches fists. His father merely said, "Son, you did the right thing." The jersey was neatly folded and placed in a box. Was his football dream shattered? The rotund man made another call. "You have been dismissed." His tone was arrogantly abrasive. Messages erupted everywhere. Some comforting, some mocking, some merely spectating. The harsh reality was painfully clear. An Lan silently juggled the ball. Suddenly, he heard in his mind, ding. Football's super god system activated. Beginner's gift. Trial opportunity with the War Chariot National Youth Training. Proficient in German. Mission. Establish yourself as a key player in one of the top 5 leagues within 150 days. His eyes sparkled. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the Tianjin Stadium, the security guard Yi Fan was about to create a gif of An Lan's scandal. When he glanced at the surveillance footage, the overweight man exclaimed, "Without money, what can you achieve? Have your father sell the house for a chance." Yi Fan was taken aback. This recording was indeed damning evidence. The genius, vilified by the entire internet, embarked on a journey across the ocean, determined to carve a path through the land of war machines, anticipating the day of his revenge. With a national soccer team kneel before him, pleading for his return, the plot was exhilarating, transitioning from being blacklisted to gaining system support, and Lan's rise was more thrilling than scoring in the World Youth Championship. Wait and see how he would ascend to greatness in the top 5 leagues. The security guard recorded the dark secrets of the national team, only for the surveillance to vanish. Yet a 17-year-old prodigy was snatched up by a renowned coach in the Bundesliga. After Yi Fan finished recording the audio in the player's tunnel, the head of security called, "You're on leave, get lost." He felt a chill run down his spine. The next day, upon returning to the monitoring room, he discovered the folder was empty. Meanwhile, An Lan received an international call from the head coach of Wolfsburg in the Bundesliga. Join our U19 training team, perform well, and you'll be promoted to the first team. An Lan was stunned and asked in fluent German, "Are you aware that I have been expelled from the national team?" The coach pulled out his phone, revealing a call record from Xiao Jia. "He informed me of your situation, and I don't believe those lies." An Lan felt a surge of emotion. Xiao Jia had actually supported him from behind. In 5 days, he would follow the coach to the land of war machines, transforming from a discarded player of the national team to a promising young talent. Penniless, even his travel expenses were covered by the coach. Would a video recorded by the security guard serve as evidence for a comeback? In the Bundesliga training camp, could An Lan outperform those European prodigies? The plot twist sent shivers down the spine, transitioning from being blacklisted to receiving an olive branch from the Bundesliga. This 17-year-old was set to become a legend in the land of war machines. Wait and see how he would slap the national team in the face. The system assessed this 17-year-old genius as a secondary horse. After the dedicated security guard resigned to become an agent in the Bundesliga, at 5 a.m., the coach kicked the door open. Morning training. An Lan was taken to test his fundamental speed rated A, explosiveness B, yet his skills were criticized as utterly hopeless. The system popped up, comprehensive evaluation second-rate horse. An Lan was furious. What the hell do you mean by second-rate horse? Suddenly, the coach handed over his phone, showing surveillance footage from the players' tunnel at Jincheng Stadium. The overweight leader's voice rang out. Without money, what can you achieve? An Lan smiled. That flying kick felt incredibly satisfying. 10 minutes later, Yi Fan rushed in, still in his security uniform, panting, Longa, I quit my job. The coach's assistant replied, name your price, we want to buy the video. Yi Fan exclaimed, it's not about the money. An Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Brother Yi, how proficient are you in English? I majored in specialized English and worked as a foreign trade translator. I quit because I couldn't stand the arrogance of foreigners. Then come with me to the land of tanks and be my agent. Yi Fan was taken aback. Me? An agent? A genius, scolded by the system for being incompetent, was about to lead a specialized security team into the Bundesliga. This tale was more exhilarating than An Lan's goal at the World Youth Championship. Just wait and see how they would turn the youth training camp upside down in the land of tanks. An Lan was determined to make the player tunnel recordings public. He was ready to confront the Football Association to the bitter end, risking it all. I want my name cleared, and I demand an apology. An Lan fixed his gaze on Maggath, while Yi Fan scoffed beside him. Do you really think the Football Association will apologize? Dream on. They will only let that fat guy take the blame. He added, the more outstanding you are, the more dirt they will throw at you. An Lan's expression hardened. The national team lost because they truly lack skill. Why should I take the blame? I want everyone to understand why a genius cannot take the field. Maggath nodded. Before you leave, hold a press conference and release the video. He had Coach Yangchun and had connections in Longhua. The internet was already buzzing. An Lan is a disruptive influence, never to be employed again. Chinese Super League clubs unite to blacklist him. An Lan scrolled through his phone with a cold smirk. This 17-year-old, accompanied by a specialized security agent, aimed to deliver a fatal blow to the Football Association before leaving Longhua. This act of revenge was more thrilling than his last-minute goal at the World Youth Championship. Just wait and see the expressions of those who criticized him once the video is released. The renowned Bundesliga coach was set to sign the Toxicant. The press conference will be held tomorrow, and the fat man from the Football Association was in a panic. With a phone call, Maggath received a string of media contact from Yangchun. The internet exploded. Is the Bundesliga going to sign An Lan? Within 10 minutes, the comments on the forum skyrocketed. Is this dressing room bomb heading to the Bundesliga to self-destruct? They're no longer throwing bombs, but Anzi. In a lavish office, a bulky man cursed while puffing on a cigar. Investigate. Dig until you uncover everything. Captain Wang Long of the security team bowed low. The surveillance footage has been completely erased. There's no chance of failure. Yet he silently cursed himself. I allowed to speak the truth? Suddenly, the fat man pondered. Could Wang Long have kept a backup? An Lan observed the trending topics online. His gaze I see why Petit tomorrow's press conference. He intended to unveil the recordings from the player tunnel, showing those who branded him as toxic who the real menace was. This calm before the storm concealed a thunderous revelation that could upheave the football scene in Longhua. Just wait and see how An Lan would hurl the dirt back at the Football Association tomorrow. An Lan was set to unleash his wrath on VV Live. The Football Association might silence the reporters, but they could not stop the tidal wave of onlookers flooding the internet. The demand for An Lan's indictment was sweeping across the WEB. An Lan is akin to Qin Hui. He has ruined the national football team. The writers wield their pens like daggers, eager to pin him to the pillar of shame. On the following day, at the press conference, the audience was sparse. An Lan, with a cold smirk, addressed the microphone. The Football Association is truly impressive. This spectacle is unparalleled. But it's 2008. Do you comprehend the internet? Yi Fan rushed in with his laptop, declaring, VV Live is starting now. A young patron in the internet CF suddenly howled. The cancerous in his live. The entire CF erupted in excitement. The numbers on the VV channel surged dramatically. Is he being silenced? Is this the only way to go live? I told you, a young player collapsing the locker room is absurd. Give me the mic. I want to tear him apart. Maggath observed from the sidelines as An Lan grasped the microphone, ready to unleash that recording before the entire internet. This live broadcast would shred the Football Association's facade to tatters. The narrative reached a fever pitch. From being besieged by writers to retaliating with a live broadcast. An Lan's move was bolder than his breakthroughs down the flank. Just wait. Once the recording is revealed, those who have cursed him will change their tune. Maggath remarked that An Lan's talent rivals that of Cristiano Ronaldo. The VV live stream crashed, sending the rotund official of the Football Association smashing his thermos. At the press conference, Maggath held up a document. An Lan's talent is on par with that of Cristiano Ronaldo. The room fell into a deathly silence. The VV chat room was momentarily suspended. Then, 6 or 7 seconds later, the channel exploded. Journalists frantically raised their hands. Aren't you worried he will disrupt the locker room? Have you been bribed? Maggath, with a cigarette in his mouth, smirked. A player who only steps onto the field for 85 minutes has the capacity to destabilize the locker room. I have heard whispers of those reports, yet I cannot concur. In a lavish office, a corpulent man fixated on the live stream. Roaring, shut it down. I demand you to shut it down. The secretary turned pale. The cyber administration says there's no violation. VV is secretly drawing in traffic. Crash. The thermos shattered into pieces. These capitalists want to see me dead. He grabbed Wang Long by the collar. Have the surveillance truly been deleted? Wang Long trembled. Leader, I assure you, there are absolutely no issues. An Lan surveyed the influx of viewers. A cold smile graced his lips. The video, capable of overturning everything, has yet to be released. This scene was more exhilarating than the finals of the World Youth Championship. Once the video is unveiled, who the true cancer is will be crystal clear. Just wait. Observe how the Football Association will rectify this situation. The security guard absconded with 100,000 from selling the video. An Lan released the recording from the player's tunnel, and the internet erupted. Wang Long fled with the USB drive. In the CF, he made phone calls one by one. So, will you sell An Lan's video for 50,000? Ultimately, the deal closed at 100,000, and at the moment the funds were credited, he burst into laughter. At the press conference, An Lan clicked on the video, revealing the player tunnel of the Gene City Sports Arena. Boss, let me on the field. There's still a chance. On the field? You have no money, how can you expect to play? The voice of the overweight man was sharp as a knife. The moment An Lan delivered a flying kick. A youth in the internet CAF shouted, well done. The entire CAF erupted with the sound of keyboards clattering. In the chat room. Those who had previously scorned An Lan fell silent. I truly deserve this. I was used as a pawn, and I helped count the money. Soha's pop-up window proclaimed, the complete video is here. It spread like wildfire across the internet. The overweight man slumped in his chair. Wang Long switched off his phone and fled. The secretary called out. The doorman said he vanished as soon as he stepped outside. It's over. All over. VV launched dozens of diversion channels, with millions watching the reversal live. This was no mere press conference. It stripped the Football Association bare. Whose fault was it? Those with clear eyes understood. An Lan was set to head to the war chariot nation the day after tomorrow. But this murky water had only just begun to stir. Just wait and see how that fat man gets held accountable. The Football Association wielded 3 powerful weapons: household registration, housing, and university admission. An Lan directly blacklisted their calls. As An Lan turned to leave the press conference, he smirked at the camera. I only played for 5 minutes in the World Cup qualifiers. Am I to blame for the loss? I won't take the fall for this. Inside the Sports Management Center, another thermos shattered. The leader slapped Zhubai across the face. What the hell can you do? Call An Lan and make him come back and shut up. Zhubai dialed, but no one answered. The players took turns calling, only to be blacklisted. Xiao Jia was drenched in sweat, and only breathed a sigh of relief after hanging up. The leader grew anxious. Call his father. Promise him a spot at a top university, a residence in Yanjing. He won't be able to resist, but the result's still no connection. Does he think we'll perish together? Does he have that kind of power? Zhubai held a press conference, tearfully apologizing, resigning from the team leader position. The Football Association quickly distanced itself. This is entirely his personal issue. Throughout the press conference, An Lan's name was never mentioned. It wrapped up in 10 minutes, astonishingly efficient. An Lan had long seen through it all. These tricks were mere jest in his eyes. The day after tomorrow, he would head to the war chariot nation. The Bundesliga pitch was his battlefield. Just wait and see how he uses his goals to deliver a resounding blow to the Football Association's reputation. Meanwhile, those media outlets that had been alerted swiftly cooled down the situation. They disseminated various news regarding the World Cup, yet remained conspicuously silent on the An Lan incident. As a result, an absurd situation unfolded. A player from the Dragon Kingdom, who had recently joined the Bundesliga, inexplicably failed to elicit even the slightest stir in the media. While mainstream media chose not to report on this, the online discourse erupted once more. A post titled, How Does An Lan's Release of Surveillance Footage Vindicate His Grievances? Has once again gained immense popularity on the forum. As articulated in the book The Crowd, the masses exhibit a propensity for blind obedience. The comment section of the post reveals a decidedly one-sided sentiment. It appears that the blame is directed towards the management. Upon reviewing An Lan's performance record, one wonders why he is not given the opportunity to play. The footage suggests that the impact of the kicks was rather mild. And regarding matters of monetary transactions, should there not be more scrutiny? Indeed, the management has once again adopted a stance of indifference. As long as they ignore the outcry, they believe no issues will arise. In a few days, if they fail to secure a victory at home, it may very well lead to their dissolution. My only inquiry remains, will An Lan finally take the field? As for those above, they seem to suggest he should be content with mere participation. An Lan has indicated he will be heading to the national team soon. Alas, it seems evident that a scapegoat has been selected. However, An Lan faces a permanent ban, having challenged the authority of the management. Do they expect him to join the national squad? Such aspirations are futile. An Lan gazed at the comments, starkly contrasting with those from just a few days prior, a playful smile curling upon his lips. He opened his computer folder and unearthed the screenshots of the earlier comments, only to discover a peculiar phenomenon. A few days ago, several individuals, wishing they could atone for their transgressions, now seemed as if they had been possessed. One by one, they had transformed into fervent supporters, claiming to have advocated for him previously, though their voices had been too insignificant to carry weight. An Lan clicked to check the information and discovered that the posts they had previously shared had all been deleted. Had it not been for his screenshots, he would hardly believe that a person could possess two faces. How terrifying! How frightful! My dear brother, there is something I must tell you. Just as An Lan was surfing the internet, Yi Fan's voice resonated. He turned to look and found Yi Fan standing before him, his expression grave. An Lan, indeed. Yi Fan took a seat opposite him, contemplating for a moment before speaking. Upon careful consideration, I realized that I am not suited for the role of an agent. An Lan did not respond immediately. Instead, she inquired, "What are your thoughts on this?" Yi Fan, with a bittersweet smile, replied, "I've recently immersed myself in a wealth of knowledge regarding agents. As we venture into Europe, a land unfamiliar to us, the agent is responsible for all your commercial dealings and transfers. It's a realm I know nothing about. The distinction between a fan and a professional agent is vast. You may seek out a qualified agent. As for me, I can serve as an assistant, provided you still wish for my presence." An Lan nodded slightly, refraining from further discussion, and instead took out his mobile phone to make a call. Within half a minute, Maggath arrived from the adjacent room. He patted Yefan on the shoulder and remarked, "Yefan is right. The abilities of players and agents are proportionate. When a player possesses strong skills and their agent has a robust network, their path will become increasingly smooth. Conversely, if a player excels but their agent lacks competence and connections, it may hinder the player's development. My initial intention was to wait until you had experienced some events in the Bundesliga before discussing this further. It is evident that Yefan is commendable, as he is aware of his own shortcomings." An Lan nodded thoughtfully and responded, "Then, Yegong, you shall first serve as my assistant. However, you must continue to learn about the intricacies of being an agent. Just because it is not feasible now does not mean it will remain so in the future. As I grow, will you not grow alongside me? As for connections, whose network is inherently established from the outset, we shall progress step by step and strive together." A flicker of emotion crossed Yefan's eyes. He had initially contemplated leaving, but was unexpectedly offered an opportunity by An Lan. His heart ignited with fervor, and he silently vowed never to disappoint An Lan in the future. For An Lan, Yefan's recognition of his own limitations was of paramount importance. It signified that he was not the type to be arrogantly self-assured. The capacity to learn was present, and in the realm of Asian commerce, Western agents did not hold a significant advantage. Regarding Maggath's assertions, they may hold true for other players, but for An Lan, the choice of agent was not as critical. After all, he possessed a system. Achieving fame and establishing value was merely a matter of time. Once recognized, resources would naturally follow. At present, he was set to travel to the land of chariots the day after tomorrow, where he could continue to compete on the field. This was the most crucial matter on An Lan's mind. Chapter 10. Training Match Land of Chariots. Wolfsburg U19 Youth Training Building. An Lan, a citizen of Longhua, born in 1991. Aged 17 years and 99 days, standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 70 kilograms, with a lean physique. Strengths: exceptional speed, a swift winger style adept at creating lateral space for the team, pinpoint explosiveness, and providing strategic opportunities. Proficient in shooting, his dominant foot is the left, with the right being weaker. He possesses a keen sense of goal, excelling in seizing opportunities. Weaknesses: poor dribbling skills and inadequate foundational techniques, showing a noticeable gap compared to young European trainees. Overall, the player holds potential for development. Should he improve his dribbling techniques and strengthen his fundamentals within the next 2 years, there lies a possibility of him starting in the Bundesliga. The U19 youth training head coach, Bauer, furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the report uploaded to his computer. Maggath, the first-team coach, maintained a relatively cordial relationship with Bauer. However, during their recent telephone conversation, Maggath expressed his intention to bring back a 17-year-old player from Langwa, desiring to have him join the youth training squad for matches. This request seemed to contravene established protocols. Nevertheless, out of respect for social niceties, Bauer acquiesced and promised to provide An Lan with an opportunity to play. Many assume that only Langwa places importance on interpersonal relationships. Yet the phenomenon of factionalism exists in every nation. Otherwise, why do locker room factional incidents frequently emerge in the NBA or the top 5 leagues? However, it must be said that allowing an unfamiliar newcomer to take the field could indeed disrupt the youth training results. In light of this, Bauer resolved that once Maggath and An Lan returned to the club, he would conduct a physical assessment of An Lan. Should he fail to meet even the most basic requirements, a place on the field would be out of the question. Meanwhile, after holding a press conference, An Lan did not reappear before the public. After a discreet 2-day period, he boarded a flight to the War Chariot Nation. 10 hours later, the plane landed safely. Upon arrival in the War Chariot Nation, Maggath welcomed An Lan and Yi Fan into his home, where his wife graciously and warmly attended to the 2 guests. At the dinner table, Maggath remarked, "You two will stay at my home tonight, and tomorrow I will take him to report to the team." However, Bauer mentioned that he needs to conduct a physical assessment on you. Is that agreeable? An Lan: "I am in excellent condition, with no issues whatsoever, coach." Maggath nodded and then turned to Yi Fan, saying, "If An passes the physical examination tomorrow, he will reside in the youth training dormitory. As for you, you may stay at my home for the time being, but..." Yi Fan abruptly stood up, awkwardly expressing in broken English, "Rest assured, coach. I am very obedient and will be diligent. Give me a month, and I will certainly master German." "Haha, splendid." Maggath nodded appreciatively. The meal was enjoyable for both host and guest, yet the atmosphere remained somewhat restrained, as both An Lan and Yi Fan were aware of their temporary circumstances. This sense of restraint only eased when they lay in bed before sleep. "Brother Yi, if I join the team tomorrow, it will be a challenge for you." Maggath's house has only one spare room, so at this moment, An Lan and Yi Fan are squeezed onto a single bed. Yi Fan shifted slightly and spoke. "Don't worry about me. Although I am pursuing a specialized field, I possess a remarkable aptitude for languages. Once I learn German, I will move out to seek employment. As for you, once you secure a steady income and sign a formal player contract, I will then be able to share a larger abode with you." An Lan displaya smila, exclaiming, "Then striva arve." After that, the two fell into a silence, each turning away to sleep, one gazing at the wall, the other at the door. Far away in a foreign land, their hearts were filled with aspirations. Such is the essence of youth. The following morning, they rose early. After breakfast, An Lan accompanied Maggath to the Wolfsburg U19 training facility. Upon arriving at the entrance, Maggath did not enter alongside him, but proceeded directly to the first team. The youth coach, Bob, a bald German, did not exhibit hostility upon seeing An Lan, a privileged connection, yet his demeanor remained far from welcoming. "Come on, your proficiency in German will certainly simplify matters. Let us commence with a physical assessment before we discuss anything further. I must clarify in advance. Should you fail to meet even the most fundamental expectations of the team, I shall not extend any leniency, even in deference to Maggath." Upon hearing the words, An Lan merely shrugged to indicate that they could commence. Following a brief warm-up, the physical assessment began. The comprehensive data regarding An Lan's physical condition was laid bare before Bob, using the most sophisticated instruments. The final results bore a striking resemblance to the report transmitted to him by Maggath, thereby affirming that Maggath had not deliberately exaggerated An Lan's statistics. However, this data offered little more than mere confirmation, devoid of any surprises. Nonetheless, after the tests, Bob's demeanor improved noticeably. He turned to An Lan and said, "The next step involves the final assessment. Shortly, I will arrange for you to join the team for a practice match. After all, aspects such as instinct and shooting prowess cannot be measured by instruments. Do you require any rest?" "I am perfectly fine, coach." An Lan responded with poise and confidence. "Very well. Follow me." Observing An Lan's composure, Bob regarded him with newfound respect. A 17-year-old, far from home, displaying such calmness indicated a commendable mental fortitude. For any player, regardless of technical skill, possessing a resilient heart is indispensable. The reason behind the ascendancy of superstars in the football realm lies in their ability to rise to the occasion during critical moments, becoming the saviors of their teams, rather than fading into the background when the stakes are high, only to pass the ball to a teammate in the final seconds. Meanwhile, as An Lan underwent his physical assessment, the U-19 trainees of the Wolfsburg Youth Academy occasionally cast furtive glances in his direction. The competitive pressure within the Youth Academy was already formidable, and the introduction of another contender was met with discontent among the players. In contrast to the domestic youth training environment, the overseas football training milieu is evidently more professional and ruthlessly competitive. From the age of 7 or 8, players progress through the ranks. U10, U13, U15, U17, U19, U21, U23, reserve teams, and finally, the first team. Each step must be carefully navigated. Failure to keep pace results in elimination. It can be said that if one's innate talent, potential, or growth rate falters even slightly, the prospect of reaching the 5 major leagues diminishes significantly. Of course, prodigies may leapfrog stages, which is a contributing factor to Bob's dissatisfaction. An Lan, at the tender age of 17, displayed no difficulties in participating in the U17 matches according to his physical assessment report. However, stepping directly into the U19 arena is a privilege reserved for prodigies. When Bob introduced An Lan to the group of youth training players, an immediate understanding swept through the assembly, and all hostility was promptly retracted. This newcomer was positioned tentatively as a right winger. We shall engage in a training match, and An Lan will join the second team. Upon hearing that An Lan would be playing as a right winger, the majority of the youth training squad exhaled in relief, with only 4 individuals remaining vigilant. As long as there was no direct competition, camaraderie could flourish. Chapter 11. 9 goals and 2 assists. Ball was astounded. There were no flamboyant theatrics. Within the youth training team, the coach wielded absolute authority. An Lan donned the jersey of the second team, stepping into the role of right winger previously occupied by another player. The other members of the team regarded him with kindness, at least until they discerned the capabilities of this newcomer. They would refrain from engaging in any foolish acts of discrimination. As An Lan completed his change into the second team's uniform and stepped onto the field, the long-forgotten voice of the system resonated once more. Detection of the host's impending match has been initiated, and the Star Player Experience card system's beta version is officially activated. Drawing cards. The card drawing is complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 24-hour experience card for the star player Memphis Depay, youth version. Depay? An Lan was engulfed by a multitude of questions, for this name was entirely unfamiliar to him. However, the system's voice soon chimed in to elucidate his confusion. Depay, born in 1994, joined PSV Eindhoven in 2006, making 124 appearances and scoring 50 goals for the club. During the 2013-14 season, as a key winger for Eindhoven, he netted 14 goals and provided 9 assists in both the Eredivisie and the UEFA Europa League. The following season, 2014-2015, Depay delivered an astonishing performance, featuring in 40 matches and scoring 28 goals, aiding his team in securing the league title while claiming the Golden Boot Award. His remarkable prowess caught the attention of the English Premier League giants, Manchester United. Yet upon joining the club, his form dwindled and his talent faded into obscurity. In December 2016, he was listed by the Spanish newspaper Marca among the top 10 most disappointing stars of that year. Would you like to use the Memphis Depay youth version experience card? The system's inquiry prompted a reflection akin to the tale of a prodigy who fell from grace. After absorbing the system's introduction, An Lan's initial reaction was one of disbelief. Was it truly 2008? Why was he being informed of events from 2013 and even 2016? This system could predict the future. Once the realization settled in, An Lan felt a surge of excitement. He resolved to witness the prowess of this 14-year-old prodigy as dictated by the timeline. Use. Upon confirming his decision, the card resembling a FIFA player card of Depay vanished from his mind. He adjusted his jersey and shorts, instinctively positioning himself toward the front right. With a sharp whistle, the match commenced. The second team initiated the kickoff, and the center forward, displaying acumen, immediately passed the ball to An Lan. The moment he touched the ball, his perspective transformed. Despite the multitude of players ahead, he felt an unparalleled clarity and openness in his vision. An Lan possessed an instinctive premonition that he could surge forward and send the ball into that wretched goal. without hesitation. As the midfielders of the second team awaited An Lan's return pass to orchestrate an attack, he abruptly darted ahead with the ball. Like a bolt of lightning, he shot forward, catching the first team's forwards and midfielders completely off guard. Faced with a defender, An Lan effortlessly executed a deft maneuver, the ball seemingly glued to his foot. One-on-one with the goalkeeper, he calmly dispatched a precise shot. Merely 30 seconds into the match, the ball found the back of the net. Bauer was left utterly dumbfounded. All the players from both teams were equally bewildered. This. Assistant coach David attempted several times to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't until An Lan retrieved the ball from the net and returned to the midfield to set up again that everyone regained their composure. Goodness, this lad is incredibly swift. The defender who was just outmaneuvered by An Lan scratched his head in disbelief. Get your act together and defend properly. This kid possesses real talent, shouted Lucas, the captain of the first team, as he clapped his hands. With spirits rekindled, the first team resumed play. The game was back on track, and the first team players began to mount their offensive. Having just been outsmarted by this Asian prodigy, they were indignant and even irate. For the next 10 minutes, An Lan's performance was not particularly remarkable, yet this very fact caught Bauer's attention. During this span, An Lan handled the first team's attacks with remarkable composure. Although he was a winger, he actively participated in defense, and his positioning was impeccable, consistently drawing the attention of the opposing backline. The midfielders of the second team failed to grasp An Lan's sudden bursts of speed. An idea suddenly blossomed in Bauer's mind. If a midfielder with exceptional vision were to supply the ball, An Lan's performance would surely shine even brighter. An Lan himself was undeniably eager to showcase his abilities. Depay's talent was exceptional, and it seemed that An Lan was utilizing the experience card from Depay's explosive period at PSV Eindhoven. One can only speculate why Depay's later career faltered, but in his youth, he was undeniably formidable. This exemplifies the stark contrast between a genius and an average player. While you struggle in the U19 league, a 17-year-old prodigy is already wreaking havoc in the Eredivisie. At the 15-minute mark, having sensed the unreliability of his midfield, An Lan retreated to demand the ball. Upon receiving it, he signaled and, after taking 2 steps forward towards the defender, passed the ball to the advancing center forward, simultaneously making a swift run into the space. The center forward understood the cue and immediately executed a through ball. A simple yet effective wall-pass collaboration. An Lan once again surged into the opponent's penalty area. Faced with the encirclement of 3 defenders, he adjusted his stance. Then, he unleashed a sudden strike. A shot from outside the box, with an exquisitely acute angle, found its way into the bottom left corner of the net. The goalkeeper, Pons, was caught off guard. By the time he left to intercept, it was already too late. 2-0. Witnessing the ball find the net, An Lan joyfully sprinted back, repeatedly pumping his fists in celebration. The second team players gathered around him, rejoicing in his triumph. They had come to realize that this young talent from the Dragon Kingdom possessed remarkable skill. In the subsequent match, An Lan scored 2 more goals and provided an assist, showcasing an impressive performance. Beside him, Paul's eyes sparkled with delight. He felt as if he had struck gold. Could he be a player of Kak's caliber? During the 100-meter test, his speed seemed merely fast, but his pace while dribbling was astonishingly quicker. The distinction between running without the ball and running with it is profound. Clearly, An Lan's speed when in possession left Paul pleasantly astonished. By halftime, the entire U19 team had come to respect An Lan completely. A thought arose in their minds. Where on earth did Coach Paul find such a prodigy? In the second half, Paul promoted An Lan to the first team. The disparity in strength between the first and second teams was already significant, and it hadn't been evident in the first half. However, with An Lan in the first team, the floodgates opened. The score, which stood at 5-0 before his entry, ultimately transformed into 5-8. In the second half, An Lan scored 5 goals and provided 1 assist. Observing the match, the young prodigy from Longwa found himself surrounded by other youth trainees. Bale was astonished. Chapter 12. Genius and Mundanity. 2 distinct entities. Bale's career as a player was not particularly illustrious. He lacked numerous accolades and was merely a blue-collar worker throughout his professional journey. However, after retiring and transitioning into coaching, he has garnered some insights over the years. Reflecting upon his playing career and contrasting it with his experiences coaching the youth team, Bale has come to a realization. Although both possess limbs, geniuses and ordinary individuals are fundamentally different beings. He had anticipated that in the Wolfsburg youth training, he would not encounter any so-called geniuses. Yet, the young lad from the distant eastern nation, brought by Maggath, surprised him. After the training match concluded, he sat in his office, contemplating the statistical data and An Lan's movement heat map presented by the staff. After half a minute, he angrily seized his phone and dialed Maggath's number. "Get over here now." Maggath, currently with the first team, was startled, fearing something had happened to An Lan, and hurriedly made his way over. Upon entering the office, he found Bale pointing at the television and shouting, "Is this not called dribbling? Translate this for me. This is utter nonsense." "Dribbling, is it?" Maggath, bewildered, gazed at the large screen displaying highlights of An Lan's recent performance in a training match. 20 minutes later, instinctively, Maggath pulled a cigarette from his pocket, his trembling hand igniting it. Bringing back An Lan, he had thought it akin to winning a lottery, yet it turned out to be the grand prize. Although it was merely a 20-minute highlight reel from a training match, with his extensive experience as a Bundesliga coach, Maggath perceived the nuances even more acutely than Bale. A player can practice dribbling, fundamental skills, free kicks, shooting, heading, and defending. But talent cannot be honed. It is fixed from the moment of birth. A player may reach the pinnacle of their talent, yet cannot transcend it. It is akin to a group of children playing, despite similar physical conditions. There are always those who run faster and exhibit superior coordination. This is talent. What constitutes footballing talent? Physicality, speed, field vision. To maintain peak performance over time, one must possess a resilient physique. To become a top forward, one must possess exceptional predatory instincts. To be a premier midfielder, one must have unparalleled vision across the pitch. To excel as a top defender, one must possess swift and keen lateral movement and anticipation. To emerge as an elite goalkeeper, one must have remarkable height, wingspan, and astonishing reflexes. At present, as a forward, An Lan's speed and predatory instincts are virtually unparalleled. In a highlight reel, his sudden burst forward appear both natural and timely. On several occasions, these advances could be deemed strokes of genius in Maggath's eyes. This reflects the thought process of a prodigy, distinctly different from that of an ordinary individual. Provided he is paired with a top-tier midfielder, he will undoubtedly dismantle the adversary's defense. Maggath exclaimed with excitement, only to furrow his brow immediately after, pondering, how curious. An's dribbling was indeed abysmal before. What could account for such a drastic transformation? Could it be nerves? That shouldn't be the case. He performed commendably in the training match despite the pressure. Beside him, Bauer snickered at this remark, saying, "You underestimate this lad far too much." From the moment he laid eyes on me, he has maintained a demeanor of calm assurance. How could a player with such a formidable temperament possibly be nervous? Indeed, Maggath, no longer troubled by doubts, was wholly absorbed in the delight of having discovered a gem. Let him play a few matches with you and see if this brilliance is merely fleeting, if his form remains consistent. I shall promote him to the first team next season. The current squad is desperately in need of reinforcements. Upon hearing this, Bauer felt a surge of frustration, almost ready to lash out, but he held his tongue. He understood that if this young talent from Longhua continued to perform at this level, the top 5 leagues would indeed be his stage. The U19 Training Academy would only hinder his development. Chapter 13. Have you ever witnessed Wolfsburg at 2 o'clock in the morning? At night, the accommodations for the U19 training team are relatively pleasant, with 2 players sharing a room. An Lan was assigned to share a room with the youth team captain, Lucas, which would facilitate his swift integration into the team. After freshening up, Lucas returned to their quarters, intending to converse with the remarkable young talent from Dragon Country who had dazzled everyone today. However, upon finding An Lan lying on the bed with his eyes closed, he decided not to disturb him. Clearly, he was exhausted. Perhaps there would be another opportunity to chat. Lucas mused to himself, yet he understood that a player of An Lan's caliber could not remain in the youth team indefinitely. Meanwhile, with his eyes shut, An Lan was not asleep. He was examining the system. Name, An Lan age, 17 years and 105 days team. Wolfsburg U19 youth team position, forward dribbling, C shooting, B explosiveness, B speed, A honors, Chinese Super League top scorer, 2. FIFA U20 World Cup top scorer overall evaluation. A lower-tier horse with exceptional speed, talent, long-term task. Cross the ocean and shine task description. Please return to professional football and establish a mainstay position in one of the top 5 leagues. Task deadline. Countdown 144 days on the panel. Apart from the addition of a team and a long-term task, there were no other changes. System. I can't rely on using experience cards of other stars every time I take the field, can I? I need to grow too, since my physical attributes have been digitized. Is there a method on your end to enhance my attributes? An Lan inquired, as a professional athlete in pursuit of strength and honor. He was not one to succumb to complacency. While the allure of celebrity status was enticing, he understood that true power stemmed from within. Relying on external forces was the most unreliable path. Typically, when An Lan spoke to himself, the system remained indifferent, yet this time, it responded almost instantaneously. Host, are you certain you wish to become stronger? By any means necessary? Startled, he wondered, what do you mean by that? An Lan was taken aback and quickly added, I genuinely wish to become stronger, but please refrain from suggesting anything like a familial sacrifice for enlightenment. I'm a law-abiding citizen, and I do not engage in illegal activities. The system reassured, do not worry, dear host, although the methods provided for your enhancement may vary. I assure you they will not harm anyone. Well then, do enlighten me, An Lan prompted. Ding. Congratulations, host. The system has been upgraded. Star Player Experience Card, Beta version, Star Player Experience Card, Internal Test version. The system shop is now activated. Daily tasks have been activated. Presenting the daily task. Who is the most dazzling figure in Wolfsburg at night? Task description. Get up and enjoy life. I have played football for over a decade. Surely I deserve some enjoyment. Please dress appropriately and head to the nightclub in Wolfsburg for 3 hours of exhilarating dance practice. Task reward. Dribbling skill upgraded from C to B. An Lan. What a ridiculous notion to indulge in revelry while honing one's skills. These daily tasks may not inflict harm upon others, yet they undoubtedly tarnish one's character. Is it truly befitting to sneak out for a night of dancing shortly after joining the team? I would like to inquire whether there are any repercussions should I fail to complete the daily tasks. Prior to the system's upgrade to its official version, failure to fulfill tasks will result in the disconnection of the system. I urge the host to ponder this matter carefully. Ponder? What is there to ponder? Shall I consider your departure from my presence? An Lan's lips curled into a disdainful smirk. In the next moment, he rose abruptly from his bed, resembling a zombie. The bed of Lucas, which had been shaking incessantly for half an hour, suddenly came to a halt. What the hell? Lucas exclaimed, startled by the unexpected commotion, his body trembling uncontrollably. After 3 to 5 seconds, Lucas turned around and beheld the impeccably dressed An Lan. In? Are you going for training? The captain, bewildered, rubbed his eyes and glanced at his phone, his face a portrait of disbelief. What the hell? It's 2 a.m.? Are you kidding me? An Lan disregarded him, intending to leave, but suddenly realized that she was in unfamiliar territory and could easily lose her way. Thus, she turned back and crouched beside the drowsy Lucas's bed, a strong odor permeating the air. Wrinkling her nose in distaste, An Lan spoke up. Captain, the coaching staff is quite attentive to my performance at the moment. Are you aware? Lucas, looking bewildered, instinctively replied, Huh? And so, An Lan continued, consider this. If you were to accompany me outside at this very moment and they happened to see us, what do you think would transpire? An Lan's voice, akin to the whisper of a demon, resonated in Lucas's ear, luring him step by step into a trap, ensnared in a web that had long been laid. 2 minutes later, Lucas was entirely awakened. He changed into a new pair of trousers, excitement illuminating his face as he donned his attire, his mind already beginning to wander into realms of fantasy. And is absolutely right. Given the talent he has demonstrated today, he is undoubtedly attracting the attention of the coaching staff. As the captain, if I were to train alongside him at 2 in the morning, I would certainly be noticed. A training captain who is not only diligent, but also cares for the new players may very well catch Coach Ball's consideration for promotion to the first team. An Lan patiently awaited as Lucas donned his attire, subsequently rejecting his audacious suggestion to stride out of the dormitory, citing that such behavior was overly conspicuous. The two stealthily leapt from the window of the first-floor storage room, a route proposed by Lucas, revealing that these youth training squad members, with their striking features by day, were far from subdued by night. Half an hour later, the thunderous beats of a DJ reverberated in their ears. A myriad of men and women swayed wildly, unleashing the desires that had been concealed throughout the day. The vibrant laser lights danced upon the alcohol, resembling a cascade of flames. In An Lan's mind, upon hearing the system's countdown commence, he let out a howling cry and plunged into the dance floor. Flourish the hands. Kick the legs. Just shake it, and it's done. Lucas. An Lan, filled with fervor, called out to the dazed Lucas standing beside him. Come on, Captain. Playing football by day and dancing by night. That's the essence of a man's romance. What romance are you talking about? Lucas thought, watching An Lan dance frantically. He felt an urge to slap himself, realizing how dubious their choice had been as they left the dormitory building without heading to the training ground. When An Lan leaped over the wall of the youth training base, Lucas contemplated returning, yet the allure of the first team held him captive. Ultimately, what a blunder. Wasn't it said that all players from Longwa were model citizens? Why on earth was this fellow behaving so recklessly? A youth training player sneaking out to a nightclub in the dead of night. If the coaching staff were to discover this, he would surely face expulsion. The mere thought of dismissal sent shivers down Lucas's spine. His family was not affluent, with 2 older brothers and a younger sister. He alone possessed the talent for football. Thus, for Lucas's family, his aspiration to become a professional player was their sole opportunity to enhance their circumstances. His parents and brothers labored tirelessly to cover the expenses of his training since childhood. Anger surged within him. The realization that he had been duped by An Lan into a night of revelry, risking expulsion, filled Lucas's eyes with fury. He marched forward, intent on delivering a thorough reprimand to the young man from Longwa. Yet he abruptly halted, for unbeknownst to him, An Lan had already staggered to a nearby booth, engaging in a drinking contest with a man. That man was none other than Coach Paul, someone Lucas knew all too well. Chapter 14. Is it all right to be a substitute? Lucas's worldview was shattered upon seeing Coach Paul, known for his stern demeanor, jovially embracing An Lan instead of reprimanding him. It was utterly unbelievable. In a land of war chariots, individuals could legally consume wine or alcoholic beverages upon turning 16, so An Lan's drinking posed no issue. The real concern was that he had clandestinely slipped out to drink with the coach. Stunned, Lucas stood frozen for a few moments before a sudden realization struck him. He slapped his forehead, as if awakening to a truth. Of course. How could An Lan lead me astray? He must have arranged this with Coach Paul beforehand. This is adult socializing. It seemed An Lan's family background must be quite respectable if it allowed him such favor from Coach Paul. As passers-by caught sight of Lucas in his sports attire, standing there in a nightclub, their expressions turned to disdain, instinctively keeping their distance. Meanwhile, An Lan was equally taken aback, never expecting to encounter Coach Paul while stealthily carrying out his mission. Fortunately, he had indulged a bit too much. Paul appeared to be in high spirits tonight, eagerly pulling An Lan to sit beside him upon spotting him, and then wrapping an arm around An Lan's shoulder as they conversed. You are the most talented player I have encountered during my coaching career. Rest assured, I shall hone your skills to craft you into the sharpest of blades. Trust me, Ball will make it happen. Come, let us drink. Witnessing Ball's exuberance, An Lan felt a wave of relief wash over him. After checking the system and noticing the timer in his mind still ticking away, he decided to let loose. Cheers, my eternal god of a coach. I have faith in you, coach. From now on, we shall each have our own discussions. I shall call you coach, and you shall call me brother. Lucas, who had just leaned in, looked perplexed. At 5:30 a.m., 2 figures stealthily leaped over the wall of the Wolfsburg youth training base, neither other than the night absent An Lan and Lucas. Upon returning to their dormitory, they quickly shed their clothing, washing them briefly before hanging them on the drying rack. After changing into their spare training attire, An Lan and Lucas exchanged knowing smiles and strode confidently out of the room. At 7 a.m., Ball stumbled through the gates of the Wolfsburg training base, immediately spotting An Lan and Lucas engaged in physical training on the field. Good morning, lads. Morning, boss. Ah, diligent children. How are you? Ball rubbed his slightly dizzy head, greeted them, and then disappeared into the building. After a night of revelry, he needed to catch up on sleep. The assistant coach would handle the day's training, so Ball had no cause for concern. After a quick wash, he lay on his bed, shutting his eyes to relish the wonders of the previous night when 2 figures unexpectedly popped into his mind. Why am I thinking of those 2? I must have had too much to drink. He patted his head, trying to erase the image of An Lan and Lucas sharing a drink with him at the nightclub. What hard-working kids, he murmured before drifting into a deep slumber. Ah, the vigor of youth, full of energy and enthusiasm. An Lan and Lucas persevered through the morning training session. Upon returning to their dormitory at noon, they collapsed onto their beds like exhausted dogs, unwilling to move an inch. And do you know Coach Ball quite well? Lucas suddenly inquired. Upon seeing An Lan turn to look at him, he quickly continued. I saw it all last night. Your relationship with Coach Ball seems quite close. He didn't reprimand you for being at the nightclub, but rather invited us to drink. I know it must be due to your influence, right? An Lan pondered for a moment and then spoke. I suppose so, but you mustn't breathe a word of it. If such matters were to come to light, the coach wouldn't be able to protect us. Lucas's eyes lit up with understanding, and he exclaimed excitedly, Rest assured, I comprehend. What do you even understand? An Lan was utterly speechless. However, he refrained from further explanation. It was hardly appropriate to suggest that Baul had indulged too much and was experiencing hallucinations. Was it? As long as Lucas refrained from speaking nonsense. There should not be any issues. Turning away and closing his eyes, An Lan silently implored, "System, has the task been completed?" Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Who is truly the most dazzling figure of the night in Wolfsburg? After an entire night of sleepless training, the host's dribbling skills have significantly improved. This is the mark of a genius. Even while dancing, one can progress. Dribbling CB. All right, you are the system, and your word is final. After glancing once more at his personal panel and confirming that his dribbling had indeed ascended from C to B, An Lan finally felt at ease to sleep. In the afternoon, a revitalized Baul appeared on the training ground. Following the regular training session, he gathered all the players together. Clapping his hands, Baul addressed them, "Children, tomorrow we face Magdeburg, and now I will announce the squad list." Upon hearing that the squad for tomorrow's match was about to be revealed, all eyes instinctively turned toward An Lan. This unexpectedly emerging talent from the Dragon Nation had dazzled them with his extraordinary abilities. Baul did not keep them in suspense. He promptly announced An Lan's name first. As Baul continued to call out the names of the starters and substitutes, the youth team players were acutely aware of their own standings. Those with a stable starting position were unfazed, feeling it was only natural when their names were called. The real surprise came for those with few opportunities to play. Disappointment loomed for those who had been starters, but would now be relegated to substitutes for the upcoming match. As the captain of the youth team, Lucas naturally secured a starting position. When Baul first called out An Lan's name, he winked at him in acknowledgement. Once the squad list was finalized, Baul handed the tactical book to the assistant coach. He surveyed the group, his gaze passing over each youth team player, ultimately settling on An Lan. And, although you have participated in the World Youth Championship and played in the Dragon Nation Super League, you have only recently joined the team. Your integration with the squad is still insufficient, so you will be a substitute for tomorrow's match. Is that acceptable? An Lan's gaze was clear, and he spoke decisively. "No problem, boss." Bear nodded appreciatively. It was not that he was making a mountain out of a molehill. Rather, it was because Bear had never coached a player of An Lan's prodigious talent before. Take the afternoon training session as an example. During his time in Longwa, An Lan's foundational skills were severely lacking, and his dribbling was a chaotic affair. Yet just moments ago, Bear had noticed An Lan's dribbling skills had improved at a remarkable pace. Although he had not yet reached the standards set in the previous training match recordings, the difference compared to his time in Longwa was nothing short of astounding. Bear could only attribute this transformation to An Lan concealing his true abilities. In casual training or during physical assessments, he had not applied himself earnestly. For such a prodigy, transitioning from the top scorer of the Longwa Super League and the Golden Boot of the U20 World Cup to a substitute in the U19 training squad left Bear feeling quite apprehensive. Fortunately, An Lan's attitude greatly pleased him. He could hardly wait to refine this raw gem. Chapter 15. Bear, leave no stone unturned. The next morning, as An Lan arrived at the training ground, he was greeted with delightful news. Bauer handed him a laptop and said, "This is a message from Maggath sent to me in the dead of night. I do not understand the Chinese text, so please take a look." An Lan received the information, revealing several screenshots of news from the Dragon Nation. The head of the Dragon Nation men's football team, Zhu Bai, has been taken away for investigation. This morning, Zhu was apprehended amidst allegations of corruption, having accepted bribes from multiple players during his tenure. During the World Cup qualifiers, he reportedly used playing opportunities as leverage to extort players. When his extortion attempts failed, he resorted to falsely accusing the players. It was only after a video was exposed by former national team substitute forward An Lan, in which Zhu shamelessly demanded 200,000 that his illicit activities were brought to light. The relevant personnel of the Dragon Nation Football Association promptly issued a statement, pledging to cooperate with the disciplinary investigation and to eradicate such harmful elements. Meanwhile, head coach Filato and team captain Zheng Ji held a press conference to address the crucial match against Yiliku tonight. Filato declared tonight, "We shall strive with all our might to secure victory at the Tianjin Sports Arena." Zheng Ji urged the fans, "Please place your trust in us. Grant us a bit more confidence. Tonight, the national team will present its finest form to face Yiliku. As long as there remains a glimmer of hope for qualification, we shall give our all." During the Q&A session, a reporter inquired if Filato would recall An Lan to the national team. The coach, however, declined to comment on any matters concerning An Lan. Here, I wish to implore the fans who eagerly anticipate An Lan's return to the national team to remain patient. Tonight marks a pivotal moment for the national team's hopes of qualification. Let us set aside all negative sentiments and rally together to support our team. Despite the tumultuous fate of Dragon Nation football, I firmly believe that a brighter day will eventually dawn. Beside the written report, there is an image. In the screenshot, Zhu Bai appears rotund and disheveled, adorned with a silver bracelet, his expression resembling that of a corpse. Behind him, a group of relevant staff exchange glances, some displaying visible anger. Coincidentally, one of the angry individuals is someone An Lan recognizes. This individual, who often indulged in revelries with Zhu, has certainly changed his demeanor swiftly. Additionally, there are several screenshots of comments from netizens. It is evident that the injustices faced have been vindicated with the exposure of the video. And the national team currently faces a barrage of criticism. Yet, their response strategy remains as adept and seasoned as ever, playing the ostrich. As long as they refrain from retaliating to the insults and act as if they remain oblivious, the storm will inevitably pass, and they will resume their usual ways. After a cursory glance, An Lan returned the computer to Bauer, devoid of any sense of vengeance. He was not a magnanimous individual. Had he encountered this report before his arrival in the land of chariots, it would have elicited delight. However, now, it can only be said that after joining the U-19 youth training program at Wolfsburg, An Lan truly comprehended the vast chasm between Dragon Country football and its foreign counterparts. During his time with the national youth team, the young players had already begun to engage in petty rivalries. Can one imagine a group of 16 or 17-year-olds, more preoccupied with trivial disputes than striving to enhance their skills? The substitutes were more concerned with monetary incentives to secure a starting position rather than honing their abilities for competition. The starting players exhibited a complete lack of urgency, coasting along with minimal resolve. Were it not for the national youth team's requirement for standings in the World Youth Championship, An Lan would hardly have had the opportunity to play. It is not that An Lan is enamored with foreign cultures. Rather, in the few days since joining the training squad, he has observed a stark contrast. Each player in the land of chariots possesses an intense yearning for victory compared to those in the national team. The starting players train diligently each day, fearing replacement by substitutes, while the substitutes are equally driven, fostering a spirit of healthy competition. What resonated most with An Lan was that after demonstrating his prowess in a training match, these players quickly embraced him. In Dragon Country, he might fear for his safety in the next training match. Thus, at this moment, An Lan felt no inclination to dwell on the mire from which he had emerged. It had reached such a state. What more could be done? Standing nearby, Bauer observed An Lan's calm demeanor, his expression tinged with confusion. For just the night before, Maggath had sent him a screenshot, adamantly assuring that An Lan would be overjoyed upon seeing it. Yet, he refrained from inquiring further, recognizing that this was a matter that belonged to An Lan alone. In the afternoon, aboard the bus, An Lan sat alongside Lucas, journeying with the team to the match venue. This marked his inaugural appearance in the German Youth Championship, an event of paramount significance to An Lan. Despite its lesser stature compared to the World Youth Championship, the age of a player equates to their future and financial prospects. Fame must be seized early. This holds true not only in the entertainment industry, but equally in the realm of sports. In stark contrast to the disarray of youth training in Longwa, the youth development system in the War Chariot Nation is exceptionally refined. From the tender age of adolescence, a plethora of competitions is meticulously arranged for the players. Simultaneously, scouts are omnipresent, granting opportunities to all. As long as one possesses talent and can shine on the stage at any given age, obscurity is not a concern. As the bus progressed midway, Bauer rose from his seat, traversed the aisle, and declared, "Gentlemen, we are nearing the venue to face off against the lad from Magdeburg. I am aware of your thoughts, yet at this moment, they are of little consequence. We are a collective, and victory stands as our foremost objective. The Magdeburg boys excel in counterattacks, thus we shall adapt our tactics. Matteo, although you are positioned as a forward, your true role in the first half will be that of a midfielder. We will employ a five-man defense." The young African forward Matteo, seated in the front row, nodded in understanding. Though the German Youth Championship is a domestic league, it boasts a multitude of players from various nations. Prior to An Lan's arrival, Matteo was the sole non-local player, hailing from Italy. Consequently, despite sharing the same forward position and a competitive dynamic with An Lan, Matteo harbored significantly less animosity towards him than the other three local forwards. Lucas, you, Matteo, and Weber will continue to orchestrate the midfield. Our formation may appear as 541, yet in reality, we shall play as 55 in the first half. Counterattacking? I propose we forego offense entirely, adopting a fortress-like defense with 5 backliners. Bauer's face radiated a calculated smile, emphasizing the need for stability in the first half. Unless presented with an extraordinary opportunity, we shall refrain from attacking. I shall observe how Magdeburg manages their counterattacks. The more desperate they become, the more ferocious we shall reveal our fangs in the second half, utterly dismantling them. Bauer raised his arm in a rallying gesture. Team Wolfsburg, every individual on the bus, including the assistant coach, raised their hands in unison, shouting, "Victory is ours." Chapter 16. The first fans across the ocean after Bauer's pre-match address. Lucas nudged An Lan with his elbow. Upon meeting An Lan's gaze, he whispered, "And you have no idea. Coach Bauer adores delivering speeches. He believes he is exceptionally passionate, but honestly, it's rather overdone." An Lan, filled with confusion, inquired, "I feel Coach Bauer's speech is indeed quite eloquent, brimming with passion, the display of ferocity, tearing the opponent apart. How imposing. You doubt it, do you? You shall see in due time." After uttering this, Lucas closed his eyes, feigning slumber, indifferent to An Lan's persistent questioning. Ultimately, An Lan could only close his eyes in frustration. Shrouded in doubt, one can only say, may the Riddlemaker meet a dismal fate. Within the Wolfsburg U19 locker room, players were donning their gear while the assistant coach was busy sketching on the tactical board. Bauer meticulously adjusted his meticulously styled hair in front of the mirror, all the while discreetly observing the players through its reflection. Once he noted that everyone had changed, he too completed his preparations with perfect timing. Turning around, he clapped his hands to capture the attention of all present before delivering his final instructions. "Men, I have conveyed all that needs to be said. Our objective for the first half is to maintain a draw. It is only when our opponents alter their formation that we shall unleash our strength in the second half. I will be closely monitoring your performances, who exhibits greater tenacity in battles, who showcases superior defending." He pointed his eyes and then gestured towards the group. "I will see it all. If you desire more opportunities, give me your utmost effort. Is that clear?" "Understood, boss." They chorused in unison. "Excellent. Let us proceed." The starting players, led by their captain Lucas, marched out with confidence and pride. Bauer stood at the locker room entrance, exchanging high-fives with them as they passed. An Lan stood in front of the changing mirror, captivated by the sight of her competition jersey. The vibrant green and white combination was truly exquisite. In 12. As an offensive player, certain numbers hold a unique and sacred significance. They symbolize a player's stature within the team and reflect their prowess on the field. The illustrious 7, 9, 10, and 11. In the youth training squad, the captain Lucas, who plays in midfield, dons the number 10. The Italian forward Matteo wears the number 7. Numbers 9 and 11 are also claimed. However, in the youth training team, the assignment of jersey numbers is not a fixed arrangement. An Lan firmly believed that as long as he outperformed everyone else, he would be free to choose his jersey number. With this conviction, he joined the other substitutes on the sidelines. Although it was merely a U19 match, the stands were filled to about 30% capacity. However, the true spectators were few. Most were family and friends of the players or scouts. As the match commenced, the Magdeburg U19 team, as predicted by Bauer, exhibited a distinct lack of offensive ambition, instead opting to wait for Wolfsburg to make the first move. To their surprise, the typically vibrant Wolfsburg players also seemed devoid of attacking intent today. Their 5-4-1 formation, with Matteo intentionally participating in defense and linking play, had morphed into a 5-5-0. What a coincidence! Magdeburg U19 also adopted a 5-5-0 formation. The Iron Wall versus the Iron Curtain. 15 minutes into the match, the head coach of Magdeburg U19, observing both teams congested in midfield, was utterly speechless. He turned to Bauer, who stood leisurely with his hands in his pockets, humming a tune, and remarked with a hint of resentment, "You are utterly shameless." "It's merely tactics." Bauer shrugged nonchalantly. "In terms of points, you are behind. A draw doesn't concern us. We can merely shake hands in agreement." Taking a deep breath, the Magdeburg U19 coach ultimately restrained his impulse to clench his fists. He returned to his seat, picked up his tactical notebook, and began devising strategies for the second half. This was the crux of Bauer's confidence. In contrast to Wolfsburg U19, which ranked second in the northern region, Magdeburg U19 occupied a much lower position, even facing the risk of finishing at the bottom. This implied that if they did not initiate an attack, they would be compelled to take the offensive. Thus, Bauer certainly had his wits about him. This was a calculated strategy. 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. The first half swiftly passed, with the lackluster match prompting the referee to dispense with even the customary minute of stoppage time. The moment the clock struck, he blew the whistle to signal the end. Upon returning to the locker room, Bauer surveyed the players who had meandered leisurely for 45 minutes, then glanced at the substitutes and declared, "Matteo, you performed admirably, putting in a solid defensive effort. Take a breather for the second half. An Lan will take your place." Matteo's expression, initially bright at the praise, instantly darkened upon hearing the latter part. However, he dared not show any displeasure to the coach. Realizing his lapse in composure, he quickly forced a pained smile and replied, "All right, boss. Also, Weber and Lewis, you two will rest as well." Bauer's substitutions were remarkably bold, utilizing all three available changes in an instant. He substituted one forward, one midfielder, and one defender, replacing them with two midfielders and an additional forward. The formation instantly shifted from 5-4-1 to 4-2-3-1. An Lan is that singular entity, the sharpest tip of this sword. Paul's intentions are abundantly clear. He seeks to assess An Lan's prowess in this trial. Meanwhile, on a website known as Electric Speed Sports in Longwa, countless obscure matches are being broadcast live. Among these is a game featuring the U19 teams from the Debay region, Wolfsburg U19 versus Magdeburg U19. In the chat room, a cacophony of disgruntled gamblers erupts. "Damn those Wolfsburg kids, you won't see 20. Honestly, both teams are playing like fortresses, a bus formation. Is this even football? It's utterly nauseating. And at 1 in the morning, I'm barely awake. The 5K bet is gone. Damn those Wolfsburg kids. Is this not match fixing? I'm fed up. These kids are perpetually useless, incapable of competing in the top leagues. Is this what constitutes the second tier? Wolfsburg, damn it." In matches like these, often unheard of, the primary audience is not fans or scouts, but gamblers from all over the globe. Only they exhibit such intense emotions with every goal scored or missed, fiercely arguing over every card and corner kick, tears or laughter, all emanating from the depths of their souls. Of course, gamblers seldom meet a good end. The halftime break swiftly passes amidst a chorus of expletives in the chat room, and the second half commences. Right from the start, Wolfsburg U19 makes substitutions, utilizing all three allowed changes at once. This ignites further dissatisfaction among the spectators. What the hell? Is the Wolfsburg coach an idiot? He must have sold out. If he lacks stamina, why not just keep switching players for defense? Good thing I jumped ship. Is the person above blind? Look at him substituting two forwards and a striker. Is this an offensive strategy? Damn, this scoundrel must be hiding something. Brothers, look closely. This player named Lanen is from Longwa. No way, Wolfsburg U19. Is this An Lan? Yes, he was signed by Wolfsburg. This is An Lan. Who'd rather play U19 than in the war chariot country? The second half is bound to be spectacular. This is the golden boot of the U20 World Cup. Two-time top scorer of the Long Super League. This is a significant tactical advantage. Some gamblers, merely following textual updates, upon learning that a player from their own country is participating, eagerly switch to the video feed to verify the truth. Soon, related netizens begin capturing screenshots of the live match and posting them in forums and social media. After An Lan was banned by the Football Association, he is currently playing in a U19 match for the War Chariot national team. In the dead of night, during an era when night owls were still a rarity, this post unexpectedly ignited a frenzy among fans destined for insomnia. Why are the fans losing sleep tonight? Because today marks June 14th, 2008 at the Tianjin Sports Center, a do-or-die match for the World Cup qualifiers. The Dragon Kingdom was eliminated from the group stage with a disheartening score of 1-2 against a rival team. Chapter 17. Swift as the wind through an extraordinary performance in a training match, An Lan has garnered the recognition of the majority of his teammates. Whether his future displays will be but a fleeting moment or resplendent brilliance remains to be seen with the passage of time. Thus, when An Lan took the field in the second half, most players extended their goodwill towards him. Lucas even took the time to drape his arm over An Lan's shoulder and called out to the others, "Everyone, pass the ball to An Lan. Let me see if this lad is truly as formidable as he appeared in the training match." The other two midfielders, upon hearing their captain's words, nodded in agreement with smiles. An Lan cast a grateful glance at Lucas, not one to decline, and declared, "We shall undoubtedly secure a victory, and I will certainly score. Please, have faith in me." At that very moment he stepped onto the field. The voice of the system resonated once more in his mind. The detection of the host's impending professional match had initiated the star player experience card system. Drawing from the cards, the card draw was complete. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the star player win chaser, Michael Owen Peak 24-hour experience card. As this is the host's inaugural participation in the Northern Germany regional event, a temporary task has been triggered. Child of the Wind. Child of the Wind. To Michael Owen, you appear as a reflection of his 21-year-old self. Task requirements. Score 5 goals in the first half, with each goal achieved through a different method. Current goal count, 0-5. Task reward. A random draw for a shop item. Failure penalty. Prepare a bouquet of roses and kneel before Lucas, professing your heartfelt admiration, and declare to the captain that he is your deity. An Lan, filled with curiosity after witnessing the failure penalties, found himself pondering the legitimacy of this system. Nonetheless, the task rewards remained enticing. Once the system's marketplace was activated, he ventured inside, where an abundance of items awaited his gaze, a true treasure trove. The sole drawback, however, was the inability to make purchases. After considerable contemplation, An Lan concluded that he had yet to unlock the privilege to buy from the marketplace. Michael Owen, the son of the wind. In An Lan's mind, the image of the youthful prodigy, Michael Owen, flashed by. In those days, Owen was the epitome of vigor and ambition. The youngest player and scorer for Liverpool, he claimed the title of Premier League's top scorer at the tender age of 18, becoming the youngest recipient of the Golden Boot in Premier League history. That same year, he was honored as the Premier League Player of the Year. At 19, he once again triumphed as the Premier League's leading scorer. In 2001, at just 21, Michael Owen was awarded the prestigious European Footballer of the Year, which would later evolve into the Ballon d'Or. Such a prodigious talent was destined to shine brilliantly. However, injuries plagued him in the ensuing years, rendering him fragile. During the 2006 World Cup, Owen suffered a severe cruciate ligament injury, necessitating an extensive recovery period of several months. Since then, his form diminished, and the once swift youth was no longer young. An Lan vividly recalls the moment 2 years ago when he witnessed Owen's emotional breakdown on television following his injury, and he found himself weeping alongside him. This reaction stemmed from a shared empathy, as both are speed-oriented forwards. The anterior cruciate ligament injury is a significant setback, signifying that Owen has lost his once unparalleled pace, forever unable to reclaim his youthful agility. Presently, Owen serves as the captain of Newcastle United in the Premier League, endeavoring to steer the team away from the peril of relegation. The Premier League, indeed, will offer us an opportunity to meet again. Now, allow me to behold the former brilliance of your peak. After a moment of reflection, An Lan fervently exclaimed within his heart, "System, summon the divine." In his mind, the star card of Michael Owen shattered silently, dissipating into wisps of ethereal smoke. An Lan sensed a significant enhancement in both his strength and ball control. As for his speed, he believed he was nearly on par with Irving, having only made slight improvements. In his prime, Irving effortlessly scored 5 goals in 19 matches. The challenge lay in finding diverse ways to achieve those 5 goals. Lost in these thoughts, a whistle abruptly brought An Lan back to reality. The second half of the match had officially commenced. Right from the start, the playing styles of both teams were starkly different from the first half. Wolfsburg U19 shifted to a 4-2-3-1 formation, while Magdeburg U19 abandoned their defensive strategy, opting instead for a 4-4-2 setup. The first half was characterized by defense, while the second half promised an offensive clash. Outside the field, upon witnessing that Paul had immediately utilized all 3 of his substitution slots, the Magdeburg head coach realized he had been outmaneuvered. He felt a surge of urgency to convey to his nearest players that the strategy had reverted to a counterattacking approach. However, it was already too late. Although counterattacking is an efficient and pragmatic tactic, no player relishes a defensive strategy. Defense implies constant threats to the goalkeeper, relentless exertion for defenders and midfielders, and scant opportunities for forwards. If professional players feel this way, how much more so for the young lads of Magdeburg U19? They have been stifled for far too long. After Magdeburg U19 kicked off, they immediately launched an aggressive offensive. They surged forward, and after several coordinated plays, they created a prime scoring opportunity characteristic of the 4-4-2 formation. Yet, perhaps due to a prolonged absence from shooting, the forwards squandered this golden chance by striking the crossbar instead of the open goal. A goal kick for Wolfsburg. Following the goal kick, the defender quickly passed the ball to Lucas, who advanced forward. At that moment, he noticed An Lan in the front line, signaling towards the opposing penalty area. Given Magdeburg's earlier offensive surge, the defenders had yet to retreat, leaving a vast expanse of open space behind. A pinpoint strike. Lucas immediately understood. He feigned a few touches before pushing the ball forward, taking a couple steps to adjust before unleashing a long-range shot, aiming for the periphery of the opponent's penalty area. Just as Lucas struck the ball, An Lan suddenly launched into action. He sprinted fiercely towards Magdeburg's backline, racing as if competing with the ball soaring through the sky, like a bolt of lightning. "Remarkable," Paul shouted from the sidelines, clenching his fist tightly. He watched as An Lan whizzed past him, the rush of air brushing against Paul's face, his slick hair remaining undisturbed. While the Magdeburg midfielders and defenders were still retreating, An Lan surged forward with all his might. He caught up. At the edge of the penalty area, the ball descended. Faced with the advancing goalkeeper, An Lan leaped and gently nudged the ball with his head, skillfully separating himself from a ball. His speed unwavering, he maneuvered around the Magdeburg goalkeeper and pursued the descending ball, making a slight adjustment before raising his right foot to strike. 1-0. Incredible. The bewildered Magdeburg goalkeeper found himself at a loss as he turned to witness the football lying quietly in the net, momentarily forgetting the events that had just transpired. On the sidelines, Bauer, witnessing this, erupted with excitement, vigorously pumping his fist in the air. Incredible. An Lan is truly remarkable. This expression, learned from An Lan, translates to impressive in German. The sheer, unreasonable speed, the sudden pinpoint explosion, a flawless execution, a cold, calculated strike into the goal. Such is the destructive power of a pacey forward. An Lan is a born assassin. Bauer embraced the assistant coach in celebration, who jestingly remarked, "Have we acquired our own Owen?" He was as swift as the wind just now. "Owen?" Bauer paused, hastily reaching for his pocket, only to realize he had forgotten his phone, suddenly recalling that a match was in progress. Once the game concluded, he would immediately call Maggath to inquire about the contract under which An Lan had been brought to the team. The assistant coach nodded in agreement. In 2008, if one were to inquire about the most sought-after player, the answer would be singular: the pacey winger. These speedy flank players possess a striking visual impact, embodying a romantic sense of individual heroism that easily attracts fans. Thus, in Europe's renowned clubs, Porto, Benfica, Dortmund, upon discovering promising young wingers, they would focus on their development. A standout performance in a single match could inflate a young player's market value exponentially, acquiring low and selling high, reaping substantial profits. With the speed demonstrated moments ago and the composed finishing, Bauer knew that if they waited until An Lan joined a Bundesliga first team to negotiate a contract, it would be too late. Chapter 18. A game that shatters your resolve. Meanwhile, witnessing the young lad from Dragon Country, who effortlessly sprinted the length of the pitch to score, the Magdeburg head coach was left dumbfounded. The speed was astonishing. Are we merely a youth training league? Have you summoned Michael Owen? This is nothing short of bullying. As he internally lamented, the Magdeburg coach felt a pang of envy. Who would he desire a young talent with such exquisite shooting and astonishing speed? Gazing at An Lan, celebrating with his teammates, the coach suddenly drifted into a daydream. He refrained from instructing his players to alter their formation. From the face of a one-goal deficit, defense held no purpose. Whether conceding 1 goal or 10, defeat remained defeat. They had no choice but to engage in an offensive battle. Yet, the Magdeburg coach had barely recovered from the shock of the first goal when the second one arrived. Once again, it was An Lan. His right foot may be his weaker one, but Owen was not. Thus, after utilizing the Owen Peak experience card, he is capable of shooting with both feet within the penalty area. Following a successful interception in his own midfield, Lucas distributed the ball to An Lan. As An Lan confronted the defensive player, he surged forward, his speed and explosiveness serving as his greatest assets. With just a subtle change of direction, he effortlessly slipped past the defender. Once past, An Lan found himself on a clear path, and the Magdeburg defender, realizing he was about to breach the penalty area, hastily reached out in an attempt to foul him by tugging at his jersey. However, the defender soon realized that the distance between him and An Lan was only widening. An unfathomable overtaking maneuver. For An Lan, as long as he is granted the opportunity to play, breaking into one of the top 5 leagues would require no more than 150 days. Confronted by an advancing goalkeeper, An Lan smiled, executing a feint that deceived the keeper before deftly slotting the ball into the net. 2-0. After scoring, An Lan did not celebrate as he had the first time. Instead, he ran to retrieve the ball from the opposing goal. This scene left everyone present in shock. What do you mean by that? Are you humiliating us? The Magdeburg goalkeeper exclaimed, gripping An Lan's arm in fury. Other Magdeburg players gathered around, casting menacing glances at An Lan. Seeing this, Lucas rushed over, pushing aside the Magdeburg players to shield An Lan, standing defiantly against their captain. Keep your distance from our forward, you sieve. A sieve? And what makes you any better? At 19, still playing in youth training matches? Fuck, aren't you playing as well? Huh, my family is wealthy. What do you have? 2 older brothers working to support you? The Magdeburg captain's words struck Lucas deeply. For him, playing football was a passion. For An Lan, it was a matter of survival. How could one even compare the two? Just as Lucas was about to lose his composure from the provocation, a cold voice pierced through the tension. He has me. An Lan stepped forward, gazing at the referee who had approached him, and uttered 4 concise words to the captain of the Magdeburg U19 team. 6 more to go. With that, he disregarded the shoving from those around him. Cradling the ball in one hand, he guided Lucas back to the center of the field with the other. The root of the incident lay in An Lan's misjudgment, in his eagerness to complete his task within the limited span of 45 minutes. He overlooked that his aggressive pursuit of the ball was perceived as a provocation toward the opposing team. Initially, An Lan intended to apologize when he was held back, but upon witnessing the derisive remarks directed at Lucas by the affluent Magdeburg goalkeeper, he changed his mind. This match demanded 6 more goals. He needed 3 more goals, and so did Lucas. Thus, the ensuing gameplay was nothing short of brutal. After intercepting the ball, An Lan executed a series of maneuvers, dribbling, passing, lobbing, heading, and even bicycle kicks. Each goal he scored brimmed with creativity, as if the Magdeburg defenders had been ensnared by a spell of lethargy, utterly unable to keep pace with An Lan's explosive movements. The intensity of the match escalated, yet neither side dared to resort to excessively aggressive actions, for the coach on the sidelines wielded absolute authority. Among the players, only the Magdeburg goalkeeper could boast of affluence. The others aspired to a future in football and thus had to heed the coach's directives. Engaging in fights on the field or exhibiting reckless behavior would inevitably spell the end of their careers, as no team would welcome such detrimental players. Consequently, the beleaguered Magdeburg U19 youth team was subjected to a humiliating defeat at the hands of An Lan. The first half ended in a stalemate at 0-0, only for the second half to conclude with a staggering 9-0 scoreline. An Lan scored 5 goals, achieving a remarkable feat, while also providing 4 assists, thus claiming responsibility for all the goals. Lucas completed a hat trick. Another midfielder, Tony, netted a goal after receiving an assist from An Lan. It was a massacre. As the match concluded, the scoreboard mercilessly recorded the grim tally of slaughter. The home team led, while the visitors trailed behind. The Magdeburg goalkeeper, who had previously dismissed the game as mere play, now gazed vacantly, having conceded 9 goals. Any goalkeeper who endures such a barrage in a single half would likely experience a collapse of spirit. Upon seeing An Lan approach, a flicker of fear crossed his eyes, prompting him to instinctively take 2 steps back. Observing this, the Magdeburg players hurriedly converged around him. "You, lad from Dragon Country, what are you planning? Do not act recklessly," shouted the Magdeburg captain, positioning himself to block An Lan. An Lan smiled as he regarded the wary players of Magdeburg and remarked, "Rest assured, matters on the field shall be resolved upon the field. I have come because the words spoken during the match were left unfinished." Lucas, who had already approached the sidelines, turned back only to discover An Lan encircled by opposing players. Fury surged within him, as he presumed that the other side could not handle the heat, and hurriedly rushed over with his teammates. However, upon closer inspection, he realized there was no brawl taking place. He also overheard words that would resonate throughout his future. "Do you look down upon Lucas? Do you treat football as mere play? With my guidance, Lucas shall ascend to the first team and emerge as a player in one of the top 5 leagues. Meanwhile, you will remain hidden behind your father, watching Lucas score goals on television. Oh, and it is I who will provide the assist." An Lan displayed a cruel smile upon his face, reminiscent of today. After speaking, he pushed aside the Magdeburg players obstructing his path, only to find himself confronted by the players from Wolfsburg outside. And warmth enveloped An Lan's heart as he turned to Lucas and said, "Let us proceed, my comrades." With that, he boldly took the lead. Lucas, his eyes reddened, closely followed behind An Lan. The other players of the Wolfsburg U19 team, witnessing this scene, exchanged laughter and banter, creating a harmonious atmosphere. After all, who wouldn't he admire such a formidable and selfless superstar forward? However, as they beheld An Lan's silhouette, The young lad from Magdeburg U19 were still haunted by a lingering fear. A mere 45-minute match had utterly shattered their confidence built over years. Just 45 minutes prior, they had believed themselves to be prodigies destined for a career in football. But now, in comparison to An Lan, the forwards felt utterly inept. The defenders, brushed aside by An Lan as if crossing a thoroughfare, questioned their own competence. The goalkeeper had already succumbed to tears, exclaiming he would rather pursue golf than continue with football. Alas, we have quite the task ahead of us tonight. We must console these young souls. On the sidelines, the Magdeburg coach observed the despondent expressions of his players and remarked with a smile to his assistant coach, "Nonetheless, it is a good thing. Those who endure this mental fortitude will ultimately progress, while those who cannot will be left behind." The assistant coach shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "In professional football, if one loses confidence and zeal after a single defeat, then what is the point of continuing? They might as well raise pigs." Chapter 19. The future Wolf King with a resounding victory. The Wolfsburg U19 team returned triumphant. The essence of competitive sports is victory, as long as one wins. Everything aligns perfectly. On the bus, although the lads were exhausted, their spirits soared with excitement. "Unbelievable, and you are simply not of this world," one exclaimed. "Indeed, I felt as though I was playing alongside Michael Owen." Another added, "You should have seen the defenders from Magdeburg. They trembled at the sight of An Lan advancing with the ball. Haha, that insolent rich heir will likely return home in tears tonight, begging his father to help him change careers." After an official match, everyone was thoroughly convinced of An Lan's prowess. He was not merely a fleeting talent. He was a super genius. Deep down, they understood that at 19, if one had yet to show promise, the future likely held only a place in the lower leagues. Those seeking fortune would have to venture to distant lands, perhaps to the United States or the Middle East, to play football. Essentially, they were a group of players cast aside by the top 5 leagues. They had never truly encountered a genius. 4 genuine prodigies are typically scouted by elite clubs by the age of 12 or 13, never lingering in U19 or U23 competitions. Thus, when they discovered that the young lad from the Dragon Kingdom was indeed that elusive genius, joy filled their hearts. Perhaps this was the most glorious moment of their entire footballing careers. I played alongside An Lan. An Lan remained oblivious to the thoughts of his teammates. A gentle smile gracing his lips as he observed their jubilant celebrations. Despite the remarkable achievement of scoring 5 goals, he felt a peculiar lack of excitement. After all, this was the peak era Michael Owen, a footballing prodigy, a 2-time Premier League top scorer, competing in the U19 training league. Wasn't that rather odd? Ultimately, the U19 league had ceased to satisfy his ambitions. It was time for him to ascend to the first team of Wolfsburg, to contest in the Bundesliga and the Champions League. That was a stage that truly belonged to An Lan. In the office of Wolfsburg, Maggath reflected upon his recent conversation with Paul, his mind swirling with disbelief. "Maggath, what kind of monster have you signed? This is Wolfsburg's Michael Owen. No, this is Ronaldo. The speed, the striking ability, the dribbling, the positioning. Truly extraordinary. In just one half, he scored 5 goals against the opposition and provided 4 assists. Now, review the contract you signed with him and draft a new one immediately. If we allow the Ronaldo of Wolfsburg to slip away, we shall be the guilty ones." Just moments ago, Paul had unleashed a torrent of words over the phone like a jet engine, his sole aim being to secure An Lan's future with the club. Lighting a cigar, Maggath pondered for a moment before retrieving a contract from his drawer for a meticulous review. The contract he had signed with An Lan was merely a standard youth training contract, covering accommodation and meals, yet it offered no salary. This was already quite a favorable arrangement. After all, the club could not invest in a player without expecting a return. Other players joining the youth team had to pay fees annually. Only once the club recognized a player's value would they consider amending the contract. Maggath's decision to waive tuition fees for An Lan indicated his optimism regarding the young talent. Of course, the buyout clause was also quite modest, set at a mere 10,000 euros. If he truly was the next Ronaldo, then indeed, a treasure had been unearthed. Maggath murmured to himself, his gaze drifting toward the first team training outside the window. The Bundesliga season had yet to commence, with the start date on August 16th. Furthermore, many key players were called back to their national teams for the World Cup qualifiers. Consequently, Wolfsburg was desperately in need of players, presenting an ideal opportunity to nurture new talent. Should he promote An Lan directly to the first team and allow him to participate in a few friendly matches? This thought suddenly emerged in Maggath's mind. spiraling into an avalanche of possibilities. After finishing his cigar, he made a decisive choice. Dialing Paul's number, Maggath stated unequivocally, "As you mentioned, An Lan is no longer suited for the youth team. I plan to elevate him to the first team for a few friendly matches. If his performance is indeed as exceptional as you claim, we shall immediately revise his contract." The intensity of the youth training team is starkly different from that of the first team. Many players who shine like stars in the youth ranks often fade into obscurity upon joining the first team. Therefore, Maggath does not hold the same high regard for An Lan's prospects in the first team as Bear does. What? You claim that An Lan previously played in the Dragon Country Super League, which is on par with the Bundesliga? Huh. That evening, Bear arrived at the dormitory to inform An Lan that he would be joining the first team the following day. Lucas, overhearing this news, was envious to the point of turning green with jealousy. However, he felt no resentment, but rather joy for An Lan. Any youth player would be thrilled at the prospect of being promoted to the first team. Yet, Bear noticed that An Lan exhibited no excitement whatsoever. Moreover, he added, "Boss, I have a request regarding my move to the first team." An Lan did not wait for Ball's response and immediately stated, "Most of the main players have gone to participate in the World Cup qualifiers. Why not bring the captain to the first team? After all, these 2 months are filled with friendly matches, and it would be beneficial for training." Observing Ball's displeased expression, it was evident that he was becoming increasingly irritated. An Lan hurriedly interjected, "Of course, if Lucas performs poorly, he can return at any time." Lucas, taken aback, could only respond with confusion. Upon hearing this, Paul's expression relaxed slightly. It is an absolute taboo for a youth player to bargain with their coach. Moreover, being promoted to the first team by the coach is a privilege, a favor. If one were to take advantage of that favor to demand more, such a player, regardless of their talent, would swiftly find themselves dismissed. Perhaps it would be better to draft a contract with a hefty penalty clause and consider transferring An Lan instead. Seeing that An Lan had angered the coach on his behalf, Lucas quickly spoke up to clarify, "Boss, it was like this. At that moment, the Magdeburg goalkeeper and I had a confrontation, and An Lan." Lucas clumsily explained, fearful that Paul's anger might prevent An Lan from moving up to the first team. He recounted An Lan's words from that encounter, hoping to shed light on the situation. Upon learning that An Lan was merely standing up for a teammate, Paul's furrowed brow began to ease. After a long pause, he scoffed, stating that one should refrain from making promises that they cannot uphold. Nonetheless, standing up for teammates is commendable. I will speak to Maggath about this. You two shall go together tomorrow. An Lan was overjoyed, rushing forward to embrace Bear, shaking him vigorously, nearly jostling his old bones apart. "Thank you, boss, thank you," he exclaimed. All right, stop shaking my waist." Bear, with an air of haughty pride, bore a smile. Yet his words were sharp. "Remember, if Lucas performs poorly and is sent back, you must cease your antics." Noticing Lucas grinning foolishly, An Lan gave him a kick. "What are you so happy about? Didn't you hear what the boss just said?" "Huh? Oh. Lucas snapped to attention, standing straight, promising, "Rest assured, boss. If I truly lacked the skill, I wouldn't dare linger in the first team. Indeed, you still possess potential. I hope you do not disappoint An Lan, nor your family." Bear nodded, patting the ever-dedicated youth team captain on the shoulder before turning to leave. In truth, even without An Lan's intercession, Bear had intended to grant Lucas an opportunity. However, since An Lan had made a commendable plea on his behalf, Bear was more than willing to extend a favor. After all, geniuses often enjoy certain privileges, and it is a devoted genius who can one day become the king of wolves. Chapter 20. Can you handle it, little pup? Once Bear departed, Lucas enveloped An Lan in a tight embrace, overwhelmed with emotion. Thank you, An Lan," he choked out. "Thank you for securing this opportunity for me. I will not let you down. You've misunderstood." An Lan, fearing that he might smear his snot on her clothes, hurriedly pushed him away, asserting that this opportunity was not one she had fought for on his behalf, but rather one he had earned for himself. If he failed to remain in the first team, the only person he would have to apologize to is himself. "Do not speak of fighting for me or for family. You, Lucas, must fight for yourself, for the dream of football." An Lan gazed at the tearful Lucas and inquired, "Do you understand?" "I understand," he replied. "All right, follow me." Half an hour later, inside the largest nightclub in Wolfsburg, Lucas observed An Lan dancing fervently in the pulsating crowd, his expression a tumultuous blend of emotions. Wishing he could slap himself. What happened to the dream of football? How had he ended up in a nightclub instead? An Lan too bears unspoken burdens. At the very moment when Lucas enveloped her in his embrace and wept, the system's task reverberated in her mind. After such a resounding victory, how could one not indulge in relaxation? A daily task has now been issued. Unity of appearance and essence. Task overview. By day, I am the king of wolves at Wolfsburg. By night, I reign as the king among the maidens. I must visit every nightclub in Wolfsburg. Before the commencement of the Bundesliga's first round, I am to check in at all the nightclubs in Wolfsburg. Current progress, 25. Task reward, explosiveness BEA. Although she was uncertain about the propriety of being a king of wolves by night, the allure of transforming her explosiveness from B to A was undeniably tempting. An Lan has indeed arrived. Upon seeing Lucas standing there in a daze, An Lan approached and shouted in his ear, "Now that you've come, what are you afraid of?" With that, he dove back into the dance floor, reveling in the rhythm. Lucas pondered for a moment and realized the wisdom in An Lan's words, particularly the sentiment of "now that you're here," which resonated with the philosophical essence of Langwa. No longer troubled, he surveyed the surrounding tall, alluring women and let out a wolf howl, joining their midst. At 3 a.m., two figures stealthily returned to their dormitory. They shed their alcohol-scented attire, washed up, and took a refreshing shower. Compared to their initial encounter, the two had become far more adept at navigating the evening's escapades, their confidence considerably bolstered. After tidying up, Lucas lay on the bed and smiled at An Lan, saying, "I truly envy you. You excel at football, are handsome, and know how to enjoy life. How'd you come up with that game of truth or dare? It was brilliant. I reckon each of those 6 girls kissed you at least a dozen times, and one even followed you to the restroom. Are you asleep?" At this moment, Lucas, still brimming with excitement, wished to glean some insights into An Lan's charming prowess. To his surprise, he was met with a chorus of snores. Turning over, he discovered that An Lan had indeed drifted off to sleep. "Well, fine. See you in the morning," he muttered internally, closing his eyes as well. On the other side, An Lan was far from slumbering. He simply wished to avoid Lucas's incessant chatter. Moreover, he had to tally up the rewards of the day. System, please calculate the task rewards. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary task. Windchild. The task rewards have been received. Would you like to initiate the random draw from all items? Yes. Drawing in progress. Draw complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the purple skill. Miracle of Strength. Miracle of Strength. When executing a long-range shot, there is a 10 chance to trigger a doubling of power and a direct shot into the corner effect. This skill can be activated once per match, with a cooldown of 1 match. Possession and control may not embody the romance of football. It is the long-range shot that does. With strength, miracles happen. Long-range shooting skill. An Lan, nestled within his blankets, clenched his fists in excitement. His speed was unparalleled, ranking among the elite even in the Bundesliga. However, apart from his velocity, his other statistics were rather modest. Just as he was contemplating this, the system's voice resonated once more. Ding! It has been detected that the host has acquired a strength-based skill, triggering a system upgrade. Star Player Experience Card Beta Version, Star Player Experience Card Beta Version 2. 0. 4-dimensional module activated. Upon hearing this, An Lan promptly opened his personal panel. Name, An Lan. Age, 17 years and 107 days. Team, VfL Wolfsburg U19 Youth Training Team. Position, forward dribbling, B shooting, B explosiveness, B speed. A strength, C stamina, C football intelligence. A mentality, a skill, miracle shot, purple, honors. Chinese Super League top scorer, 2. Best scorer at the U20 World Cup overall evaluation. A lower-tier horse endowed with exceptional speed, possessing only AC in strength, akin to a frail dog. Long-term mission. Journey across the ocean to shine. Mission brief. The host is requested to return to professional football and secure a starting position in one of the 5 major leagues. Mission deadline. 142 days remaining time-limited mission. Consistency in appearance and essence. Mission brief. Before the commencement of the Bundesliga's first round, visit all the nightclubs in Wolfsburg. Current progress, 25 mission reward. Explosiveness BA. Upon seeing his evaluation, An Lan gritted his teeth in indignation. "You're the frail dog. Your entire family are frail dogs," he exclaimed. "I am merely 17 years old, still in my developmental stage. How can my strength possibly be rated as A?" He had hoped that with his dribbling improving from C to B, the system would revise its assessment of him. Instead, it only intensified the humiliation he felt. An Lan's anger was palpable, but after a moment of calm, he turned his attention to the attributes that had just been activated. The concepts of strength and stamina were easily comprehensible, and An Lan had a general understanding of basketball intelligence, which pertained to positioning and seizing opportunities. However, what did spirit signify? Before he could voice his inquiry, the system preemptively provided an explanation. Spirit refers to the host's resilience in the face of adversity, determination in the presence of injury, an indomitable will when confronted with failure. How enlightening! An Lan understood that, in contrast to the universally improvable attributes of strength and physicality, basketball intelligence and mental fortitude are rather enigmatic qualities. Basketball intelligence can be regarded as a player's innate talent, which determines the ceiling of their potential. If a gifted player encounters an exceptional coach during their prime years, that prodigious talent will experience rapid development, a phenomenon often referred to as the growth period. An Lan's current basketball intelligence is at level A, placing him among the ranks of elite players. Whether he can ascend to level S in the future largely depends on the guidance provided by his coach and his own ability to comprehend the game. The same principle applies to his mentality. An Lan, having risen from the ashes of his family's downfall in Longwa through the sport of football, now found himself amidst a cadre of affluent young men who could effortlessly join his team with their wealth. Despite being undeniably superior to them, he often struggled to secure a starting position. His unwavering commitment to football in such an environment speaks volumes about his indomitable spirit. Surely, achieving an A grade is not unreasonable. With a resolute mind, An Lan closed his personal panel and made a decision. From the morrow, he would intensify his strength and endurance training. Before embarking on his journey in the Bundesliga, he aimed to elevate his physical prowess to at least AB level. How dare they label him a weakling? A man must never be regarded as such. Chapter 21. Across the ocean as An Lan and Lucas drifted into the realm of dreams, the lights in the Wolfsburg first team building remained aglow. In the head coach's office, Maggath fixated on the computer screen, showcasing An Lan's ball-handling skills, rubbing his tired eyes as the ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts. Exhaling deeply, he ignited the last cigarette from the pack and stretched languorously. Indeed, An Lan was a prodigy. His speed had markedly improved. His positioning remained as incisive as ever. And even his dribbling had seen astonishing progress. Maggath had spent the night analyzing the match footage of Wolfsburg U19 versus Magdeburg U19, and he discerned that An Lan's advancement was nothing short of inexplicable. His performance metrics were akin to those of a different individual compared to the data from just days prior in Longwa. Perhaps this is what true genius embodies. Having never coached a genuine talent before, Maggath could only attribute An Lan's remarkable growth to his innate gifts. The following morning, An Lan and Lucas packed their belongings. Teammates gathered to bid them farewell, their eyes brimming with envy. An Lan had only been there for a few days, and his bond with most of the players was not particularly profound. Upon learning of his departure, everyone merely nodded and smiled in acknowledgement. However, Lucas was different. He was intimately familiar with every blade of grass in the youth training facility. After embracing each of his comrades who had fought alongside him, he solemnly handed his captain's armband to the vice-captain, saying with reluctance, "From now on, you shall be the captain of the team. You must shoulder this responsibility. Everyone must strive forward. An Lan and I will be waiting for you in the first team." Hearing his words of encouragement, the other players could only smile in response. At just 19 years old, Owen had already become the top scorer in the Premier League, and at 21, he had been crowned the Footballer of the Year. Yet, for them, U19 and U23, they were still part of the youth team, essentially distanced from the mainstays of the top 5 leagues. Such as football, a game that first speaks of talent and then of hard work. As Lucas sat in the vehicle heading to the first team, watching the youth training base recede into the distance, he clenched his fists. I will, without a doubt, never return again. He had finally seized this opportunity and vowed to secure a formal contract, ensuring a better life for his family. Beside him, An Lan rested with his eyes closed, his mind focused on elevating his strength and stamina to AB level. 40 minutes later, they arrived at the first team's training base. To their astonishment, Maggath himself was there to greet them at the entrance. "Oh, my little genius, I didn't expect to see you so soon again. And Lucas, are you ready?" An Lan smiled softly, choosing not to respond. Lucas, on the other hand, was visibly anxious, his face flushed as he stumbled over his words. Maggath led the two towards the dormitory, conversing as they walked. "Currently, we are in the midst of the World Cup qualifiers, and many of our key players have been called up to their national teams. This is not particularly favorable for the club, as excessive matches may lead to injuries among several players. However, for you young talents, this presents the finest opportunity. Make sure to seize it." Upon reaching the dormitory and settling in their belongings, An Lan and Lucas found themselves sharing the same room once more. This season, Wolfsburg was determined to vie for the championship, and had significantly bolstered its roster. While Maggath spoke of opportunities, the internal competition was undeniably fierce. After ensuring An Lan and Lucas were comfortably settled, Maggath promptly returned to his office to convene a meeting with the assistant and deputy coaches. The unexpected arrival of An Lan had placed him in a delightful quandary. In the office, there was no denying An Lan's prodigious talent. This was beyond question. Yet, given our current squad, his chances of playing would require competition against others, a rather unjust scenario for a mere 17-year-old. Maggath initiated a discussion, inviting the deputy and assistant coaches to share their thoughts. The deputy coach spoke up without hesitation. "We possess the strength to contend for the title this season. It would be wise to place An Lan in the reserve team for further development." "I concur," added the assistant coach. "Even the most gifted players require nurturing. The first team clearly offers limited opportunities for his growth." Another assistant coach, holding the team roster, remarked, "This season, we have Zeko, along with Graphite, who we acquired for $8 million last year, and he scored 11 goals last season. He is poised for a breakout this year." Another assistant chimed in, "And we cannot overlook Misimovic. He has developed a remarkable synergy with both Zeko and Graphite. Fans on the team website have dubbed them the triumvirate of Wolfsburg. If we let An Lan start, I fear the outcome may not surpass what these three can achieve." Listening to the discussion, Maggath found himself somewhat swayed. The uncertainty of nurturing a future star paled in comparison to the immediate opportunity to contend for the championship. A far more enticing proposition. Yet, reflecting on the journey of bringing that black-haired youth from the Dragon Country to the land of chariots, and recognizing the boy's undeniable talent, Maggath resolved to observe further. "When is our next friendly match?" he inquired. The assistant coach promptly retrieved the necessary documents and responded after a brief search. "July 5th, against Rubik from the region of Da." Maggath, after a moment's contemplation, declared, "As Zeko and the others have yet to return, let us include An Lan in the starting lineup for training and allow him to participate in a few friendly matches. If he continues to excel in the first team, even if he currently falls short of Zeko and Graphite, he deserves the opportunity. After all, this is the prodigy nurtured by Wolfsburg itself." Once the head coach made a decisive statement, the others refrained from voicing their opinions. However, throughout the discussion, they never mentioned Lucas, who had joined the first team alongside An Lan. On the other side of the ocean, in the Dragon Kingdom's Electric Speed Forum, the match of Wolfsburg U19 had long concluded. Yet the chat room remained abuzz with excitement. Gazing at the staggering score of 9-0 displayed on the scoreboard, everyone was filled with fervor. "Collect, collect, collect. An Lan is forever a deity. Tomorrow I'm picking up my car. I've been following him relentlessly. An Lan is undoubtedly the king of football, right? To hell with it. What a sham. It's utterly disgusting. Dragon's golden boot at the U20 World Cup, playing in youth training matches? Have you no shame? To the one above. Did you die? An Lan was banned by the Football Association, and now he's thriving abroad. Angering you? Let him play. From now on, I'll keep my eyes on Wolfsburg's youth training, following An Lan all the way to the first team. Brothers, I just came from the forum. Did An Lan really play a match? Yes, he scored 5 goals and assisted 4, leaving the kids from Magdeburg in tears. A group of gamblers expressed their emotions while spreading the news of An Lan's performance in the Dragon Kingdom's U19 team across other forums. Soon, clips and highlight videos of the match circulated online. With powerful shots, delicate chips, precise flicks, and headers, An Lan seemed to possess boundless talent. While the national team faltered and An Lan faced a ban from the Football Association, he excelled, achieving 5 goals and 4 assists. Instantly, headlines across all major forums were dominated by An Lan. In the dead of night, the newly appointed leader of the national team, Dan, was awakened by a phone call. Annoyed, he answered, intending to scold the caller, only to be stunned by the furious voice on the other end. "How dare you sleep peacefully? Are you unaware of what is happening online? Get up and check the news on all major forums. If that little rascal An Lan makes a name for himself abroad, we might never have peace again. I expect to hear your strategies by tomorrow morning, or you're out." 30 minutes later, Dan sat before his computer, watching highlights of An Lan's match, resigned as he lit a cigarette. He had just assumed his position, thinking that with An Lan gone, he could profit handsomely. Yet, despite being across the ocean, the troublemaker was still causing chaos, refusing to allow anyone a moment's respite. Why do you possess such extraordinary talent? The national team cannot allow someone so remarkable to exist. Dan cursed under his breath, then picked up the phone to call Yang Jiao, the editor-in-chief of a football newspaper. Yang Jiao served as an official mouthpiece, and during the nascent stages of the domestic internet and self-media, the press held considerable weight. As the call connected, Go Dan transformed into the antagonist, ready to unleash his wrath. How dare you still have the audacity to sleep? At your age, I could hardly find rest. Wake up and check the news online. Report to the FA Center by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. After venting his frustrations, Go Dan felt somewhat relieved, yet he was utterly unable to sleep. He earnestly rewatched An Lan's highlights. From an objective standpoint, An Lan is undoubtedly a prodigy. Such a remarkable talent has never emerged in the realm of Dragon Country football. However, one's position often dictates one's perspective, regardless of An Lan's genius. Their objective is to diminish his influence as much as possible. Otherwise, it is foreseeable that every time An Lan shines, their association will be subjected to further scrutiny. An Lan does not fade away, and as the captain, he will never find peace. The following morning, as Go Dan, sporting panda eyes, drove to the Football Association Center, Yang Diao, the editor-in-chief of the football newspaper, had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. Captain Go, have you devised a solution? Yang Diao stepped forward, handing over the breakfast he had purchased through the car window. Go Dan cast a grateful glance at him, and the two quickly devoured their meal before heading straight for the FA building. Inside the office, the middle-aged man seated in the boss's chair remarked, "It seems you have come up with a plan." Noticing Yang Jiao's presence, he addressed Go Dan in a nonchalant manner. Indeed, leader. I scarcely slept last night, but I've finally thought of a resolution." Go Dan nodded eagerly, producing a cigarette to respectfully offer to the middle-aged man before continuing. "It is true that we cannot stifle An Lan's development within the war chariot nation. However, I believe he is not as extraordinary as he appears." "Oh." The middle-aged man raised an eyebrow, signaling him to elaborate. After all, An Lan was previously the top scorer in Long Chow and even the Golden Boot winner at the U20 World Cup. His talent is undeniable, Go Dan explained. Thus, his dominance in the U19 training matches is quite reasonable. The U19 competition is merely a contest among youngsters, akin to street football. So rest assured, such statistics are unlikely to recur. I anticipate that An Lan will soon be promoted to the first team at Wolfsburg. Once in the first team, he will hardly stir up any waves. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "And you summoned Yang Jiao for what purpose?" "Ah, your insight is remarkable, leader. You quickly discern my intentions." Go Dan promptly replied, "Even if we cannot contain him, we must diminish his prominence domestically. The significance of U19 matches is rather low. So I believe it is essential to inform fans nationwide that An Lan's achievements are merely a byproduct of a professional player engaging in youth football." "Indeed," the captain exclaimed, aligning his thoughts with Go Dan's. At that moment, Yang Jiao, now understanding Go Dan's intentions, eagerly added, "I will instruct my team to write a few articles on U19 to temper the excitement surrounding An Lan. What is there to be proud of for a top scorer from Long Chow competing in youth training matches?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's furrowed brow finally relaxed, and a smile spread across his face. He tossed the cigarettes from his desk into Go Dan's lap, chuckling, "You truly have a plethora of clever ideas. Let us sit down and discuss further." "Ah, leader, I have arranged some tasks for tonight. There will be plenty of entertainment." Go Dan, with a bright smile, swiftly produced 3 cigarettes and respectfully returned the cigarette case. Observing this, Yang Jiao hurriedly retrieved his lighter, first lighting the cigarette for the middle-aged man before igniting his own. Upon hearing of evening arrangements, the middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with interest. Inside the office, as a series of risque jokes echoed, the atmosphere filled with merriment once more. That afternoon, a dozen newspapers, led by the Football Daily, simultaneously released special editions. Chinese prodigy shines in the Dachshing U19? Let us first examine the credibility of the Dachshing U19. Overseas talent scores 5 goals and provides 4 assists in a single match. Experts claim the Dachshing matches are akin to amateur games. Who is exploiting amateur matches to market overseas talents? Beware of domestic sales masquerading as exports. We can cultivate our own geniuses. The headlines varied widely, yet the essence remained singular. The achievements of An Lan, with 5 goals and 4 assists, were deemed unworthy of celebration, as the Dachshing matches were indistinguishable from amateur contests. It must be said, this tactic proved remarkably effective. Following the newspaper's release, the fervor surrounding An Lan swiftly diminished. The trending topics and forums reverted to the familiar title that surfaces every 4 years. No regrets, fight until the end. The match against the Kangaroo Nation on June 22nd aimed to defend the glory of the national football team. Such audacity, with a record of 1 draw and 2 losses, amounting to 3 winless matches, and facing numerous injuries and failures. The bravado was indeed striking. An Lan remained oblivious to the tumult within the domestic sphere. Upon joining the first team, he immersed himself in training each day. Following the team's regular practice sessions, he would retreat to the gym to further hone his skills. For someone like him, who had already been quantified, strength and stamina were the only attributes that could be enhanced through sheer effort. Thus, An Lan worked diligently, determined not to be relegated to a mere supporting role. However, his teammates regarded him with a measure of disdain, as his performances in recent intra-squad practice matches had not been particularly remarkable. Aside from his commendable speed, his overall performance was nothing short of mediocre, leading to speculation regarding the legitimacy of his presence on the team. The root of this predicament lay in the fact that the Star Experience card system had yet to be activated. According to the system's explanation, aside from the initial practice match, which served as a novice benefit, subsequent intra-squad matches were not deemed official contests and, therefore, could not activate the Star Experience card. An Lan's dismal performance in the training match did not escape Maggath's notice. However, he was not particularly disheartened. This was because he sensed that An Lan was once again concealing his true abilities. As a fellow countryman from the land of war chariots, he could not fathom why An Lan chose to hide his strength, and when he inquired, An Lan remained reticent. Ultimately, Maggath could only attribute An Lan's lackluster showing to the peculiar habits of those from the Dragon Nation, who often prefer to keep their cards close to their chest. In stark contrast, Lucas, who joined the first team alongside An Lan, quickly garnered the affection of his peers. This fondness, however, did not stem from his prowess on the field, but rather from his status as a newcomer, necessitating that he tend to the needs of others by carrying their shoes, bags, and running errands. An Lan is a prodigy under the careful protection of Maggath, and no one dares to provoke him. In contrast, Lucas toils diligently, enduring teasing without complaint, and trains with remarkable dedication. Compared to the ineffectual talent of An Lan, it is evident that Lucas embodies the true essence of a promising newcomer. Consequently, after a week of initiation, the players gradually embraced Lucas, occasionally offering him guidance during training, leading to his swift improvement, something even Lucas could not have anticipated. Upon joining the first team, he found himself far more popular than An Lan. Chapter 23. The week do not belong in the first team days passed amidst relentless training. Following another practice match, Benalio, the captain of Wolfsburg and the team's goalkeeper, beckoned An Lan over. A Swiss national, his composed demeanor and fair attitude earned him the respect of his teammates, solidifying his role as captain. "And I think we need to have a talk," Benalio said, waving away the other players as he walked alongside An Lan around the pitch. "I know that Coach Maggath holds you in high regard, having brought you from the Dragon Country to the Chariot Nation and promoting you to the first team after just 1 match with the youth squad. I trust his judgment. But may I ask why your performance in the practice match was less than satisfactory?" With a reassuring arm around An Lan's shoulder, Benalio's voice resonated with a deep concern. For a typical young player, such an exchange could be quite moving. However, An Lan discerned that in those brief statements, this mature captain had shifted the focus away from the head coach, directing all scrutiny toward himself. If Maggath had indeed made a wise choice, then whose fault was it that An Lan's performance in the practice match was so poor? Noticing An Lan's silence, Benalio continued, "We hope for the emergence of a talented player, but after several practice matches, your performance has not garnered support. The team holds significant reservations about you. They believe you intend to seize a starting position while Zeko and Graphite are away on national duty." Upon hearing Benalio's candid remarks, An Lan understood the underlying sentiment. He had sensed the lack of camaraderie from his teammates, realizing it stemmed from their loyalty to their absent colleagues, fearing he might usurp their places. Admittedly, his performances in the practice matches had not been commendable. Without the aid of a star player experience card, his physical attributes were limited, speed rated at A, while strength and stamina languished at a dismal C. This disparity led to frequent struggles and confrontations, often resulting in lost possession. Nevertheless, An Lan remained unfazed. He was confident that a single friendly match could alter his teammates' perceptions of him. Yet, he understood the necessity of expressing his commitment. After carefully formulating his thoughts, An Lan replied, "Captain, I appreciate your candid conversation. I will not offer excuses for my performance in the practice match, but I can assure you of one thing. If I perform poorly in the friendly match against Rubik in 3 days, I shall request Coach Maggath to reassign me to the youth training team." Benalio was taken aback upon hearing this. He never anticipated that this young lad from Longwo would go to such lengths. It is important to note that being sent back from the first team to the U squad is indeed a matter of great shame. That's not what I meant, and I am. I understand, Captain. This is my own decision. An Lan interrupted his explanation, a playful smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "Rest assured, I shall not divulge this matter to the coach. After all, the weak do not deserve a place in the first team, do they?" With that, she patted Benalio's arm and turned towards the gym. Watching her somewhat slender silhouette retreat, Benalio felt a flush of color rise to his cheeks. He pondered various retorts, hoping to dissuade An Lan from her course of action. He had anticipated that deceiving a young player would be a simple endeavor, only to realize that he had been seen through from the very beginning. Fortunately, the outcome was still favorable. He instinctively believed that this was merely a young person's rebelliousness. After all, could a player who performed modestly in practice suddenly excel? This isn't some FFA game. Such notions are preposterous. Shaking his head, Benalio made his way back to the dormitory, eager to share this good news with his teammates. Meanwhile, in the gym, An Lan reflected on her earlier conversation with the team captain, a wry smile of resignation appearing on her face. She sensed the indifference of the first-team players towards her. After all, she was merely an unexpected prodigy who, upon joining the training, might turn out to be a disappointment, and that displeased everyone. Given such a performance, it was difficult for others not to suspect her connections. Lucas, that lad, seemed to be faring well, but she detested the notion of being bullied before being accepted into their ranks. As for prejudice, it would surely transform into respect following the friendly matches. An Lan gazed at his somewhat emaciated figure in the mirror, and his expression shifted dramatically. "A skinny dog? You are the real skinny dog." He cursed the system while gritting his teeth and venting his frustrations on the gym equipment. It was unclear what Benalio communicated to the others upon his return, but in the ensuing days of training, the other team members noticeably toned down their demeanor. They no longer exhibited overt resistance towards An Lan. Instead, their expressions conveyed an anticipation for the unfolding drama. After more than a month, they had come to regard An Lan as nothing more than a complete failure. Soon, July 5th arrived. The bus emblazoned with the Wolfsburg logo slowly departed from the training base, destined for an away match against the lower-tier team, Lübeck, in a friendly encounter. Lübeck, a football team from the northern region of Germany, thrived in a culture steeped in the sport. Their passion for football was a lifelong devotion. Even in a small town of 20 or 30,000 inhabitants, there existed a team to call their own. Following Wolfsburg's disheartening 2-4 defeat against Dortmund on May 17th, the team had not played a match for over 2 months. Thus, Maggath's choice of opponent was not merely to dominate, but rather aimed at helping the players regain their form. Across the ocean, in the Dragon Kingdom, as the night deepened, ordinary individuals had long succumbed to slumber, yet countless entranced gamblers remained wide awake. Over a month ago, after An Lan scored 9 goals in the U19 German Youth Training League, these gamblers had come to view him as a guiding light, a key to wealth. With An Lan on the field, they believed they could win big. Eagerly, they awaited the next match of Wolfsburg's U19 team, only to discover a few days later that An Lan's name was conspicuously absent from the roster. Where has An Lan gone? The gamblers are frantically searching. The power of the masses is indeed formidable. After an extensive search, a friend studying abroad in the land of war machines has provided the answer. An Lan has been promoted to the first team. This news instantly ignited a fervor within domestic football forums. How could the ascent of a prodigious talent from Longwa, who had only played 1 match for the U19s, not exhilarate fans across the nation? Consequently, An Lan once again dominated the trending searches for several days, while the Football Association faced relentless scrutiny. As anticipation grew, everyone eagerly awaited the match against Wolfsburg. Although it was merely a friendly against a regional amateur team, fervent Longwa netizens found various means to access video streams, setting alarms to ensure they wouldn't miss it. The gambler even made a special request to a friend to attend the match and provide live updates, sharing them in the increasingly popular An Lan forum on Tieba. Chapter 24. I stand before you, Chen Chong, a Longwa national studying in the land of the war chariots, is indeed a friend of the aforementioned gambler, more accurately, a high school classmate. When he received the request from his high school buddy, Chen was somewhat perplexed. Has Longwa football really risen to prominence in just 2 years since I left? After uncovering the details, he realized his initial excitement was misplaced. Well, Longwa football remained much the same, yet at least a prodigious player had emerged. Driven by curiosity, he ventured to the Wolfsburg U19 training center, only to learn that An Lan had already been elevated to the first team. This piqued Chin's interest, prompting him to conduct a search for An Lan's profile on Baidu. It was then he discovered that An Lan was indeed the Golden Boot winner from the Youth World Cup alongside Long Chao. Thus, on his day off, he drove with a camera to the home ground in Lübeck, eager to witness firsthand whether An Lan truly possessed such remarkable talent. Upon arrival, Chin was taken aback by the overwhelming crowd. For a mere friendly match, the turnout was astonishing. He had underestimated the fervor of the land of the war chariots populace for football. While Wolfsburg fans might not show much interest in a friendly against an amateur team, the Lübeck supporters were undeniably thrilled. Facing a Bundesliga team, even a weakened squad, and in a friendly context, provided them with ample excitement. After purchasing beer and popcorn, Chun followed the enthusiastic Lübeck fans into the stadium. Almost immediately, he spotted An Lan. On the pitch, the black-haired, yellow-skinned An Lan stood out strikingly among the sea of Europeans. An Lan, An Lan. Chun waved and shouted. At that moment, An Lan, warming up on the field, felt as though he had heard Chinese. Turning his head, he saw Chun waving and calling out to him. Indeed, a fellow compatriot from Longhua. An Lan was somewhat taken aback, yet she offered him a smile and raised her thumb in approval. Chin Chong felt invigorated and promptly activated the camera, posting an update in the domestic An Lan fan club. The live update read, Wolfsburg versus Lübeck, the young talent An Lan starts. He then captured several photos of the pitch and the warming up An Lan, sharing them in his post. On the field, as An Lan engaged in his warm-up, his mind was occupied with the tasks presented by the system. The moment he stepped onto the verdant grass of Lübeck Stadium, the Star Experience card system was activated. Ding! The system has detected that the host is about to commence the match. The Star Experience card system is now operational. Drawing cards. The card draw is complete. Congratulations, the host has drawn a star player, Eden D. Eco, Peak version, 24-hour experience card. Due to the host's youthful bravado and a wager with Captain Benalio, a temporary mission has been triggered. I stand before you. After 2 months of casual training matches, it's time for a serious friendly match, my friend. I stand before you. Tell me, how much do I resemble my former self? Mission requirements. Make the opponent weep and impress your teammates. Mission reward. 1 random draw for store item. Failure penalty. A disheartening return to U19 training. Alongside the activation of the hellish difficulty mission do not undermine the young and poor. An Lan. By heavens, do I resemble my former self? This system remains as irreverent as ever. As for the adage about not underestimating the youth, it is unnecessary. If life could be a smooth journey, no one would opt for the rugged path. Nonetheless, the Peak Experience card provided this time is rather intriguing. Peak D. Eco. An Lan has indeed familiarized himself with this rival within the team. D. Eco, born in 1986, hails from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and at the age of 22, he is a burgeoning talent in the world of football. Last year, Maggath brought him from the Czech League to Wolfsburg for $4 million, where he made 28 appearances, scoring 8 goals and providing 7 assists, a commendable debut season in the Bundesliga. Typically, a player's prime age hovers around 27 or 28, meaning he is not yet at his peak. Thus, the system granting him the Peak D Eco Experience card will undoubtedly allow An Lan to gain a deeper understanding of his competitor's prowess. What level does Peak D Eco represent? An Lan, without a moment's hesitation, activated the Experience card. The instant it vanished, a spark ignited within him, prompting an inward call. System, display my personal attribute panel. Name, Zeko. Age, 23. Team, Wolfsburg. Position, forward dribbling, B shooting, A explosive power, A speed, B strength, B stamina, A football intelligence, A mentality, B. Upon witnessing the attribute panel transform into Zeko's, An Lan revealed a knowing smile. However, he was soon taken aback, for Zeko's career pinnacle was astonishingly yet to come, a year hence. Could it be that another fallen genius lay before him? If this were the case, did it imply that this season marked his zenith? Realizing that his rival was about to ascend to the peak of his career ignited a sense of exhilaration within An Lan, rather than fear. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Though merely a friendly match, the proceedings were conducted with utmost formality. The commentator passionately announced the starting lineup. Rubik's team adopted a 4-1-3-2 formation, demonstrating respect for Wolfsburg while retaining their offensive vigor. Maggath, on the other hand, opted for a 4-4-2 formation, featuring dual strikers and wingers in tandem. Aware of the discontent regarding An Lan's performance among many players, Maggath had previously issued a directive in the locker room before the match. The four midfielders were tasked with creating opportunities for An Lan, and factional play was strictly prohibited during the game. Although the team members refrained from voicing dissent, they inwardly scoffed at the coach's narrow-mindedness. After hearing Bernalio's conveyed words, they had never intended to isolate An Lan on the field. After all, such a lackluster player, even if granted an opportunity, would ultimately scurry back to the youth academy. What difference would it make to provide ammunition to this Dragon Country kid? They anticipated his true self would soon be revealed. Chapter 25. How much do I resemble my former self? The match commenced, with Wolfsburg taking the kickoff. Upon hearing the whistle, An Lan chose not to break through, but instead passed the ball to Lucas behind him. In this match, Maggath treated all players equally, granting Lucas a chance to start. Zeko, standing an impressive height of 192 centimeters, possessed a tall physique that belied any clumsiness. Although he was not the type of forward known for dribbling past opponents, he excelled at making incisive runs into the box. His role was primarily that of a stationary center forward, in stark contrast to the lightning-quick An Lan on the flanks. Thus, after passing to Lucas, An Lan surged forward into the attacking third, poised for an opportunity. Upon receiving the ball, Lucas was immediately pressured by Lubbock, the attacking midfielder, who charged forward with intent. While Wolfsburg approached this game as a warm-up to find their rhythm, Lubbock was fervently determined to secure victory. The stadium was filled with their supporters. Seeing the opposition's frantic pressure, Lucas quickly shifted the ball to the right side, finding Misimovic. Clad in Wolfsburg's number 10 jersey, Misimovic was the team's linchpin and midfield dynamo. Like Zeko, he shared the same Polish heritage, which colored his perception of An Lan, who had intrusively inserted himself into the competition with his compatriot. Misimovic regarded An Lan with the utmost disdain within the team. After receiving Lucas's pass, he glanced at the advancing An Lan and felt a smirk arise within him. Competing with Zeko? Do you possess the requisite skill? Nevertheless, I shall not undermine you. I will merely allow you to understand the chasm that separates you from Zeko. Instead of continuing the pass, he advanced with the ball. Unlike Lucas, Misimovic, faced with the pressure from Lubbock's players, demonstrated his seasoned experience by executing a feint that deceived the opponent, then accelerated forward. Observing Misimovic's increased pace, An Lan also began sprinting down the left flank, moving towards the opponent's penalty area. However, as Misimovic noticed An Lan's positioning, a shock coursed through him. Why are you wearing a shirt that resembles Pinroo's? Ugh, why do you run in such a similar manner to Zeko? There was no time for hesitation. Upon reaching the edge of the opponent's penalty area and seeing An Lan signaling for the ball, Misimovic delivered a pass with surgical precision, a perfectly executed through ball. The football glided along the ground, deftly navigating between the bodies of two defenders. An Lan suddenly surged forward, deftly evading the defenders beside him, and charged directly into the Rubik's box. Without taking a moment to adjust, he lifted his foot and struck. Observing the synergy between An Lan and Misimovic, Maggath initially felt a flicker of joy. However, as he witnessed An Lan's unhesitant shot, a wave of anxiety washed over him, and his brow furrowed. Though he had faith in An Lan's abilities and suspected he was merely concealing his true potential, the dismal performance over the past 2 months during training matches had begun to sow seeds of doubt in Maggath's mind. Was An Lan's urgency misplaced? The defenders had not yet caught up. He clearly had ample time to refine his shot. Could it be that his previous displays were nothing more than a fleeting illusion? Yet, in the following moment, both Maggath and his coaching staff, along with the players from Wolfsburg on the field, were left utterly astonished. An unyielding strike from An Lan, his posture as picturesque as a painting, sent the football veering in an instant. Such a shot demands unwavering confidence in one's skills. The ball did not soar aimlessly. Instead, it was struck with exceptional precision, heading straight towards the lower right corner of the goal, an exquisite ground shot. Behind him, Misimovic's eyes widened, captivated by An Lan's graceful silhouette and the ball's trajectory toward the unreachable corner. In response to such a continuous strike, the goalkeeper of Rubik had no time to react. In truth, no goalkeeper would have had the luxury of time to respond. He merely perceived a fleeting white shadow darting past his left, and instinctively turned his head, only to witness the ball plummeting from a net. Was this truly a friendly match? The Rubik goalkeeper murmured in disbelief. After scoring, An Lan nonchalantly approached Misimovic, patting the shoulder of the number 10 and giving him a thumbs up. Misai, that was a splendid pass. Misimovic, momentarily taken aback, realized too late that An Lan was already embracing Lucas. What a magnificent goal, brother! Lucas exclaimed joyfully. As he gradually integrated into the first team, he undoubtedly hoped that his exceptionally talented comrade from their youth training days would also find his footing. After all, they shared a bond forged in late-night escapades. On the sidelines, Chen Chong was exuberant in the stands. He promptly uploaded the news of An Lan's goal to a domestic forum, accompanied by a live commentary. Chen Chong is not Lin Chong. 8 minutes into the match, An Lan receives a pass from midfield and strikes without letting the ball touch the ground. Goal. Chen Chong is not Lin Chong. Absolutely stunning. My friends, that was extraordinary. I will upload the video after the match concludes. Observing An Lan's goal without any of his teammates rushing to celebrate. Save for Lucas, he noted the captain, Benalio, crossing the field to high-five him. Well done. Perhaps we underestimated you? Perhaps. An Lan shrugged non-committally. Yet internally, he found himself in tacit agreement with the captain as they exchanged a high-five. The players from both teams once again positioned themselves at the center circle to commence the match. Rubik's players appeared somewhat disoriented following the early concession of a goal. After the forward made a back pass, their coordination seemed rather rigid, likely a result of their nervousness. An Lan, witnessing this scene, could not let the opportunity slip by. Seizing the moment, he rushed forward, executing a sliding tackle to intercept the ball, and then skillfully transferred it with a powerful kick to the right winger's position. With Zeko and Griffio absent, he was partnered with Eswain, who had just transferred from Kaiserslautern 4 days prior on July 1st. At a mere 18 years of age, Eswain was only a year older than An Lan. The presence of these two young forwards clearly indicated that Maggath's formation was indeed aimed at training and warm-up. Upon receiving the ball, Eswain charged forward, but the two defenders from Rubik swiftly approached to encircle him, initially intending to pass back. His peripheral vision caught sight of a figure advancing forward, none other than An Lan. Without a moment to ponder, Eswain's mind sparked with inspiration, and just before the defenders could close in, he flicked the ball with his toes. The football soared high, transforming into an arc that sailed over the heads of the two defenders. As An Lan made his entrance, he deftly controlled the ball with his chest, maintaining his speed as he surged towards the opponent's penalty area. The two defenders, hot on his heels, were unable to deter him. An Lan found himself in a one-on-one situation. Confronted by the indecisive and vociferous goalkeeper Lubik, An Lan's mind was as calm as still water. He executed a bicycle kick, causing the startled Lubik to leap in vain. With the goal gaping before him, An Lan effortlessly nudged the ball into the net, 2-0, without a shadow of doubt. Chapter 26. Conquering all at halftime, the bewildered Lubik stared at the rolling football beside him, seething with frustration. Rising to his feet, he shook his fists and shouted at his teammates, "Damn it, what are you all doing? Get your act together. Don't let the fact that he is just a 17-year-old let your guard down. He plays in the Bundesliga, while we are merely amateurs." His indignation stemmed from the principle of energy conservation. The more the opposing forward shone, the more incompetent he felt as a goalkeeper. Most importantly, his family and friend were watching. In a fit of exasperation, the flustered goalkeeper rallied the spirits of his defenders. "We can do this, Mike. We will mark him tightly." The two left-backs, revitalized, assured him. Meanwhile, the Wolfsburg players began to comprehend the situation. So this young lad was merely feigning naivety during the training matches? They mused, recognizing the cunning of this young man from the Dragon Kingdom. Benalio rushed over to celebrate with An Lan, accompanied by Lucas and the assist provider, Eswain. The 18-year-old Eswain, unburdened by ulterior motives, was a newcomer who, upon seeing the team's lead, promptly set aside any previous biases to join in the celebration with An Lan. Observing 3 players celebrating with An Lan, the others exchanged glances, and eventually, one by one, they approached to high-five him, uniting in the joy of the goal. On the field, talent reigned supreme. With An Lan's remarkable performance, they were willing to bury the hatchet. An Lan observed as everyone approached with smiles, and he did not put on airs. While expressing his gratitude, he exchanged high-fives with his teammates, which relieved the others. On the sidelines, Maggath witnessed this scene, and a smile crept onto his lips. "What a clever lad. I knew you were just pretending during training. If I hadn't been deceived by you back in the Dragon Kingdom, I might have fallen for it again." He now felt immense relief for having brought An Lan to the charioteers. A promising winger, he represented a splendid choice for both the team's utilization and potential financial gain through his development. In the stands, upon witnessing An Lan's goal once more, Chen Chong erupted with exuberant cheers. This outburst drew the ire of nearby Lubik fans. Realizing he was surrounded by hostile glares, Chen Chong sheepishly smiled and quickly quieted down. He excitedly snapped 2 photos of An Lan celebrating with his teammates and promptly uploaded them to a domestic forum. Chen Chong remarked, Just 7 minutes later, 15 minutes. An Lan received an assist from a teammate and deftly scored his second goal. Chun Chong continued, with such scoring ability and positional awareness. He stands in stark contrast to those domestic players who squander clear-cut chances. At this moment, his post was inundated with countless fans, with 2 or 3 pages of comments appearing with each refresh. An Lan is incredible. Haha, I watched the live broadcast online. 2 goals in 7 minutes. An Lan is truly the king of the pitch. With An Lan in the game, there are no surprises. The Football Association officials must be blind. How could they let such a phenomenal striker slip away? Yet, this is preferable to stifling his potential and having him waste away domestically. The betting enthusiasts are too hesitant now. You must not have anticipated that Wolfsburg would have such a striker. Brothers, let's elevate this post so the entire internet can see, and then we shall collectively criticize the national team. The fans' admiration for An Lan's performance transcends mere affection for him as an individual. Rather, they have placed their entire hope for Dragon Kingdom football upon his shoulders. In an era when the overall state of football in the Dragon Kingdom languishes, failing even to qualify for the World Cup, An Lan has become their beacon of hope. Of course, this force is a double-edged sword. As An Lan forges ahead with unrelenting momentum, his accolades within the domestic sphere seem to echo endlessly, akin to the deification of a hero. However, should An Lan's future performances falter, initial missteps may be overlooked, but a subsequent string of failures could unleash a torrent of detractors eager to denigrate him. Observing the burgeoning popularity of his post from afar, Chun Chong felt an overwhelming swell of pride. Simultaneously, a sense of mission ignited within him. Isn't your Football Association blacklisting An Lan? He mused. Yet here I am, amidst the chariots of war. Who can dictate my actions? Chun Chong resolved to vigilantly follow An Lan's matches, ensuring that more fans of the Dragon Kingdom could witness the rise of such a prodigious talent. At this moment, the most disheartened individuals in the stadium were undoubtedly the home supporters of Rubik. They sat in stunned silence, their pre-match enjoyment of refreshing German dark beer and sausages now rendered tasteless. What had just transpired? Though they had anticipated a competitive encounter against a Bundesliga team, the fact that nearly 2/3 of the opposing squad were substitutes had fostered a false sense of security. Yet, within a mere 15 minutes, 2 goals had been conceded. Why did it seem as though their defenders were in a stupor, allowing that young lad from the Dragon Kingdom to traverse their back line with impunity? And what of the goalkeeper, facing a mere boy? Did he not possess even a modicum of strategy? The commentators had noted prior to the match that this young player had just ascended from the U19 ranks to the first team, while another forward from Wolfsburg was also a mere 18 years of age. How could they permit a youth from the academy to score twice? All the supporters of Rubik turned their gaze toward the large screen, which replayed An Lan's 2 goals. Without exception, both goals had resulted from sudden forward surges that left the defenders scrambling to respond, culminating in clear-cut chances. One was a powerful strike, the other a deft poke. The runs and shots appeared deceptively simple, yet were devastatingly effective. In slow motion, An Lan bore no trace of tension. Even the instinctive grimace from exertion was absent. It was as effortless as drinking a glass of water or relieving oneself. Natural, fluid, and relaxed, his shooting was as unrestrained as a sudden release. In stark contrast, the expressions of Rubik's goalkeeper and defenders were marked by confusion, fear, and grimace. Such a striking juxtaposition evoked gasps from the Rubik supporters. What a cold-blooded assassin within the penalty area. Unconsciously, some fans offered applause to this 17-year-old prodigy. The die-hard supporters glared in indignation, eager to chastise them. But upon recognizing who was applauding, they quickly averted their gaze in embarrassment. For it was their wives and daughters who had bestowed their admiration upon An Lan. Wow, this Asian boy is quite handsome. Did you see how his jersey billowed with movement? His abdominal muscles are truly commendable. Other players gritted their teeth. Yet only he exuded such grace. I hear he hails from the Dragon Kingdom. Is his name An Lan? The Dragon Kingdom? That enigmatic ancient realm of the East? Indeed. After the match, let us seek autographs. I also wish to take a photo with him. For the girls attending the game, skills on the field are secondary. It is the allure that truly signifies strength. An Lan's beauty is undeniably at an extraordinary level, captivating all, including the girls from the war-torn nation and the less fortunate women, leaving them utterly defenseless. This allure intensifies upon discovering he is merely 17 years old. In stark contrast to the robust physiques of other players, his somewhat slender figure evokes a maternal instinct in these older women, prompting them to cradle him with affection. The ensuing match unfolds without any suspense. Zeko, perhaps not the pinnacle of strikers even at the zenith of his career, nonetheless stands as a first-rate star. His statistics may not be classified as outstanding. Yet, as a center forward, his movements in front of the goal have been sufficient to propel his career toward brilliance. Furthermore, when a 192-centimeter center forward embodies the essence of a 185-centimeter speedster, Zeko's colossal physique compensates for any shortcomings. An Lan's forward runs and positioning were nothing short of mesmerizing. Thus, at the conclusion of the first half, the scoreboard displayed a striking 1-5, with the home team leading and the visitors trailing. Given that this was merely a friendly match, the Wolfsburg defenders, under Maggath's guidance, graciously afforded Lübeck a courtesy goal. Otherwise, this friendly could have devolved into a contest of animosity. In the Wolfsburg locker room, spirits were high. The resounding victory brought immense joy to players who had not competed for 2 months. Eventually, Maggath entered the room, patting An Lan on the shoulder before addressing the team. "You all performed admirably in the first half, particularly An Lan, with 3 goals and 1 assist. A round of applause erupted as the team acknowledged An Lan's prowess. Maggath nodded in satisfaction. No coach desires discord within the locker room. Everyone was astute, professional athletes. When the underperformers within the team transformed back into prodigies, the focus should not be on fostering enmity, but rather on embracing collaboration in pursuit of the championship. In the second half, An Lan took a breather alongside his Swain. Krulls and SCH really entered the fray. Lucas was substituted for Alvim. Benaglio rested as Lentz took his place. Maggath initiated a significant rotation. As Wolfsburg had brought in numerous players this season, he needed to assemble the optimal lineup before the Bundesliga officially commenced. Chapter 27. There can only be one Wolf King. An Lan secured his position as the starting left winger with a remarkable performance before Zeko and Graphite returned to the team. On July 12th, during a friendly match, Wolfsburg faced a row from the Swiss Super League. An Lan scored 3 goals and provided 2 assists in the first half, and was substituted in the second half, with the final score being 5-1. On July 13th, in a friendly match, Wolfsburg faced off against the Portuguese team Guimarães. An Lan scored an impressive 4 goals, leading the match to a thrilling score of 6-4. On July 16th, in a friendly match, Wolfsburg faced off against the young boys from the Swiss Super League. An Lan showcased an exquisite hat trick, contributing 2 assists in a match that concluded with a scoreline of 7-3. On July 24th, in a friendly match, Wolfsburg faced off against the youth team of the Bundesliga club Salzburg, resulting in a remarkably harsh score of 10-1. An Lan scored with great fortune. 2 days later, in a match against the La Liga team Mallorca, An Lan netted 4 goals and provided 2 assists. On July 31st, in a friendly match, Wolfsburg faced the Bundesliga 2 team Ingolstadt. In the second half, An Lan made a substitute appearance in the 70th minute, scoring 3 goals in just 20 minutes. Achieving yet another hat trick, on August 1st, Zeko and Graphite, along with several international teammates, returned for national duty. However, on August 2nd, during a friendly match against Vaihang, An Lan did not play. Coach Maggath fielded Zeko and Graphite, who had just returned, for the entire match, which concluded with a score of 4-1, featuring 1 goal from Zeko and 2 from Graphite. Following the match, the team convened, and Maggath established 2 formations, initiating a competitive selection process. One formation centered around 3 young players, midfielder Lucas, forward An Lan, and Swain. The other retained the established core, featuring attacking midfielder Misimovic, forward Zeko, and Graphite. On August 6th, in a friendly against the Turkish team Trabzonspor, the original lineup played the first half, ending with a score of 2-1. In the second half, Maggath substituted in the younger lineup, resulting in a final score of 6-2, with An Lan netting another hat trick and assisting Swain for a goal. After 8 friendly matches, neither the players nor the coaching staff could deny An Lan's prowess. Some members of the coaching team even suggested that An Lan's offensive capability and threat surpassed that of Zeko and Graphite. At this juncture, the idea of forming a Wolfsburg trident system, primarily employing a 4-3-3 formation, was proposed. Misimovic would transition to a central midfield role to orchestrate the team's attack, with An Lan on the left wing, Zeko at center forward, and Graphite on the right wing. This notion sparked immediate interest among the team, only to be overshadowed by underlying tensions. In a competitive environment where every individual is striving for victory, there exists a desire among players to be the ones to secure triumph, rather than playing a supporting role. After 8 friendlies, the discord within the locker room had escalated significantly. The young generation, led by An Lan, has united. Among them are Lucas, forward Swain, Czech defender K, and Japanese defender Makoto Hasabi. An Lan is 17, Lucas 19, Swain 18, K 20, and Hasabi 24. In addition, there are two factions. One is the Bosnian group, led by deity, consisting of 3 Bosnian internationals and their well-connected teammates. The other is the veteran faction, led by Captain Benalio. The young faction, the Bosnian group, and the veterans form a tripartite balance of power. Each time Maggath contemplates the intricate dynamics of the locker room, he finds himself in a state of exasperation. We are merely VfL Wolfsburg, not the star-studded Real Madrid. Why is there such chaos? Maggath is unaware of a saying in Longwa. When things deviate from the normal, there must be something amiss. In this situation, An Lan performed a significant feat behind the scenes. On the day when deity, Graphite, and other players called up by the national team returned, a system task echoed in his mind. Ding! Danger! 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 Triggered special task. There can only be one Wolf King. The return of deity, Graphite, and others poses a threat to the host position. A true man born between heaven and earth cannot languish beneath others for long. Age is but a number. It is the mindset that matters. With an indomitable spirit, one must aspire to ascend the highest peaks independently. When I raise my arms on the field, the 30,000 spectators in the Volkswagen Arena will chant but one name. That name is I, the Wolf King An Lan. Task requirement: become the leader of the team before the Bundesliga winter break, both in the locker room and on the field. There can be only one Wolf King. Task reward: a random S-level skill. Task penalty: publish 10 statements on social media declaring that I am deity and Graphite subordinate. An Lan. Upon receiving this assignment, An Lan felt a sense of resignation. Wasn't this tantamount to positioning himself as the team's tyrant? Initially, he contemplated declining the offer, but the thought of having to repeatedly proclaim himself as someone else's subordinate before the media was utterly revolting. Most significantly, the allure of the S-skill was undeniable indeed. Thus, after a moment's hesitation, An Lan accepted the task. He took the initiative to visit a bookstore and purchase the German edition of The Art of War and the 36 Stratagems. Following a series of orchestrations, he successfully muddled the locker room dynamics, dividing it into 3 factions. After 8 consecutive friendly matches, An Lan diligently completed both the daily and time-limited tasks set by the system, yielding substantial rewards. On August 6th, after the match against Trabzon, the team was granted a day off. August 7th presented a rare opportunity for rest. An Lan departed from the club and made his way to Yefon's residence. They had arrived together at the beginning of June and had now spent 2 months in the land of battle. Yefon indeed possessed a remarkable aptitude for languages. Or perhaps it is the case that when one finds oneself in a foreign land, relying solely on one's own abilities, the potential of the human spirit is boundless. Within a month, he mastered the German language, moved out of the Maggath household, and rented his own apartment. Subsequently, Yefon embraced a life of diligent perseverance, juggling 2 part-time jobs during the day while dedicating his evenings to studying for his football agent license. Upon learning that An Lan had a day off, Yefon took the initiative to request leave. Their reunion was filled with joy. After more than 2 months apart, both had matured significantly. An Lan has grown more robust, his physique now noticeably more formidable compared to his previously lean form. Yefan, too, exudes a sense of determination, shedding the youthful naivety he possessed when he first graduated and worked as a security guard in the gym. After preparing 2 cups of coffee, Yefan and An Lan settled on the carpet, scrutinizing one another before sharing a smile. Brother Lan, you truly are invincible now. With this physique and your looks, you'll undoubtedly dominate the entertainment industry, Yefan remarked, playfully squeezing An Lan's arm, filled with admiration. Oh, come on, it's you who has worked hard. It must have been quite challenging during your first month in an unfamiliar place, right? The first month was actually manageable. Aside from learning German, I helped Madame Maggath with household chores. My culinary skills in dragon country cuisine significantly improve her attitude towards me. Is that so? Ha ha ha. An Lan laughed heartily, and after reminiscing for a while, he subdued his playful demeanor. Yefan, sensing the shift, became serious, aware that An Lan was about to discuss a matter of importance. As soon as An Lan spoke, Yefan was taken aback. Our changing room has been quite chaotic these past 2 months, and it's all my doing, for I aspire to become the leader of the team. With words that astonished, An Lan disregarded Yefan's shock and recounted the general course of the conflict. Subsequently, He inquired, "How is your progress with the agent license?" Yi Fan pondered for a moment before responding thoughtfully. "I've managed to grasp most of the theoretical aspects within a month, yet there remains a disparity between theory and practice. However, the crux lies in resources." "Do not fret about resources," An Lan interjected. "I intend to recruit an agent to oversee matters in European football, and you can learn from him, eventually managing affairs in the Asian region. Indeed, your performance warrants the attention of an agent." Yi Fan nodded in agreement. Reflecting on An Lan's remarkable displays during the past 8 friendly matches, feeling a surge of emotion, he realized how fortunate he was. In a moment of youthful exuberance, he had unwittingly aligned himself with a future football superstar. "You must be quite knowledgeable about this area by now. Currently, 3 individuals have reached out to me. See which one suits you best." With that, An Lan opened his phone's contacts. Upon viewing the 3 names recorded, Yi Fan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Chapter 28. The direct confrontation of 2 top agents. There is an ancient saying in Longwa that goes, "A 1,000-mile horse is common, yet a beau loup is rare." However, this does not hold true in the realm of football. The world of football is never short of prodigies, nor is it lacking in agents who could discover these talents. These agents are akin to vultures soaring above the football landscape, perpetually vigilant for the sudden emergence of young talents. They possess extensive networks and acute instincts, swiftly pursuing any signs of brilliance. Once they ascertain that a player is not a mere pretender, they will not hesitate to secure a contract. Within days, an obscure young talent can achieve worldwide renown. Through their keen senses and adept operations, these vultures can reap profits that far exceed their investments by thousands of times. An Lan, without a doubt, is a prodigy. After 8 friendly matches, he has garnered the attention of all the vultures. The 3 foremost agents dominating the global football transfer market have all reached out, eager to secure his signature. At the pinnacle is Jorge Mendes, who has wielded control over the European transfer scene since 2004. Among Mendes' most prized assets is the esteemed Jose Mourinho, wherever Mourinho ventures. Mendes can orchestrate a deal with the respective club. Furthermore, the dazzling superstar Cristiano Ronaldo also falls under his representation. Last year, he facilitated the transfers of Porto's defender Pepe and midfielder Anderson to Real Madrid and Manchester United, respectively, for 31 million and 32 million. The second agent to contact An Lan is Mino Raiola, a figure both reviled by clubs yet beloved by players. In contrast to Mendes, Raiola is a veteran among agents. In 1993, he orchestrated the transfer of Dennis Bergkamp from Ajax to Inter Milan for 12 million. In 2001, he brokered the move of Pavel Nedved from Lazio to Juventus for 41 million. His most renowned achievement, however, came in 2004 when he transferred a 23-year-old Zlatan Ibrahimovic from Ajax to Juventus for 16 million. Merely 2 years later, under Raiola's guidance, Ibrahimovic departed Juventus for Inter Milan at a staggering 24.8 million. Lastly, we have Corruption. In 2005, the illustrious Argentine striker Carlos Tevez made his move to Corinthians for 25 million, setting records for both the highest transfer fee for an Argentine player and the highest fee for a Brazilian club. The firm managing Tevez's transfer, MS Company, is owned by Corruption. In the subsequent year, he also brought Mastrano, Matos, Gustavo, and Carlos Alberto under his wing. Each profession has its intricacies and unique attributes. As Yafan contemplated entering the world of sports representation, the opportunity to connect with the top 3 agents in the industry lay before him, filling him with exhilaration. An Lan has indeed mentioned that he can allow him to study with the selected agent for a period of time. To put it in dramatic terms, these individuals are among the 3 titans of football agents. Yi Fan picked up the still steaming cup of coffee and downed it in one go. He then lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. However, the simultaneous stimulation from the coffee and cigarette made him feel somewhat nauseous. After suppressing his discomfort, Yi Fan spoke up. "Brother Lan, these 3 individuals are kings among agents, but I believe we can first eliminate Corruption." Noticing An Lan's inquisitive gaze, he continued. "Last year, Corruption was embroiled in a scandal when the Corinthians club was accused of money laundering by Brazilian authorities. Following an investigation, the Brazilian court ordered the arrest of all senior executives behind MS, including Corruption and Berezovsky. Corruption managed to clarify the legitimacy of his investments through various channels and ultimately evaded imprisonment. Yet Corinthians faced relegation in the 2007 season. Moreover, compared to Mendes and Raiola, this person is shrouded in mystery, making it difficult not to suspect that there may be unsavory dealings behind him. After listening, An Lan nodded, contemplating that her inquiry to Yi Fan was not in vain. It seemed that this young man had indeed put in considerable effort for the agent license examination. As for Mendez or Raiola, Yi Fan pondered for a moment and then turned to An Lan, suggesting, "I recommend having separate discussions with both of them. However, regarding Mendez, Little Luo is under his representation. You and Little Luo are both forwards, and they share the bond of being Portuguese." Before he could finish, An Lan instanti compung. Agents are motivated by profit. Yet, as individuals, one must not solely recognize monetary gain. Under comparable circumstances, or if An Lan's value were only marginally higher than Little Luo's, it was reasonable to believe that Mendez would unhesitatingly choose Little Luo, a fellow Portuguese. When faced with a decision, as for Raiola, he excels at orchestrating player transfers. Currently, Ibrahimovic's market value has skyrocketed under his management. However, Yi Fan's words trailed off, yet An Lan grasped his meaning. Raiola can negotiate with clubs to enhance player value. But the downside is that a player's career may become quite unstable. Furthermore, although Raiola is solely responsible for negotiations with the club, players remain uninvolved. Raiola always makes it clear that players must grant him full authority, and any grievances should be directed at him. Yet, after being repeatedly manipulated and subjected to unpleasant remarks, no matter how much Raiola insists that players are not involved, the club's higher-ups will undoubtedly harbor no fondness for the players under his charge. Alas, An Lan allowed a sigh. He realized that a flawless agent was evidently non-existent. However, as the saying goes, where there's a will, there's a way. Let's discuss further before drawing conclusions. An Lan firmly believed that the reins of control lay within his grasp, as he possessed leverage over the agent, the fact that he had yet to formally sign a player contract. Following the third friendly match, Maggath brought An Lan to the executive office, eager for him to make a deal with the team. After a cursory glance at the proposal, An Lan promptly declined, reasoning that he would reconsider once the Bundesliga commenced. Despite the upper management's persistent entreaties, An Lan remained resolute, ultimately leaving them with no choice but to relent. However, the underlying truth was that An Lan deemed the contract offered by Wolfsburg to be unworthy of its true value. An annual salary of €1 million was scarcely worth discussing, especially with a staggering buyout clause set at €50 million, an amount reminiscent of 2008's exorbitance. An Lan himself is uncertain of his true worth, yet he is convinced that €1 million is far beneath his value. Therefore, he requires an agent to manage his affairs. That afternoon, 2 flights arrived successively at the Hamburg Stadium, enlivening the otherwise tranquil atmosphere of the Bundesliga. On the first flight was Mendez, and on the second, Raiola. A reporter approached Mendez as he exited the airport and entered a Mercedes, inquiring whether he had come for the recently emerging 17-year-old prodigy, An Lan. Mendez smiled and candidly responded to the camera, "I am here solely for him, a talent who can rival Cristiano Ronaldo." An hour after Mendez departed, Raiola emerged from the airport. Upon learning that Mendez had already gone to meet An Lan, Raiola lit a cigar and confidently told the reporters, "The signing is not a matter of who arrives first, but of sincerity and authenticity." The direct confrontation between these two premier agents immediately captured the attention of the entire football community. While young talents emerge annually, it is rare for fans to witness such a public competition between Mendez and Raiola for a single player. The media swarmed to the hotel where An Lan was meeting with the agents, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Chun Cheong, studying abroad, received the news and rushed to the hotel to gather first-hand information. Simultaneously, he began a live stream on a forum, igniting interest from fans across the ocean in Long Country who were keenly following the developments. Chapter 29. Dialogue and rivalry. Chun Cheong's post swiftly ascended to the front pages of major websites in Long Country. While it is uncommon for players from Long Country to study abroad, there have been precedents. However, having one of the top 3 agents in world football representing him elevates the situation substantially. This signifies that the player is not merely a laborer on the pitch or a blue-collar worker, but a genius. Just look at Mendez and Raiola's roster of coaches and players. Mourinho, Ronaldinho, Ibrahimovic. If An Lan were to share an agent with them, it would undoubtedly reflect his exceptional talent. Within half an hour of posting, the threads surged into the thousands. How fortunate am I to witness this? Indeed, a good horse deserves a fine saddle. Although An Lan has yet to prove himself, could the discerning eyes of these two agents be mistaken? The previous commenter is right, given their endorsement. An Lan is destined to become at least a second-tier star. In the European football realm, Even a second-tier player would undoubtedly be the top player in Asia. Forget sleep tonight. I shall remain vigilant. Are you all insane? It's merely signing with an agent. Do you still defend that troublesome An Lan? To the commenter above, how can you dismiss the clarifying videos? Did you not see who hired you? Chun Chong observed the domestic internet being thrown into turmoil due to his post, a delight so profound it was almost palpable. Simultaneously, his resolve to follow in An Lan's footsteps grew even more steadfast. In a hotel lobby, Mendez, weary from his travels, settled into a chair and scrutinized the young boy from the Dragon Nation across from him. He waved his hand, and two assistants respectfully placed documents on the table before turning to depart. Ah, it's a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I am Mendez. Mendez leaned forward, extending his hand with an air of cordiality. Upon witnessing this, An Lan smiled and shook Mendez's hand, casually remarking, I presume there are no professional players unfamiliar with Mr. Mendez, right? If there are, they must be rather obscure. Laughter erupted from Mendez, who appeared immensely pleased. He then rotated the documents on the table, placing them before An Lan. An Lan, I hold your potential in high regard. I've heard that your contract with Wolfsburg is yet to be finalized. If you entrust this matter to me, I shall secure your first substantial earnings. This is the contract I have drafted for you, one that rivals the sincerity offered to Joss. Joss, of course, refers to the legendary coach Jose Mourinho, affectionately known as the Special One. He orchestrated the miraculous triumph of Porto, aiding the Portuguese giants in clinching the Champions League title in 2004. Furthermore, during his tenure at Chelsea from 2004 to 2007, he led the Blues to 2 Premier League titles, an FA Cup, a League Cup, and a Community Shield, establishing an illustrious legacy. To offer a contract akin to Mourinho's to a mere 17-year-old who has only played 8 friendly matches is indeed a testament to Mendez's genuine intent. However, An Lan felt dissatisfied, for he had never regarded Mourinho as a benchmark. This is not arrogance, but rather a systematic confidence. The respect he seeks is a contract comparable to that of Cristiano Ronaldo. Clearly, Mourinho could not provide that. Without examining the contract, An Lan sipped his coffee, contemplated for a moment, and then stated, Mr. Mendez, I sense your sincerity. However, forgive my youthful audacity. I must assert that I am no less than Cristiano Ronaldo. Mendez paused, momentarily taken aback, before a smile graced his face. What a proud little fellow you are. He took a sip of his coffee, his mind quickly weighing the implications during those fleeting seconds. After setting down his cup, Mendez elegantly dabbed his mouth with a napkin and looked up at An Lan. You and Cristiano share a similar temperament, a fierce competitive spirit. Is it possible that a fervent desire for victory is a trait inherent in genius athletes? Nevertheless, An Lan, I admire your courage and candor. However, I regret to inform you that I do not believe you can secure the same contractual terms as Cristiano. Mendez's smile became somewhat formulaic, yet retained an air of warmth. An Lan, you must understand that this is not an insult. The fact that I can offer you Joss's contract indicates my strong belief in your potential. Are you certain you do not wish to take a glance? Perhaps you perceive Joss merely as a coach, but I assure you, his contract is not inferior to that of top-tier stars. An Lan merely smiled at the words, still not casting a glance at the contract on the table. He rose to his feet and directed his gaze towards Mendez. His tone was nonchalant, as if discussing the most mundane of matters. Mr. Mendez, it seems our conversation must regrettably come to an end. I sincerely appreciate the olive branch you have extended, but is not of the desired caliber for my tastes. However, once the Bundesliga season concludes, I trust you will come to realize that your olive branch lacks refinement. Hearing such audacious words from the youth, coupled with his posture as he rose to escort his guest out, Mendez could no longer maintain his social smile. His countenance turned cold as he tore the documents on the table in half and discarded them into the nearby wastebasket. As he stood, the 2 assistants who had previously vanished reappeared, standing once more behind him. Very well. I hope you can attain a satisfactory outcome from that vampire Raiola, Mendez remarked, patting An Lan on the shoulder as he passed by, adding quietly, the Bundesliga season is ending? An intriguing proposition. I hope your confidence remains unwavering. For all young prodigies who rise to fame are indeed self-assured, yet in the end, 99% of them learn to bow their heads and embrace humility. I do not believe you belong to that 1%. An Lan raised an eyebrow, his tone remaining unperturbed. Let us wait and see. With a chuckle, Mendez turned and strode away. At the very moment he exited the revolving door of the hotel, Raiola happened to enter. Through the glass, he caught sight of Mendez's sullen visage and could not suppress a smirk of triumph. It appeared that the Portuguese had not fared well in his negotiations. Raiola had initially envisioned a spirited contest of eloquence. To his surprise, his rival had already faltered, rendering the occasion rather lackluster. Yet, how could signing a prodigious talent, a veritable cash cow backed by the Asian market, be considered dull? This was a sumptuous feast of fine dining. In stark contrast to Mendes's commanding elegance, Raiola, upon entering and exchanging a glance with An Lan, eagerly approached him with a brisk gait. He donned a broad smile, his corpulent figure quivering with excitement. My future Asian football king. Without delay, he enveloped An Lan in a hearty embrace. During the embrace, Raiola's peripheral vision swiftly scanned his surroundings. He noticed a contract, torn asunder and discarded in a trash bin. His smile widened. There were no guardians present, no lawyers, and certainly no rivals. However, just as Raiola was lost in his moment of fantasy, he observed An Lan bending down to retrieve the contract from the trash, then presenting it to him. Mr. Raiola, these were the terms that Mr. Mendes offered me earlier, which I did not accept. With a smile adorning An Lan's face, Raiola instantly ceased his nonchalance. No longer perceiving him as an easy mark, he settled onto the sofa where Mendes had previously sat, unfolding the torn contract to examine its contents. 5 minutes later, Raiola lifted his portly head to gaze at An Lan, astonished as he exclaimed, You turn it down? Chapter 30. The completion of the contract in Raiola's mind. The terms he had prepared for An Lan were, one might say, slightly inferior to Mendes' proposal. Since An Lan is dissatisfied with Mendes' contract, it indicates that his own contract is equally untenable. However, it is evident that Mendes holds a greater belief in An Lan's potential than An Lan himself, suggesting a significant likelihood for his future development. Raiola swiftly contemplated two possible approaches. First, An Lan's rejection of Mendes, even going so far as to tear the contract apart, signifies that he has no path of retreat. Thus, he must choose to sign with Raiola. As for An Lan declining his offer to seek a more conventional agent, Raiola felt that An Lan was not so naive as to relinquish his vast network of resources for a mere pittance. Should he resort to intimidation? This thought briefly crossed his mind, but was promptly dismissed. He opted for the second approach, negotiation. An Lan, why not share your terms? We can certainly reach an agreement. Raiola tossed the contract back into the wastebasket, his face adorned with a broad smile. I am a newcomer and am uncertain about what terms to seek. An Lan scratched his head innocently, his eyes filled with confusion. So, Mr. Raiola, will you offer me a contract akin to that of Cristiano Ronaldo? Raiola exclaimed, Damn it. So that's how it is. A look of realization washed over Raiola. An Lan does not reject the contract itself. Rather, he resents Mendes for positioning him beneath that Manchester United forward. Curse that Mendes. Upon discovering the truth, Raiola's disdain for Mendes intensified. Over the years, he has encountered numerous prodigious talents, fully aware that young individuals are inherently competitive. Since An Lan is dissatisfied with his contract, which is already comparable to that of top-tier stars, it suggests that he may be oblivious to the intricacies of salary and revenue sharing. He solely desires the same treatment as Cristiano Ronaldo. This raises the question of whether Mendes believes that An Lan may never reach Ronaldo's level. Observing An Lan's obstinate demeanor, Raiola's mind raced, ultimately leading him to unveil his ace in the hole. Intuition. This is the secret weapon that has propelled him to the pinnacle of the agent profession. Modern football is inundated with data, with a player's statistics meticulously chronicled in cold, hard numbers, readily revealing their quality. Yet, these figures can often be misleading. If a player could truly maintain consistency throughout a decade-long career, every agent in the world would be identical, merely consulting databases to determine whom to sign. Raiola, however, stands at the apex of the agent hierarchy due to his profound instinct. Presently, his intuition compels him to sign this young talent from the Dragon Nation. With this thought in mind, he no longer hesitated. Following his instincts, Raiola initiated discussions regarding the contract. He would oversee all of An Lan's commercial endeavors over the next 3 years, encompassing club signings and transfers. Of course, the ultimate authority would rest with An Lan himself. Raiola's role would be to meticulously select endorsement opportunities for An Lan's consideration and to negotiate with clubs during the signing period. The revenue-sharing arrangement was set at a ratio of 1:9. Excluding team bonuses, Raiola would receive 10 of An Lan's signing fee, annual salary, and profits from commercial contracts. With both parties in agreement, the signing process proceeded smoothly. An Lan chose not to allow Raiola to relinquish the Asian market from the outset. He He was acutely aware that, despite his current value, he had not yet reached a point where he could demand concessions from others. Furthermore, a significant part of Raiola and Mendes's regard for him stemmed from the lucrative Asian market that he represented. He decided to have Yi Fan train under Raiola for 3 years, after which their management contract would expire. By then, with his growing fame, even if he were to relinquish the Asian market, he believed Raiola would compromise in order to renew their contract. Once the signing was complete, they had their assistants take a photograph. Subsequently, An Lan said, "Mr. Raiola, I entrust you with the contract negotiations with Wolfsburg." Raiola beamed, thrilled at the prospect of immediate income following the signing. However, with a glint of cunning, he interjected, "And I must remind you that you are still in high demand. I mean, there is no necessity for you to commit to Wolfsburg. What financial allure do they even possess?" Raiola was already contemplating maneuvering An Lan towards other prestigious clubs. He continued to entice. Why not explore the offers from other teams? This would also serve to apply pressure on Wolfsburg, making them aware of your significance. "No, I will sign with Wolfsburg." To Raiola's astonishment, An Lan resolutely declined. He had inquired and learned that An Lan's family was not affluent, not much better off than those South American stars. Logically, one would expect a player from such humble beginnings to be more concerned with financial gain upon achieving fame. Raiola was about to press further when he heard An Lan clarify, "Mr. Raiola, Coach Maggath has shown me great kindness. When I was unable to play in Longwa, he brought me to the land of war chariots. I cannot simply abandon that. Let us sign for 2 years and negotiate with Wolfsburg. I need to assist them in claiming honors." Upon hearing this, Raiola ceased his persuasion. However, he felt a deeper appreciation for An Lan and grew more confident in his future. A player's talent is indeed crucial. Yet the world of football encompasses more than just those 90 minutes. Off the pitch, a player's character holds significant weight. Raiola replied, "Very well. I shall speak with the higher-ups at Wolfsburg. Let us go. It is time the journalists outside were informed of your signing." An Lan nodded in agreement, and the two of them stepped out of the hotel side by side. Upon pushing open the revolving door, a barrage of flashbulbs assaulted them, momentarily blinding their eyes. "Mr. Raiola, have you signed a contract with him? And why did you choose Raiola instead of Mendes? And Mendes just left and called you arrogant. What did you say to him? Mr. Raiola, will An Lan sign with Wolfsburg, or will you maneuver him into a top-tier club? And do you have a girlfriend? And are you really 17 years old?" The reporters buzzed around like a swarm of insistent flies, their incessant questioning under the dazzling lights becoming quite unbearable. One of Raiola's assistants swiftly stepped forward to push the journalists back, maintaining a respectful distance from their boss. "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." Raiola, accustomed to grand occasions, spread his arms wide, calling out while firmly gesturing for silence. Gradually, the reporters quieted, and with a satisfied nod, he placed a hand on An Lan's shoulder. "Don't frighten my little genius. 3 questions. You go ahead," he said, pointing to a reporter in the front row. The reporter's expression brightened, and he immediately spoke up. "Hello, I am a journalist from Football News. I would like to ask him, why did you choose Raiola over Mendes?" An Lan spoke directly. "It's quite simple. Mr. Raiola exhibits greater sincerity and confidence in my future." The journalist clearly found this response unsatisfactory. Yet Raiola had already chosen the second reporter to pose question. The second reporter introduced himself. "Hello, I am from the team newspaper. May I inquire, and after signing with an agent, have you decided to renew your contract with Wolfsburg, or are you considering other clubs? As far as I know, several prestigious teams in the Premier League and Serie A are keen on having you join them." Upon hearing this, Raiola immediately sought to prevent An Lan from responding. But he was a moment too late. Chapter 31. The number 7 jersey and the results of the examination. An Lan replied, "Yes, Coach Maggath brought me to the Chariot Nation, and I'm grateful to him, so I will sign with Wolfsburg. As long as Wolfsburg respects me, I will not consider any other teams." Raiola, feeling exasperated, pressed his lips together. After all, he thought, it is the youth who often lack composure. Even if you have decided to sign with Wolfsburg, there is no need to state it so plainly. How am I supposed to negotiate the terms like this? He pointed to the last reporter, who appeared utterly bewildered, and then ecstatic, for it was none other than Chinchong, a student studying in the Chariot Nation. Chinchong mimicked the reporters and stammered in Chinese. "And, An Lan, I am a student here in the Chariot Nation. I've conveyed your news back home, and now there is great interest in you domestically. May I ask what your goals are?" An Lan cast a surprised glance at him, and then suddenly realized the truth. Earlier that morning, during a conversation with Yi Fan, he had inquired whether Yi Fan had relayed his information back to the country, to to which Yi Fan had denied. Little did he anticipate that the source lay here. He scrutinized Chun Chon closely and recalled that Chun had indeed been present on the sidelines during a previous match, setting up a camera. Amidst the bewildered gazes of the surrounding reporters from the Chariot Nation, An Lan smiled and spoke in Chinese. I appreciate your support, as well as the encouragement from fans back home. My goal is quite simple, to strive for honor. If I must be more specific, it is to secure the Bundesliga championship first. Upon concluding his statement, An Lan exchanged a knowing glance with Raiola, who immediately understood and instructed his assistant to clear the way as the two of them slipped into a vehicle and departed. That very evening, Raiola met with the senior management of Wolfsburg. The following day, newspapers across Europe featured two major headlines. The 17-year-old prodigy from the Dragon Nation, An Lan, who had scored 28 goals and assisted 8 times in 8 friendly matches, had been signed by Raiola. An Lan officially signed with the Bundesliga team Wolfsburg for a duration of 2 years, earning the 3rd highest salary in the team and donning the coveted number 7 jersey. While An Lan had previously enjoyed a modest level of fame, limited to the Chariot Nation and among various scouts, the news of his extraordinary performance catapulted him into global recognition. With an astonishing average of 3.2 goals per match, the revelation sparked widespread discussion and admiration. Raiola's shrewd tactics led Wolfsburg to make a significant financial commitment for a mere 17-year-old talent, offering him the 3rd highest salary in the team and the symbolic number 7 jersey, signifying a position of prominence. The former was a result of Raiola's negotiations, while the latter was a condition set forth by An Lan himself. Since he aspired to assume a leadership role within the team swiftly, he could not afford to follow a gradual, step-by-step approach to seize power. Originally, the number 7 jersey had belonged to Josue, who had been acquired in 2007 for a meager $46 million. Josue, a Brazilian who had emerged from the Brazilian league, had scored just 1 goal in 30 appearances last year. When Raiola engaged in negotiations with Wolfsburg's executives, he boldly demanded the highest salary in the team. As the saying goes in the Dragon Nation, when a house is too dark, one must open a window, which is typically not permitted. However, if one suggests tearing off the roof, they would be amenable to opening a window. In truth, this principle applies universally. Clubs cannot agree to the highest salary as a means to accommodate the sentiments of other players. Ultimately, a compromise was reached, granting An Lan the 3rd highest salary in the team, along with the right to wear the number 7 jersey. Meanwhile, Josue, who had only netted 1 goal in 30 matches, found himself an unfortunate victim of circumstance, surrendering his jersey without protest. That morning, Wolfsburg announced on their official website the signing of the 17-year-old talent An Lan, stating that he would make his debut as a starter in the DFB Pokal on August 10th. Just 2 days later, after a day's respite, the players of Wolfsburg entered the club with a myriad of complex emotions. In just 1 day, everything had changed dramatically. Deity observed from a distance as An Lan engaged in jovial conversation with Lucas and others, basking in the adoration of his peers, which only heightened his irritation. Having participated in 8 matches, he was well aware of An Lan's prowess. However, at merely 17 years of age, signing with Raiola and securing the club's 3rd highest salary along with the coveted number 7 jersey left Deity and other seasoned players deeply dissatisfied. Captain Benalio shared this discontent, as prior to An Lan signing, the highest salary in the team belonged to Griffith, followed by Deity, while he himself held the 3rd position. Now, he found himself relegated to 4th, and the number 7 jersey, which rightfully belonged to his prodigy Josue, had been snatched away, a stinging affront to his pride. Among the 3 factions in the locker room, the only players reveling in this turn of events were the young ones aligned with An Lan. After all, with An Lan ascending in status within the club, their fortunes were bound to rise as well. This was particularly true for Makoto Hasebe, who, as an Asian player, had faced considerable bullying before An Lan's arrival. Since the arrival of An Lan, Nagatomo has become An Lan's most loyal subordinate. In the realm of sycophancy, the people of Sakura country have always been the undisputed champions. Maggath, standing at the edge of the training ground, observed the distinctly divided factions with a sense of exasperation. Benalio and Zeko symbolize the present, while An Lan embodies the future of the club, complicating his inclination to favor either side. The day before yesterday, after An Lan's interview following his signing with Raiola, Maggath was deeply moved. However, having been a head coach for over a decade, Maggath was not oblivious to An Lan's previous antics that had disrupted the locker room dynamics. He merely feigned ignorance, biding his time to exert control after securing An Lan's contract. To his astonishment, The young man had appointed the notorious agent Raiola and secured a lucrative salary. This development rendered Maggath's intentions to manage An Lan's position virtually impossible. If he dared to bench the club's newly signed third highest earner, he would surely face opposition from the upper echelons of the club. Thus, at the conclusion of a day's training, Maggath announced the squad for the DFB Pokal, with An Lan replacing Josue in the starting lineup. The formation was 4-3-3, which surprised the players. Maggath was eager to experiment, envisioning a trident attack comprising Graphite, Zeko, and An Lan. Before dismissing the team, he spoke with grave authority. "I care not for any conflicts you may have in the locker room. Those are your affairs. However, once we step onto the pitch, I am in command. If I witness anyone failing to adhere to the tactics due to issues beyond football in tomorrow's match, I will report such behavior to the club and impose severe penalties." Dismissed. With that, Maggath turned sharply and departed, leaving the players to prepare for their return home. An Lan and Zico exchanged a silent glance with Benalio before returning expressionless to the team's dormitory. Unlike the other players, his previous youth training contract had not included any financial compensation, which is why he had always resided in the team dormitory instead of renting an apartment. His roommate, Lucas, had taken leave to return home after training, as he had secured a contract as a blue-collar player in the Bundesliga simultaneously with An Lan's signing. Though it went unnoticed by many, this was a substantial income for Lucas's family. Thus, he took the time off to share this joyous news with his loved ones. Armed with a check in hand, An Lan returned to his dormitory, locked the door, and reclined on his bed. Over the course of the past 2 months, he had accomplished numerous tasks within the star player experience card system. The items he had acquired remained unexamined, as they were unnecessary for the friendly matches. Now, after an interminable series of exhibition games, the time had finally come for the German Cup tomorrow, followed by his debut in the Bundesliga 5 days hence. An Lan decided to review her accomplishments, ensuring she would shine in tomorrow's competition. System, please open the Personal Attributes panel. Chapter 32, Praise Lavishly. Name, An Lan. Age, 17 years and 177 days. Team, Wolfsburg. Position, forward dribbling. B shooting, B explosive power, A speed, A strength, B stamina, B football intelligence, A mentality, A skills, Miracle shot, purple. 7 in and 7 out, orange, honors, Chinese Super League top scorer, 2. Best scorer of the U-20 World Cup overall evaluation, a winger of the top tier in the 5 major leagues. Your speed ranks among the elite. However, your dribbling and shooting remains subpar, and your stamina does not support enduring high-intensity matches. You may not be deemed a hard man on the pitch, but rather an advanced finesse player. Items: Lucky 4-leaf clover, Misfortune talisman, 30 cans of Super Red Bull long-term task. Crossing oceans to shine task description. Please, host. Return to professional football and secure a starting position in one of the 5 major leagues. Task deadline: 88 days remaining. An Lan's 2 months of relentless effort have not been in vain. His explosive power has ascended from B to a grade due to the successful completion of the nightclub task, while his strength and stamina have progressed from C to B grade through daily sessions of weightlifting at the gym. Furthermore, he has acquired an orange active skill known as 7 in and 7 out. In the system, skills are categorized into active and passive types, ranging across 5 levels: blue, purple, orange, red, and gold, from lowest to highest. Both miraculous strength and 7 in and 7 out are active skills. 7 in and 7 out enhances the host's dribbling speed and explosive power by 1 level for 30 seconds upon activation, with a cooldown period of 2 matches. This reward was bestowed upon An Lan after he triggered a task while playing in a friendly match, dubbed Mr. Magic, scoring more than 3 goals in 8 consecutive games. Achieving 8 hat tricks. Averaging 3 goals per match is no small feat, and the rewards are correspondingly generous, granting An Lan an orange skill directly. Dribbling and shooting have always been sources of frustration for him. However, with this new skill, he has alleviated an urgent concern. The 30 seconds of double S-grade capability is sufficient to leave the opposing defense in disarray, effectively positioning him as a quality inspector of the team's backline. Additionally, after completing a rather tedious daily task, An Lan has received 3 consumable items. These 3 items, however, are one-time use only. The effects of the lucky 4-leaf clover and the unlucky curse are entirely opposite. One grants a luck value of S upon use, while the other results in a luck value of F, both lasting for 24 hours. Although luck values are intangible, the system delineates their grading in a manner akin to other attributes, ranging from S to F across 7 levels: S, A, B, C, D, E, and F. The luck value of an average individual typically hovers around C, a middling position. Should a luck value plummet to F, it could be likened to the reincarnation of a jinx, a truly unfortunate state of affairs. Lastly, the Super Red Bull beverage appears identical to ordinary Red Bull, yet imbibing it instantly restores full stamina without any side effects, and it remains undetectable in urine tests. An Lan lay in bed, contemplating his decision to refrain from utilizing his 2 active skills in the upcoming match. Tomorrow, in the DFB Pokal, Wolfsburg would face off against the team from the 2nd Division. Heidenheim, a city located in the eastern part of Baden-Württemberg, rests on the northern slopes of the Swabian Jura and serves as the capital and largest city of Heidenheim County, boasting a population of 51,200 within an area of merely 107 square kilometers. In stark contrast, Wolfsburg, a northern city of the automotive nation, is home to the globally renowned headquarters of Volkswagen. Furthermore, Wolfsburg ranks 297th on the list of the world's top 500 cities. The disparity between the 2 cities is so vast that one is a Bundesliga team while the other can only aspire to be a 2nd Division team. The gap is simply insurmountable. Therefore, against such an opponent, An Lan resolved to keep his trump cards concealed, saving them for the Bundesliga debut against Cologne on the 16th. Cologne, a newly promoted team, had just ascended from the 2nd Division last season and was currently riding a wave of momentum, eager to make a mark in the Bundesliga. Meanwhile, Wolfsburg finished 5th in the league last season. Each year, the top 2 Bundesliga teams earn the right to participate directly in the UEFA Champions League, while the 3rd-place team qualifies for the Champions League qualifying rounds. The 4th and 5th positions allow for participation in the UEFA Europa League. Thus, this season, Wolfsburg is set to engage in a 3-pronged battle: the Bundesliga, the DFB Pokal, and the Europa League. This ambition is the very reason why Maggath has recruited such a multitude of players. His aspirations are grand, aiming to accomplish a trifecta this season. Had An Lan been privy to Maggath's thoughts, he would undoubtedly have raised both hands in agreement. For the more matches he plays, the greater the system's rewards will be. The following day, due to the discrepancies in time and information, as An Lan boarded the club bus en route to Heidenheim, news of his signing with Wolfsburg and his debut in the number 7 jersey for the DFB Pokal match ignited a sensation back home. Naturally, there were obstacles posed by the Football Association, but in the age of the internet, such hindrances are futile. Although the plethora of social media outlets prevalent today did not exist then, the fervor of football enthusiasts alone was sufficient to disseminate the news widely. An hour before the match, the starting lineups for both teams were announced. An Lan's name undoubtedly appeared at the top, occupying the position of starting left winger. Is Maggath truly so optimistic about this boy hailing from football wasteland? Could it be that he has received some form of favor? Such thoughts circulated among the journalists awaiting the press conference. They were utterly perplexed, for while An Lan had showcased exceptional talent in friendly matches, Ruzai was by no means a pushover. At 29 years of age, Ruzai was at the pinnacle of his professional career. Despite a lackluster performance last season, he still appeared far more suitable than the young and inexperienced An Lan. The most incensed were the local Wolfsburg journalists, who were seething with anger. For 2 months, the core players of the team, including Zeko, Graphite, and Captain Benaglio, had subtly expressed their dissatisfaction with the club. Initially, the fans of Wolfsburg were unaware of the source of this discontent. Now, they understood it was the sudden signing of An Lan. The most outrageous part was that he had usurped Ruzai's jersey. As Maggath and Captain Benaglio had yet to arrive at the interview area, the journalists from the Chariot Nation began to murmur among themselves. Since the friendly matches had not been broadcasted, casual fans were oblivious to An Lan's performance. They vehemently accused Maggath of favoritism and criticized the club for being blind to talent, granting a mere lad with only 8 friendly matches under his belt the 3rd highest salary in the team. Among them was a beautiful reporter with Eastern features, who found herself in an awkward position. She was a Bundesliga reporter dispatched by the Dragon Nation Sports Channel, and as she listened to her fellow journalist disparage her compatriot, Su Wei felt a profound sense of shame. Having spent 2 years in the Chariot Nation, she was acutely aware of the vast disparity between domestic players and their foreign counterparts. Throughout these 2 tumultuous years, domestic players often ventured abroad to seek fame, only to return home after being repackaged as prodigious talents, creating a veritable industry in the process. The comments around her instinctively led her to categorize An Lan alongside those previously exported and subsequently returned players who had proven to be of little worth. Desperate to retain her job, Su Wei was clear on how to report such news. She quickly snapped a few photographs and transmitted them back to her homeland. Then, skillfully pinned, "Our 17-year-old expatriate player An Lan has shattered the record for the youngest player to sign with a Bundesliga club, as well as the record for the highest salary for expatriated players, adorned in the number 7 jersey. An Lan will be making his starting debut for Bundesliga club Wolfsburg in tonight's DFB Pokal match against the second division team Heidenheim. An Lan is a product of our domestic youth training system, playing as a forward. He has previously won the Golden Boot in our league for 2 seasons and was the top scorer at the World Youth Championship. Let us anticipate his performance." In addressing these superficial and ineffectual figures, Su Wei had formulated a writing strategy: praise, lavishly and unreservedly. Any form of commendation would suffice, from various angles and perspectives, as long as the issue of actual capability was deftly sidestepped. Chapter 33. I Shall Punish You. In the editorial office of the Dragon Kingdom Football News, Yang Jiao was utterly bewildered upon reading the article penned by Su Wei. As the official mouthpiece, Su Wei was beyond his jurisdiction, leaving Yang Jiao powerless to prevent the publication of her piece. He stared at the images she had captured from the Wolfsburg official website, depicting An Lan shaking hands with Coach Maggath while holding the number 7 jersey, and felt an overwhelming sense of confusion. An inexplicable fear began to creep into his heart. Those who harbor no guilty secrets have no reason to fear the knocking of ghosts. Over the past 2 months, as a sycophant to go Dan, he had mercilessly criticized An Lan. To solidify his own position, Yang Jiao had taken an exceptionally cunning approach to undermine An Lan. An Lan abandoned his elderly father to pursue his passion for football in the land of war chariots, while his father was left to scavenge for scraps to stave off hunger. What prompted the nefarious An Lan to choose football? Former classmates have revealed that An Lan was disinterested in academics and prone to brawling from a young age. It is suspected that the overseas player An Lan is being packaged by a management team, raising concerns about his potential return to the homeland at a steep price. Rumors suggest that during his time at Longchao, An Lan frequently spent the night away from home, with teammates alleging he had met with female fans on multiple occasions. These reports have emerged from the pen of Yang Jiao, who genuinely believes that players from Long would struggle to perform abroad. To eliminate the root of the problem and prevent An Lan's return, Yang Jiao has crafted a narrative portraying An Lan as a mere pawn of a management agency, inflating his market value only to return home to deceive for financial gain, thus attempting to sever his escape route. In the World Cup qualifiers, Longwa faced a disheartening 1-2 defeat against a lesser team on June 14th, extinguishing their hopes of qualification. In their final match on June 22nd against the Kangaroo Nation, despite initially leading 1-0 in the first half, they resorted to a defensive strategy in the second half. With Kangaroo Nation already qualified, the outcome of this match was inconsequential. Observing Longwa's defensive formation, Kangaroo Nation refrained from attacking, opting instead to field substitutes and play lackadaisically. The second half was marked by a lamentable display akin to a leisurely stroll. Ultimately, Longwa managed a meager 1-0 victory in this trivial encounter. Post-match, media outlets controlled by various football associations lauded Longwa's effort, yet the fans had long awakened to the reality, vociferously criticizing both the associations and the players. As more than a month passed, the Football Association, accustomed to retreating like a turtle, believed the situation had settled. However, seasoned journalist Yang Jiao understood that news regarding An Lan would erupt like thunder, reigniting domestic fans' animosity towards the association. In a state of distress, Yang Jiao pondered the outcome. As one of the nation's leading newspapers, if they failed to report on this story, their credibility would significantly diminish. Yet if they did report, they risked displeasing Guidan, the current team leader. While he was in a quandary, the phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, Yang Jiao sighed in relief. It was a call from Guidan. "Hello, Team Leader Gua, I assume you've seen the news? What do you think? If I hadn't seen it, would I be calling you?" Yes, please guide me, Team Leader Gua." Even without a face-to-face meeting, Yang Jiao stood up from his seat, nodding and bowing to the air, appearing quite comical. After a brief silence, the voice on the other end instructed, "Just report normally. Do not mention his honors or record-breaking feats. Simply state that he started and move on. How many pieces are there to criticize him?" Upon hearing this, Yang Jiao perked up, promptly responding, "There are about 70 or 80 articles ready, just waiting to be published." You are well prepared, but for now hold off. Since that lad has stumbled upon good fortune playing in the Bundesliga, let us wait and see if he can establish himself there. If a midfielder or defender's performance is difficult to assess, a forward's failure to score is nothing short of a transgression. Those sensationalist articles should be discarded. We are a newspaper, not a tabloid. Evaluations of domestic players should be grounded in reason and evidence. Upon hanging up the phone, Yang Jiao was left with a disconcerting sound of silence in his ear, feeling deeply unsettled. How could it be reasonable? An incident wherein Yutuwa dropped his groceries while bending down to pick them up was reported as An Lan abandoning his father and in Yutuwa scavenging for food. Wasn't that your suggestion? And what about the late-night meetings with female fans? Wasn't it you who insisted I arrange your evening language studies for inspiration? Yang Jiao lit a cigarette, leaning back in his chair, gazing at the wall adorned with critiques of societal issues, and sighed. Who wishes to descend into depravity if they can maintain their integrity? It is not by choice, but by coercion. The current environment of domestic football is such that if you do not conform, you are cast aside. After 2 decades of diligent work as a field reporter, he had risen to the position of editor-in-chief. With a house, a car, a wife, children, and an elderly mother in Yanjing, how could he risk it all for a moment of reckless valor, forcing his family into turmoil? Critiquing societal flaws? No, merely colluding with the corrupt. After a brief moment of reflection, Yang Jiao's expression hardened. If he had chosen to be the villain, he would embrace that role fully. Those who had a sudden change of heart were long since buried. An Lan, it is your choice of football that bears the blame. Yang Jiao picked up the phone, issuing commands to his subordinates. Several newspapers, including Longwa Football News, reported on An Lan's situation with a measured tone. Yet this did not dampen the enthusiasm of domestic fans. Online, discussions regarding An Lan's starting position in the DFB Pokal had ignited fervently. Since 2008, both the Bundesliga and the DFB Pokal had been broadcast free of charge on sports channels. Below the news released by Su Wei, the comments section erupted. The pent-up anger of fans accumulated from the World Cup was unleashed upon learning that An Lan had received the number 7 jersey, the 3rd highest salary on the team, and a starting position. This time, our overseas players were not mere marginal figures nor laborers, but rather the main striker of a Bundesliga team. An Lan is exceptional. Number 7, the main striker. I must watch the DFB Pokal and Bundesliga this season. I am Dongzi, currently writing a novel, and I plan to feature An Lan in my next work. Those lackeys of the Football Association, their reports scarcely mentioned An Lan. What does that signify? What does it mean? There's discord. I hear that Zhubai was released after investigation and continues to work at the Football Association. It seems they will never accept An Lan. It is truly disheartening. Better not to accept him. An Lan, do not return, for I fear he might suffer a grievous injury in training. Let us not dwell on such disheartening thoughts. Let us simply enjoy the DFB Pokal and the Bundesliga. Who has access to Wolfsburg jerseys? How unfortunate. In the central office, Godan forcefully hurled the cup against the wall. The thermos, filled with goji berries, shattered, shedding tears of grievance. With a fierce determination, Godan pressed a number. 2 minutes later, a secretary clad in a form-fitting skirt and high-heeled shoes entered. Team leader. Her voice was irresistibly alluring. My temper is quite elevated at the moment. Godan gazed at the secretary, a glimmer of greed and desire in his eyes, and with a sweeping gesture commanded, "Fetch An Lan's jersey and relieve my frustrations. I shall punish you." Chapter 34. An Lan of Wolfsburg possesses the visage of a golden boy. For top-tier teams, cup competitions like the DFB Pokal are merely embellishments, often approached with a lackadaisical attitude. However, for second-tier and lesser leagues, they are of paramount importance. The expenses of football clubs are astronomical, and even lower-tier teams without star players face daunting financial burdens. A significant portion of their previous revenue stemmed from ticket and jersey sales. Yet, relying solely on ticket and merchandise sales yields meager profits. Both elite clubs and ordinary ones struggle to sustain themselves. It is only with the advent of television and the internet that the reach of football has expanded globally. In tournaments such as the DFB Pokal and the Champions League, all participating teams receive a share of the broadcast revenue. For lower-tier teams, this revenue is substantial. The further they advance, the more considerable their earnings become. If their opponents are renowned giants, the rewards multiply. Utilizing the influence of their adversaries, the viewership on pay-per-view channel surges, allowing them to profit handsomely from match revenues. Thus, the stadium in Heidenheim is abuzz with excitement, filled to capacity with 10,000 spectators. In this small city of merely 50,000 residents, one-fifth have come to support their local team. They are elated to face off against the top Bundesliga team. Both teams have arrived, having already taken to the field. After a brief warm-up, they retreated to the locker room, awaiting the commencement of the match. In the locker room, Maggath stood beside the tactical board, while the 11 starting players sat in a row facing him. He was animated, a natural orator. First and foremost, do not underestimate our opponents. Though they are a second-tier team, this is our first official match of the season. Let us play a splendid game to herald the beginning of our illustrious season. He was aware of the atmosphere in the locker room, but reassured them, you need not worry. Each one of you will have your chance. At that moment, he resolved to declare his ambitions. This season, I intend to compete on 3 fronts: the League, the DFB Pokal, and the Europa League. I want them all. Wolfsburg shall rise this season, for we are united. A sea of green will spread across Europe, instilling fear in our adversaries. As he concluded his statement, both the starting players and substitutes brightened with enthusiasm. Competing on 3 fronts. This signifies that every individual has an opportunity. Once one embarks on the path of a professional athlete, no one desires to remain on the sidelines. Maggath turned his gaze towards An Lan and inquired, how does it feel to have your first starting match for Wolfsburg? An Lan shrugged nonchalantly and replied with a smile, I am quite excited. I shall carry the entire match. Upon hearing this, Maggath patted him on the shoulder, brimming with confidence. In recent training matches, however, An Lan had begun to slack off again. He had contemplated urging An Lan to take the training more seriously, but after much reflection, he ultimately decided to allow An Lan to be himself. He understood that many gifted players possess their own peculiarities, and thus he chose to interpret An Lan's lackluster performance in training matches as merely a quirk of genius. Having never coached a prodigy before, Maggath could only navigate this path cautiously. The other players, witnessing Maggath's unwavering faith in An Lan, felt a mixture of emotions. This was especially true for Zeko and Graphite. As forwards, they were acutely aware of An Lan's talent. Yet, even so, shouldn't there be a modicum of respect for one's elders? After all, who among the young was not once considered a genius? An Lan remains completely indifferent to the envious, jealous, or even hostile gazes of those around him. With his body having been digitized, he harbors no fears of untimely demise. As long as he takes each step with determination, he is destined to become a top-tier football star. This conviction has elevated An Lan's mindset to a level of transcendence very early on. While others regard him merely as a competitor, An Lan perceives Wolfsburg as a launching pad. Signing with Wolfsburg serves 2 purposes: to express his gratitude to Maggath and to acknowledge that he is not yet perfect, still in need of the experience card that only a star player can provide. Wolfsburg feels somewhat small, while other players are preoccupied with securing their starting positions. His sights are set on the illustrious elite clubs that bask in the perpetual glow of the spotlight. As the call to take the field resonates, all starting players rise. Captain Benaglio stands at the dressing room entrance, exchanging high-fives with each player as they depart. Both An Lan and Eco graciously reciprocate the gesture. Witnessing the 2 leaders sets a precedent, prompting their teammates to follow suit. They are all adults, unbothered by such trivialities. Everyone understands that despite any fierce rivalries within the locker room, outside, Wolfsburg remains utterly united. Observing the departing players, Bob, who has transitioned from youth coach to assistant coach of the first team, inquires of Maggath, where do you see An Lan's future? The future? Maggath replies, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke with a smile. Have you noticed something? An Lan is only 17. Bob, initially taken aback, quickly processes this revelation, his eyes widening in astonishment. Goodness, An Lan, merely 17 years of age. He has just realized that neither Maggath nor himself had ever considered whether such a young player would feel nerves when stepping onto the grand stage of the German Cup or the Bundesliga. Unbeknownst to him, in the eyes of the coaching staff and even the players, it seemed as though An Lan was destined to be a starter, poised to showcase his talents on this illustrious platform. In other words, they had never regarded An Lan as a mere child. Observing Bob's astonished expression, Maggath chuckled. Indeed, it was only when I patted his shoulder and noticed his sparse facial hair that I truly grasped his youth. Despite being only 17, he performed as though he were a seasoned veteran. He possesses an innate courage complemented by prodigious talent. I believe the club may very well witness the emergence of a golden boy next year. Bob nodded in agreement with Maggath's perspective. The European golden boy is not merely an accolade. It is a recognition bestowed upon a young player who excels among his contemporaries. Much like the Ballon d'Or, only those with exceptional performances are honored each year. An Lan, evidently, possesses the qualities befitting a golden boy, established in 2003 by the Italian sports newspaper Tuttosport. The Golden Boy Award is designated for youth players under the age of 21 playing for European clubs. The inaugural recipient was the Dutch prodigy Rafael van der Vaart, often dubbed the second Cruyff. Such a prestigious beginning undoubtedly enhances the award's significance. In its 5 years of existence, each Golden Boy has shone brilliantly, carving out a place in the footballing world. Notable past winners include Rooney in 2004, Messi in 2005, Fabregas in 2006, and last year as Agüero. However, the award is generally presented in October, which means that An Lan will miss out on the Golden Boy Award this year. Yet, should he continue to perform admirably this season, I am confident that he will be a contender for the 2009 Golden Boy. Chapter 35, Dressed in White, A Realm of Solitude. At the Heidenheim Stadium, as the players emerged from the tunnel, a wave of cheers erupted. The German Cup saw the second division team, Heidenheim, hosting Bundesliga's Wolfsburg. The talented An Lan, who had been the subject of much media fervor in recent days, immediately drew the attention of broadcasters upon his appearance. The cameras, ever astute, ensured that even within Heidenheim's home ground, An Lan received ample coverage. It was then they noticed something intriguing. Despite the unspoken hierarchy of teams, fans could perceive subtleties in the details. They observed that Captain Beanalite led the charge, which was hardly surprising. Wolfsburg star player Zeko took the second position, also expected. However, occupying the third spot was not the second star graphite, but rather the 17-year-old An Lan. The cameras focused on him, capturing close-ups that allowed all to behold the visage of this prodigious talent. An Lan, exuding an air of calmness, advanced steadily alongside the caddy, his gaze unwavering and expression indifferent. He appeared utterly unperturbed for a rookie player, his cold eyes seemingly conveying to the home crowd, "I am here to unleash a formidable performance. Dear viewers, welcome. You are currently tuned into the sports channel, and the event we are covering is the inaugural match of the DFB Pokal. The contest pits 1. Bundesliga's VfL Wolfsburg against the hosts 2. Bundesliga's Heidenheim. I am your commentator, Duan Xian. I am Tao Wei." At this moment, the camera focused on the prodigious 17-year-old talent from our Dragon Nation, An Lan, donned in the number 7 jersey, occupying the forward position. Just 2 days prior, An Lan had signed a 2-year contract with Wolfsburg, securing the third highest salary within the team. Hence, this marks his debut in an official match representing Wolfsburg, establishing the record for the youngest player from our nation to participate in a cup competition within the top 5 leagues. Across the ocean, the familiar voices of Duan Xian and Tao Wei resonated, beloved by countless fans from the Dragon Nation. This dynamic duo, responsible for commentary on Bundesliga matches this season, brought joy to the live audience as they unexpectedly took on the role of narrating the DFB Pokal. Both were visibly exhilarated, their tones imbued with cheerfulness. The reason was simple. Unlike previous matches, today they transitioned from mere spectators to participants, as the young player in the number 7 jersey was one of their own compatriots. Before the match commenced, the two commentators enthusiastically discussed An Lan, evidently having done their homework. Following a disheartening defeat in the World Cup qualifiers, the Dragon Nation was in dire need of hope, and An Lan emerged as a beacon. Just when the fans began to ponder whether their nation was ill-suited for football, An Lan appeared, offering a glimmer of optimism and becoming a symbol of hope for all. From a U20 World Cup to the Dragon Super League, then on to the U19 Bundesliga, and even the rumor club friendlies and the signing agent Raiola, Duan Xian and Tao Wei thoroughly educated the viewers, ensuring every spectator remembered An Lan vividly. Meanwhile, on the pitch, as the camera occasionally captured An Lan, the VfL Wolfsburg fans watching from their screens widened their curious eyes, intrigued by the club's sudden high-profile signing of this young prodigy. "Wow, he's so handsome. Asians can be this dashing too. I want to date him. Tomorrow, I shall purchase his jersey and seek his autograph. From this moment on, I'm a Wolfsburg fan. His surname isn't right. It would be quite nice if my future child also bore the surname in." In countless households of football enthusiasts, the scene unfolds as described above. Fathers switch on the television, reclining on their sofas, eagerly anticipating the match. To their astonishment, their daughters and wives, who typically show little interest in football, glance at the screen and promptly take their seats. They then proceed to chatter animatedly about the handsome young man on the screen. This leaves the fathers feeling quite disconcerted. as the beer in their hands and the sausages on the table suddenly lose their appeal. He had better be a genius, or I shall berate him. At that moment, numerous veteran fans of Wolfsburg glare at the television, their thoughts filled with resentment toward An Lan. On the pitch, as An Lan steps onto the verdant grass, a system notification resonates. He glances at it, a subtle smile forming on his lips. Today's task is rather intriguing. Ding! Detection of host entering the field. The Superstar Experience card system has been activated. Detection of host's first participation in the cup tournament triggers a temporary task. Dominator of the Underdogs. Dominator of the Underdogs. A cup tournament? You expect me to play against a bunch of teams from the second, third divisions, and amateur leagues? Dark horses? Upsets? Huh. Such notions do not exist in my realm. Do you think you can dance with me? Task overview. The mere presence of the host embodies absolute strength. Any team daring to dream of an upset shall have their illusions ruthlessly shattered. Please achieve a dazzling quadruple goal against opponents of a lower league level and ultimately seize the German Cup Championship. Task rewards. System upgrade. Random purple passive skill. Task penalty. Acquire the title of Cup Softshell Shrimp. Thereafter, when facing teams of lower strength in the host league, strength will diminish by 50. He has long grown accustomed to such penalties. An Lan's interest lies in the upgrade of the reward system. Over the course of 2 months, his system has undergone 5 upgrades. Yet, the full name of the system is now the Star Player Experience Card 2. 15 Deluxe Beta version. He harbors serious doubts about whether this system is defective. Otherwise, why would it remain in beta testing for so long? His obsessive-compulsive tendencies are exacerbated by the system's full name, causing him considerable distress. One of his current fixations is to elevate the system to its latest version. The Star Player Experience Card is being drawn. The draw is complete. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a CAC Experience Card, version 07. Wow, CAC. An unexpected thrill surged within An Lan, quickly replaced by a peculiar smile upon her lips. Was this not akin to using a cannon to swat a fly? To have the omnipotent CAC of 2007 engage with a second-tier German team? How could the system be so devoid of humanity and compassion? Yet I must confess, I relish this. This is none other than CAC, who was recently crowned the World Footballer of the Year. If one were to ponder who among the world's top 3 football stars is today, CAC undoubtedly holds a prominent place. This whirlwind of talent, who led AC Milan to victory in the UEFA Champions League last year, was honored with the 2007 Ballon d'Or and the FIFA World Player of the Year award for his exceptional performances. Just 2 months ago, he was also recognized by Time magazine as one of the 100 most influential people. It can be said that last year in the realm of football was unequivocally the year of CAC. An Lan decisively opted to utilize the CAC Experience Card. Unlike the subtle changes he had previously encountered with experience cards, this time he genuinely perceived a transformation. System. Open the Personal Attributes panel. An Lan decisively opened his Personal Attributes panel, his curiosity piqued by CAC's prowess. Name. CAC age. 25, 2007. Team. Wolfsburg position. Striker dribbling. S shooting. S explosiveness. S speed. S strength. S stamina. A football intelligence. A mentality. A evaluation. A perfect template for a striker. A youthful spirit racing against the wind. A solitary journey spanning 1,000 miles, clad in garments as white as snow, striding with great confidence, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. Upon witnessing the host's assessment of CAC, An Lan inhaled deeply. For reasons unknown, he felt an overwhelming sense of jealousy, akin to the verdant fields beneath his mother's feet. Chapter 36. Genius? Now you see me, now you don't. Sky Television, the largest paid sports channel in Europe, hails from the United Kingdom and is under the control of media magnate Rupert Murdoch's news group. The commentator for Sky's live broadcast of the match is the first female commentator in the history of the Bundesliga, named Monica Learhouse. At 36 years old, she remains charming, possessing striking blue eyes and neatly cropped brown hair. At this moment, Monica sits in the stands, gracefully narrating the game into the microphone. A stark contrast to the male commentators from other nations. The players have taken to the field, making their final preparations. Oh, the result of the coin toss. Heidenheim has gained the right to kick off. Let's first examine the starting lineups of both teams. For Heidenheim, and for Wolfsburg, the starting goalkeeper is Benaglio. Left winger An Lan. This young man is undoubtedly the hottest football prodigy in recent times. He is rather handsome, and this match marks his first starting appearance for Wolfsburg. Let us anticipate how this talented athlete from the Dragon Nation will perform. In the commentary booth, commentators from various European nations coincidentally highlight An Lan in their final remarks. Initially, this match between the Bundesliga and the two Bundesliga did not promise much intrigue. However, due to the recent buzz surrounding An Lan, curiosity has been ignited. The pay-per-view numbers for Sky Sports have shattered the previous records for both teams' cup matches. Everyone is eager to witness whether this young prodigy, coveted by Mendes and Raiola, is truly a genius. On the pitch, Maggath, impeccably dressed, shakes hands with Heidenheim's coach at the sidelines. Enjoy the match. This defeat is not the coach's fault, he states with a smile, delivering an air of bravado. The Heidenheim head coach, upon hearing this, flushes with anger, gripping Maggath's hand with a bit more force. That is not a certainty. Maggath remains unfazed, shaking off the discomfort in his hand as he saunters back to the bench. In his view, as long as the players maintain harmony on the field, this trident formation is more than capable of unleashing tremendous power. Perhaps the outcome against the mighty Bayern remains uncertain. Yet facing a team from the second division is akin to slicing through vegetables. The head coach of Heidenheim is not as leisurely as Maggath, spurred by the stakes. His mind is solely focused on securing victory in this match. Thus, he stands resolutely at the sideline, prepared to rally his players and adjust tactics at any moment. As the match commences, Wolfsburg's offense does not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Rather, their defense teeters on the brink of collapse. From the outset, Heidenheim's coach bellows from the sidelines, urging his players to press forward with high intensity. Attack! 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 As Li Yunlong might exclaim. This fervor catches Wolfsburg's players off guard, as the anticipated roles of offense and defense are reversed. 15 minutes into the game, the second division's Heidenheim is relentlessly assaulting the Bundesliga's Wolfsburg at their home ground. Goodness, it's as if not even the peak of CAC could remedy this situation. Observing his distracted teammates, An Lan feels an overwhelming sense of urgency. While a basketball superstar can single-handedly turn the tide, football is a game of 11. Everyone must rally together. This is the opening match. Captain Benaglio, after yet another spectacular save, roars in defiance. Being bombarded in one's own half is a nightmare for any goalkeeper. Fortunately, Benaglio is in fine form, diving and parrying to safeguard his fortress. Maggath, unable to remain seated, stands at the team's half, bellowing. Focus. Get your act together. Organize. Misimovic, what on earth are you doing? Pay attention. Anyone who slacks off in the second half can leave. Perhaps the cacophony of the stadium overwhelms Wolfsburg's players, as they remain lackadaisical. Finally, the punishment arrives. In the 20th minute, Wolfsburg's left back Zoldkato falters, allowing Heidenheim's forward to break free on a one-on-one. With calm precision, he strikes, the ball sailing past at an incredible speed, leaving Benaglio with no chance to react. Goal! Heidenheim leads 1-0. What a magnificent moment. We have taken a lead. Wolfsburg? Bah! Well done, lads. Let us keep this up and send them packing. We are invincible. Genius? Where is he? Where has that wretched genius vanished to? You are worth more than all our players combined. Ha ha ha, what genius! These Bundesliga clubs merely acquire subpar talent. With the team ahead, the Heidenheim Stadium erupts into thunderous cheers. A venue that accommodates only 10,000 is alive with the roars of ecstatic fans, celebrating wildly and creating waves of jubilation. After scoring, Heidenheim striker Leif was filled with exuberance. Following his celebration, he approached An Lan and playfully bumped shoulders with him. At 28 years old, Leif is at the pinnacle of his career, yet his peak is confined to the second division, which fills him with envy towards the 17-year-old An Lan. Faced with An Lan, whose market value surpasses his own, Leif turned back after the shoulder bump and patted An Lan on the shoulder. Covering his mouth with one hand to shield his words from the camera, he remarked to An Lan, "Hey kid, your market value is 3 times mine, yet I am the one who scored. You're from Longwa, right? Excuse me, can people from Longwa actually play football?" In response to Leif's taunts, An Lan met his gaze without flinching. "Oh, don't get too worked up." Leif chuckled with a mischievous grin, giving An Lan another pat on the shoulder. "Keep it up, or you might just find yourself sent back." With that, Leif departed, leaving everyone with the impression that he had merely offered an apology to An Lan. An Lan gazed at his retreating figure, his eyes icy with disdain. After the restart, Wolfsburg's offense showed no signs of improvement, perhaps having taken the previous friendly match too lightly. The players appeared flustered in the face of the opponent's aggressive pressing, leading to a series of blunders. The midfield duo, Misimovic and Simunek, seemed to have lost their spark, failing to exhibit their usual synergy. As the engines of the field, their disconnection was far from ideal. This fragmentation left Wolfsburg's defense and attack completely isolated, creating an impression of an amateur team under the relentless pressure of their adversaries. Maggath, no longer shouting from the sidelines, stood with arms crossed, observing coldly. The cameras captured the contrasting scenes of the two coaches, with Heidenheim's manager passionately directing his team, a stark contrast to Maggath's demeanor. Commentators from other countries, unencumbered by the pressures of the match, began to question Maggath's choices. They recognized that Wolfsburg's plight was a collective issue. However, An Lan, once heralded as a prodigy, now under scrutiny, became the target of criticism as the team fell behind, and he remained inconspicuous. To make matters worse, just 5 minutes later, the lethargic Wolfsburg faced further punishment. In the 26th minute, a lapse in Wolfsburg's offensive play allowed Misimovic to be dispossessed. Heidenheim's midfield seized the opportunity, launching a high-quality long pass. In an instant, the trio of forwards led by Leaf surged forward, penetrating deep into Wolfsburg's territory. The four defenders were thrown into disarray. Following a straightforward wall pass, Leaf leapt high to head the ball into the net. The sound of the ball hitting the back of the net echoed through the stadium. Benaglio lay on the ground, staring vacantly at the ball nestled within the goal. Just 26 minutes into the match, Heidenheim led Wolfsburg 2-0. The crowd erupted into madness. 10,000 Heidenheim fans cheered loudly, breaking into their team anthem. Charge forth, brave warriors. We are Heidenheim. Our blue-red blood flows beneath our skin. Let us fight. The children of Heidenheim will always support you. The home ground transformed into a jubilant sea as Heidenheim's coach embraced his players with fervor, casting a knowing smile towards Maggath, as if to say, "Oh, why does the coach who enjoys the game look so glum?" The Wolfsburg players hung their heads, the air thick with their collective despondency. An Lan felt a surge of frustration, particularly after Leifum scored twice, coming before him in a show of defiance. "Dragon country lad, take your tearful pleas and return to your homeland. The waters of the war chariot nation are far too deep for you to navigate." Across the ocean, seasoned commentators Duan Xian and Tao Wei appeared somewhat flustered, akin to novices, in a match eagerly anticipated by all Dragon Country fans. The team found themselves 2 goals down within a mere 26 minutes of the first half. Their compatriot An Lan, whom they had high hopes for, had been virtually invisible on the field. The statistics flashed across the television screen, and though Tao Wei spoke with a tinge of bitterness, he could only state, after 26 minutes, Wolfsburg is trailing by 2 goals. Their organization had encountered several issues, resulting in few opportunities for the forwards to make contact with the ball, thus rendering them unable to pose any threat to Heidenheim. Thus far, within Wolfsburg's attacking trident, deity had made 2 effective touches with no dangerous attacks. Graphite had 1 effective touch and 1 dangerous attack, while An Lan had 1 effective touch with no dangerous attacks. Duan Xian interjected, "I believe Maggath should seriously contemplate how to turn the tide during halftime. If this trend continues, Wolfsburg may face a humiliating defeat." "Indeed," sighed Tao Wei, attempting to defend An Lan. "This match marks the debut of the young talent An Lan from Dragon Country. I hope Maggath can devise a way to connect the team, enabling the forwards to receive the ball and pose a threat to the opposition." In stark contrast to the anxious fans of Dragon Country, a cacophony of laughter erupted from the Football Association's headquarters. The laughter was unadulterated, revealing genuine joy. The leaders, headed by the programming guru, lounged on luxurious imported sofas, bantering and jesting with an air of ease. Before them lay a banquet of delicacies unattainable for the average person: mautai, huazi, abalone, lobster, and sea cucumber. Amidst the recent defeat of the national team in the World Cup, the sole source of their amusement was the out-of-place maverick An Lan, whose performance abroad had been lackluster. See, I told you, his skills may be top-tier domestically, but in the Premier League, he's merely a horse among cattle. Godin, keenly observing the programming guru's jovial disposition, raised his glass with both hands in a gesture of respect, proclaiming, "Leader, you remain as steadfast as a mountain. It seems you anticipated this day. This toast is for you. I shall drink to your health, and you may indulge as you wish." With that, Godin tilted his head back and downed his drink with considerable bravado. As the highest authority of the Football Association, the programming guru had not issued many commands throughout the An Lan incident. However, this did not deter Godin and his companions from seizing the opportunity to flatter. The pinnacle of flattery lies in fabricating praise, and these individuals had truly mastered the art, much like the ranking of the 108 heroes in water margin. After the toast from Godin, a portly middle-aged man rose, glass in hand, to offer his respects. The programmer welcomed all with open arms, clearly in high spirits. After a round of toasts, he grasped a cigarette in one hand and rubbed his round belly with the other, stating, "Over the years, I have witnessed countless young footballers. Each one boasts extraordinary talent, claiming to be the Zidane of the Dragon Kingdom, the Klinsmann of the Dragon Kingdom, the Ronaldo of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet ultimately, they all fade into obscurity." The circle of men displayed expressions of profound enlightenment, much to the programmer's delight. He inhaled from his cigarette and, exhaling a cloud of smoke, continued, "Life, my friends, is but a fleeting moment. These players have careers lasting 5 to 6 years at best, with the longest barely extending to 15. They possess a narrow vision, never contemplating what to pursue after football. What shall they do when their glory fades? The programmer gestured broadly, encompassing everyone in his sweeping motion. "We must consider their futures and expand this cake, ensuring that no one shall worry about their livelihood. If they fail to understand, so be it. Yet the likes of An Lan, that reckless youth, seeks to disrupt. Such treachery must be punished. Such malice is intolerable. Little do they realize, games are merely games. Business is simply business." The programmer's twisted logic earned him applause within the smoke-filled room. A dozen men cheered in celebration, already deliberating where to revel after the second half. Led by Yang Diao, the editors of various publications had already alerted their staff to provide an objective assessment of An Lan immediately after the match. Returning to the Heidenheim Stadium, the first half concluded with a score of 2-0 in favor of the home team. In the final 20 minutes, the players of Wolfsburg finally regained some semblance of form. Heidenheim continued their relentless assault, but failed to breach the Wolfsburg defense once more. With this unsightly score, the Wolfsburg players returned to the locker room, heads bowed. As they passed through the player tunnel, a throng of fervent home fans unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. "Go back, you Wolf Cubs! Graphite? Just a bag carrier for the Samba national team. Awkward Zeko, your height is better suited for fixing power lines. Benaglio, with your butterfingers. An Lan? How are you? I can't see you. Scramming. The lad from the Dragon Kingdom is about to weep. How did you attain such a valuation? Were you warming Maggath's bed at night?" Among the cacophony, the jeers directed at An Lan were particularly loud, the biting words causing great discomfort, a sensation entirely foreign to him. He returned to the locker room in silence, with Maggath trailing closely behind. An Lan could even sense the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from behind him. With a resounding bang, Maggath forcefully kicked the nearest locker upon entering. Chapter 38. A solo journey of 1,000 miles. A group of cowards. Are you all wandering a dream? I am profoundly dissatisfied with your performance. The first half was nothing short of a complete disaster. No, it was even worse than a disaster. The defense resembled a corridor, allowing the opponents to stroll through at will. The entire team was utterly disjointed, with the trio in midfield failing miserably at both orchestrating attacks and defending. The forward line was also lackluster in their defensive efforts. Is your sole task to score goals? Should you return to participate in defense when the team is trailing? Especially you, Lucas. You made a staggering 5 errors in the first half. Are you hoping to roll back to the youth training team? Maggath unleashed his fury, while An Lan cowered in the corner, his eyes wide with shock. This was the first time he had witnessed Maggath in such a state. Having been here for over 3 months, he had always perceived Maggath as a tempered elder of the war chariot nation. Little did he expect that the head coach would exhibit such behavior. It remains uncertain who excels more in berating players, him or that notorious old windbag from England. All 11 starters were thoroughly chastised by Maggath, with Lucas bearing the brunt of his wrath. Having started the match, Lucas, who had played in the German youth training system until the age of 19, appeared completely lost during the first half. He was exceedingly nervous and struggled to adapt to the pace, which was markedly different from that of youth matches. Faced with relentless pressing and petty fouls from the opposition, Lucas made frequent errors, thus inviting criticism. Fortunately, the halftime break lasted only 20 minutes. After venting his frustrations, Maggath began strategizing for the second half. He surveyed the room and finally fixed his gaze upon Misimovic. "Misai, how do you think we should approach the second half?" Misimovic was taken aback by the question. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "Coach, I believe their pressing was excessively intense in the first half, which must have taken a toll on their stamina. We should continue with a defensive counterattack in the second half. There lies an opportunity for us." No sooner had he finished speaking than an incongruous voice interjected. "What the hell? Everyone turned to see that the speaker was none other than An Lan, who had previously hidden in the corner to evade Maggath's ire. Misimovic, feeling disrespected by An Lan's rebuttal, immediately bristled. "What do you mean? Are you looking for a fight?" The Bosnian contingent, led by Zeko, all stood up in unison. An Lan observed the scene with an air of nonchalance. He scratched his ear and, with a smirk of derision curling at the corners of his mouth, remarked, "Did I say something erroneous? Our coach previously stated that our objective is to compete on 3 fronts. Yet here we are against a second-tier team, and you advocate for a defensive counterattack? If that is the case, we might as well concede. It is utterly cowardly." "Huh," Jaku retorted with a scornful laugh. "What does a defensive counterattack have to do with cowardice? This is strategy. What a farce." An Lan retorted with indignation. No team aspiring to compete in the 3rd tier would commence the season by adopting a defensive counterattacking strategy, cowering like a turtle. "Coach, leave the second half to me." Misai was indeed correct in stating that their relentless pressing in the first half would inevitably lead to a significant decline in their physical stamina. "As long as my teammates do not wander in a daze as they did in the first half and pass the ball to me, I will make them pay." An Lan rose to his feet, his voice resonating with conviction as he exclaimed, "What is this so-called Wolves' fortress?" Maggath, observing An Lan's unwavering confidence, nodded in agreement. Disregarding the thoughts of the other players, he spoke directly. "Then let me witness that you are not merely boasting. In the second half, the focus will be on An Lan. If I catch anyone indulging in petty antics, they may as well take a seat on the bench for the remainder of the match." An Lan could scarcely contain his excitement, fueled by an unshakable confidence. The PCAC experience card had languished in use for an entire half, leaving him quite irked. Thus, he yearned for an opportunity where the entire team would rally to his aid, which he intended to declare in the locker room, pledging his allegiance. He was convinced that regardless of their willingness, the other players, having heeded Maggath's warning, would now pass the ball to him. As long as he received the ball, he felt assured that he could dismantle the opposing defense. As the second half commenced, Wolfsburg's form finally returned. The previous 8 friendly matches had nearly made them forget the intensity of official competitions, and now, trailing 0-2, every player was acutely aware of the reality. The new season had begun. They could no longer afford to be lackadaisical. Thus, from the outset, Wolfsburg took the initiative to press their opponents. Momentum is a peculiar force, intangible yet undeniably real. After a 20-minute cooling-off period at halftime, the Heidenheim players remained spirited, yet the frenzied energy of the first half had dissipated. In contrast, Wolfsburg, upon regaining their usual form, surged to a possession rate of 75. In the 53rd minute, Misimovic delivered a lateral pass to the underperforming Lucas from the first half. As Lucas received the ball, before he could feel a pang of anxiety, he heard a familiar call from ahead. "Lucas, give it to me." He quickly lifted his gaze to find An Lan merely 5 meters away, prompting him to instinctively send the ball flying in that direction. Earlier in the locker room, Maggath had contemplated substituting Lucas, but An Lan had intervened, a gesture that left Lucas profoundly grateful. However, the moment he passed the ball, Lucas realized he had struck it too forcefully. Curse it, he had overdone it. The kick felt less like a pass and more akin to a wild shot. Disheartened, Lucas intended to raise his hand to apologize to An Lan, but the next instant, his eyes widened in astonishment. As a soccer ball soared directly toward Heidenheim's defensive zone, An Lan sprang into action. His speed was astonishing. He swiftly maneuvered between 2 defenders and sprinted toward the ball. In that moment, An Lan was a sight to behold, and within 3 seconds, he caught up to the ball. Upon making contact, he maintained his speed, even accelerating slightly. As he dashed across the field, an extraordinary rhythm developed between An Lan and the ball. He was in a frenzied run, yet curiously, the ball remained precisely 2 meters ahead of him, as if frozen in place. "Goodness, what dribbling!" Maggath, observing from the sidelines, could not help but exclaim in disbelief. An Lan, clad in a green and white Wolfsburg jersey, confidently surged into the opponent's half. As a defensive player approached to obstruct him, he effortlessly executed a feint, leaving the defender behind with ease, and charged straight into the penalty area. A breathtaking 70-meter sprint. An Lan faced the goalkeeper with a solitary determination, diverging from his usual shooting style, and unleashed a thunderous strike from just outside the penalty area. The football soared like a bullet, striking the upper right corner of the net with precision. The Heidenheim goalkeeper barely had time to react, remaining motionless as the ball found its way into the net. A remarkable 70-meter solo run, swift as lightning, culminated in a magnificent goal. The score was now 1-2, as Wolfsburg clawed back a point, injecting suspense back into the match. Chapter 39. Repaying Malice with Virtue? It's all a fade. What on earth is happening? This is utterly astonishing. Is Kaka gracing the pitch? At the onset of the second half, I witnessed the once lackluster Dragon Country prodigy sprint 70 meters before unleashing an explosive shot. He appeared transformed, or perhaps Heidenheim had incited his fury. Is this the true power of An? Please tell me this is not a figment of imagination. This young talent, merely 17 years of age, possesses dribbling skills as graceful as Kaka. If this is indeed his authentic prowess, we may be witnessing the rise of a new star. This is not just a stroke of luck for Wolfsburg. It is a boon for the entirety of the Bundesliga. The Premier League boasts Cristiano Ronaldo. La Liga has Lionel Messi, and we have An Lan. Let us replay that moment. Oh, that sudden burst of speed was picturesque, leaving the two defenders flabbergasted. Observe this prodigious dribbling. I can almost see Kaka. The match is once again fraught with suspense. Let us see how Heidenheim responds. The typically graceful Monica, in an uncharacteristic frenzy, unleashed her sharp voice, resonating in the minds of all fans watching the broadcast. The effect was palpable. In that moment, everyone understood the brilliance of An Lan's solo endeavor, etching it into their memories. Yet, the Heidenheim stadium remained as silent as a library. Maggath and Bob embraced, bouncing like children in delight. The home crowd stared in disbelief at the replay on the screen, their eyes wide with incredulity. Was scoring a goal truly this simple? Receiving the ball, advancing from the backfield to the front, and then shooting. The ball simply went in? As a team in the second division, they had never witnessed such a breathtaking performance live. In that moment, many Heidenheim players pondered a singular thought. Is this what genius looks like? After scoring, An Lan roared as he approached the home fans, placing a finger to his lips in a shushing gesture, then pointed to himself. And then, he pressed both hands downward. I am here, you all be quiet. Such audacious bravado instantly jolted the somewhat dazed home fans into awareness. No matter your so-called genius. I'll curse you. Get lost. Go away. Curse those Dragon Kingdom folk. What pretense is this? You are not welcome here, you little brat. We remain the frontrunners. And you shall surely fail. It's merely a stroke of luck. Next time, I'll break your legs. The taunts of the fans reached An Lan's ears, resonating like a sweet melody. He reveled in their scorn, wearing a grin as he flashed a thumbs up towards the stands before swiftly departing. Lucas and the others rushed over to embrace him. Well done, Chief. Lucas was utterly impressed. He never anticipated that a wayward pass could transform into an assist. After all, this was his debut assist in the first team. Just a trivial matter. An Lan graciously accepted the compliments and celebrated with high fives alongside Zico, Graphite, and others. Well done, they exclaimed. Thank you. The victory of the team is of utmost importance. It is essential for the players on the field to maintain a positive demeanor. Although Maggath may tolerate a chaotic locker room, he would never allow any issues regarding team unity to manifest on the pitch. Meanwhile, across the ocean, countless fans from the Dragon Kingdom, who initially felt disappointed, suddenly erupted with enthusiasm as if invigorated by a surge of energy. In the dead of night, numerous apartment buildings glowed with lights, filled with fans who had stayed awake to watch the match. In this moment, their excitement was palpable. Incredible, An Lan, they cheered. His speed, his dribbling. He is truly one of our own from the Dragon Kingdom. This match was worth every second. Tomorrow, they must take a day off to catch up on sleep. Just as they had prepared to retire for the night, it now seemed essential to witness the entirety of the game. These ardent fans from the Dragon Kingdom can be regarded as the most genuine of supporters, eagerly watching the rise of their new star. With this rising star now shining brightly, they felt reassured and above all gratified. Tao Wei and Duan Xian also lavished praise upon An Lan, deliberately avoiding any mention of his provocative gestures towards the fans after scoring. Following a round of celebrations, the match resumed, with 35 minutes remaining. The situation was precarious for Heidenheim, who were only one goal ahead. After being breached by Wolfsburg, the Heidenheim coach shouted vehemently. The defense was utterly ineffective. He urged his players to apply pressure on the opposition. However, Wolfsburg's confidence had fully manifested. They proceeded with a steady approach, continually probing the opponent's defense. Two defenders began to closely mark An Lan, shadowing his every move. Upon receiving the ball, he was immediately besieged. They tugged at his jersey, tripped him, and employed subtle tactics to shield him. Within the first 10 minutes after the kickoff, An Lan was already marked with bruises, all from the relentless attention of the opposing defenders. Once An Lan was restricted, the offensive momentum of Wolfsburg suffered a significant blow. Following the remarks made by Maggath in the locker room, the players, frustrated by their lack of success in attack, began to entertain ulterior motives. Despite An Lan being surrounded by defenders, they continued to pass the ball to him. Even if An Lan were passed to Graphite and Zeko, they would inevitably return the ball to the midfield and then back to him. Did you not assert that the strategy would revolve around An Lan? Very well, let us grant him possession. This encapsulates their mindset. Ultimately, during a moment when An Lan found himself in a less than advantageous position, Misimovic's pass was intercepted by the opposing team. In an instant, Heidenheim's offensive line surged forward, while Wolfsburg's defense, propelled by an aggressive advance, pushed deeply forward. A long pass from the opposition led to a golden opportunity for Heidenheim's forwards. One forward received the ball and immediately made a lateral pass, allowing Leif to arrive on the right side, who then deftly slotted the ball into Wolfsburg's net. At the 70-minute mark, the score stood at 3-1. Heidenheim had once again seized the key to victory. Leif's goal ignited jubilant cheers from the crowd. He had netted a hat trick, scoring 3 goals. The fans who had just been provoked by An Lan felt a wave of vindication and soared in exhilaration. Is this what genius looks like? Our Leif has scored 3. Scoring 1 is already a feat of genius. What then does scoring 3 signify? You may come to Heidenheim, but we have no need of you. Rather, Leif deserves to be the one receiving a handsome salary. The camera panned over the stands, where many fans raised their arms, signaling 1 and 3. The Wolfsburg players hung their heads, avoiding the wrath of their coach on the sidelines. However, there was little visible despair on their faces. After all, they were already trailing. I followed your instructions to pass to An Lan, yet he could not capitalize on it. Such was their sentiment. An Lan observed the surrounding players losing their spirit, noticing Misimovic gesturing an apology towards him, yet his face bore no trace of remorse. After a moment of contemplation, he seized the opportunity during the opponent's celebration to stride towards his own half. It was time to rally the spirits. After all, victory ultimately belonged to us. An Lan's expression contorted with ferocity as he raised his arms and waved them incessantly. He roared, rallying every player of the Wolfsburg team. Misai, this is not your blunder. Do not blame yourself. Keep passing the ball to me. Victory belongs to Wolfsburg. Graphite, Zeko, please continue to have faith in me. An Lan appears utterly oblivious to the fact that his fellow players are deliberately underperforming as he exerts himself to uplift their spirits with unwavering enthusiasm. Misimovic, witnessing An Lan's attempts to console him, feels an inexplicable surge of irritation, accompanied by a tinge of shame. Chapter 40. The Frustrated Players of Wolfsburg. I cannot believe that, despite the team's loss, I was solely preoccupied with. Curse me. Misimovic gazes at An Lan, who is fervently striving to rekindle his teammates' fighting spirit, and suddenly realizes he feels as though he is committing a transgression. Players like Zeko and Graphite were peculiar expressions, having come to the unsettling realization that they, too, seemed to have succumbed to a trance. Each player entered the game with an objective mindset, convinced they would uphold the ethics of sport. Yet as subjective beings, how could they possibly maintain such objectivity once the game ignited their fervor? An Lan's actions roused them from their trance, though the players remained silent. Their hearts had already shifted in attitude. Indeed, we have not lost. Even a mere 17-year-old still yearns to fight on. How could we afford to falter? To be bested by a second-tier team? On the sidelines, Maggath observed everything with keen eyes, nodding subtly, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Glancing at the clock, he noted there were still 20 minutes left, ample time to turn the tide. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he turned to the agitated Bob beside him and declared, "We must launch a counterattack. Prepare for the spectacle." With that, he shed his earlier ire and nonchalantly returned to his seat on the bench, leaving a bewildered Bob, utterly perplexed by the sudden shift in demeanor. To the spectators and commentators, it appeared as though Maggath had surrendered the match. Yet, just 3 minutes after the replay commenced, at the 75th minute, Maggath rose once more. During a dead ball situation, he exercised his right to make substitutions. Off went number 16, Lucas, replaced by midfielder number 13, Nagatomo Makoto. Forward number 23, Graphite, exited the field, making way for the rookie striker number 27, Eswain. Defender number 5, Costa, was substituted for defender number 37, Karamov. Maggath decisively utilized all 3 of his substitution slots. Nagatomo and Eswain, both young players, were more attuned to An Lan's training style. While the change of defense was necessitated by Costa's excessive challenges throughout the match, Heidenheim had targeted him, and his stamina had waned considerably. This substitution was a routine tactical adjustment. While the rationale behind these changes eluded outsiders, the players from Wolfsburg understood perfectly. Are you truly willing to lose while still centering the strategy around An Lan? Had the players seen Maggath stubbornly insist on deploying two of An Lan's prodigies, they would undoubtedly have continued their lackluster performance. However, after An Lan's heartfelt encouragement, even if they were dissatisfied, they tempered their tempers and resolved to first play this match earnestly. Regardless of the outcome, they must give their all. They were not merely inspired by An Lan. They sought redemption for their performance during the first 75 minutes. Seeing his teammates' spirits rekindled, An Lan felt a slight sense of relief within. Thankfully, these players still possessed a measure of professional integrity. Had it been his former teammates from the Sea Cucumber team, his actions would have earned him scorn, and they likely would have already been contemplating what to order for dinner that evening. Simultaneously, he grasped an essential truth. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials. Even if he were the pinnacle of CAC, without the support of his teammates, victory would remain elusive. He might score 1 or even 2 goals on his own, but the opponents would undoubtedly find the net more often. The notion of a lone hero may sound compelling, yet it is the path of a champion that ultimately triumphs. As the substituted players conveyed the coach's directives, Wolfsburg's formation underwent a transformation. They shifted from an initial 4-3-3 to a 4-4-2, thereby enhancing their midfield's ball retention and distribution capabilities, ultimately creating more space for the two forwards. An Lan stood on the left, while Aswain occupied the right flank, and Zeko retreated from his central forward position to play as an attacking midfielder, orchestrating the team's offensive maneuvers. One advantage of the 4-4-2 formation is the conservation of energy, allowing the four midfielders to handle the ball with greater ease. Following the formation change, Wolfsburg maintained a ball possession rate of approximately 65. Soon, an opportunity arose from the tactical shift. In the 80th minute, the newly introduced Makoto Hasebe was lively. He intercepted the ball from Heidenheim and passed it back to his defender. Wolfsburg's left back, Madl, received the ball and immediately sent a lateral pass to the right back, Zakarloto. Zakarloto advanced with the ball and, confronted by a defender, suddenly launched a long ball. It seemed too far. No, Zeko intercepted it, allowing the ball to flow forward as he delivered a delicate lob. The chance seemed lost, with Heidenheim's players crowding the penalty area, their 2-goal lead prompting them to adopt a defensive stance. Suddenly, An Lan, he controlled the ball with his chest, turning and leaping amidst the encirclement of 3 defenders, executing a stunning shot. An Lan. The chest control and subsequent volley were extraordinary. The ball found the net. This was a divine strike. The 17-year-old An Lan, under the pressure of Heidenheim's defenders, pulled Wolfsburg back from the brink with this magical goal. Monica cheered loudly, her piercing voice awakening the bewildered fans of the national team watching the match. They looked around in confusion before their gaze locked onto the screen. Then, they witnessed the yellow-skinned, black-haired An Lan emerging from the net, cradling the ball and sprinting towards the center. At this late hour, domestic fans, too, were invigorated by this goal. Oh my goodness, that was incredible. A divine strike. That chest control leading to a volley was simply magnificent. I just screamed so loudly that I woke my wife. And now I'm typing this with my knee. Die Halsdick. This moment was not merely a chance. It shattered the silence of the nation in the dead of night and showcased An Lan's individual brilliance. Countless ecstatic fans shouted in jubilation when a knock resonated at the door. Standing outside was a neighbor in pajamas, looking rather imposing. They offered sincere apologies, though their smiles seemed tinged with mockery. It was inevitable. That goal was too stunning, and it was scored by one of their own. After a brief explanation, the female neighbor hurled a few words of annoyance before departing. Meanwhile, some male neighbors, intrigued, joined the homeowner in watching the match. Heidenheim Stadium fell silent once more. The home fans could only watch as the black-haired boy retrieved the ball from the net and sprinted towards the center circle. He ran, roaring with excitement, one arm waving enthusiastically. Well done. Spirits were lifted. Victory belonged to Wolfsburg. This is merely the beginning. With my invincibility, the players of Wolfsburg were profoundly shaken, completely engulfed by the moment. They overlooked the stark reality that there were less than 10 minutes remaining on the clock, requiring 2 more goals to claim victory. At this instant, a raging fire ignited within each heart, as everyone succumbed to an exhilarating frenzy. The echo exclaimed, "Ah, impressive. My young friend, I acknowledge your prowess. Misimovi declared. Let us seize it. Victory belongs to Wolfsburg. Eswain added, we must fight. Can I allow a team from the second division to bully us? In this moment, regardless of faction, the players unified in thought. They were but one collective entity, the relentless warriors of Wolfsburg. This chess control, followed by a swift turn and strike, was replayed 5 times. With each replay, the players of Wolfsburg felt their momentum surge. Captain Benaglio stood at the goal, pounding his chest and roaring, even as he was pelted with banana peels and water bottles by the home fans behind him. Once the game resumed, the Wolfsburg players appeared as if invigorated. As the match reached the 81st minute, their stamina remained, relentlessly pressuring and constricting Heidenheim's space for survival. Chapter 41. The decisive blow. A hush fell over the crowd. Meanwhile, the players of Heidenheim were gripped by fear. Yes, fear. The 17-year-old prodigy from the opposing team had scored 2 miraculous goals. A solitary, breathtaking run leading to the goal. A turn and an instinctive strike, soaring past 3 defenders. Is this humanly possible? Countless images flashed through their minds. Miracles from the pitch they had stored since childhood, all vividly alive. Now, they had become mere backdrops to this spectacle of wonder. How could they not be afraid? Had Wolfsburg taken the lead from the outset, a loss would have mattered little. After all, the second division facing the first division, skill disparity was evident. Yet here they were, the ones in the lead. The monetary disparity was a staggering 23 times, and they had tasted the sweetness of victory, unwilling to concede. The Heidenheim coach shared similar sentiments. The prospect of a second division triumphing over the first division was tantalizing. Glancing at the clock, only 7 minutes remained, with an additional 3 for stoppage time. 10 minutes, leading by 1 goal. Hold on, maintain a steadfast defense, compress the formation, and endure these final moments. The Heidenheim coach gritted his teeth, relaying instructions to his defenders, simultaneously utilizing 3 substitutions. Unlike Maggath, he replaced 2 forwards and 1 midfielder, keeping only Leibold on the field. In their stead, 3 defenders took their positions. A grotesque, yet effective defensive formation emerged. As the Heidenheim penalty area was filled to the brim, the Wolfsburg players hesitated to press forward. Instead, they opted to pass among themselves in the backfield, consuming precious time. Wolfsburg surged forward, unleashing a barrage of attacks. An ambitious long-range shot. Alas, it struck the crossbar. Eswain penetrated the penalty area with a sharp shot. Alas, the aim was too precise. Misimovic unleashed a sudden strike. Oh, it struck the defender. For a full 7 minutes, Wolfsburg unleashed 6 shots, all thwarted by Heidenheim. The opposition had at least 9 players stationed within the penalty area, forming an impenetrable barrier. At this moment, the 4th official approached the sidelines, raising the electronic board indicating stoppage time. For minutes of injury time, 4 minutes. Upon seeing the additional time, Monica expressed her melancholy, stating, Wolfsburg's time is running short. Can a miracle arise in these 4 minutes? I admire the young lad from the Dragon Country. His acrobatic volley showcased remarkable core strength. He must possess other commendable skills as well. I yearn to learn more about him. Meanwhile, a male viewer in front of the television exclaimed in confusion. As victory drew near, Heidenheim's coach revealed a smile. We are on the verge of triumphing over a Bundesliga team. Suddenly, in the 91st minute, Wolfsburg's goalkeeper Benaglio launched a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring across the entire pitch, heading straight towards the edge of the opposing penalty area. Standing at 195 meters tall, Zeko accurately anticipated the trajectory, leaping high into the air. Thud! He powerfully redirected the ball, sending it flying to the left. At that moment, a spectral figure emerged. While everyone else was caught off guard, An Lan sprinted towards the ball, unleashing a thunderous shot without letting it touch the ground. An Lan's unstoppable long-range effort. Monica's voice abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the stadium at that instant. They beheld the ball, tracing a missile-like arc towards the corner of the goal. This trajectory evaded all defenders standing in front of the penalty area. Meanwhile, Heidenheim's goalkeeper was obstructed in vision by the multitude ahead. When the ball curved past the defenders and appeared before him, it was too late. In the bewildered gaze of the goalkeeper, the ball struck the left crossbar with a resounding thud. Then, it ricocheted into the net. Heidenheim's goalkeeper sank to his knees, eyes wide with disbelief. How did the ball materialize amidst all those bodies? A figure approached, and he assumed it was a teammate offering consolation, only to realize the opposing player ignored him entirely. Confused, the Heidenheim goalkeeper turned his head and was met with the nightmarish sight of An Lan. who was retrieving the ball to run back. Again? Yes, back. At that moment, his composure shattered completely. Were these 3 goals something any human could save? Even the Lion King Khan would struggle. 3 divine strikes, and he felt like mere scenery. The Heidenheim fans fell into silence, gazing at the boy with black hair, who for the 3rd time was sprinting towards the midfield with the ball in hand. The match recommenced. No one anticipated that a seemingly ordinary DFB Pokal game would unfold with such dramatic twists and turns. The underdog scored, then scored again. The favored team managed to net one. The underdog struck once more, only for the strong team to respond again. In the dying moments of the match, with just a minute of stoppage time, the stronger team scored again, leveling the score. A near last-minute triumph. 3-3. We observed as Wolfsburg cradled the ball and sprinted back towards the center circle. Time was slipping away, yet he remained unsatisfied with merely drawing. Monica felt a surge of emotion, envisioning 3,600 narratives revolving around An Lan as she provided commentary. Such an intense desire for victory, coupled with 3 exquisite goals, marked him as an undeniable prodigy. I am convinced that he yearns for triumph on any battlefield, regardless of the adversary. However, as the match approached its conclusion, just as Monica was still swept up in sentimentality in a 94-minute, to be precise, at the 93rd minute and 10 seconds, the Heidenheim players, filled with despair, had begun to accept the prospect of a draw. An Lan swiftly advanced, intercepting the opponent's possession with finesse. He deftly passed the ball to Eswain at his side, simultaneously signaling with a gesture. This was a signal established during their training sessions, and the exhilarated Eswain immediately understood. After executing a simple wall pass, Eswain sprinted towards the opponent's penalty area with remarkable speed. An Lan charged forward with the ball, akin to a verdant whirlwind. He occasionally glanced towards Eswain's position, his intentions unmistakably clear. The S-class dribbling displayed at this moment was reminiscent of CAC. "Quick, mark that one," commanded the captain of the Heidenheim defense, as 3 or 4 players converged upon Eswain. However, this was merely a feint. Eswain's role was solely to draw the defender's attention. With him occupying 3 or 4 opponents, a vast space opened up in front of An Lan. At this juncture, An Lan's stamina was nearly depleted. Yet he gritted his teeth and advanced with strides as swift as a meteor. 2 defenders rushed to encircle him, but An Lan nudged the ball ahead and leapt to evade their sliding tackle. With reckless abandon, he outpaced them with sheer speed. Another defender approached, but An Lan deftly maneuvered past him, only to have his jersey tugged as the defender turned to halt his advance. At this moment, even a foul was deemed acceptable to prevent him from breaching the penalty area. The harsh sound of tearing fabric echoed as An Lan's jersey was ripped. The referee contemplated blowing the whistle, but noticed that An Lan had not fallen. Instead, he continued his relentless charge. He lowered the whistle and waved his arm forward, an advantageous attacking opportunity. Upon reaching the penalty area, An Lan quickly scanned ahead and, while being pressured by an opposing player, nudged the ball to the left. After a brief pause and adjustment, he summoned all his strength and shot. The resounding clash of boot against ball reverberated across the field. From a distance of 20 meters, the ball hurtled forth, racing towards the Heidenheim goalkeeper. "Get out of my way," the goalkeeper bellowed as he lunged for the ball. In the next moment, a smile spread across his face. For this time, he had accurately predicted the ball's trajectory, but that smile swiftly transformed into horror. After grazing the goalkeeper's hand, the ball ascended instead of being deflected, crashing against the crossbar, and then it ricocheted into the net. In that instant, even the referee was momentarily dumbfounded. Upon regaining his composure, he hastily blew the whistle and pointed towards the center circle. The goal was valid. In the 94 minutes of stoppage time, Wolfsburg 4, Heidenheim 3, a dramatic last-minute victory. A hush fell over the crowd. Chapter 42, Captured. From 2-0 to 3-4, the Heidenheim home supporters experienced a roller coaster of emotions. Meanwhile, for the Wolfsburg fans and the supporters from long while watching on television, it was a transition from despair to elation. In theory, a Bundesliga team should not experience such dramatic fluctuations when competing in the second division. However, upon examining the course of the match, everything becomes explicable. In the first half, Wolfsburg underestimated their opponents, granting them an opportunity to capitalize. As the second half commenced, Wolfsburg initiated a counterattack. Nonetheless, Heidenheim still held a significant advantage. Unfortunately, they encountered the remarkable An Lan. This 17-year-old prodigy made his starting debut with an astonishing 4-goal performance, each strike a masterpiece. Who could possibly contest this? Following this match, An Lan, who had previously only captured the attention of scouts from various clubs, successfully emerged into the limelight with his flawless display. Although he has not yet caused a stir across European football, numerous football publications have begun to mention him, heralding him as a rising star. In the comment section of Wolfsburg's fan forum, exuberant supporters eagerly shared their thoughts. Despite everything, I simply want to declare that we have struck gold. No one anticipated that the savior of the team would be this so-called flop from the Dragon Kingdom. His goals were nothing short of breathtaking. I watched the replays several times. He is truly a genius. While we celebrated the victory, I pondered whether it was necessary to celebrate so grandly for defeating a second-division team. Haha, did you even watch the match? An Lan's 4 goals were extraordinary. Frankly, I believe signing An Lan was a wise decision. Time will reveal the nature of his Bundesliga debut. Indeed, at least based on this match, he possesses remarkable potential. Meanwhile, as Wolfsburg fans continued their fervent discussions, forums and newspapers in the Dragon Kingdom highlighted this match as a key feature of the first round of the German Cup, particularly on the official German Cup website. An Lan's 4 goals were transformed into GIFs, prominently displayed on the homepage. Whether through a solo run or a powerful strike, An Lan's shooting prowess was evident, showcasing immense potential. At that moment, Raiola was hiding in his villa, secretly shedding tears, feeling distressed. Had he negotiated a contract with Wolfsburg after this match, he could have easily extracted an additional $1 million. In the office of the esteemed Spanish club, Real Madrid, head coach Bernd Schuster visited the club's president. Roman Calder in Schuster, a native of the Dragon Kingdom, was born in Augsburg and had once captained both Barcelona and Real Madrid during his playing days. He is considered a talented midfielder from the Dragon Kingdom, although his character issues led to conflicts with teammates, resulting in a premature end to his career. Naturally, Schuster remains vigilant about developments in his homeland's football scene. Thus, after watching the live broadcast last night, he immediately made his way to Calder's office. I want An Lan to come to Real Madrid. He is undoubtedly the cornerstone of the next generation at Real Madrid, Schuster remarked, deftly inserting the prepared videotape into the television. As he sought to analyze the pros and cons, he found his confidence waning with each passing word. An Lan is undoubtedly a prodigy. But let us take a moment to consider the current strikers of Real Madrid, the illustrious Gonzalo Higuain and the legendary R.A. El Gonzalez, the 36-million-man Arjen Robben, the new Samba Prince Robinho, the king of the small box Ruud van Nistelrooy, and the products of Real Madrid's youth academy, such as Roberto, Soldado, Bueno, and Algen. While the term Galactic Armada may not yet be in vogue, the profound legacy of this prestigious club is unmistakably evident. Schuster, engrossed in his thoughts, found himself at a loss for words. Observing this, Calder chuckled and interjected. My friend, there is no need for concern. Real Madrid is not merely a cradle for nurturing talent. We are a congregation of superstars. If this An Lan indeed possesses great potential for the future, I am confident he will grace Real Madrid in a few years. Schuster, left with no alternative, could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, other prominent clubs such as Barcelona, Liverpool, Chelsea, AC Milan, and Bayern Munich have also shown varying degrees of interest in gauging Wolfsburg's stance. Nevertheless, Wolfsburg's position is abundantly clear. They are not for sale. Just recently, they acquiesced to the terms set forth by that notorious agent Raiola, and with the interest yet to be recovered, how could they possibly consider selling An Lan? Although receiving a buyout clause payment would yield profit, they still value their integrity. The following morning, after a refreshing jog, An Lan prepared for training only to be met with a cacophony outside the club's gates. Upon stepping outside, he was utterly taken aback. And it's truly you. I want to bear your children, and I love you, and let us be in a relationship. I can do anything, and my darling, Mommy loves you. Outside the club's entrance stood a fervent gathering of at least 30 female fans from the national team, all clad in An Lan's jersey, their enthusiasm palpable. An Lan was taken aback, feeling overwhelmed and instinctively wanting to flee. Young man, these are all your supportive fans. The elderly gatekeeper suddenly interjected. An Lan halted upon hearing those words, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead before ultimately deciding to greet them. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he found himself besieged. Let's take a photo together. And moi, I love you, darling. At that moment, several players from Wolfsburg drove by, witnessing An Lan, overwhelmed by a throng of adoring fans. and they couldn't help but burst into laughter. So youthful. Yet, to be fair, the 4 goals he scored last night were indeed magnificent. After exerting considerable effort, posing for photos and signing autographs, An Lan finally managed to escape the fervent female admirers, casting a disgruntled glance at the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper, unfazed, lit a cigarette and casually remarked, "What's troubling you, young man? When you reach my age, you'll find there's no strength left for indulgence." An Lan, all right. You are still the master. I concede. An Lan gave him a thumbs up while wiping the lipstick marks from his face and neck, making his way toward the training ground. At the training field, Maggath and the players were already dressed and ready. Ironically, An Lan, who resided in the club dormitory, was the last player to arrive. Maggath, wearing a smile, clearly in good spirits, remarked, "And being surrounded by female fans must feel delightful. Ha ha ha. The way you look back then was utterly hilarious. I have never seen you so flustered. This is not like you, the valiant warrior being flummoxed by young girls." After Maggath led the laughter, he turned serious. "To be frank, I was quite dissatisfied with yesterday's performance. However, considering it was your first official match, I suppose it is somewhat understandable. The planned day off has now been reduced to half a day. We will have a group match in the morning, followed by a break in the afternoon. Normal training resumes tomorrow." A chorus of groans echoed across the field, yet no one voiced their objections. They all understood that almost being outplayed by a second-division team was quite unacceptable. Some players discreetly glanced at An Lan, grateful for his contribution. Chapter 43. There will be bread. Having just played a match, the morning's internal scrimmage was not particularly fierce, resembling more of a formality. However, within just one morning, An Lan sensed a significant shift in the attitudes of his teammates towards him compared to before. Respect. Yes, it was respect. Although professional football is primarily about skill, it is unlikely that any seasoned player would regard a 17-year-old rookie on equal terms. Yet, after An Lan's impressive 4-goal performance in yesterday's match, both the ECO's Bosnian contingent and Benalio's veteran faction regarded An Lan with newfound respect. They had fully acknowledged his prowess. After the training concluded at noon, Maggath announced the starting lineup for the friendly match scheduled in 2 days. On August 12th, Wolfsburg would face the Italian Serie B team, Palermo, in their final friendly. Subsequently, 4 days later, on August 16th, the Bundesliga would officially commence. An Lan was not included in the starting lineup for this friendly, nor was his name even listed among the substitutes. "And you are still young. Yesterday's match took too much out of you. Take a rest," Maggath explained, and An Lan nodded with a smile in agreement. Once the team disbanded, An Lan returned to his dormitory to pack his belongings. Wolfsburg had already deposited his salary and signing bonus, meaning he was no longer suited to live in the team dormitory. Raiola awaited him at the entrance, ready to assist in finding a new residence. As soon as An Lan settled into Raiola's Mercedes, the agent's somewhat flattering voice chimed in, "Oh, my little genius, your 4-goal performance yesterday was simply magnificent. You are undoubtedly the most brilliant player I have ever encountered. I truly did not expect to have stumbled upon such a treasure." An Lan, this ostentatious fat man, had it not been for the hardships An Lan endured while playing football in the Dragon Nation over the years, he might have been easily deceived by him. "First, let's go and pick someone up." An Lan provided an address, and Raiola did not inquire further, simply instructing the driver to proceed to the location to pick up the individual. The person An Lan sought to retrieve was, of course, Yifan. Upon receiving Yifan, An Lan offered a brief introduction while expressing his desire for Yifan to serve as his assistant. Raiola, being astute, could easily discern An Lan's intentions. "Rest assured, and I will instruct him on the responsibilities of an assistant." To Raiola, An Lan's actions mirrored those of the football stars from impoverished backgrounds. It was merely a matter of being in a foreign land, feeling isolated and unable to trust those around him, thus opting to surround himself with a childhood companion. Regardless of the companion's qualifications, there would be an unwavering choice to trust. For such individuals, Raiola had his own established protocol to manage the situation. Upon noticing his enthusiastic agreement, An Lan immediately grasped the situation. He solemnly reiterated, "Mr. Raiola, I genuinely wish for him to serve as my assistant." The formal address prompted Raiola to gather his thoughts and approach the matter with due seriousness. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and replied, "I understand, and rest assured, he will be a competent assistant." Wise individuals often speak in subtle undertones. Recognizing the significance of Yifan in An Lan's eyes, the three engaged in a delightful conversation. As a global agent with extensive connections, Raiola found An Lan a splendid standalone villa owned by a renowned collector with properties scattered across the globe. Once their arrangements were settled, the group proceeded to dinner. Throughout the meal, Raiola's phone incessantly buzzed, yet he declined every call. This demonstrated his regard for An Lan, albeit with a hint of deliberation. Eventually, as Raiola's phone rang for the 36th time during their dinner, An Lan interjected, "Mr. Raiola, please attend to your matters. I feel quite apologetic for taking up your time today." "Haha, and you truly are considerate." Raiola chuckled heartily, shedding any pretense. Wiping his mouth, he picked up his phone and announced, "I shall take my leave now." Certain individuals are quite eager after a day's wait. "However, I have already secured my attendance at your Bundesliga debut." He then turned to Yi Fan and remarked, "Yi, your command of Mandarin needs refinement, and you must also master English. With some practice, you could join me in December." After imparting his instructions, Raiola departed with flair. Yi Fan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Lan Ge, Raiola wants to take me with him." "Indeed he does. This is quite intriguing." An Lan smiled silently. Why did Raiola suggest that Yi Fan follow him in December? Because December marks the winter break. The winter break is a period when every season halts at the end of December and resumes in mid-January of the following year. This is due to the frigid weather in Europe during this time, coupled with Christmas, which signifies the approach of the new year in European nations. Thus, the football associations deemed it prudent to establish a winter break. The implementation of this concept commenced this year. As An Lan is aware, La Liga's winter break begins on December 21st and concludes on January 4th of the following year. The Bundesliga will end its first half of the season between December 12th and 15th, entering the winter break, with the second half resuming from January 30th to February 2nd. 2009, League One will conclude its first half between December 20th and 22nd, entering the winter break, with the second half starting from January 22nd to February 2nd, 2009. Serie A's winter break starts on December 21st and ends on January 11th, 2009. Lastly, the Premier League does not observe a winter break. The winter break initiative, An Lan mused, could be seen as both advantageous and disadvantageous. However, providing players with a holiday makes him a beneficiary, and overall, it seems to be a positive development. Therefore, Raiola's intentions become quite clear. If An Lan fails to make a name for himself before the winter break, he would naturally not warrant Raiola's continued investment. While he may still harbor expectations for himself, it is evident that Yi Fan would not accompany Raiola. Conversely, if An Lan solidifies his reputation as a prodigy before the winter break, Raiola will undoubtedly take the initiative to suggest that Yi Fan learn from him, perhaps even earlier than December. It cannot be blamed on Raiola for being calculative. It is simply human nature. After all, he is a businessman. Engaging in business matters is not shameful. An Lan, of course, did not share these intricate considerations with Yi Fan, for in his heart, there was only one option. Raiola would eagerly seek out Yi Fan to learn from him. As the saying goes, with the system in hand, "I possess the world." After a hearty meal, An Lan was taken aback when Yi Fan declined his invitation to return to the villa. Why was that? Wasn't he agreed upon? "Hey, Lan Ge, I've started dating a girl." "Oh, you rascal. All for the sake of learning a foreign language. Haven't you noticed my spoken English has improved significantly?" "All right then." Watching Yi Fan leave with a beaming expression, An Lan could only shake his head helplessly and walk towards his new house. For him, sustenance would come, and women would come as well. Just not at this moment. Chapter 44. The Fool is Indeed Myself. At the Volkswagen Arena, when the referee blew the final whistle, the match concluded with a score of 1-2, with the home team succumbing to defeat against Wolfsburg. However, this loss bore little significance, as it was merely a friendly match against the Serie B team, Palermo. In the immediate aftermath of the match, the camera focused intently on An Lan, who had been seated in the stands throughout the game. Excluded from the 22-man roster, An Lan could only observe from the sidelines. As the match drew to a close, An Lan was seen in the stands, his expression relaxed, fully aware of the inconsequential nature of the game for the team. This understanding likely influenced Maggath's decision to field a significant number of newcomers. The Wolfsburg supporters appeared unfazed by the result, evidently accepting of the outcome. On Longhua Sports Channel, the dynamic duo, Duan Xian and Tao Wei, exchanged casual remarks, comfortably discussing An Lan. Following An Lan's remarkable debut in the DFB Pokal, where he scored 4 goals, the sports channel became increasingly invested in his performances. That night's match not only shattered viewership records, but also prompted a deluge of calls from viewers urging the channel to broadcast all of Wolfsburg matches. In response, The sports department convened a meeting and promptly resolved to secure broadcasting rights for all of Wolfsburg's games, in addition to their existing agreements for the DFB Pokal and Bundesliga. This was precisely what Wolfsburg desired. Once the call from Longwa was received, Wolfsburg consented, granting the channel exclusive rights to cover friendlies, UEFA Europa League matches, and the entire season's interviews and filming privileges. Upon the announcement, fans across Longwa erupted in jubilation, showering praise upon the sports channel. Yet, Duan Xian and Tao Wei found themselves caught in a mix of joy and concern. They were thrilled at the prospect of receiving free tickets and traveling to the land of the chariots to commentate on all of Wolfsburg's matches. Both seasoned football enthusiasts, they were undoubtedly true fans. However, their joy was tempered by the reality of their responsibilities at home. Both had wives and children, and their youth had waned. This endeavor would take them away for over 4 months until the winter break, a daunting thought indeed. Ultimately, they acquiesced, as their wives, upon learning of the lucrative opportunity, promptly ushered them out the door. Do you still long for home? Do you think the money for the children's milk and your wife's cosmetics will just fall from the sky? In the broadcasting studio, the two friends exchanged bittersweet smiles. Duan Xian remarked, An Lan's debut was nothing short of perfect. His 4-goal performance not only shattered multiple records for overseas players from Longwa, but also set numerous cup records in the land of the chariots. Tao Wei added, Indeed, it is clear to see An Lan's popularity among the Wolfsburg fans. Throughout the match, he was featured on camera at least 7 or 8 times. This can be deemed a fortuitous beginning. I hope that An Lan can maintain this momentum in the upcoming Bundesliga opener in 4 days, and perhaps even achieve a remarkable quadruple. Duan Xian, amused, jested, Director Tao, do you think a quadruple just materializes at your command? Hey, this is encouragement. Do you understand? Tao Wei promptly retorted, then, Director Duan, do you believe An Lan can score in his Bundesliga debut? At that moment, the sports channel was interactive. Having recently established a partnership with Wolfsburg, a message appeared at the bottom of the screen during their banter, inviting viewers to send text messages to predict the outcome. Goal Editor 1, no Goal Editor 2. Those fortunate enough to guess correctly would win a genuine signed jersey from An Lan at Wolfsburg. Meanwhile, in the Wolfsburg stands, a group of enthusiastic fans had encircled An Lan, exclaiming, And you played brilliantly in the last match. Indeed, we have our own prodigy now. It's fantastic. Bundesliga, I've purchased a season ticket for this season, haha. And I will be watching the Bundesliga too. You must perform well. I can hardly wait and keep up the great work and secure us a championship. If you score more than 20 goals this season, I will introduce you to my daughter. She is an outstanding student at the University of Munich. An Lan found himself besieged by a throng of fervent fans, leaving him utterly beleaguered and struggling to cope. After much effort and perseverance, he finally managed to extricate himself from the crowd. Just as he was about to return to the locker room to join his teammates in heading back to the club, he heard someone calling out to him, An Lan, An Lan, wait a moment. Turning around, he noticed that it was a fan from Dragon Country, standing in the stands near the players' tunnel. The individual was of modest height, slightly portly, with a broad face and long hair. And I watched your match. You played exceptionally well. Oh, thank you. All of us fans for Dragon Country are ardently supporting you, but alas, you didn't get to play, haha. May I take a photo with you? Oh, sure. Though somewhat taken aback, An Lan felt a sense of camaraderie in this foreign land and obliged the enthusiastic fan with a photograph. Then came the most astonishing moment. After the photo, the fan produced 10 jerseys bearing An Lan's number 7 from Wolfsburg. An Lan, I admire you immensely, and my colleagues are also great fans of yours. He exclaimed with palpable enthusiasm. Could you please sign these for me? I beg of you. Ah, all right. An Lan could only grasp the black signature pen, somewhat dazedly inscribing her name on 10 jerseys. Thank you, An Lan, and good luck. I will always support you. The fans beamed with joy at An Lan's cooperation. By the way, my name is Wang Tao. We shall meet again. A fine name, she mused. This was merely a fleeting interlude, and An Lan paid it little mind. Upon returning to the locker room, despite the defeat, Maggath refrained from making any lengthy remarks. This friendly match had been arranged well in advance, awkwardly scheduled between the German Cup and the Bundesliga kickoff. The fact that he could field a third of the starting lineup was already a considerable concession to Palermo. Furthermore, Maggath had advised his players to prioritize safety and avoid injuries from aggressive pressing. Consequently, the Wolfsburg players approached the game with a conservative strategy, and the 1-2 scoreline was deemed respectable on an international scale. Once the team bus returned to the club, Maggath offered a few brief words before disbanding the team. An Lan returned to the villa, freshened up, and reclined on the bed, opening his newly purchased laptop to engage in a video call with his father in Utah. Due to the complexities surrounding the exchange rate, he had entrusted Raiola to assist him in transferring $2 million to an Utah's account. Moments ago, Raiola had called to inform him that the funds had been successfully credited, and Utah felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing this. Evidently having never encountered such a sum as $2 million over the years, let alone having that amount resting in his bank account. Even after An Lan repeatedly elucidated his current worth and remuneration, and Utah remained reluctant to accept it. He believed that An Lan had a far greater need for the funds in the realm of battle vehicles. In that moment, An Lan was nearly moved to tears. Ultimately, after a barrage of factual reasoning, persuasion, and subtle coercion, and Utah reluctantly acquiesced and accepted the money. An Lan also had a serious conversation with his father. Now, that life has improved if he has money and does not spend it, neglecting to find him a stepmother or take care of himself. How can he focus on playing football? Must he constantly worry about an old man living alone in Longwa? This twisted reasoning left Utah speechless. After conversing for a while longer, An Lan, feeling quite satisfied, was just about to end the call. And Utah delivered a decisive blow. "See, An Lan, you need not worry about me. In fact, after you went abroad, I have been with your Aunt Zhao, An Lan. The jester is none other than myself." Chapter 45, The Toothless Tiger. If Wolfsburg is supported by the headquarters of Volkswagen, then Cologne shines even brighter. Cologne stands as the fourth largest city in the realm of war chariots, spanning both banks of the Rhine River. It boasts a population of approximately 1 million and covers an area of 405 square kilometers. The city's industries include military manufacturing, metallurgy, machinery, chemistry, pharmaceuticals, refining, textiles, and food production. Furthermore, Cologne is one of the nation's significant coal-producing regions, equipped with a large thermal power station. It also serves as one of the central financial hubs of the war chariot realm. The city is rich in historical landmarks, such as the renowned Cologne Cathedral, whose twin spires reach a height of 161 meters, and the underground square from the Roman era. Additionally, Marx and Engels once established the New Rhenish newspaper here. Thus, it can be said that the city supporting the Cologne football team is by no means inferior to Wolfsburg. After Cologne, as a newly promoted team, successfully ascended to the Bundesliga, the entire Rhine Energy Stadium underwent a complete renovation, showcasing its financial prowess. At this moment, the players of Cologne are diligently training on the field. With the new season ahead, their spirits are exceptionally high. In their inaugural Bundesliga match, whether facing Wolfsburg or the formidable Bayern Munich, these players are ready to engage. While having ambition is commendable, it should not lead to arrogance. Fortunately, the then coach of Cologne, Dom, remains quite clear-headed. As the esteemed coach who aided Cologne in their promotion, Dom's sole responsibility this season is to ensure the team's survival in the league. Should he depart right after their promotion and the team finds itself relegated after a season, it would render Cologne a mere laughingstock. Dom must remain with Cologne, successfully guiding them to safety this year, and only then can he depart, having achieved a commendable exit. However, facing a host of affluent rivals, markedly different from those in the second division, Dom feels immense pressure. At this very moment, while the players are spiritedly training on the field, Dom is in the office with his coaching staff, intensely analyzing match footage of Wolfsburg. Among the footage, An Lan's performances take precedence. While most players have participated in the league for years, it is An Lan, the newcomer, who has made a sensational debut with an impressive 4-goal turnaround. Such an unpredictable element demands that Dom devise a solution. The monitor mounted on the wall displays An Lan's personal footage from the DFB Pokal match against Heidenheim. Every touch, every pass, every dribble, and every shot made by An Lan has been scrutinized at an excruciatingly slow pace countless times. Dom and his colleagues have lost count of how many times they have watched this footage. Yet, each viewing leaves him utterly astonished. All 4 goals were nothing short of miraculous, achieved in a remarkable comeback from a 2-goal deficit at halftime. No matter how he looks at it, Dom cannot help but feel that this young lad from the Dragon Country is astonishingly formidable. Is every player in the Bundesliga a monster like him? Dom secretly gasps in disbelief. As the esteemed manager who guided Cologne to promotion, his objective this year, set by the club and fans alike, is merely to avoid relegation. However, with his ambitious spirit, Dom cannot be satisfied with such modest aspirations. He harbors grander ambitions, while not coveting the Bundesliga championship. He has set his sights on a coveted spot in next year's European competitions. But if every Bundesliga team boasts a prodigy like An Lan, They might as well hang up their boots. It is utterly outrageous. Damn, this kid is truly a handful. Frustrated, Dom switches off the television. The tape freezing at the moment An Lan, with a resolute gaze, retrieves the ball. As this marks his debut in the Bundesliga, our primary objective is to remain unbeaten. However, as you have witnessed, this lad is the greatest wild card. He resembles a tiger, starved for a week. With just a minute left in stoppage time, he still dashed over to grab the ball. As he speaks, Dom mimics An Lan's stoic demeanor, eliciting smiles from the surrounding coaches. He chuckles lightly before taking a deep breath and stating, "If he weren't our opponent, I would truly admire his thirst for victory. But now, to secure a draw or even strive for victory, we must neutralize the only uncertain factor, him. An Lan, do you have any strategies?" As Dom finishes speaking, the expressions of his assistants turn grave, having spent the last few days alongside him, delving into game footage. Having witnessed An Lan's prowess countless times, if not 1,000, certainly 800, some assistants have recently returned home, beset by illusions of An Lan lurking beneath their covers. Alas, one cannot resist. This lad is nothing short of a genius. Indeed, he stands shoulder to shoulder with the likes of a legendary Ronaldo in his prime, perhaps even surpassing him. Even the golden boys pale in comparison when measured against him. To speak candidly, his acrobatic strikes are undeniably magnificent. How does one even hope to contain such talent? Is it so simple to restrain a prodigy? You cannot fathom it. My daughter has even developed a fondness for him. The assistant coaches exchanged words, their praises for An Lan igniting a scowl upon Dom's face, who was listening nearby. Truly, those aerial strikes are breathtaking. The purpose of gathering you all was to discuss whether An Lan's style of play is commendable, not to elevate his renown at the expense of our own. What nonsense are you spouting? I seek strategies, not flattery. Dom interrupted the praises directed at An Lan with a frown. His closest assistant coach, Levo, shook his head with a wry smile. Coach, it's not that we do not wish to contain him, but this An Lan, despite being merely 17, is impeccable in speed, explosiveness, physicality, and shooting technique. We have yet to witness his free kick and heading abilities, but these can easily be compensated for by the likes of Wolfsburg's Zeko and Graffit. Upon hearing Levo's words, Dom felt a sense of helplessness. He had long contemplated the matter of free kicks and headers. Graffit, hailing from Brazil, possesses exceptional free kick skills, while the towering Zeko, at 195 meters, is a formidable force in aerial duels. Suddenly, an idea struck Dom. He recalled the hundreds of times he had viewed the DFB Pokal matches in recent days. He remembered the first half where Wolfsburg was trailing. If I cannot contain you, An Lan, then will you midfield? Sever the supply line that feeds you ammunition, and you become a toothless tiger, capable of whimpering but not roaring. Chapter 46, The Wolves of Wolfsburg. The Sheep of Cologne. Meanwhile, as the opponent scrutinized Wolfsburg's vulnerabilities, Maggath, the head coach of Wolfsburg, was equally diligent in studying his adversaries and enhancing his own squad. Before him lay meticulous training reports for each player, detailing every aspect. With the advancement of technology, monitoring player data has become an indispensable aspect of modern football. Yet, concerning An Lan, Maggath could hardly be bothered to glance at the reports. Why? This young man has a penchant for slacking off during training sessions. Although his dribbling speed ranks among the top 3 in the Bundesliga, if not first, he transforms entirely during practice matches, appearing as if he were endowed with different legs, his performance starkly contrasting with that in actual games. Maggath had grown weary of urging An Lan. In his mind, a prodigious talent like An Lan only needed to avoid the hedonistic distractions that ensnared many South American players. It was acceptable to be lackadaisical during training, as long as he did not falter during matches. Cologne, as a newly promoted team, was undoubtedly filled with fervor. Bob, while watching match footage of Cologne, handed several documents to Maggath. Their forward, Lucas, along with Biddy, had been particularly impressive and had caught the attention of major clubs. It was fair to say that, were it not for the need to secure their position this season, these players would surely have been acquired by now. Upon hearing this, Maggath solemnly accepted the documents and scrutinized them. He would not let his guard down simply because the opponent was a team from the second division. Meanwhile, as the first round of the Bundesliga approached, An Lan felt a surge of excitement. Having crossed the ocean from the Dragon Kingdom to the land of the war chariot, it had already been 3 months. During this time, he had experienced an abundance of events. After concluding a day of regular training, An Lan returned to his villa. After freshening up and lying on his bed, he silently commanded, "System, Open the personal attribute panel. Name, An Lan, age, 17 years and 182 days. Team, Wolfsburg. Position, forward. Dribbling, B. Shooting, B. Explosiveness, A. Speed, A. Strength, B. Stamina, B. Football intelligence, A. Mentality, A. Skills, Miracle of Strength. Purple, 7 and 7 out. Orange, Honors, Chinese Super League top scorer. 2. Best scorer of the U20 World Cup overall evaluation, a winger of the top tier in the 5 major leagues. Your speed ranks among the elite. However, your dribbling and shooting remains subpar, and your stamina cannot support a full match of high intensity. Not quite a hardened player on the field, but rather a refined talent. Items: Lucky 4-leaf clover, Misfortune amulet. 30 cans of Super Red Bull long-term task, shining bright across the ocean. Task description: please return to professional football and secure a starting position in one of the 5 major leagues. Task deadline: countdown 83 days. German Cup task, Master of Dominance. Task description: achieve a hat trick against opponents of a lower league and ultimately secure the German Cup championship. Task reward: system upgrade, random purple passive skill. Task penalty: earn the Cup match weakling title, causing a 50 decrease in strength when facing teams weaker than your current league. After reviewing his personal attribute panel, An Lan had a general understanding of his situation. The daily task feature was quite deceptive, as it did not trigger every day. Completing 1 task a day would amount to 365 rewards in a year. If that were the case, the system shop would serve little purpose. Therefore, the items acquired from the system before the shop's purchasing privileges were opened remained quite valuable. After some contemplation, An Lan took out a can of Super Red Bull and poured it into his usual thermos. The competition tomorrow leaves no room for error. He must maintain ample stamina to confront any situation. One can only wonder what kind of superstar he will draw tomorrow. As An Lan watched the Cologne match playing on his computer, his mind was occupied with thoughts. As a forward, he was also analyzing the defensive habits of the Cologne players. On August 16, 2008, at precisely 1:30 p.m., buses adorned with the Wolfsburg logo and the Cologne logo successively arrived at the Volkswagen Arena. The scheduling of Bundesliga matches can be rather inconvenient. Take today's match, for instance, which commenced at 2:30 p.m. This time of day coincides with the peak of heat and sunlight, making it the moment when people are most prone to drowsiness. Upon reaching the stadium, the players from both teams donned their gear and proceeded to the field to warm up. As An Lan emerged from the players' tunnel, he was utterly astonished. Although he had frequently watched the Bundesliga, this was his inaugural match and his first experience at the venue. He had presumed that there would be few spectators attending the game at such an unfortunate hour. Yet, to his surprise, the Volkswagen Arena was filled to capacity. Upon witnessing the home players take to the field, the Wolfsburg supporters erupted in a fervor. The fans cheered exuberantly, their voices resonating under the scorching sun. The passion for football runs deep among the people, and who could fathom the lengths they had waited for the Bundesliga to commence? A sea of green and white stretched as far as the eye could see. An Lan also noticed a section of the stands filled with faces of Eastern descent. This was precisely the team of international students organized under the leadership of Chun Chong. They held up posters they had crafted in support of An Lan and waved flags enthusiastically. Upon seeing An Lan gaze in their direction, they erupted into cheers. Amidst such fervent enthusiasm, the pressure was immense. An Lan retracted his gaze and continued his warm-up, mentally noting their positions. Should he score during the match, he would rush over to celebrate with them. After the warm-up, they returned to the dressing room, where Maggath delivered his final tactical instructions. I was profoundly dissatisfied with your performance in the previous match, but that is now behind us. If we treat that game as a wake-up call, I expect to witness your true capabilities in this one. I require a splendid victory. If we cannot secure it, what phase do we have to discuss competing on 3 fronts? I will assess your on-field performances to determine who will be the mainstays of this team. Those who underperform will find themselves deprived of opportunities in the German Cup and the Europa League. Come on, lads. Maggath's admonition was undeniably authoritative, exhibiting no trace of leniency. In contrast, the Cologne team, already at a disadvantage and playing away, appeared more personable. Their head coach, St. clapped his hands with a smile and addressed the players. Brothers, this is our first match since our promotion. Last year, we achieved a miracle, and this year, I want to create another miracle with you. Our objective this year is to secure a place in European competition. Do you have the confidence? St.'s timing in revealing his ambitions was remarkably astute. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, all the Cologne players, their faces alight with fervor, shouted in unison, "Yes." This was a team that had just accomplished the monumental feat of promotion, and the atmosphere and spirit within the squad were undeniably formidable. Shortly after, prompted by the staff, both teams pushed open the doors of the dressing room and entered the players' tunnel. The match was about to commence. Chapter 47. The Fox in the Box. As An Lan stepped through the dark players' tunnel and into the Volkswagen arena, the cacophony of cheers enveloped him entirely. The applause he had heard during warm-ups was mere background noise. Now, the Wolfsburg fans offered their team resounding support. On this sweltering afternoon, fervent supporters bared their torsos, waving their jerseys aloft. The Wolfsburg shirts fluttered like banners, saturating the stadium in hues of green and white. "Let's welcome the boys from Wolfsburg," boomed the stadium announcer. With each name he called, the cheers intensified. Graphite, Zeko, our captain, the most reliable defense, Benaglio, the engine of the team, Misimovic, and the prodigious talent who just signed with Wolfsburg, the miraculous prince from the Dragon Kingdom, An Lan, who made a stunning debut with a spectacular 4-goal performance in the German Cup. As the introduction of An Lan unfolded, the atmosphere within the stadium reached a crescendo. The players from Cologne, witnessing this spectacle, could only harbor a quiet envy. In comparison to the Volkswagen Arena, Cologne's home ground, the Rhine Energy Stadium boasts a larger capacity, accommodating over 50,000 spectators. However, as a team in the Bundesliga, it is well understood that apart from their promotion battles, the stadium has rarely been filled to capacity. Consequently, the Cologne players have yet to experience the resounding cheers of an entire crowd rallying in support. Some of the younger athletes glanced at An Lan, feeling a pang of bitterness. Why should a mere 17-year-old garner such adoration? Their envy was palpable and yet, perhaps, premature. For just as the echoes of cheers began to wane, a vibrant display organized by the International Students section commenced. Each participant held a cardboard panel, 1 meter by 1 meter, and in unison, they raised them high above their heads. Dozens of these panels converged to form an enormous square, measuring 10 meters on each side. Prominently featured on this vast canvas was An Lan, captured midair during his stunning volley in the DFB Pokal. The broadcast camera swiftly seized this moment, relaying it onto the stadium's giant screen. The recently subdued cheers reignited with fervor, as if doused in a bucket of fuel. Upon witnessing this scene, An Lan was deeply moved. He applauded while gesturing toward the direction of his enormous painting. In the commentary area of the stadium, the veteran duo Duan Xian and Tao Wei were left utterly astonished. It was unimaginable for them. Could this be the treatment afforded to an Asian player? They could hardly believe it. After much stammering, Duan Xian finally managed to articulate a thought, indicating that An Lan held considerable weight in the hearts of the Wolfsburg fans. "Indeed, your statement is utterly faultless," exclaimed Tao Wei, brimming with excitement. A young player who debuted with a remarkable 4 goals, truly a beacon of hope for the team. Now, we can only hope that An Lan's Bundesliga debut today will yield a satisfactory performance. Let us first review the starting lineups of both teams. At home, Wolfsburg donned their green and white jerseys under the guidance of coach Maggath, lined up in a 4-3-3 formation. Goalkeeper, Benaglio. Defenders, Saccardo, SCH Rurle, Basanta, Ricardo Costa. Midfielders, Hasabi, Misimovic, SCH Fair. Forwards, Zeko, Graphite, and Lan. Duan Xian adjusted his focus as Tao Wei introduced Wolfsburg's starting lineup, continuing to present the lineup for Cologne. The away team, Cologne, sported red jerseys, coached by Dom, and adopted a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Mondragon. Defenders, Elm, Ozako, Schmelzer, Mohamed. Midfielders, Bittencourt, Antal, Bruges, Bittencourt. Forwards, Ladu Roche. Due to Wolfsburg's captain Benaglio winning the coin toss and considering the afternoon sun's glare, he opted for the choice of sides. Consequently, the match commenced with Cologne gaining the kickoff. True to their status as a newly promoted team, Cologne immediately launched into an aggressive offensive, creating an atmosphere akin to playing at home. Faced with Cologne's relentless assault, Wolfsburg did not falter. "If you prefer an attacking game, I shall engage you in one." Having learned from the lessons of their previous lackadaisical performance in the DFB Pokal, the Wolfsburg players were now fully focused. As both teams engaged in an attacking duel, the tempo of the match surged to its peak. Cologne's tactics were straightforward. Most Bundesliga players possessed a more rugged style of play, unlike their La Liga counterparts who favored possession and passing. After a few simple exchanges, they advanced the ball to the flanks. Cologne's left winger, Ladu, a swift player, received the ball and charged forward. Upon reaching the corner of Wolfsburg's defensive area, he delivered a cross just before the defenders could close in. The ball soared toward the Wolfsburg goal, but Benaglio, displaying remarkable decisiveness, accurately assessed his position and jumped high to claim the ball. Barely 2 minutes into the match, Cologne orchestrated a remarkably threatening offensive play. This pleased Coach Daum immensely, as his young players were undeterred by the home advantage, exhibiting the same bold spirit characteristic of the Bundesliga, too. Similarly, Maggath found satisfaction in the rapid-fire exchanges of play. The right back, Zaccardo, maintained his position impeccably, indicating that the player's mindset had indeed been adjusted. In the spirit of reciprocity, Wolfsburg initiated a play, and upon receiving a pass from goalkeeper Benaglio, defender SCH Rulli directly relayed the ball to the returning Makoto Hasebe. Asian players abroad in the top 5 leagues share a common trait: their remarkable stamina. In more eloquent terms, they are akin to industrious laborers, versatile like Swiss Army knives, and resilient as Iron Men. To put it plainly, they possess an enduring tenacity that is hard to extinguish. Despite being a midfielder, Hasebe frequently drops back to provide support, demonstrating unwavering enthusiasm in both offensive and defensive maneuvers. This might explain the increasing number of Japanese players making their mark overseas. After all, which coach wouldn't favor a hard-working midfielder? Upon receiving the ball, Hasebe did not hastily pass it forward. Instead, he discerned the absence of attacking space ahead and opted to advance the ball himself. Engaging in a brief interplay with Misimovi and SCH Fair, he suddenly perceived a flash of green lightning darting past him. "Pass it to me in the box." Hasebe's heart raced. Who else in the team could command such a flawless accent but An Lan? Without a moment's hesitation, he struck the ball, which arced gracefully into Cologne's penalty area, catching everyone off guard. The green lightning swiftly followed in hot pursuit. An Lan leapt high, executing a powerful lion's head shake, forcefully driving the ball into the opponent's goal. The KLN goalkeeper, Merdan, stood in utter bewilderment, gazing at the football nestled in the net, utterly astonished. How could a goal be scored in less than 5 minutes after the match commenced? How did he appear so suddenly? With a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth after the goal, An Lan silently applauded his star player experience card for the day. Truly, he deserved the title of Fox in the Box bestowed upon him by the system. Chapter 48. Inexpressible marvels. An Lan's elusive movements on the field are attributed to the star player experience card he drew today, Filippo Inzaghi. The moment he stepped onto the pitch for warm-up, a notification resonated in his mind. The star player experience card has been activated, detecting the host's inaugural participation in the Bundesliga, triggering a temporary quest. The star player experience card is being drawn. The draw is complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Filippo Inzaghi experience card, AC Milan era, the Fox in the Box. Filippo Inzaghi, born in 1973, began his career in Serie B before being loaned to Serie C/S Albino Lef and honing his skills with Verona in Serie B. From 1995 to 2001, Inzaghi played for Serie A clubs Parma, Atlanta, Juventus, and AC Milan, amassing accolades that include 1 Serie B championship, 3 Serie A titles, 2 UEFA Champions League trophies, 2 European Super Cups, 1 UEFA Europa League title, and 1 World Cup victory. His ghostly presence on the field, elusive runs, keen instinct, and cold-blooded precision forged an unparalleled Fox in the Box. He is none other than Inzaghi. Congratulations, host, on triggering the temporary quest, King of the Box. King of the Box, no matter how you defend, once inside the penalty area, it is my domain. Quest requirements: score more than 3 goals within the box. Quest reward: Inzaghi's exclusive skill. Quest penalty: acquire the title of Clumsy An Lan. Clumsy An Lan, when participating in defensive actions within his own penalty area, there's a 50 chance of scoring an own goal. Upon receiving this quest, An Lan broke into a cold sweat. What does a 50 chance imply? Every 2 times he is in his own penalty area, there's a likelihood of 1 own goal. This is quite alarming. An Lan had never heard of a player favored by a team who consistently scored own goals. Moreover, despite being developed countries, European nations are quite superstitious. A player known for scoring own goals could become a liability for a team as fortunes. However, the reward for this quest was exceedingly tempting, as Inzaghi was a player An Lan particularly admired, having grown up watching him play. His uncanny runs and exceptional goal-scoring instinct were the essence of his prowess in the world of football. Surely, his exclusive skill must be of an extraordinary caliber. With such thoughts, An Lan resolved to complete the quest. After all, this was the exclusive skill of a man known for his first-class footwork, his second-rate reveals, and a third-rate performance compared to the national team. Upon witnessing An Lan's goal, Dom leapt from his seat in a fit of rage. He hurried to the sideline, ready to unleash a tirade. However, he opened his mouth only to realize there was nothing to criticize. Even he had not noticed how An Lan had appeared in that position. Frustrated, Dom kicked over a water bottle and directed his players to intensify their offensive efforts. There was no alternative. Once the scoreboard displayed an equal sign, the nature of the match had irrevocably changed. In the opening 5 minutes of the match, the home team Wolfsburg delivered a resounding blow to the newly promoted side. Following the goal, An Lan sprinted towards the stands where the international students were seated, extending his arms wide in their direction, akin to a deity reveling in the adoration of his devotees. Monica, the Sky Sports commentator, observed this spectacle with heart-shaped eyes, exclaiming, "The dashing young lad from the Dragon Nation has breached Cologne's defenses on his very first attack." He stood there, arms outstretched, basking in the utmost accolades. In that moment, he was the sovereign of the Volkswagen Arena, the king of wolves. Monica's voice resonated in countless households, and the hearts of all Wolfsburg supporters watching the match echoed a single word: Wolf King. They silently repeated it twice, smiling without uttering a sound. For these devoted fans, An Lan's performance was commendable, yet to truly earn the title of their Wolf King, he had much further to go. The Dragon Nation sports channels Duan Xian and Tao Wei extolled An Lan's goal to the heavens, their commentary style becoming notably more audacious after their arrival at the national duty. Their lively approach contrasted sharply with their previously rigid style, captivating the Dragon Nation fans glued to their screens. Meanwhile, in the FA headquarters, a programmer erupted in fury, hurling a prized sea cucumber to the floor while cursing the inept Cologne team. The officials surrounding him fell silent, not daring to breathe. During the last DFB call, they had all planned to celebrate at a nightclub, but the tide turned dramatically in the second half. Not only did their reservations for dinner and the club get cancelled, but they also endured a tirade from the programmer. Following that, Godin analyzed that while the DFB call involved the second division, this match was in the Bundesliga, and An Lan's true nature would soon be revealed. This prompted the group to gather once more, eager to flatter the programmer. Little did they expect that the young rascal would score within 5 minutes. The programmer surveyed the room, finding everyone averted their gaze. Only An Lan on the television smiled back at him, blowing a kiss. "Damn it! Vulgar! Despicable!" He fumed. "Is this gesture not going to make foreigners think our Dragon Nation players are frivolous?" An Lan's playful kiss directed at the camera drew the programmer's ire. His sycophants nearby joined in the condemnation of An Lan's demeanor. In the midst of this, Yang Jiao, the editor-in-chief of a football publication, interjected, "Boss, I believe this match signifies nothing substantial. To speak bluntly, what is Wolfsburg? The Wolves. And what do we have in Cologne? A bunch of goats. A wolf falling in love with a goat. No, a wolf devouring a goat. Is that not the natural order of things? It's downright ominous." Upon the utterance of these words, an enveloping silence once again descended upon the surroundings. To everyone's surprise, the programmer nodded slightly, as if struck by a sudden revelation. He pressed his forehead and sighed deeply, exclaiming, "What a lapse in my meticulousness! How could I have overlooked this matter? Alas, this battle is not a fault of the war. Regardless of whether the Wolf Castle triumphs or not, tonight's event shall not be cancelled. We shall remain out all night." Returning to the ubiquitous arena, after celebrating with the players, An Lan hurried to the sidelines to embrace Maggath. "Well done, lad. Keep playing like that." Maggath joyfully patted his back, thoroughly satisfied with his astute judgment. If it weren't for his keen insight, how could he have unearthed such a gem from the desolate football landscape of Langwa? What a remarkable stroke of fortune. Once the celebration subsided, An Lan returned to the pitch. The feeling of 30,000 fans chanting his name in unison after scoring was simply indescribable. He found himself yearning to experience that euphoric cheer once more. Fortunately, Maggath remained audacious, opting not to alter any tactics despite the recent goal. The match swiftly resumed, continuing with a fierce exchange of attacks. Chapter 49. He has been thoroughly worn down by me. With the game restarting, the early setback motivated Cologne to abandon all reservations and launch a fervent counterattack. As the match intensified, the players' actions grew more robust. To maintain control, the referee blew his whistle every 2 to 3 minutes. During this time, An Lan seized a one-on-one opportunity. However, a Cologne defender, desperate to thwart him, committed a foul from behind and received a yellow card. In the 17th minute, Graphite received the ball, made a deep run, and delivered cross. Inside the box, Zeko skillfully controlled the ball with his chest and struck with great force. Alas, the shot was met with a touch from goalkeeper Monda, ricocheting off the crossbar and soaring away. The referee's whistle pierced the air, prompting the crowd to glance at the big screen for a replay. It revealed that An Lan, also positioned in the penalty area, had been knocked to the ground by the opposing left back, Osad, while attempting to make a decisive run. An Lan furrowed his brow, rising to his feet to brush off the clinging weeds. He raised his hand, signaling to his counterpart that it was unintentional. Observing this, Osad approached with a smile and exchanged a fist bump with him. Although both teams commenced the match with fierce aggression, their focus remained steadfastly on the ball. They exhibited commendable sportsmanship. Just look at An Lan, truly a paragon of humility and integrity typical of the Eastern ethos. He was indicating to the referee that the opponent had not committed a foul. What a commendable display. An Lan's actions elicited a chorus of cheers and praises from the Wolfsburg supporters in the stands. They repeatedly chanted his name. Both players and fans alike cherished those with commendable professional ethics. Following a contact with the ball by the Cologne goalkeeper, Wolfsburg was awarded a corner kick. Makoto Hasabi approached the corner spot, adjusted himself, and struck the ball with vigor, sending it arcing toward the penalty area. The commentator's voice rose and fell dramatically. Hasabi's corner kick posed a significant threat, targeting the far post. An Lan, elusive as a phantom, executed a spectacular diving header. Alas, it struck the shin of Cologne defender Schaefer. Graphite followed up. The shot was saved. Mondrag came to the rescue. Had Cologne found themselves trailing 0-2 just 17 minutes into the match, their situation would have been dire. Mondragon's heroics only reinforced the notion that a weaker team can indeed find fortune. The first half unfolded like a turn-based game. Wolfsburg would attack, then Cologne would counter. Occasionally, a turnover would lead to a renewed offensive from the opponent. Defensive counterattacks? Non-existent. It was purely an exchange of attacks. Higuain, lacking in dribbling finesse, meant that An Lan focused more on positioning to seize opportunities. His astute football intellect rendered Cologne's defense exceedingly uncomfortable. One could say, the less the opposing defenders and goalkeeper wished for him to appear in a certain area, the more he would manifest there. Such is the role of an exceptional forward. Even without directly engaging, simply standing in a particular position was enough to impose pressure on the adversary. Should Cologne let their guard down, An Lan would undoubtedly create a lethal opportunity, seizing the ball to breach their goal without hesitation. The first half was a feast of offense, while simultaneously showcasing the goalkeeper's prowess. When the halftime whistle blew, the number of shots on goal stood at 12-10, yet the score remained 1-0. The home team led, having engaged in a fierce battle for the entire half, with Wolfsburg still leading 1-0. One could assert that both Mondrag and Benaglio displayed remarkable skills, each contributing 2 or 3 phenomenal saves. With wave after wave of attacks, the fans in attendance were utterly entranced, their voices hoarse from cheering. An Lan also experienced the sensation of being targeted. His threat was formidable. In an effort to thwart him, the players from Cologne resorted to both subtle and overt tactics. Throughout the first half, he endured a staggering 7 fouls. The consequence for the Cologne team was that all 4 defenders received a yellow card. After a frenzied first half, both teams' players breathed a sigh of relief. Engaging in such an exhausting exchange of attacks was truly taxing. Phew, what a strenuous ordeal. Upon returning to the locker room, An Lan swiftly slipped into the restroom. He locked the door and sat atop the unflushed toilet, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead while reflecting on the first half of the match. He found immense benefit in the ingenious movement patterns exhibited by Higuain. An Lan is neither a complacent individual nor one prone to laziness. Each time he acquires a star experience card through the system, he diligently studies the strengths of these players. The positional insights of Higuain have provided him with considerable inspiration. After digesting this knowledge, a thought crossed his mind, and a thermos appeared in his hand. This was the contingency he had previously prepared, containing a super Red Bull capable of replenishing energy. He unscrewed the lid and, tilting his head back, consumed the super Red Bull in one swift motion. Avigohating. Almost instantly upon swallowing, he sensed a warm current coursing through his limbs. It reminded him of the anime Dragon Ball from his childhood, where the Super Red Bull resembled the magical beans found therein. However, it lacked the miraculous potency of the beans, which could restore one to full vitality even from the brink of death. Feeling his energy revitalized, An Lan tucked the thermos into his waistband, discreetly covering it with his jersey as he exited the restroom. Upon returning to his seat, he naturally placed the cup into his backpack. Maggath was addressing the team at the tactical board, and upon noticing An Lan, he exchanged a knowing glance. Bob immediately understood the cue and approached An Lan with genuine concern, inquiring, "And have you expended a great deal of energy?" Upon hearing that he would be substituted in the second half, An Lan could hardly believe it. "No worries, Coach Bob. I am not fatigued at all." Coach Bob, with a hint of skepticism, scrutinized An Lan and noted his rosy complexion and lack of sweat, exclaiming, "You truly are a phenomenon." The first half had been fiercely contested, with even players in their late 20s at their physical peak feeling the strain. Yet here was An Lan, merely 17, appearing unfazed, indeed, a marvel. While footballers may commence their journey as early as 3 or 4 years of age, it is not until around the age of 22 or 23 that they fully develop their physical capabilities. By the age of 27 or 28, athleticism begins to wane, and the body is no longer in its prime. Fortunately, athletes like An Lan, with exceptional stamina, are not unheard of in the football realm. Otherwise, Coach Bob might have easily subjected him to rigorous scientific scrutiny. After receiving Bob's response, Maggath nodded and continued to elaborate on tactics. His intention was to substitute An Lan around the 65 to 70-minute mark. Since An Lan claimed to be fine, they would allow him to continue playing. If he truly had no issues, he would complete the match. If he faltered, they would substitute him as planned. Meanwhile, within the Cologne locker room, the defenders exuded an air of jubilation. "That kid is spent. The 17-year-old may be tenacious, but I have thoroughly worn him down in the first half." The left center back, he may, grinned broadly as he proclaimed, "In the second half, he will undoubtedly be lacking in energy. It will be our turn to counterattack." "Absolutely. That kid is nearly out of steam. I have certainly given him a lesson in intensity. Not to mention, there's not a single good muscle left on his waist that I haven't pinched. It must be bruised." In the Cologne locker room, a group of defenders discussed the advantages they had gained over An Lan. The world of football is such that fans witness fluid teamwork, seamless attacks, world-class saves, and stunning goals. However, on the pitch, there is often a meticulous game of strategy and deception between attackers and defenders, filled with banter and rivalry. Nevertheless, it must be admitted that this young lad is indeed formidable. His ability to seize opportunities is remarkable. I thought he was reminiscent of Inzaghi. Now that you mention it, I see the resemblance. His first goal was strikingly similar to Inzaghi's style. We must keep a close watch on him in the second half. We cannot allow him to sneak in again. Dom, listening to the defenders vent their frustrations, chose not to interject. Ever since An Lan scored his first goal, he had been closely monitoring the young player, and with each passing moment, his astonishment grew. Fortunately, he shared the defender's assessment. After all, this lad was merely 17. Based on his condition at the end of the first half, his stamina appeared to be running low. Dome clapped his hands, interrupting the players' conversation. "We performed admirably in the first half, conceding just a single goal at the outset. I must particularly commend Mondoggin for his heroic saves during the first half." Upon hearing their coach's words, the players from Cologne genuinely applauded. As brothers who ascended together to the top tier, their camaraderie is evident. They keenly recognized Mondoggin's performance, having thwarted at least 3 or 4 certain goals. It can be said that his efforts were truly valiant. After the applause subsided, Dome continued. "In the second half, we must maintain our offensive approach. I understand that everyone's stamina has been heavily taxed, but there is no alternative. We are the ones trailing. Nonetheless, I reiterate, as this is our inaugural match in the Bundesliga, our minimum objective is to remain unbeaten." Shinu Jesse. Dome pointed to 2 substitute forwards, instructing them to warm up for the second half, with plans to introduce them at the 60-minute mark. "Ladu, Lohagu, your performance has been commendable. Do not hold back your energy in the second half. Give it your all for the next 15 minutes. Though it is often said that a 1-goal lead is the most precarious scoreline in football, compared to being behind, Wolfsburg is still in a position of control. This grants them ample opportunity for adjustment, unlike Cologne, which has no choice but to continue their offensive onslaught." The 20-minute halftime break swiftly passed. As the second half commenced, Cologne launched a fierce attack. They remained relentless, showing no signs of altering their tactics. Lohagu possessed the ball and unleashed a long-range shot. Oh dear, that had quite the force. Ladu found himself one-on-one. A delicate finish. My goodness, is Benaglio donning the golden gloves today? Cologne's offense surged like a relentless tide, and Wolfsburg's players must remain vigilant. They are resolute in not departing the Volkswagen Arena with a defeat. This exemplifies the resilience of a promoted team. Though I am commentating for Wolfsburg, I am profoundly impressed. In the face of such a commendable promoted side, I hope Wolfsburg can muster their full strength. Securing a flawless victory would be the utmost respect for them. Amidst Duan Xuanfu's impassioned commentary, Cologne's two forwards tirelessly endeavored to find the net. Viewers from Longwo witnessed the tenacity of this promoted team. They stand in stark contrast to certain teams from the Longwo Super League. Their unyielding pursuit, pressing play, and unwavering tactical execution, coupled with waves of harmoniously coordinated attacks, captivated the fans of Longwo. At the 55-minute mark, 10 minutes had elapsed in the second half. In this brief span, Cologne orchestrated 6 attacks, resulting in shots on goal. It can be asserted that, within the first 10 minutes of the second half, they bombarded Wolfsburg's penalty area with relentless fervor. The fans of Wolfsburg began to feel a sense of trepidation. After relentless attacks, it was inevitable that the defensive side would reveal a flaw. Had it not been for the remarkable form of their goalkeeper Benalio, the score would have long been equalized. Tao Wei observed the fourth official signaling a substitution on the sidelines, and with a worried expression, he remarked, "Dom is making a substitution." He decisively replaced the two forwards, Radu and Luhago, who had expended considerable energy. Stepping into their positions were two new forwards, Sinu and Jesse. Cologne maintained their formation, steadfast in their resolve not to depart with a defeat. Wolfsburg truly had to devise a strategy. For being pressed like this, a score of 1-0 was perilously fragile. As Tao Wei's words faded, Cologne took a corner kick. Sinu managed to find space. Amidst the commentators' exclamations, Sinu, who had just come on as a substitute, leaped high, attempting to head the ball into the Wolfsburg net. Benalio, the extraordinary captain of Wolfsburg, the commentator gasped in astonishment. Benalio continued to display his brilliance. He extended his arms, securely grasping the header that was not particularly challenging in terms of angle. At that moment, a loud shout erupted beside him. Counterattack Old Bay. With a speed of 70 miles per hour, his mood was one of sheer freedom. A curious and rhythmic string of words echoed in Benalio's ears. Instinctively, he lifted his head and spotted a green figure darting forward. It was An Lan. At this moment, An Lan had already sprinted over 20 meters. For goalkeeper, this distance was negligible. Benalio summoned all his strength for a powerful throw. The football shot forth like a cannonball, soaring directly towards An Lan. As An Lan sprinted, he remained acutely aware of the football's descent. At last, just shy of the center circle, the ball landed, and, with a deft touch, he skillfully halted at a mere 3 meters away. This exquisite stop deceived a Cologne player who had rushed in to contest the ball, allowing An Lan to surge forward and continue his advance. This unexpected maneuver illuminated the expressions of Duan, Xiantao, and Wei, who had initially thought An Lan had miscontrolled the ball. What a clever ploy! An Lan's touch was intentional, deliberately exaggerated to outwit the defender. Truly magnificent. His immediate acceleration post-touch was undoubtedly a calculated response. With the ball at his feet, An Lan raced forward with breathtaking speed, embodying the very essence of a forward's aspirations. The exhilarating sensation of galloping across the pitch, akin to a lion hunting on the plains, surged within him. The primal instincts of a predator awakened, his muscles rippling with raw, untamed beauty. Accelerate, push forward with even greater fervor. Like a scene from the German Cup, An Lan single-handedly charged toward the Cologne penalty area. His vibrant energy and spirited demeanor caused Monda to furrow his brow in disbelief. Is this lad truly just 17? Are you for really calling this a lack of stamina? The 4 defenders, who had boasted during halftime, dared not glance back upon hearing the goalkeeper's thunderous roar. An Lan lunged forward like a formidable wolf, exuding an aura of fierce vitality. What are we waiting for? With Meng Dagon's furious bellow, for defenders roared and charged forward with menacing intent. As the opposing defenders approached, An Lan's expression turned icy, and he silently intoned, "Activate the skills 7 in and 7 out." Chapter 51. The essence of personal heroism. As An Lan mentally invoked the skill, a miraculous scene unfolded. A golden line materialized in his mind. This line was not convoluted. It originated from beneath his feet and directed itself straight toward the opponent's goal. 7 in and 7 out. Upon activation, the host's dribbling, speed, and explosive power will be enhanced by 1 level for 30 seconds. Cooldown period, 2 matches. In an instant, An Lan's dribbling and shooting ascended to a crimson S level. At that moment, He felt as though divinely inspired, the football beneath his feet dancing to his command. Just as swiftly as the thought occurred, the first defender from Cologne lunged in with a tackle. An Lan deftly nudged the ball to the left. The opponent missed completely, and An Lan gracefully leapt, evading him to continue his run. The second and third defenders from Cologne closed in, effectively obstructing An Lan's path forward. An Lan's heart was as tranquil as still water, and with a flourish, he executed a dazzling cowtail move, allowing the ball to glide between himself and his opponent. He deftly sidestepped, dragging along the subtle tug of his opponent's grasp on his jersey as he pressed forward resolutely. Given their position within the penalty area, the opponent hesitated to commit a blatant foul. The moment a gap was created, the grip on An Lan was relinquished. Confronted by the last defender, An Lan unleashed his speed with formidable force, surging past. "You can't get through, you little rascal," Mondoggin roared, seizing the opportunity to strike, attempting to rattle An Lan's composure. An Lan remained utterly composed, effortlessly flicking the ball away, leaving Monda in his wake. Before him lay the inviting, unguarded goal. An Lan. He deftly maneuvered past 5 defenders. Even the goalkeeper was no match for him. In the commentary box, a throng of commentators from television stations around the globe erupted into absolute frenzy. A one-on-one. He dribbled past 5 players. My heavens, what am I witnessing? This is nothing short of a miracle. To bypass 5 players, my word. An Lan single-handedly confronted the entire Cologne defense, rendering all tactics against him utterly futile. Facing the open goal, An Lan gently nudged the ball. Goal! Goal! Goal, goal. The ball has found the net. An Lan, the pride of the Dragon Nation. In the 60th minute of the second half, Wolfsburg capitalized on a corner from Cologne. Taking advantage of the moment when the defense had not fully retreated and the forward from the Dragon Nation, An Lan, scored his second goal. This is simply terrifying. My heavens, dribbling past 5 players. He's like a sprite on the field. In this arena, he is the undisputed king of wolves. With the score at 2-0, as Cologne launched a fervent counterattack, it was An Lan once more who emerged. Like a ruthless wolf king, he struck down upon the head of the Cologne goat with a powerful paw, stifling their counteroffensive. This is the romance of the pitch. A breathtaking 90-meter sprint from his own penalty area to the opponent's goal, challenging the entire defense to score. An Lan has epitomized personal heroism on the field. Amidst the frenzied cheers of the commentators, the Volkswagen Arena was ignited with unparalleled fervor. The sweltering heat did not dampen their enthusiasm. Rather, it fueled their excitement, making them even more restless. In the international student section, An Lan's colossal poster was once again raised high. Surrounding fans witnessed this spectacle, with some fervently bowing before An Lan's poster in reverence. Everyone was in a frenzy, shouting and pouring their icy beers over their heads. After scoring, An Lan ran to his poster. Suddenly struck by inspiration, he removed his jersey, lifting it high above his head by the shoulders. The green and white number 7 faced the stands, fluttering in the breeze. With his shirt off, An Lan revealed a perfectly sculpted upper body. His physique, not of an intimidating bodybuilder, was sleek and streamlined, akin to a cheetah. This moment of raising his jersey incited yet another wave of cheers. The players of Wolfsburg soon gathered around, embracing him and playfully piling him onto the ground in a joyous heap. Damn it, you are simply astonishing. I could scarcely imagine this goal. So fierce, An Lan, dribbling past 5 players. That final feint past the goalkeeper. Were you paying homage to Maradona? You must treat us tonight. The camera flawlessly captures every moment. From the exhilarating dash to overcoming 5 opponents and scoring, to the celebration of lifting the jersey, culminating in the final acrobatic display. Every action of An Lan was meticulously recorded, for all were aware that as long as An Lan did not meet an untimely demise, everything that transpired today would become a significant part of history. The teammates, displaying such remarkable prowess, were naturally delighted by the unfolding events, while on the opposing side, Maggath lay on the ground, gazing up at the blinding sun, his mind engulfed in a whirlwind of panic. Who am I? Where am I? What am I to do? Does the universe have an end? What is the essence of the universe's birth? As Maggath spiraled through these thoughts, he struggled to divert his mind from the recent occurrences. Yet, reality is inescapable. The cacophony surrounding him yanked him back to the present. The replay on the giant screen relentlessly assaulted his senses. That lad from the Dragon Kingdom had deftly maneuvered past 5 players. The defense of their Cologne team was as flimsy as mere paper. It was utterly terrifying. Maggath had once believed that his uncle, who had spent 20 years slicing fish at Walmart, was the coldest man in the world, but just moments ago, that belief was shattered. As An Lan dribbled the ball, he bore an uncanny resemblance to an assassin from a film. Emotionless, ruthlessly cold, and unyielding. In that fleeting moment, his roar seemed more a rallying cry for himself than a means to disrupt his opponents. Having conceded 2 goals in such bewildering fashion, the first could be attributed to a surprise attack, a lapse in his team's readiness. Yet this second goal was a complete dissection of the Cologne defense. As he sauntered through, shattering their confidence as a newly promoted team, Maggath, who had delivered a spectacular performance throughout the first half, found his spirit utterly shattered. Witnessing the opposing player glide past him to score instilled a profound sense of despair that obliterated his self-assurance. 17 years old? Where on earth did this prodigious talent emerge from? On the sidelines, Cologne's coach, Dom, stood aghast, disbelief etched across his face. After such an intense first half, how could a mere 17-year-old still have the stamina to sprint 90 meters, effortlessly bypassing 5 defenders in the second half? Such a narrative would seem implausible even in fiction. Hey, Dom. Maggath strolled over, hands in pockets, whispering in Dom's ear, "Don't be so surprised. That's just how geniuses are." With a nonchalant twirl, Maggath departed, leaving Dom to simmer in frustration. What is so impressive about having a genius? What does winning this match have to do with you? Yet, amidst his curses, Dom couldn't help but concede that football often embodies the essence of individual heroism. Chapter 52. Infinite fouling tactics. Can they overcome psychological shadows? Roar, my Wolf King. After mocking Dom, Maggath returned to the bench, a broad smile gracing his face. His luck was simply unstoppable. With a mere swipe in the Dragon Country, he had unearthed a prodigious talent. At just 17, he could single-handedly challenge an entire defense. What would he be capable of at 27? Would he be able to outmaneuver his own teammates? Watching the endless replays on the big screen, Maggath found himself enveloped in a bittersweet reverie. He understood that An Lan would soon be renowned across Europe. Such a talent would undoubtedly be beyond the grasp of the modest Wolfsburg. While many issues can be resolved with money, this particular challenge transcends monetary solutions. The dreams of joining illustrious clubs have been long sung about. Yet one has never heard of the dream of joining Wolfsburg. This is the legacy that belongs to the footballing elite. Years of accumulated honors have made countless talents yearn to don their jerseys. Young prodigies, upon the mere beckoning of a prestigious club, would find themselves irresistibly drawn to its allure. Moreover, elite clubs are not lacking in financial resources. Whatever Wolfsburg can offer, the Giants can undoubtedly provide even more. Alas, the inability to retain talent is disheartening. After lamenting, Maggath resigned himself to fate, fully aware that as long as An Lan maintained his form, he would only be able to coach him for a single season before being snatched away by a prestigious club. Indeed, it was quite conceivable that during the winter break, a major club would eagerly pay the buyout clause to acquire An Lan. With this thought in mind, Maggath felt compelled to have a serious discussion with An Lan after the match. At the very least, he hoped to see him through a complete season at Wolfsburg. A 2-0 lead, that's solid. Well done, An Lan, you truly embody the potential I recognized in you. Bob, seated beside him, erupted with excitement, completely oblivious to Maggath's inner turmoil. Maggath, perturbed by the noise, furrowed his brow upon hearing Bob's words and retorted, "You were his mentor?" "Why not?" Bob replied, puffing out his chest. "He emerged from my U19 training. Am I not justified in claiming the role of his mentor?" You truly have no sense of modesty." Maggath scoffed. Bob's intentions were all too transparent. He merely envisioned a future where, upon An Lan's success, he would bask in the limelight as the documentary-worthy mentor. However, Maggath chose not to engage further in this trivial dispute. After all, An Lan's football journey was merely beginning, and it was still too early to speculate on his future stature. Regardless of An Lan's eventual achievements, he would always be linked to the one who brought him from the Dragon Kingdom. On the pitch, the players of Cologne appeared despondent, a stark contrast to the spirited team they had been for the previous 60 minutes. Their morale had been utterly shattered by An Lan's recent display of individual brilliance. Dom recognized the gravity of the situation, shouting incessantly from the sidelines in an attempt to rekindle his players' fighting spirit. "Wake up! The match is not over. We are Cologne, a promoted team. We never concede defeat. Are you all simply giving up? That would make me believe you are cowards. Lift your spirits. As long as the match continues, we still have a chance." One must admit, Dom commanded considerable respect within the Cologne squad. With his motivating words, the players gradually lifted their heads. The resilience they displayed last season, as a newly promoted team, instilled in them an unwavering determination. Some players glanced at An Lan, their eyes rekindled with fury. Once the match resumed, the Cologne players escalated their physicality, clearly intent on targeting An Lan. It could be said that in a match, if one does not tumble to the ground 10 or 8 times, they cannot be deemed a genius. An Lan has earned their respect, and thus, An Lan is in possession of the ball. Oh, a Cologne player has knocked him to the ground, and the referee blows the whistle to issue a warning, yet refrains from showing a card. Misimovic makes a cross, and the referee's whistle sounds. An Lan, at the moment of receiving the ball, is tackled to the ground. It is evident that the Cologne players are intimidated by An Lan. The instant he touches the ball, they resort to fierce fouls. The commentators, while narrating the erratic match, cannot help but shake their heads in dismay. In the stands, the Wolfsburg fans, witnessing their players being repeatedly fouled, express their dissatisfaction with loud jeers. In an instant, the stadium is filled with boos. Even Zeko and Graphite, upon seeing An Lan being fouled time and again, can no longer contain themselves. After yet another foul on An Lan, Zeko rushes to confront the referee. His imposing height of 1.95 meters exudes a formidable presence. Hey, referee, cannot you see our player being repeatedly fouled? Show a card. Why do you not show a card? Are you condoning their actions? The referee looks up at him, coldly stating, "Are you attempting to instruct me on officiating? Please be quiet. I have my own standards." Zeko, incensed and wishing to continue the argument, finds himself restrained. Turning around, he sees it is An Lan. "It's all right, Zeko." Such petty tricks only reveal their fear. An Lan's jersey bore no clean patch, yet his gaze was resolutely steadfast, as if he were not the one repeatedly fouled and brought to the ground. The more they feared, the more insistent he became in receiving the ball. Their anxious expressions were his true delight. As he spoke, a smile curled at the corners of An Lan's lips, though it was chillingly devoid of warmth. Jacques was taken aback. He had never anticipated that a mere 17-year-old could possess such formidable mental fortitude. It was, in fact, rather unervingly powerful. After restraining Jacques, An Lan turned away, disregarding the referee and instead locking his gaze onto the Cologne midfielder, Gao, who had just fouled him. "Little calf, is this truly the extent of your attempts to hinder me?" Gao, seething at An Lan's mocking smile, retorted furiously, "Oh, really? Do you wish for something more brutal? You deceitful dragon country player. Huh, you know perfectly well whether I feigned it or not." An Lan replied, his disdain palpable as he ignored Gao entirely. "Are you the Joker to Batman's good neighbor in Gotham? What nonsense are you spouting?" Gao erupted, furious, and charged towards An Lan for a confrontation, only to be halted by the head referee. "Mind your actions," the referee warned coldly. "I am watching you." With that, the players dispersed, leaving Gao awkwardly rooted in place, resembling the Joker in his own right. In the 70th minute, Maggath exercised his right to make substitutions, withdrawing the fatigued defenders Zaccardo and Schwahua. They were replaced by fellow defenders, number 8, Na, and number 17, Lan. Once again, Wolfsburg launched an offensive. After receiving a pass from Nagatomo, An Lan advanced forward, only to catch a knowing glance from a KLN player upon seeing him in possession of the ball. Instantly, an unmarked player approached him to commit a foul. The relentless fouling, while despicable, proved to be remarkably effective. This incessant infringement is a strategy employed against prodigies, capable of instilling a sense of trepidation in the fouled player, leading them to hesitate in their actions. Those who suffer from profound psychological distress may even falter, jeopardizing their future careers. Such tactics are commonly wielded against emerging talents in the sport. Maggath was fully aware of this ruse. Thus his concern for An Lan's ability to withstand it was palpable. Chapter 53. Come, continue to foul me. The world of football is far from the glamorous facade it presents. Beneath the surface lies a murky reality. Fouls are commonplace in matches. However, incessant fouling crosses the line. The repercussions extend beyond mere physical pain, delving into the realm of psychological trauma. Imagine receiving the ball only to be struck or tackled. Once or twice might be bearable, but what about 10 or 20 times? Any individual would develop psychological scars. Countless emerging talents in both football and basketball have been obliterated by such foul play. Maggath's apprehension lay in the fear that An Lan would become timid after enduring repeated fouls, thereby limiting his potential to merely 50% of his capabilities. As Maggath witnessed yet another brutal collision between An Lan and AKLN player, he erupted in anger. He stormed towards the fourth official, shouting, "They are committing crimes. They aim to ruin my player. This is criminal. Sir, please remain calm." The fourth official replied with an impassive expression. "The referee will make a decision." Frustrated, Maggath clenched his fist in exasperation, provoking the fourth official's displeasure. The official muttered something into his earpiece just as the referee approached to address yet another foul by AKLN player. "If you continue to berate the fourth official, you'll be sent to the stands." The referee sternly issued a yellow card to Maggath. Enraged, Maggath sought to argue further, but Bob and another assistant coach quickly intervened, silencing him as they guided him back to the bench. On the field, Mohammed, the KLN midfielder who had just felled An Lan, approached him and whispered mockingly, "Cry. Little one, your coach cannot protect you. As long as you dare to receive the ball, I will tackle you mercilessly. Poor child. If you wish to avoid a broken leg, best refrain from taking possession." Hearing the threat, An Lan, nursing his aching ankle, cast a cold glare at him. "What else with that look? Come on, take your best shot." Mohammed attempted to provoke An Lan, hoping to incite him into violence that would earn a red card. To his surprise, An Lan merely regarded him with a cold, penetrating gaze. He neither resorted to insults nor engaged in argument. That unwavering stare unnerved the ostensibly formidable Mohammed, making him feel vulnerable. "You little brat, cease that glare at once." Unable to bear it any longer, he spat out a harsh retort before hastily retreating to his teammates. Graphite and Makoto Hasabi helped An Lan rise from the ground, with the former inquiring with concern, "Are you all right? Should we summon the medical team?" "No need. I'm perfectly fine." An Lan flexed his ankle and whispered for the upcoming free kick, aimed for the far side of the goal, to the right. Graphite watched his departing figure, feeling a surge of admiration. Once the referee returned, the match resumed. Due to the foul committed against An Lan, Wolfsburg was awarded a free kick in the attacking zone. The roles within a team are distinctly defined, often symbolizing one's status within it. For instance, in Wolfsburg, the primary penalty taker is Zeko, the secondary is Graphite, and currently, the tertiary is An Lan. When other players are fouled in the penalty area, the responsibility is entrusted to these three, leaving no opportunity for others to take the shot. Similarly, the main free kick specialist for Wolfsburg is Graphite, followed by An Lan and Misimovic. This arrangement serves as an unspoken rule within the team. Therefore, upon being awarded the free kick, An Lan promptly ceded it to Graphite. He swiftly moved into the wall, surveying the situation and seeking an optimal position. After the referee's instructions, Graphite retreated a few steps, glanced at An Lan's position, and began his run-up, gathering momentum. With a thud, Graphite's left foot connected with the ball, sending it soaring in a high arc. The ball ascended, clearing the wall and heading straight for the right side of the goal. From the commentary booth, the beautiful commentator Monica exclaimed, "Graphite, is he going for the direct shot? The free kick has passed the wall and is aimed at the right side of the goal. Oh dear, that's too powerful. An Lan is there." In an instant, before anyone could react, a green and white figure darted past the right side of the Cologne goal. The ball, initially bound for the sidelines, was intercepted mid-air and decisively struck into the Cologne net with the sole of his foot. It's a goal. A goal. Goal. A hot trick. Vanishing act. Hot trick. He appeared like a specter, a cold-blooded assassin. A lethal strike. Not a moment of respite. Leaving no chance for Cologne. In the 70th minute, An Lan delivered a fatal blow to Cologne. 3-0. The match was definitively sealed. After scoring, An Lan rose from the ground, briskly retrieved the ball from the Cologne net, and expressionlessly jogged towards the center circle. This scene left the spectators in utter astonishment. It ignited fury among the Cologne players, who rushed towards An Lan, encircling and shoving him. "What are you doing? Is this a humiliation? Put down the ball, you damn Dragon Kingdom player. Stop right now, you filthy little brat." The Wolfsburg players could no longer tolerate the situation. In a sudden rush, they all surged forward, encircling An Lan. Jacques, robust and imposing, stood resolutely at the forefront, while Graphite jostled with the Cologne players. Captain Benalio charged from his goal, wrapping his arm around the neck of the Cologne captain, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "Isn't your player being excessive? We witnessed the infringement on An Lan. Do you truly believe our Wolfsburg players are easy to bully?" The sharp whistle pierced the air, as the referee hurried over, positioning himself between the increasingly aggressive players of both teams. Everyone's separate. Anyone caught throwing punches will face consequences. His warnings were dismissed by the players as mere noise. Due to his previous lenient officiating, both teams no longer regarded him with fear. The shoving escalated, and An Lan clutched the ball tightly. Amidst the throng of his teammates, he was pushed towards the midfield by the opposing players. "Put the ball down. Don't force me to take action." The referee intervened. "Ah, referee," he replied mockingly. An Lan scoffed coldly, stating, "I do not celebrate. What is wrong with choosing to continue the competition? Let go. Did I ever release you?" An Lan uttered a phrase in the dragon tongue, an expression of contempt that the referee could not comprehend, yet was acutely aware it was far from compliment. In a flash, a yellow card was brandished. The entire Wolfsburg crowd erupted in outrage upon witnessing the referee issue a yellow card to the goalscorer An Lan. A cacophony of boos reverberated throughout the stadium. Mice keyboards, beer bottles, aluminum cans, monitors, and ashtrays were hurled into the field as though they were worthless. An Lan disregarded the yellow card entirely and proceeded to the center circle, placing the football with precision. Having accomplished this, he turned to gaze at the Cologne players, including Gao, who had committed fouls against him. "Continue to foul me. You scoundrels. There are still 20 minutes left. How many more do you think I can score?" An Lan's voice was devoid of any emotion, sending chills down the spine. Chapter 54, Wolfsburg. Silence. Outside the stadium, there was a cacophony, while inside, an eerie stillness prevailed. After An Lan's words were spoken, both the players from Wolfsburg and Cologne fell into a profound silence. The Cologne players, in particular, gazed at An Lan with eyes filled with trepidation. This match, originally approached with confidence by the newly promoted team, had delivered a staggering blow. A scoreline of 3-0, with all goals scored by a mere 17-year-old. Remarkably, this young prodigy seemed eager to add to his tally. "Are you a devil?" As An Lan placed the ball and stepped back, waiting for the Cologne players to initiate the kickoff, the substitute forward Jexi could not contain himself and remarked, "Young man, I advise you not to be overly arrogant. Is it still youthful exuberance if one is not audacious?" An Lan responded with unyielding determination. "What intentions does your team harbor? Did you truly believe I was unaware? You thought to shatter my resolve with relentless fouls, yet now you tremble in fear? If you wish to engage in such underhanded tactics, let us see who can outmaneuver whom. I shall dismantle your frail psyche not through foul play, but by sheer strength. Cowards! Blusterers!" Jexi, momentarily at a loss for words, could only hurl a few harsh insults in retort. The head referee, observing that both teams were in position, wiped the sweat from his brow and blew the whistle, signaling the resumption of play. Cologne initiated the kickoff. Perhaps An Lan's declaration had taken effect, or maybe the 3-0 scoreline had led Cologne to resign to their fate. Following the restart, Cologne displayed a lack of enthusiasm in organizing their offense, instead opting for a reluctant series of passes in their defensive half. This was, in fact, a rather pragmatic choice. With the game's momentum lost, conserving energy became paramount to avoid injury. However, An Lan, having just set his intentions, was clearly unwilling to allow the match to conclude in such a manner. He eagerly engaged in the fray, tirelessly making his presence felt on the pitch. Without uttering a single word, he conveyed to the players of Wolfsburg through his actions that he still aspired to score. Witnessing their leader's fervor, the younger players rallied in support. Whether it was Makoto Hasebi, who had nearly completed the full match, or the freshly substituted Lucas, they collectively intensified their efforts. Zeko and Graphite exchanged glances, pondering the situation. Leading by 3 goals, yet persisting in their offensive pursuits, appeared to be an irrational approach. Unlike the younger players, they understood the delicate balance between bravado and practicality. On the field, banter was merely that, words spoken for effect. Genuine benefits were what truly mattered. It seemed An Lan was not merely posturing to intimidate Cologne. He was resolute in his intentions. As Wolfsburg regained possession and launched their attack, the cheers of the fans crescendoed, each wave more fervent than the last. Seasoned supporters recognized that their team, despite the 3-0 advantage, was still pressing forward. What did this signify? A slaughter, a resounding victory. Thus, the familiar anthem resonated throughout the Volkswagen arena, a rallying cry, an elixir of excitement, a requiem, and above all, a testament of faith. It was the Wolfsburg team song. GRNW VFL, our colors shine bright, bright in the football firmament. Wolfsburg's VFL, green and white, our colors gleam. Illuminating the paradise of football, Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg is a verdant city that has much to offer, a castle, a factory that provides employment, and a lake beloved by all. After a brief moment, everyone quickly realizes that the most splendid aspect is our VFL GRN way. Our colors shine brightly in the football firmament of Wolfsburg. After a while, it becomes evident that we are the pride of Lower Saxony, standing at the forefront. The storm may rage, and the dust may swirl, yet who cares? Witness who reigns supreme. We are the pride of Niedersachsen. Here we are number one. Steadfast and deeply rooted, we aspire to be the greatest. You shall never stand alone. We shall traverse every path together. With green and white, our VfL colors glisten in the football paradise of Wolfsburg. As the chorus rises, ever louder, 30,000 fans unite in singing the anthem of Wolfsburg. In such a scene, who among the players would dare remain indifferent? Even seasoned veterans like Eco must set aside any thoughts of complacency, summoning their strength to fight on. Wolfsburg's offensive surge resembles a relentless tide, crashing wave after wave. In the tempest, An Lan sways like a feeble lamb, awaiting its fate at the jaws of a mighty wolf. At the top of the penalty area, An Lan receives a pass. He measures the distance, not hesitating for a moment, whispering to himself, "A powerful strike shall yield miracles." And then, with a resounding thud, a powerful long-range shot propelled the football like a cannonball. The remarkable phenomenon of extraordinary strength occurs with a 10% probability during a long-range strike, resulting in a doubling of both power and speed and triggering a direct hit to the corner of the goal. An Lan shook her head. This shot did not succeed. However, it matters not, for opportunities abound. Only upon successfully triggering the skill after use will it undergo a cooldown. Bang! An Lan lifted her foot for a long-range shot. So close. Bang! From a distance of 30 meters, An Lan attempted another long-range strike. Yet alas, it struck the post. Bang! Monda's goalkeeper thwarted An Lan's long-range attempt. An Lan's long-range shot from a distance drew a frown from Maggath on the sidelines. With only 10 minutes left in the match, the victory seemed assured. He contemplated whether to instruct his team to slow down the attack and let time run out. Just then, An Lan received the ball. Would he opt to break through? No, he chose to shoot from afar. The ball, it was too swift. It went in. Goal! The commentator's heart-wrenching voice jolted Maggath back to reality. He gazed in astonishment at the pitch, realizing his players had already huddled together in celebration. Maggath quickly lifted his gaze to the big screen for a replay. An Lan's astonishing long-range shot nearly blinded him with its brilliance. This fifth shot was impeccable in speed, power, and angle. How is this possible? I recall him lacking in long-range skills. Maggath was as bewildered as the Cologne goalkeeper, Monda. Chapter 55. This lad is absolutely mad. In the 80th minute, An Lan unleashed another ferocious long-range shot that breached Cologne's defenses once more. 4-0. Following this goal, An Lan refrained from the usual taunting gesture of retrieving the ball from the opponent's net, instead silently walking back to the center circle. When his Wolfsburg teammates rushed to celebrate, he waved them off, signaling a refusal to partake in the jubilation. The Wolfsburg players exchanged glances, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness, this fellow is still fuming." What do they do as teammates? They simply complied. In groups of 2 or 3, they returned to their half, devoid of the exuberance typically associated with scoring. Only the resounding anthem of Wolfsburg echoed once more, standing at the center circle. The Cologne players regarded An Lan with a newfound intensity. Again, is this never-ending? Hatred surged within the hearts of the Cologne players at that moment. A corner dog will leap over the wall. How much more so for a human? As the game resumed, the Cologne players' movements became more aggressive, seemingly intent on targeting their opponents. Witnessing this, Maggath on the sidelines felt a surge of trepidation. Having exhausted his 3 substitution opportunities, he could do nothing but watch as the Wolfsburg players continued their offensive. With a score of 4-0 and less than 10 minutes remaining, his team persisted in their assault. Bayer, beside him, was nearly beside himself with frustration. Damn it, are these lads trying to drive the opposition insane? Coach, you need to tell them to stall the game. Coach, hurry and issue some orders. Several assistant coaches gathered around Maggath, puzzled as to why he did not command the players on the field to ease off. What benefit was there in ruthlessly pursuing the opposition? This was merely the first match of the Bundesliga. Maggath surveyed the coaching staff surrounding him and simply shook his head. Bayer could no longer contain himself and questioned, "Maggath, you are putting our players in peril. The outcome of the match is already determined. This approach breeds animosity." Upon hearing this, Maggath cast a faint glance in his direction and replied, "I am aware, but this is An Lan's decision." An Lan's decision? You're the head coach. He is young and impetuous, seeking revenge after being fouled, and you indulge him? Bear fumed. Moreover, we've already scored once. If we continue in this manner, the opposing team will undoubtedly resort to malicious fouling. Seeing Bear's earnest expression, Maggath sighed and began to explain, this is the nature of youth. This is the essence of genius. You are familiar with Messi from Barcelona, I presume? When he is fouled or provoked, he repeatedly surpasses everyone before taking a shot. Geniuses are often obsessive and proud. When you fail to comprehend them, the best course of action is to cooperate and reason with them post-match, rather than oppose them directly. Bear fell silent, and Maggath redirected his gaze to the pitch. Observing the intense and fiery contest unfolding, he too felt a surge of anxiety. Yet, he understood An Lan well. This young man he had brought from the land of chariots was far from the obedient child he appeared to be. Just days prior, he had visited a bar and encountered fans from Wolfsburg who recognized him. The first thing a fan said was, Maggath, why didn't you come with Bear, An Lan, and Lucas? Coaches like you, who are so open-minded, are rare. Maggath was taken aback, and it took him a moment to grasp the situation. It turned out that during their youth training, An Lan had sneaked out of the academy with Lucas to hit the nightclubs. What was more shocking was that they had run into a drunken Bear. This incident had lingered in Maggath's mind without his uttering a word. Yet he realized that An Lan was not as naive as he seemed. He too had a rebellious streak. Suddenly, with a sharp whistle, the atmosphere outside erupted in boos. It was revealed that during An Lan's breakthrough into the penalty area, the Cologne defender, Osat, had brutally brought him down from behind. What infuriated the crowd further was that after toppling An Lan to the ground, Osat did not offer an apology, but instead squatted in front of An Lan, tugging at his head and incessantly murmuring something. The tone and expression were clearly anything but amiable. An Lan clutched his calf in agony, collapsing to the ground with a piercing cry. The main referee hurried over, and after a brief examination, brandished a yellow card at Osat. 2 yellows culminated in a red. Osat was dismissed from the field. The players from Cologne offered no objections, merely encircling Osat to escort him off the pitch. The furious Wolfsburg players had already gathered, seeking accountability from Osat. Most crucially, the replay on the big screen exhibited irrefutable evidence of Osat's transgression. A foul from behind within the penalty area warranted a red card without question. Upon the arrival of the team doctor, he pulled back An Lan's sock, revealing a calf lacerated by studs, bleeding profusely. This scene was captured by the cameras and broadcast on the big screen. Instantly, the entire Wolfsburg crowd erupted in fury. The air was filled with thunderous curses, as countless plastic cups and remnants of fruits rained down upon the Cologne bench. Are you all right, In? The team doctor swiftly attended to An Lan, staunching the bleeding and applying antiseptic spray. An Lan struggled to rise to his feet, enduring the pain as he flexed his ankle. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial injury. As he assessed the condition of his calf, a sigh of relief washed over him. On the sidelines, Maggath's heart raced with trepidation. At 3-0, his ambitions for the season had reached their zenith. He had envisioned a grand blueprint centered around the triumvirate of deity, Graphite, and An Lan, aspiring for a treble. Yet, at 4-0, all that remained was a gnawing anxiety, fearing the injury of any key player. With all substitute slots exhausted, Maggath was as restless as an ant on a hot skillet. It was only when he saw An Lan standing and the team doctor retreating that he finally felt a measure of relief. Observing An Lan's resurgence, the referee meticulously reviewed the video replay before decisively pointing to the penalty spot. A penalty. This was an indisputable call. The players from Cologne escorted Osat back to the substitutes bench, without a single soul daring to contest the decision. A penalty. A penalty. The evidence was irrefutable. A red dot package. Wolfsburg had been awarded a penalty, a rightful reward for An Lan. Just look, his sock was still seeping blood. I propose an additional sanction against Osat post-match, for this was a reprehensible foul. The commentators vociferously proclaimed, aware of what the audience yearned to witness. Similarly, as devoted football aficionados, they harbored a deep disdain for players like Osat, who resorted to such unsportsmanlike conduct. On the pitch, Eco and Graphite approached, draping their arms around An Lan's shoulders and offering a few encouraging words. And you earned this penalty, you take the shot. Yes, just 1 goal away from a perfect debut in the Bundesliga. The two were utterly captivated by An Lan's spirit, willingly relinquishing their penalty-taking duties for this match. An Lan did not decline their kindness. After a nod, she embraced the football and approached the penalty mark, disregarding the blustering Manda standing before the goal. An Lan took a running start, struck the ball, and scored. A swift and decisive goal. The football soared into the upper left corner of the net. In the 85th minute, the score on the field stood at 5-0. A complete rout. Following the goal, all the players turned to gaze at An Lan. An Lan understood their fears. They dreaded the thought of continuing to kick and aspiring to score. After this match, not only were the Cologne players apprehensive, but even those from Wolfsburg felt a sense of trepidation. They perceived An Lan as nothing short of a madman. Yet, An Lan knew when to exercise restraint. Clapping his hands, he acknowledged the audience, eliciting waves of cheers. Witnessing this scene, the 21 players on the field, along with the coaching staff of both teams on the sidelines, collectively sighed in relief. This lad has finally calmed down. Chapter 56. The Twin Stars of Dragon Nation Sports. Beep, beep, beep. With the referees' 3 sharp whistles, Wolfsburg's inaugural Bundesliga match of the season came to an end. The score settled at a resounding 5-0, a flawless opening triumph. In this encounter, the newly promoted Cologne had no means of retaliation. They bore witness to the true essence of ruthlessness. Consequently, commentators from various television stations could only extend a warm welcome to them as they entered the battleground of the Bundesliga. As the match concluded, it was evident that both head coaches exhaled in relief simultaneously. The referee even opted against additional time, having issued 5 yellow cards in the last 7 to 8 minutes. In his Bundesliga debut, An Lan's outstanding performance with 5 goals propelled Wolfsburg to a spectacular season opener. Moreover, his 4 goals in the DFB Pokal debut and 5 in the Bundesliga debut catapulted An Lan to instant fame across Europe. His formidable prowess captured the attention of the entire Bundesliga. All teams in the league found themselves overshadowed by this young talent from Dragon Nation. In the first round, Bayern faced Hamburg, ending in a 2-2 draw. Schalke triumphed over Hannover 96 with a score of 3-0. Bayer Leverkusen fell to Dortmund 2-3. Karlsruhe etched Bochum 1-0. Bielefeld drew 2-2 with Werder Bremen, while Koppes succumbed to Hoffenheim 0-3. Mönchengladbach lost to Stuttgart 1-3, and Frankfurt was defeated by Hertha 0-2. By the end of the first round, Wolfsburg's 5-0 victory stole the spotlight. In no time, information regarding An Lan was placed on the desks of head coaches across various Bundesliga clubs. They commenced their examination of this prodigious newcomer, only to find that the more they delved into An Lan, the less certain they felt. The Wolf has arrived. Cristiano Ronaldo from Manchester United, Lionel Messi from Barcelona, and An Lan from Wolfsburg. These 3 will become the most illustrious football stars of the next decade. They will be the triumvirate of the future of football. Prominent European media outlets, such as BBC, France Football, L'Equipe, and Kicker all publish commentary on this triumvirate of football stars. They utilized various data, theories, and expert analyses to evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of these 3 athletes and to forecast their future trajectories. Sky Sports, Sports Bild, Echo, and Munich Daily are 5 newspapers that focus on the illustrious Cristiano Ronaldo from the Premier League and the talented An Lan from the Bundesliga. The Times, The Independent, The Guardian, and the Daily Telegraph feature less sports news but delve into aspects beyond football, discussing the trio's nations, their familial economic backgrounds, and their developmental journeys. Roma Sport, Milan Sport, Turin Sport, AS, and the Daily Mail represent a rather sensationalist genre of journalism. Particularly, AS has procured news and images of An Lan from the Dragon Kingdom, translating the treatment he received there while adding embellishments to reflect poorly on the Dragon Kingdom's football association, as harbored ill intentions, hoping to incite negative sentiments among the Dragon Kingdom's populace. However, to their surprise, this time no provocation was necessary. Following the newspaper's release, netizens within the Dragon Kingdom translated the content into Chinese, sparking widespread acclaim. The unexpected support from the Dragon Kingdom's online community left the editor of AS utterly bewildered. Lastly, Marca, Daily Sport, World Sport, Metro, Quick News, and The Sun, 6 tabloids, concentrate on celebrity gossip, rarely engaging in serious discussions about football tactics or statistics. The Sun, renowned worldwide for its gossip, obtained images of An Lan enjoying a night out at a club. They even featured 2 models, whose origins remain a mystery, claiming to have had fleeting romantic encounters with An Lan. One of them boldly asserted that An Lan's prowess was astonishing, with attributes so impressive that they could hardly be considered Asian. This statement struck a chord with many Asians, prompting a wave of Asian students in Europe to share photos of themselves in swim trunks, thereby showcasing their own dimensions. It can be asserted that that night, over 20 media outlets across Europe reported on Wolfsburg's resounding 5-0 victory, with all mentioning An Lan in the process. The rise of An Lan is unstoppable. He has achieved overnight fame. In contrast to the already well-known figures in the sport, he has become the most dazzling star in football today. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Dragon Country, the excitement is palpable. News of Wolfsburg's resounding victory quickly ascended to the top of major websites. The Wolfsburg forum on Baidu Tieba instantly became the most popular discussion space. Incredible, indeed. This night was not spent in vain. An Lan has achieved a remarkable feat. Is there anyone who can acquire his jersey? Indeed, who possesses the authentic An Lan jersey? I must start saving. I plan to witness a match in the land of the chariots during the winter break. Unbelievable. After An Lan's remarkable achievement, my dog did not react. Accidentally tipped over its bowl in frustration. Brothers, was I right to do so? Let us maintain our momentum this season. Wolfsburg is competing on 3 fronts, and securing even one championship would be a triumph. Indeed, winning one would mark a significant breakthrough for our Dragon Country players as key contributors. In the forum, posts about An Lan's debut in the Bundesliga are ubiquitous. Many fans are already calculating the potential for An Lan to earn personal accolades. Currently, An Lan has scored 4 goals in the DFB Pokal, leading the tournament's scoring chart. He has also netted 5 goals in the Bundesliga, placing him at the top of the league's scoring leaderboard. With the upcoming UEFA Europa League matches, it can be said that An Lan has a strong chance of clinching a championship title in one of these competitions. Should he succeed, it would represent a monumental breakthrough for players from the Dragon Country competing abroad. As An Lan's star rises, domestic football fans and basketball enthusiasts are embroiled in heated debates. Fan forums in the country are rife with daily arguments. Clubs from the football realm clash, while NBA teams engage in their own disputes. Even football and basketball fans find themselves at odds. In 2003, when the Spurs claimed the championship, the Dragon Country player, Botter, managed to secure a championship ring. Although Spurs head coach Greg Popovich later acknowledged Botter's contributions, it was evident that Botter was merely a benchwarmer champion. What did he contribute? The answer: serving as a practice partner for Duncan. Before An Lan's emergence, basketball fans frequently referenced Botter's 2003 championship ring. Regardless of whether it was a ring awarded to a benchwarmer, whenever the football and basketball debates ignited, basketball enthusiasts would retort, "At least we possess the highest honor in the NBA. What you football fans have." Football fans endured this oppression until An Lan's arrival provided them with the confidence to stand tall. While we may lack a benchwarmer champion, we possess key players in the top 5 leagues. In response, basketball fans are also unwilling to back down. For half of the Eastern Great Wall's Yao Ming, another Dragon Country player has made his mark in the NBA. He is Sun Yu, selected by the Lakers as the 40th pick in 2007. After the Olympics, Sun Yu will join the Lakers. Consequently, in a curious twist of fate, the rising football star An Lan and the burgeoning basketball talent Sun Yu, both oblivious to the situation, found themselves inexplicably compared. The fervor among their respective fans escalated, culminating in headlines that overshadowed Wolfsburg's first victory. In an instant, Sun Yu emerged as a co-star alongside An Lan in the realm of Chinese sports, garnering immense expectations from countless basketball enthusiasts. This unexpected development left Sun Yu utterly bewildered. Here I am, a player chosen in the second round of the NBA draft at the 40th pick, suddenly elevated to the status of a dual star? Chapter 57, An Lan's first S-class attribute. As the match concluded, the players of Wolfsburg erupted in jubilant celebration within the locker room, despite the demanding schedule ahead. With a clash against Bochum looming a week later, Coach Maggath granted the team a day off. After everyone else had departed, he specifically requested An Lan to stay behind. Maggath is not only a competent coach, but also an individual who values learning. Unsure of how to mentor a genius, he nevertheless understood the importance of mutual respect. Thus, he afforded An Lan the courtesy of a private discussion. The two engaged in conversation throughout the night, during which Maggath highlighted An Lan's shortcomings, youthfulness, impulsiveness, and a disregard for consequences. An Lan has now regained her composure and is open to acceptance. Given the score of 3-0, the miraculous efforts were, in fact, unnecessary. Moreover, she repeatedly provoked the opponent while lacking the means to prevent injury. This all reflects youthful impulsiveness, and upon reflection, An Lan acknowledges her recklessness. A lengthy conversation has significantly deepened the bond between the two. Previously, An Lan harbored only respect and gratitude towards Maggath, but now, her feelings have evolved into something deeper, an affectionate relationship that embodies both mentorship and friendship. Upon returning home late at night, An Lan washed up and lay in bed, contemplating the gains from today's match. The system initiated a task settlement. Ding. Reward calculation in progress. Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary task. King of the penalty area. You have received the task reward. Inzaghi's exclusive skill, Predator Instinct. Predator Instinct. Passive skill when positioned within the opponent's penalty area. The level of shooting is elevated by 1 tier. In utter astonishment at the attributes of Inzaghi's exclusive skill, An Lan exclaimed in delight. What does it signify to elevate the shooting level by 1 tier? Currently, her shooting level stands at B. Thus, within the opponent's penalty area, it would ascend to A. If her level reaches A, could it not potentially elevate to S? If her shooting skill achieves S, does that imply that any shot taken within the opponent's penalty area is destined to score? This passive skill is nothing short of miraculous. Host, the long-term task has been completed. Shall we proceed with the settlement? A wave of surprises continues to unfold. A long-term task? An Lan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his face lit up with overwhelming joy. His long-term mission had but a singular objective: to initially trigger the grand emergence across the ocean. Securing a starting position in one of the 5 major leagues would signify the completion of this endeavor, wouldn't it? It was time to settle accounts. Immediate settlement. An Lan resolutely chose to settle. Ding. Congratulations, host, on completing the long-term task of crossing the ocean and shining brilliantly. Due to tonight's intimate conversation with Maggath, his perception of you has undergone a significant transformation. Maggath truly regards you as his disciple and has decided to nurture you with the same diligence that Ferguson employed to refine the young Ronaldo. Therefore, your starting position under his guidance remains unshakable. Congratulations, host, on receiving a level up card. Level up card. Upon use, you may increase one of your personal attribute levels by 1. System. Open personal attribute panel. Name. An Lan. Age. 17 years and 183 days. Team. Wolfsburg. Position. Forward dribbling. B shooting. B explosiveness. A speed. A strength. B stamina. B football intelligence. A mentality. A skills. Mighty miracle. Purple. 7 in and 7 out. Orange. Hunter's instinct. Orange honors. Chinese Super League top scorer. 2. Best scorer at the U20 World Cup comprehensive evaluation. A level comparable to a speedy winger in the top 5 leagues. Your speed ranks among the league's elite. However, your dribbling and shooting remain lacking, and your stamina does not support a full match of high intensity. You can't be considered a hardman on the pitch, but rather a refined player. Items. Lucky 4-leaf clover, cursed amulet, 29 cans of Super Red Bull. Level up card, DFB Pokal task. Master of crushing opponents task description. Achieve a quadruple against opponents of lower league status and ultimately secure the DFB Pokal championship. Task reward. System upgrade, random purple passive skill. Task penalty. Earn the title of cup competition weakling. Your strength will decrease by 50 when facing teams of lower league status. Special task. There can be only one Wolf King. A true man, born in the world. How can he languish beneath others for long? Task description. Become the team leader before the Bundesliga winter break, dominating both the locker room and the pitch. There can only be one Wolf King. Task reward. 1 random S-level skill task penalty. Make 10 public statements on social media declaring, I'm the little brother of Zeko and Graphite. Upon carefully reviewing his personal attributes, An Lan discovered that the task of crossing the ocean and shining brilliantly had vanished. In his skill panel, a new ability, Hunter's Instinct, had appeared. In his item inventory, the level up card was now present. Which attribute should he enhance? Gazing at his various attributes, he found himself in a state of hesitation. Indeed, at the moment he obtained the level up card, An Lan contemplated raising either his dribbling or shooting to an A level. However, upon further reflection, he felt might be a waste. Elevating from B to A could undoubtedly be achieved through future tasks. Yet, ascending from A to S would evidently be a far more formidable challenge. Thus, the final options narrowed down to speed and explosiveness. After much contemplation, An Lan decided to exclude game intelligence from consideration. As a professional athlete, game intelligence undoubtedly holds significant importance. Were he a midfielder, An Lan would have unhesitatingly elevated his game intelligence to an S level. However, as a forward, an A level of game intelligence suffices for his current needs. Consequently, the final options remained speed and explosiveness, one representing the essence of dynamic play, the other embodying a forceful burst of acceleration. An Lan grappled with which attribute to enhance for quite some time. Ultimately, he resolved to amplify his most apparent advantage. System. Utilize the level enhancement card to increase my speed attribute. Ding. Host, are you certain about enhancing speed? The level enhancement card is exceedingly valuable and cannot be altered once confirmed. Upon hearing the system's reminder about the card's worth, a smile graced An Lan's lips. His decision was undoubtedly wise. Using the enhancement card to elevate a B-level attribute would be a colossal waste. At this moment, there was no room for hesitation. Confirmed. In the instant An Lan silently affirmed his decision, he felt a warm surge coursing through his body, ultimately converging in his legs. Upon reviewing his personal attributes once more, he discovered that his speed had indeed transformed into an S-level. This marked his first S-level personal attribute and would be fundamental to establishing his presence in the Bundesliga. A speedy winger. He resolved to embody speed in its fullest capacity. As for retaining the enhancement card for a future upgrade of an S-level attribute, he had not entertained such thoughts. By then, it would be ages away. An Lan could not afford to wait. He only sought to seize the day. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your singular attribute has reached S-level, and the system will initiate automatic upgrades. This upgrade involves Star Player Experience Card 2, 15 Luxury Beta Version, Star Player Experience Card 3, 0 Final Beta Version. The upgrade duration is 10 hours. Please exit promptly. Damn it, 3, 0 Final Beta Version. Is this system still in beta testing? Upon receiving the system notification, An Lan's expression darkened, and he couldn't help but utter a few curses. However, after venting his frustration, he obediently exited the system. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was already 2 a.m., with a meeting scheduled with Raiola the following day. An Lan hurriedly burrowed under the covers and closed his eyes. The thought of his speed having reached S-class brought a smile to his lips. Yet another day filled with abundant rewards. Chapter 58. The alluring strategy. Early the next morning, An Lan was roused from his slumber by a persistent knocking at the door. Upon seeing who it was, he discovered that Duan Xian and Tao Wei had established contact with Raiola and were here to meet him. At long last, we meet again, the prodigy of our dragon country. Duan Xian, ever the eloquent one, immediately began to extol An Lan's virtues. Observing his powerful physique, Tao Wei was filled with envy. An Lan, you're truly a sensation in dragon country now. An Lan had just awakened, clad only in shorts. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he shyly smiled and said, "Come in, Brother Duan and Brother Tao." Raiola followed behind, thoughtfully bringing breakfast for An Lan. After a brief wash, An Lan sat at the dining table, enjoying his meal while engaging in casual conversation with the two. "Why not just contact me directly? Don't we have a telephone?" An Lan took a bite of the bun and spoke indistinctly. He was intrigued by the fact that Duan Xian and Tao Wei had met him shortly after their arrival in the War Chariot Kingdom and exchanged contact information. Yet today they were accompanied by Raiola. Naturally, there was a collaboration involved. To be frank, we are here on a mission. Upon hearing his inquiry, Duan Xian, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It's just that the sports channel has partnered with Wolfsburg, and we wish to produce a segment documenting your week." Tao Wei chimed in from the side. "This program falls outside the scope of that collaboration. It is a personal commercial endeavor, which is why we sought Mr. Raiola's assistance. The truth is, our offer is somewhat modest." Now it becomes clear. An Lan suddenly realized and then turned to the side where Raiola stood. Raiola opened his briefcase and extracted a contract, stating, "To be candid, the offered price is rather modest, yet I perceive substantial potential value. Firstly, this is a program from your country, which will significantly aid in further promoting your presence in the Asian market. Secondly, as you mentioned, collaboration with Longhua can be initially presented to you. I've brought both of them along. Most importantly, you need to allow fans to gain a deeper understanding of you. Rather than fostering a one-dimensional impression solely based on your performance on the field, as this will ultimately impact your commercial worth." An Lan took the contract and glanced at it, instantly illuminated by the prospect before him. World football. It was none other than the renowned Dragon Nation Sports Channel's classic football program, seeking him out to film a week-long documentary. It can be said that any football enthusiast in the Dragon Nation has surely watched World Football. The remuneration was indeed modest, a mere 100,000 euros. However, as Raiola aptly remarked, fans currently possess only a limited understanding of him. They merely recognize his exceptional prowess on the pitch and that he is the most successful player currently playing abroad from the Dragon Nation. Nothing more. With this thought in mind, An Lan readily consented. When Duan Xian and Tao Wei saw his nod, they were overjoyed. "When do we commence?" After finishing his breakfast, An Lan wiped his mouth and inquired. Duan Xian, with an awkward smile, replied, we can start right now. An Lan, is it now? Duan Xian, yes. Our people are waiting in the car outside. An Lan. Thus, the journey of An Lan's inaugural documentary commenced. After finalizing the contract, Duan Xian and Tao Wei took their leave, while Riola departed in a whirlwind. Within the confines of the room, only An Lan remained, accompanied by a journalist and a cameraman. Faced with the ever-watchful lens of the camera, An Lan felt no discomfort whatsoever. During his footballing days in Longhua, the officials had an affinity for filming documentaries. The journalist, a young woman named Ma Shufan, had recently graduated from a media university and possessed striking beauty. She was immensely curious about An Lan, yet both were somewhat reserved in their initial encounter, leading to a lack of inquiries. Shall we begin? An Lan, now donned in casual attire, settled on the sofa and gazed at the cameraman. We can start at any time. An Lan, just relax. We are not recording continuously, the cameraman replied with a shy smile, revealing the behind-the-scenes details, though we claim to document your week. Simply editing together snippets of your daily life, alongside moments before and after matches will suffice. Domestic fans are eager to glimpse the lives of professional athletes, but we can't genuinely record your entire week. Oh, I see. An Lan nodded, then suddenly turned to Ma Shufan and inquired, are you curious about what my life is like? Ma Shufan was taken aback by his unexpected question, her youthful complexion instantly flushing a vivid red. I would like to know. Haha, splendid. Let us commence. An Lan laughed heartily, then rose to brew a pot of coffee. As the water boiled, he languidly settled onto the sofa, remarking, the life of an athlete is rather monotonous. We just finished a competition yesterday, and today the coach has granted us only a single day off before we resume training tomorrow. Generally, my routine consists of waking up, having breakfast, enjoying a cup of coffee, and indulging in a bit of reading. As he spoke, An Lan picked up several books from the table and handed them to Ma Shufan. Curiosity piqued. Ma Shufan accepted them, but upon seeing the titles, he was utterly taken aback. The Art of War, 36 Stratagems, The Military Methods of Sun Wu. New works by Maggath. What is this? The current perception among domestic fans of prominent stars revolves around luxury cars, opulent villas, nightclubs, and beautiful women, living life to the fullest. Yet here you are, claiming to enjoy reading? Furthermore, the notion of a football player having an affinity for literature is quite a departure from common beliefs. The striking aspect is that you, of all people, choose to delve into military strategy in your leisure time. An Lan certainly could not claim that his acquisition of research material was motivated by a desire to seize the position of team leader. Reading? What a joke. If not for your arrival this morning, I would still be blissfully asleep. Upon encountering Ma Shufan and the camera uncle, An Lan couldn't help but feel a surge of delight at their astonished expressions. This charade is working splendidly. After feigning interest in a book for half an hour, An Lan stretched languidly and remarked, after a grueling training session, I am utterly exhausted and can hardly focus on reading upon my return. Hence I must utilize my leisure time for such pursuits. Under the admiring gaze of Ma Shufan, he continued, then of course, I plan to take a stroll to unwind. Shall we? With that, he gracefully extended his hand towards Ma Shufan. Instinctively, she reached out, and, as he grasped her hand, he gently pulled her up from the sofa, leading her out of the villa. The camera uncle could only watch in bewilderment. Once outside, An Lan released her hand, although he had never experienced romance. He was aware of the necessity for moderation. Excessive intimacy would simply be off-putting. At the tender age of 17, without a driver's license, the two could only walk side by side towards the commercial district, while the camera uncle trailed behind, burdened by his cumbersome equipment. Ma Shufan, at 22 and freshly graduated, possessed an enviable figure and stood at a statuesque height of 1.7 meters. Clad in a size 0 outfit and high heels, she epitomized the quintessential professional woman. Coupled with her youthful visage, she was a striking presence on the street. However, An Lan, standing at a commanding height of 1.85 meters, matched her stature effortlessly. Walking beside her was not only unchallenging, but rather complimentary. The pair strolled through the streets of Wolfsburg like a couple, a deliberate act on An Lan's part. As the most celebrated new star in the Bundesliga, it was inevitable that passers-by would recognize him. Soon enough, several fans approached, eager for photographs and autographs. An Lan greeted with a smile, wholeheartedly accommodating the requests of the fans. The cameras captured every moment, and once the program airs, Dragon Country fans will undoubtedly take immense pride in witnessing An Lan's popularity in Wolfsburg. This is precisely An Lan's intention. Wealth that does not return home is akin to wearing splendid garments in the dead of night. Chapter 59. All instances of love at first sight are. In the realm of the animal kingdom, there exists a saying, with the arrival of autumn comes the season for courtship among creatures. Applied to An Lan, it signifies his desire for romantic companionship. This is entirely natural for a spirited 17-year-old lad, a burgeoning star in the football world. The surge of hormones renders An Lan unable to maintain his composure. Moreover, the twists of fate in life are remarkably intricate. In a brief span of 3 months, he transformed from being expelled by the Football Association and facing unemployment to becoming a celebrated sensation across Europe. This abrupt change left An Lan bewildered in the face of the foreign women who fervently approached him. He harbored suspicions regarding their intentions, compelling him to suppress his desires and refrain from taking action. Now, encountering the strikingly beautiful and freshly graduated Ma Shu fan, he naturally yearns to delve deeper into her character. His aesthetic sensibilities lean towards the Eastern, prompting him to hasten their acquaintance upon meeting Ma Shu fan. It must be said, all instances of love at first sight are invariably influenced by physical attraction. Ma Shu fan's exceptional beauty, coupled with her being from Dragon Country, utterly overwhelmed An Lan's already restless heart. Along the way, as Wolfsburg fans clamored for photographs and autographs, An Lan graciously obliged. His amiable nature and burgeoning fame in Wolfsburg allowed Ma Shu fan and the cameraman to gain a more profound understanding of him. This contrasted with what Ma Shu fan had heard at school. Before her arrival, she consulted a senior from the Communication University, who informed her that some Dragon Country football stars abroad are virtually unknown, even if they occasionally shine in a match. Without consistent performances to leave a lasting impression on fans, they ultimately remain overlooked. Yet, these individuals often return home, edit highlights of their stellar moments, and in a twist of fate, transform into overseas elites. They not only command high salaries in the domestic league, but also position themselves above local players. In truth, they are mere paper tigers. It is evident that An Lan stands apart from these paper tigers. He possesses genuine renown in the city of Wolfsburg. As a spirited individual greeted An Lan with enthusiasm, Ma Shu fan felt a sense of pride. Thus, the trio made their way to the commercial district of Wolf Fortress. Upon reaching a Gucci store, An Lan paused, turned back, and theatrically glanced at Ma Shu fan before unabashedly taking her hand and leading her into the boutique. Previously, Lai Aola had brought An Lan to this establishment to purchase clothing, emphasizing the importance of personal image management for athletes, as it aids in securing prestigious endorsements. Upon entering the store, An Lan addressed the sales associate. "Please select a few casual outfits for my friend. She finds it quite inconvenient to wear high heels." The saleswoman recognized An Lan as vaguely familiar, but could not place him. However, the store manager, upon spotting An Lan, approached with a beaming smile. "Ah, welcome. Allow me to assist you." The manager eagerly stepped in to replace the sales associate. After discerning An Lan's request, he exchanged a knowing glance with Ma Shu fan. And without waiting for An Lan's response, he guided her around the store, showcasing various items. This was a subtle tactic employed by An Lan. Given that Ma Shu fan would be accompanying him for at least a week of filming, it would be exhausting for her to don formal attire and high heels every day. He sought to reveal his caring side. A somewhat bewildered Ma Shu fan was coaxed by the manager into trying on several outfits and pairs of shoes. And with a grand gesture, An Lan declared, "Wrap them all up." The star's audacity in courting was evident, and the manager beamed with delight. Ma Shu fan soon realized that An Lan intended to gift her these expensive garments. Seeing the clearly lavish items, she anxiously exclaimed, "An Lan, Sure." He interjected. An Lan made a gesture for silence, exuding an air of authority. As a gesture for their initial meeting, one might argue that wearing high heels daily could be quite exhausting. Moreover, my agent secured a membership card for me here, and it is not nearly as exorbitant as you might imagine. It would indeed be surprising if it were not costly. Upon seeing the 5-figure bill, Ma Shu fan wished to refuse, but found herself unable to voice her objections in the face of An Lan's overwhelming presence. It was evident that, having just graduated from university, she was still rather naive and unaccustomed to such grandeur as An Lan displayed, presenting thousands of euros worth of clothing upon their first encounter. Who does that? Furthermore, An Lan gifted the cameraman a pair of Gucci casual shoes and procured a pair for his wife as well, as a means of winning hearts. The cameraman did not decline the gesture. Instead, when Ma Shu fan was momentarily absent, he discreetly gave An Lan a thumbs up. He couldn't help but reflect on how extravagant the young men had become in their pursuit of romance. Within less than an hour of their meeting, the spending was already quite excessive. This clearly indicated that An Lan had never been in a relationship before and had no idea how to court a woman. Who starts with such a financial assault? If he were to fall for a woman with ulterior motives, he might truly be treated as a mere ATM. Having entrusted the bundles of clothing to the manager for delivery to the villa, An Lan continued to explore the mall with Ma Shufan, now clad in casual attire and flat shoes. Throughout their excursion, due to the cameraman trailing behind with his equipment, the likelihood of An Lan being recognized soared to 100. They navigated through throngs of fans, stopping intermittently, all of which was captured on camera. In the afternoon, An Lan then took Ma Shufan to a fine dining establishment. As she observed him devouring a steak with gusto, her curiosity got the better of her, prompting her to inquire, "An Lan, aren't athletes supposed to monitor their diets?" To which he sheepishly replied, "Well, indeed." An Lan swallowed a piece of steak and, after sipping some red wine, explained, "But I'm still young, with a robust digestion. Regardless of what I consume, I can easily burn it off with a bit of training. Controlling one's diet is indeed prudent, but that is usually relevant during an athlete's peak or towards the end of their career. The former is to maintain excellence, while the latter aims to prolong one's professional journey. Life should be savored to the fullest. Although An Lan does not seek indulgence, he cannot live like an ascetic. Furthermore, his body has been meticulously data analyzed, naturally allowing for less dietary restraint." After their meal, the two strolled along the street. An Lan had initially wanted to watch a movie, as he imagined from the narratives of his online novels that perhaps they could hold hands later. Unfortunately, Ma Shufan did not speak German, and he had to abandon the idea. Upon returning to the villa, An Lan ascended the stairs to change his attire, while the cameraman collapsed onto the sofa, utterly exhausted. Carrying a camera all day and observing others flirt was a taxing endeavor, both physically and mentally draining. Ma Shufan felt her head buzzing from the day's events as she glanced at the luxurious packages sent by the manager, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Seizing the moment while An Lan was absent, she quietly remarked, "Uncle Jean, these gifts from An Lan are too extravagant. I cannot accept them." The cameraman chuckled heartily and replied, "Oh, silly girl, he is pursuing you." "Ah." Ma Shufan was bewildered. "How could that be? We have only just met." For a day, reflecting on her own Gucci shoes, she decided to speak well of the naive An Lan. It was evident to her that An Lan had no experience in romance and was fumbling through the process. Uncle Jean straightened up, glancing at the staircase to ensure no one was listening before continuing. "This lad has probably never been in love either, which is why his approach seems rather clumsy. To put plainly, he doesn't know how to pursue a girl. His feelings for you could be described as love at first sight. Given his fame, I'm sure there are others vying for his attention, but perhaps he simply has his eyes set on you. You should assess the situation." Ma Shufan responded, "Ah? What do you mean? ISNT that a good thing? We could get to know each other. If he ISNT like those South American stars who squander their fortunes on debauchery, ISNT he just the perfect high society gentleman?" Uncle Jean chuckled. "Besides, I recall you mentioning that you are single, right?" "Yes, I am single." Ma Shufan frowned, "but it feels too hasty. How can someone gift such expensive items upon first meeting? Besides, I am 22 years old, and he is only 17. Age is merely a number." Uncle Jean, hearing footsteps approaching the staircase, lowered his voice. "You should evaluate this for yourself. I have a good feeling about him. It is rare for our country to produce a star athlete, and it is better for you to win his affection than for him to be deceived by foreign women. We must ensure that this lad does not end up losing everything due to his naive approach to romance." Ma Shufan. Perhaps the words of the uncle behind the camera had an effect. Upon seeing An Lan descend in a freshly donned set of pajamas, Ma Shufan felt a flush of warmth on his cheeks. The youth, enamored with the allure of love, often indulges in fantasies of an idyllic encounter with a perfect stranger of the opposite sex, just like the enchanting tales portrayed in idol dramas, where the other party is hopelessly infatuated with oneself. From certain perspectives, An Lan can be regarded as the epitome of an ideal partner. He is remarkably young, merely 17 years of age, yet possesses considerable fame, known widely among the youth of Long Country and football enthusiasts alike. His wealth is substantial, excluding endorsement fees. His salary from the club is something that most could only dream of attaining throughout their lives. His physique and appearance are beyond reproach, embodying the strength and agility of a leopard, with deep-set, chiseled features that not only resonate with Eastern aesthetics, but have also garnered admiration from Western fans. An Lan's allure is undeniable. His slightly thin lips, the rebellious glint in his eyes, and an air of calm confidence significantly enhance his overall charisma. Frankly speaking, had the cameraman not revealed it, Ma Shufan would never have guessed that An Lan was only 17. Throughout their day together, Ma Shufan, who was meticulously cared for, felt as though she were the younger of the two by 5 years. Viewed in this light, he indeed appears remarkable. Lost in her thoughts, Ma Shufan suddenly sensed a presence beside her. Turning her head, she discovered An Lan seated next to her, his chin resting in his hand as he gazed intently at her. Startled, Ma Shufan's heart raced like a startled deer, instinctively prompting her to rise. Upon witnessing this, An Lan directly grasped Ma Shufan's hand, preventing her from fleeing. Am I truly that fearsome? Ma Shufan lowered her head, tugging twice at the hand that was held. Yet she did not pull away. As An Lan seized the opportunity, he cast a glance at the cameraman, the implication unmistakable. Cough. I think I'll step out for a smoke. I haven't called home yet today. The latter chuckled awkwardly and rose to the balcony of the villa. The living room soon became suffused with an ambiguous atmosphere. For the two individuals, who were still unfamiliar with one another, the sudden proximity of sitting shoulder to shoulder constituted a perilous distance. You, let go of me, this is too fast. Ma Shufan felt her cheeks and neck flush crimson, her attempts to withdraw her hand thwarted, her voice barely above a whisper. It was evident that An Lan's study of strategy had not been in vain. He understood the tactics of retreating when the enemy advanced and advancing when the enemy retreated. Noticing Ma Shufan's lack of overt resistance, he pressed forward as if he were on the court, inching closer. Will you be residing in the battle car kingdom for long? Or will you return home once the program is recorded? As he spoke, An Lan shifted his grip, transforming his hold from merely pressing down on the back of Ma Shufan's hand to intertwining their fingers. I don't know. I'm just a newcomer. And you really should let go of me. This isn't appropriate. Ma Shufan felt the change in their connection, her shyness intensifying. I want to let go. An Lan decisively rejected him, expressing a desire to hold on forever. You, scoundrel. Ma Shufan shot him a furious glare, but upon encountering An Lan's fervent gaze, she quickly lowered her head in trepidation. Shufan, I cannot quite explain it, but from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I felt an undeniable affinity. Upon hearing An Lan's words, Ma Shufan recalled something and scoffed. Is that so? Do all you stars fall in love at first sight? Before coming here, I researched your background. It is no secret that you've frequented nightclubs and have had encounters with 2 foreign models. Upon hearing this, An Lan's expression transformed into one of dismay. With a hint of exasperation, he remarked, I don't even know them. That tabloid is nothing more than a bathroom paper. And they seem to have conjured up 2 random models to fabricate stories. Let them present their evidence. They cannot produce a shred. I have never even laid eyes on these 2 women, yet they have managed to appear on several shows through their baseless gossip. Is that so? Ma Shufan retorted, an air of pride punctuating her tone as she felt she had gained some ground. Observing An Lan's chagrined expression, she felt a sense of ease wash over her. Thus, the 2 engaged in a lively exchange throughout the night. The following morning, Duan Xian arrived. After the 4 of them had shared breakfast, An Lan led the 3 of them to the Wolfsburg club. The team resumed training, and the trio was tasked with shadowing An Lan for a day, while also capturing footage of other players within the squad. Ma Shufan had changed into elegant attire paired with high heels, radiating a refined and capable demeanor. Upon their meeting, the 2 exchanged knowing smiles, having shared much the night before. She recounted her experiences from university graduation until her entry into the sports channel, illustrating the hardships of a girl striving alone in Yanjing. He shared tales of his life upon arriving in the land of war machines. Yet, An Lan refrained from mentioning anything regarding his past in the homeland. Ma Shufan did not withdraw her hand from his grasp, nor did An Lan advance further or inquire about the possibility of being together. They now existed in a state of ambiguous affection, the most exquisite phase of all, where mutual feelings tug and test one another. But fishing for affection does not count. That merely reflects the one-sided self-indulgence of a devoted admirer. Upon their arrival at the club, Wolfsburg made a grand gesture, dispatching the vice president to graciously receive the 3. After pleasantries were exchanged, the vice president informed everyone to cooperate fully, thus elevating An Lan's standing considerably. It must be said that An Lan's position at Wolfsburg is quite elevated, and we too bask in that recognition. Duan Xian marveled at the treatment. Despite his numerous visits to foreign clubs, this was his first experience of such esteemed hospitality. The trio from a Dragon Kingdom believed they were off to a splendid start, anticipating a relaxed filming session today. However, upon reaching the training ground, they were left utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 61. Wishing everyone a happy new year. One more chapter. How are we supposed to record this? Is this really how they train? Surely, they cannot be performing for us, can they? Look at the others. They seem entirely unfazed, and I feel this is genuine. As the trio from the Dragon Kingdom whispered amongst themselves, Maggath approached. Noticing their bewildered expressions, he felt an inner delight and chuckled as he explained. You are quite unaccustomed to this, aren't you? Unable to contain himself, Duan Xian interjected, Mr. Maggath. Is this truly how they train? Of course, perhaps this is simply the mark of genius. Maggath shrugged, embodying a demeanor of one who has long since acclimated. On the field, an intra-squad training match was underway. An Lan and several young players were assigned to Group B, while the mainstays like Zeko and Graphite comprised Group A. Both sides included a portion of substitutes. However, the situation appeared rather bleak. After 30 minutes of the training match, the score stood at 4-1, with Group A leading and Group B trailing. The primary culprit was, of course, An Lan, who ambled about the field as if on a leisurely stroll. His defensive efforts were lackluster, and he exhibited a disinclination to run during offensive plays. The sole goal scored by Group B came from Swain. Yet this scene was nothing new to the other members of the team. Since his arrival at Wolfsburg, An Lan had consistently exhibited such behavior, diligent in regular fitness training, yet slacking off during practice matches. Fortunately, he had already demonstrated his prowess through a German Cup match and a Bundesliga game, leaving no room for doubt among his teammates. Even if dissatisfaction lingered in their hearts, none would voice it. However, when it came to the trio from Longhua, filming posed a significant challenge. Athletes from Longhua, be it in football, basketball, table tennis, diving, swimming, or pole vaulting, all showcased their rigorous training and self-discipline in documentary broadcasts. Minor injuries were disregarded, while severe ones were treated with injections to keep them in the game. It was all about perseverance and hard work. Without sweat, how could one expect to reap rewards? Yet An Lan's approach was quite the opposite. During breaks, he genuinely relaxed, spending the day frolicking with Mashafan and even indulging in military strategy texts. During training, he merely sauntered on the field, hands on hips, and indulged in a reckless diet. Was this truly the behavior of an athlete? How could this be captured on film? For a moment, Duan Xian found himself in a quandary. After another 15 minutes, the training match concluded, having played only one half, with the score frozen at 6-1. An Lan approached with a carefree demeanor, laughing and joking with a few companions, despite not breaking a sweat. Upon noticing Duan Xian's furrowed brow, he inquired, What's the matter? Brother Duan, are you dissatisfied with the recording? Duan Xian hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not express the truth that An Lan's lackadaisical attitude during the recording would certainly lead to reprimands from the higher-ups if aired. Understanding that An Lan's training methods were consistently relaxed, Duan Xian found himself unable to voice his concerns. How could he critique the authenticity of the effort when that would imply dishonesty? It's fine, let us go. Gulme. Let's savor the offerings of our club's cafeteria. An Lan casually removed his jersey, revealing his long, well-defined muscles. Shufan, am I not playing quite well? Ma Shufan, who had been intently gazing at An Lan's abdominal muscles, was suddenly taken aback by the question, momentarily at a loss for words. Upon witnessing this, An Lan leaned in with a mischievous grin and remarked, Hee, there will be plenty of time to watch later. For now, pay attention to the impact. Ma Shufan, initially feeling a tinge of shyness, was instantly transformed from embarrassment to anger upon hearing those words. She swiftly reached out and pinched the soft flesh at An Lan's waist. Ouch! That hurts. An Lan grimaced in pain. The soft flesh at her waist, no matter how robust, was pinched painfully. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the offerings at Wolf Fortress were indeed abundant, divided into two sections, one for athletes and the other for staff. The athlete section boasted an array of healthful ingredients, such as boiled chicken breast, vegetable salads, and fish. In contrast, the staff section featured an assortment of indulgent delights, rich in calories and high in energy. An Lan accompanied the three to the staff dining area. At just 17, he was in the prime of his growth. With a hearty appetite and rapid digestion, he had no qualms about indulging in high-calorie fare. The cameraman, along with Ma Shufan, chose to follow the crowd, while Duan Xian was filled with curiosity and insisted on sampling the athletes' meals. He ventured into the athletes' section, selecting what appeared to be a delectable serving of chicken breast and salmon, complemented by a refreshing glass of vegetable and fruit juice. An Lan smiled silently. Although the dish appeared visually appealing, its taste resembled nothing more than chewing wax. The absence of flavor was one matter, but the texture was exceedingly dry. Indeed, after the first bite, Duan Xian's expression transformed into a meme. He attempted to swallow a sip of vegetable juice, only to discover it was even more repugnant. Regardless of the inedibility of the food he had prepared, he resolved to finish it. 10 minutes later, the cameraman and Ma Shufan contentedly patted their bellies, while Duan Xian was drenched in sweat. At noon, the trio interviewed several of An Lan's teammates. Besides the core players Graphite, Zeko, and Misimovic, as well as the Wolfsburg captain Benalio, the remaining players were merely young acolytes of An Lan. These acolytes spoke highly of An Lan, offering abundant praise. Notably, Nagatomo's command of the dragon language was surprisingly proficient, leaving Duan Xian and his companions quite astonished. Benalio and others also showed considerable deference to An Lan, or perhaps to the club, as their remarks were filled with compliments. In the afternoon, the team engaged in targeted training sessions. An Lan's performance was commendable, exhibiting significantly more enthusiasm than during the competitive matches. After the training concluded, Duan Xian pondered for a moment, but ultimately could not restrain himself and inquired, Shaoan, does your usual training state not have any impact? Impact what? An Lan felt somewhat perplexed. It affects your image in the coach's eyes, as well as your own condition. Seeing Duan Xian's anxiety, An Lan could only explain, I have always been like this for over 3 months. Maggath agrees. He says everyone has their own training habits. Upon hearing this, Duan Xian instinctively wanted to tell An Lan, can you truly take the coach's words to heart? You must correct your training attitude to have chance. However, the words lingered on his lips, unspoken. He suddenly realized that this was not Long Country, and Maggath was no ordinary coach. In Long Country, if one trained so lazily, they would undoubtedly be labeled as having a problematic attitude. And then, failure to amend would lead to being replaced. Yet here, he noticed that those around him had indeed grown accustomed to it. And Maggath did not seem to be speaking insincerely. Rest assured, Brother Duan, Maggath brought me over from Long Country. He surely knows my capabilities. An Lan gently patted Duan Xian's shoulder to reassure him, and then led the three of them to enjoy a delightful dinner. Consequently, upon returning home, they captured a few final shots before bedtime, marking the conclusion of the training day's filming. Tomorrow, An Lan will continue with the training, while the trio from Longwa needs to film some additional footage for backup, after which they can indulge in a few days of rest. On the day of the competition, they will film for one last day, thereby completing the documentary's endeavor. An Lan learned that the title of his documentary was tentatively set as A Week in An Lan. The duration would be approximately 40 minutes. After trimming related material and some regular competition footage, the content recorded by the Longwa trio amounted to around 20 minutes. Chapter 62. The Coldness and Reality of Professional Football. After dinner, Duan Xian prepared to return to the hotel, while the cameraman and Ma Shufan headed back to An Lan's villa to capture some pre-sleep footage. Before parting ways, An Lan approached Duan Xian and candidly said, Brother Duan, while watching the NBA broadcast, I noticed that in addition to the two commentators, there's a beautiful host who warms up the audience. Before the game starts or during breaks, the host can read fan letters and interact with the viewers. This is a fascinating concept, and it could also nurture new talent. I believe football could benefit from this as well. Perhaps you could mention it to the leaders at the sports channel, suggesting that Sister Shufan stays with you to commentate on the Bundesliga. Duan Xian cast a peculiar glance at An Lan, and upon noticing Ma Shufan, who was looking down, he suddenly understood. Young man, so it's a budding romance, he exclaimed. All right, it's merely a message to pass along, Duan Xian readily agreed. An Lan's suggestion indeed had merit. Who among the youth does not admire beautiful women? Furthermore, as An Lan's prominence grew, so too did the audience for football in Longwa. Positive interactions and changes might genuinely enhance viewership. Upon returning home, An Lan led the cameraman to his trophy cabinet. Currently, the cabinet appeared quite sparse, containing only 2 Dragon Super Score trophies and 1 golden boot from the U20 World Cup. An Lan had not placed the trophies for Best Player in a Bundesliga match or the DFB Pokal Best Player in a match inside, deeming them too trivial. This trophy cabinet is custom-made. Although it seems a bit empty now, within a year, it will be filled to 1/3 capacity. In 2 years, I will ensure it overflows with my trophies. Confidently standing before the camera, An Lan exuded determination and pride, leaving Ma Shufan captivated. Ah, the vibrancy of youth. After the filming concluded, the cameraman, rubbing his sore shoulders, returned to his room to rest. An Lan and Ma Shufan were enjoying the cool breeze in the villa's courtyard, engaged in a delightful conversation. Upon graduating, I initially aspired to become a frontline journalist, focusing on social issues and giving a voice to the populace. However, no one wanted me for the human interest segments, and as I needed to sustain myself in Yanjing, I ultimately found my way into the sports industry. You wouldn't believe it. When I first started my internship, that team leader was particularly sleazy, attempting to deceive me. An Lan, do football players truly indulge in extravagant lifestyles solely due to their abundant energy? Don't you find it exceedingly dull here all alone? In both life and work, everyone around you is a foreigner. Is anyone bullying you? I've heard that both football and basketball have initiation ceremonies for new team members. I hope to remain here, otherwise. Returning would mean I can't step into the spotlight. The industry is like a game of musical chairs, and if I go back, I would just have to continue doing menial tasks. In any case, thank you so much. Shall we take our time? I have never been in a romantic relationship. After last night's exchange, the once reserved Ma Shufan transformed into a naive young girl, chattering incessantly. She shared her life experiences, while An Lan took on the role of a competent listener, occasionally providing advice and encouragement. It can only be said that fate brought them together. Typically, An Lan is someone who avoids trouble. Yet now, faced with the garrulous Ma Shufan, he found her endearing. The August breeze in Wolfsburg carried a refreshing promise. The autumn moon was delightful. The moon hung high, resembling a football, while the morning star accompanied it, humble yet devout. An Lan suddenly felt that, under the moonlit night and amidst the vast expanse of heaven and earth, the girl before him was a third type of exquisite beauty. The following day, the trio from Longhua accompanied An Lan to the club to record some footage. Afterward, they temporarily completed their tasks. Duan Xian still needed to prepare the match materials for the upcoming game against Langbao with Tao Wei. Meanwhile, the cameraman and Ma Shufan found themselves enjoying a 5-day holiday. An Lan still needed to train daily, while the camera uncle no longer had to accompany her for filming, as he had embarked on a journey of his own. The European Union countries are in such close proximity that 5 days are ample for visiting 2 or 3 of them. Ma Shufan, on the other hand, obediently remained at the villa, patiently awaiting An Lan's return like a devoted wife. To An Lan's delightful surprise, Ma Shufan had taken it upon herself to prepare both his breakfast and dinner. She was not deceiving him. She showcased the formidable culinary skills of a girl striving alone in the world. Whether it was the simple home-cooked meals she usually prepared or the new dishes she had recently learned, An Lan savored every bite with great joy. During those solitary days, the bond between the two of them developed swiftly. Do not misunderstand. Although An Lan may not be a paragon of virtue, he is certainly not a ravenous fiend of desire. The two continue to sleep in separate rooms, as he prefers a natural progression rather than a forceful advance. Romance, after all, thrives on a gradual unfolding. Particularly during the ambiguous phase, one must savor the experience rather than hastily consummate it. Just imagine, would that truly be pleasurable? Ahem. It might indeed be rather exhilarating. Nevertheless, An Lan is not of that ilk. His affections are grounded in sentiment yet restrained by decorum. He limits his intimacy to innocent hand-holding and the occasional stolen kiss on the cheek. Even this has earned him a pinch from Ma Shufan. Yet, An Lan revels in it. With bruises adorning his waist, he considers it merely part of his training in resistance. 5 days swiftly passed, and on August 23rd, the trio from Longhua accompanied An Lan to the club. After the team's assembly, Maggath announced the 18-man roster. It is noteworthy that the Bundesliga has its own domestic player protection policy, allowing each team only 4 foreign player slots, with a maximum of 3 allowed on the field during any match. Furthermore, the 18-man first-team roster must include at least 12 domestic players, among which there should be a minimum of 4 homegrown academy players and 8 for national youth programs. A remarkable aspect of the Bundesliga is its fair treatment of non-European and foreign players, making it a favored destination for many Asian athletes seeking to embark on their European journey. Following the announcement of the roster, the group boarded a bus headed for the home ground of VfL Bochum, the Ruhr Stadion, which accommodates 299 spectators. The reason for Wolfsburg's early departure lies in the considerable distance, as Wolfsburg is situated in the northwestern state of Lower Saxony, while Bochum is located in North Rhine-Westphalia. Thus, they opted to travel a day in advance. In terms of accolades, Bochum has claimed the Bundesliga title 3 times and been the runner-up in the DFB Pokal twice. Although not a powerhouse, they're a remarkably resilient team. In the afternoon, the bus arrived in Bochum, and the group peacefully settled into their hotel. This marked An Lan's inaugural venture into a Bundesliga away match. He shares a room with Lucas. While Lucas's talent can only be described as mediocre, he has not been relegated back to the youth team by Maggath. His potential is sufficient for a blue-collar role in midfield. Yet he is unlikely to secure a starting position in one of the top 5 leagues. His continued presence in the team, to put it plainly, is a gesture of goodwill towards An Lan. Maggath, aware of their close relationship, took the time to speak with An Lan directly. He candidly laid out the situation, hoping to win An Lan's favor, and even arranged a promising future for Lucas. This season, Lucas is set to play alongside the team, taking on a substitute role and gaining experience during garbage time. Should the team achieve success, as part of the Champions Corps, he could secure a commendable opportunity elsewhere. Not only would this allow for a lucrative transfer, contributing to the team's legacy, but it would also enable Lucas to elevate his salary, paving the way for a comfortable middle-class existence in the future. Lucas is well aware of everything. However, he refrains from discussing it further with An Lan. He is, in fact, An Lan's sole companion in the youth training team, sharing a profound camaraderie that includes experiences of sneaking into nightclubs together. An Lan did not mention it, but Lucas's talent is evident, rendering him unable to fight alongside himself. Nevertheless, if a promising future awaits, he would be genuinely pleased for Lucas. This is the nature of professional football, merciless and pragmatic. Survival of the fittest dictates that one can never ascertain the fate of oneself or that of fellow teammates. The two journeyed together from a youth training academy to the first team. Initially, An Lan faced exclusion from the team, while Lucas fared quite well. Yet in football, it is ultimately prowess that reigns supreme. After several friendly matches and 2 official games, An Lan's position within the team has become indisputable. Yet Lucas finds himself stagnating, deemed by the coaching staff as lacking further potential for growth. After exchanging pleasantries and settling their belongings, the two friends casually draped their arms over each other's shoulders as they made their way to the gathering. Everything unfolded as it always had. Though an unspoken understanding lingered between them, the time spent in the youth training squad is irretrievably lost. Chapter 63. How Many Masters Does God Have? August 24th, 3 p.m. Departing from the hotel, the Wolfsburg bus encountered a challenging journey before finally arriving at the Ruhr Stadium. The multitude of Bochum fans creating disturbances along the route proved to be an unavoidable hindrance. The passion of the Chinese populace for football is undeniably profound. Some extreme fans, in an effort to aid their team in securing victory, resort to various underhanded tactics. For instance, they may create cacophony beneath the hotel where the opposing team is lodged, disrupting their sleep, or, as in this instance, perpetually cause trouble during the opponent's journey, undermining their mental fortitude. Additionally, some fervent female fans employ the allure of charm. They masquerade as devoted supporters of the opposing team's star players upon their arrival at the hotel, projecting an air of desirability to offer unwelcome benefits. Consequently, the rival stars may awaken the next day feeling sore and unsteady, unable to maintain their form. Fortunately, An Lan possesses remarkable composure and refrains from perusing the private messages on his social media. Once they reached the locker room and donned their uniforms, the players proceeded to the field for their pre-match warm-up. The Ruhr Stadium was filled to capacity, and the crowd unleashed a torrent of boos directed at the Wolfsburg players warming up on the pitch. However, when their own team's players emerged, the thunderous cheers and applause resonated throughout the arena. At precisely 4 o'clock, the live commentator received the starting lineups from both teams and began to introduce the formations. Bochum opted for a 4-4-2 formation. Goalkeeper, Fernandez. Defenders, Matries, Kensha, Yehia, Fuzzies. Midfielders, Debojski and Hefu, Ajao, Flair. Forwards, Histek, Hashmian. On the other hand, Wolfsburg arranged themselves in a 4-5-1 formation. Goalkeeper, Benaglio. Defenders, Zaccardo, Schwach, Bazagri, Lekadagasta. Midfielders, Misimovic, Rizel, Santana, Graphite, Zeko. Forward, An Lan. In this match, Wolfsburg placed An Lan at the forefront, positioning Graphite and Zeko in midfield to create a 5-man defensive system to support An Lan's offensive efforts. Notably, among Bochum's substitutes was a player from the land of cherry blossoms, a midfielder named Shinji Ono. During the warm-up, Makoto Hasebi took the opportunity to chat with his compatriot. This match saw Maggath make some adjustments to the lineup, replacing several starters. Consequently, Hasebe, who had started the previous match, found himself on the bench, much to the disappointment of the Japanese fans who had hoped for a derby featuring their two players. Instead, both were relegated to the role of substitutes, creating an awkward situation. As the players stood in the tunnel, ready to take the field alongside the ball boys, several Bochum players cast disdainful glances at An Lan, whispering among themselves with an air of derision. Their contempt was not directed at An Lan's skills, but rather at him as an individual. In response to their glares, An Lan met their stares with unwavering defiance, his gaze icy and unyielding, as if he were regarding inanimate objects. The Bochum players, accustomed to bullying the seemingly weaker Ono, were incensed by An Lan's audacity to return their stare. "What are you looking at, you despicable monkey?" they retorted, their tempers flaring. An Lan raised an eyebrow upon hearing these words and patted Louiser, who stood before him. The latter turned around and derisively pointed at the Bochum player who had spoken, exclaiming, "What on earth did that fool just say? Is he discriminating against me?" However, Louiser dared not respond, nor did the surrounding players. To be candid, every group harbors a sense of exclusivity, yet those who navigate the public sphere wisely refrain from displaying such sentiments overtly. Harmony among individuals is the essence of a just world. The actions of those Bochum players clearly indicated a lack of intelligence, as they brazenly engaged in such foolish behavior. An Lan's recent utterance was spoken in German, and his voice was not lowered, allowing the other party to hear him clearly. "What? How dare you insult me? Are you seeking your own demise? Do you even know which country I hail from? Your artifacts lie in the museum of my hometown." The antagonists, filled with bravado, turned to confront An Lan. The captain of Bochum, upon witnessing the scene, could no longer feign ignorance. He turned back and issued a stern warning, causing the three restless players to retreat. Yet, the enmity had already been forged. The brazen and contemptible remarks ignited a fierce rage within An Lan. He could not fathom the source of such unwarranted confidence among these simpletons. Moreover, what kind of servility drives certain sycophants from Langwa to kneel and fawn over foreign dignitaries, believing them to possess noble lineage? It is utterly incomprehensible. Since understanding eludes him, he resolved to let his prowess speak for itself. As he emerged from the players' tunnel and stepped onto the verdant pitch, the system's voice resonated within An Lan's mind. Ding! The star player experience card system is initializing. System upgrade complete. Would you like to review the updated features? He chose to defer the review until after the match. An Lan silently recited within his heart. The update log has been saved, and the host may review it at any time. Ding! The star player experience card is being drawn. Discrimination against the host has been detected, triggering the legendary task God. Due to the nature of this task, the star player experience card will feature a fixed star player. The draw is complete. Congratulations, host. You have received the star player experience card for the legendary Diego Maradona World Cup Hand of God Edition. Legendary task God. Task description. Half is the hand of God. Half is the mind of Maradona. I'm uncertain how many masters God has, but I am well aware of how many the sun never sets upon. You cannot shatter the head of the Pampa eagle, yet it can crush your goal with its talons. On the football field, I am the deity that enforces judgment upon you. Task requirements. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. What I aim to shatter is your worthless pride. The three players who recently mocked the host. You are to utterly demolish their self-esteem in this match with your prowess. Task rewards. 1 random personal attribute of Maradona. If the drawn attribute does not exceed the host's current attributes, it will automatically elevate one of the host's original attribute levels by 1. Task penalty, none. Task progress, 0 out of 3. Upon seeing the task, An Lan's expression hardened. Without hesitation, he utilized the star player experience card and inwardly commanded, System, review personal attributes. Name, Diego Maradona. Age, 2016. Pampa position, forward dribbling. S shooting. S explosiveness. S speed. S strength. S stamina. S football IQ. S mentality. S overall evaluation. A hero born of circumstance. The king of football, truly deserving of the title. After reviewing Maradona's personal attributes at the age of 26, An Lan could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, he is the king of football, an absolute hexagonal warrior. As long as the task is completed in this match, it signifies that one of his attributes will ascend to S level. Should he draw speed, An Lan would prepare to pivot toward sprinting. As for failure, even without a penalty, An Lan would never allow himself to falter in this match. If the opponent dares to insult him, to insult his country, then there is but one path forward. I shall live, and they shall perish. Chapter 64. The Rainbow Dribble greetings to all viewers in front of the television. You're currently watching a live broadcast of the event by the sports channel. In the second round of the Bundesliga, Wolfsburg is playing away against Bochum. The home team Bochum is clad in blue jerseys, while the visiting team Wolfsburg is donned in green and white. I am your commentator, Duan Xian. I am Tao Wei. At this moment, it is 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the Kingdom of War Chariots, which corresponds to 11 o'clock in the evening in the Dragon Kingdom. This timing, in contrast to the often midnight matches, is not considered late, resulting in a surge in viewership for the Dragon Kingdom sports channel. The audience, glued to their screens, also observed the changes within the studio. Beside Duan Xian and Tao Wei stood a vibrant young woman clad in an elegant outfit and high heels, none other than Ma Shufan. After a brief self-introduction, Duan Xian began to set the stage for the upcoming match. Haha, as everyone could see, we have a lovely lady standing beside Coach Tao and me. She is our newcomer. Please, say hello to everyone. With a warm smile and poise, Ma Shufan greeted. Hello everyone, I am the host Ma Shufan. This Shufan is our new host from the football division of the sports channel, a truly exceptional young talent. She will be joining me and teacher Duan to commentate on the Bundesliga match featuring Wolfsburg. This is an endeavor to infuse youth into our program. Ma Shufan will be responsible for engaging with the audience before the match and during halftime. Tao Wei took over the conversation briefly to elaborate. For some middle-aged fans watching at home, this change was quite agreeable. After all, men often find themselves glancing at beautiful women, risking a scolding from their wives. Now, while enjoying the game, they could openly admire the female host. What a delight! Meanwhile, basketball enthusiasts exchanged knowing smiles, recognizing this as reminiscent of the NBA format, predicting match results and hosting contests. During halftime, reading fan messages and distributing prizes. Such tasks require little technical skill and are within anyone's capability. Furthermore, it allowed Duan Xian and Tao Wei a moment to rest. However, a few newer or more traditional fans furrowed their brows, concerned that a young girl might lack the understanding of the game, fearing her involvement would diminish the quality of the commentary. Yet, Ma Shufan was undeterred and commenced hosting the pre-match predictions. At that time, the internet was not as developed, nor were there comment sections. Fans had to send text messages to predict the outcomes, each costing 1 yuan. Certainly, if one guesses correctly and is subsequently selected, they may receive a prize. The rewards typically include signed jerseys from An Lan and other teammates, as well as an official Bundesliga match ball for the current season. In the case of significant events, more substantial prizes may be offered, such as a package including Bundesliga tickets along with round-trip airfare and accommodation. There are 2 options for guessing: the outcome of the Wolfsburg match and the number of goals An Lan will score in that game. While engaging fans in this guessing game, Ma Shufan also announced the winners from the previous match. Regarding the match predictions, the sports channel has compiled statistics. In the Dragon Country, nearly 99% of viewers anticipate a victory for Wolfsburg. Furthermore, 99% of the audience predicts that An Lan will score, with guesses ranging from 1 goal to 10. Only 1 of viewers opt for a Wolfsburg loss or predict that An Lan will score 0 goals in the match. This reflects the unwavering support of local fans for their players. Much like the national football team, despite any criticism, one would find that the odds for the national team are consistently kept low before each match, such as the patriotic sentiment of gamblers. Even when defeat seems inevitable, they rally behind the national team, thereby influencing the betting market and lowering the odds. However, the outcomes generally lead to disheartened gamblers facing substantial losses. On the pitch, following the customary procedures, both teams established their choice of sides and kickoff rights. Wolfsburg secured the choice of side, and Bochum initiated the kickoff. The match commenced. With the referee's whistle, Hashmian passed the ball back to his teammate, Flair, and then advanced into position. Players from both sides began to rapidly penetrate each other's territory. Bochum, employing a 4-4-2 formation, utilized their flanks effectively. Flair launched a long pass to the wing, aiming to catch the Wolfsburg players off guard. Upon receiving the ball, his tack sprinted fiercely towards the baseline and delivered cross. 3 midfielders, along with Hashmian, surged into the Wolfsburg penalty area to seize the opportunity. Unfortunately, his tack-S delivery was too strong, and the ball sailed over the box, reaching the far post. A throw-in for Wolfsburg. On the sidelines, Maggath was startled by Bochum's sudden assault, urgently shouting for his players to maintain focus and defend resolutely, denying Bochum any chance to deliver a cross from the baseline. Zaccardo executed a throw-in, directly passing to the goalkeeper. Benaglio controlled the ball and distributed it to right back Schwewa. Schwewa advanced with the ball, but, upon facing Bochum's pressing, opted for a backward pass. Through a series of coordinated passes, Wolfsburg gradually stabilized the situation and lowered the intensity of the match. Bochum is known for their straightforward tactics. They excel at launching surprise attacks at the start, taking advantage of their opponent's unpreparedness to gain an early lead. However, this momentum is fleeting. Once Wolfsburg gains control of the pace, Bochum finds themselves at a loss. After some organization, Misimovic received the ball, glanced around, and suddenly made his move. Instantly, 5 Wolfsburg midfielders sprang into action. An Lan swiftly surged forward, seeking an opportunity. Observing this, the Bochum players hastily rushed to intercept. Misimovic delivered a precise pass to Graphite, who, without pausing the ball, opted for a direct through ball. This incisive pass sliced through the opponent's defense like a surgeon's scalpel. An Lan, lying in wait, received the ball and charged ahead, reaching the penalty area in just a few strides. Faced with the opposition's interception, An Lan executed a deft feint, effortlessly evading 2 defenders. He moved like a delicate butterfly, weaving through the defense with grace and leaving no trace behind. Upon bypassing the 2 defenders, the field ahead opened up. A clear shot on goal. Noticing the Bochum goalkeeper feigning calmness, An Lan's determination surged. In that moment, An Lan truly embodied the spirit of Maradona. His dribbling, speed, and explosive power were of the highest caliber, S rank, the pinnacle of athletic performance. The most terrifying aspect was his shooting ability, enhanced by his unique skills set akin to Inzaghi's. Now, within the 6-yard box, his shooting prowess transcended the S rank, reaching infinity, an extraordinary display of skill beyond human capabilities. As the goalkeeper lunged towards him, An Lan remained composed, taking a step forward, pinching the ball between his feet before leaping. The ball soared high, tracing a beautiful arc over the head of the Bochum keeper. A rainbow flick, a flamboyant maneuver worthy of a playground, yet humiliating on a professional stage. The goalkeeper, incensed and flustered, turned to foul An Lan. However, upon turning back, he found himself ensnared in an unexpected predicament. An Lan was gazing directly at him. After bypassing the goalkeeper, An Lan chose not to shoot at the open net. Instead, he turned around. With his back to the goal and the ball, he faced the enraged Bochum keeper, a cold smirk appearing on his lips. Then, with a gentle flick of his heel, he struck the descending ball perfectly. The ball found the net. Goal. The ball is in. Scored just 5 minutes into the match. An Lan received a pass from his teammate Graphite and opened the scoring. The execution was exquisite. First, a deft feint to evade 2 defenders, then a brilliant rainbow flick, culminating in a backheel strike into the open goal. Magnificent! Duan Xin shouted in excitement, while Tao Wei furrowed his brow. As a commentator, neutrality was expected. Yet everyone knew that Wolfsburg had domestic players. Naturally, the fans supported Wolfsburg. However, these were unspoken rules. Publicly, they could not show overt favoritism towards Wolfsburg. Take this goal. For example, An Lan's previous maneuvers were flawless and visually pleasing, showcasing his individual prowess without question. Yet in the final moment, faced with the goalkeeper, he could have easily shot directly or dribbled past for an open net. An Lan executed a particularly insulting rainbow flick. As if that were not enough, he deliberately turned around, casting a cold smirk at the opposing goalkeeper before deftly nudging the ball into the net with his heel. It was a blatant affront. Tao Wei pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to feign ignorance. At present, An Lan was the darling of Longwa's fans. As long as he refrained from any illegal or unruly conduct, who would dare to criticize him without facing the backlash? However, Tao Wei found himself perplexed. Despite having only met An Lan twice, he had the impression that this young man was quite amiable, neither arrogant nor dismissive, and he treated others with respect. What could have prompted such sudden disdain? Instinctively, he felt there must be some underlying reason. Someone must have wronged An Lan. After scoring, An Lan remained motionless, gazing at the opposing goalkeeper. With a slight tilt of his head, he mockingly inquired, "What? Is handball permitted in football?" How infuriated Fernandes must have been to storm forward and shove An Lan. An Lan fell to the ground, clutching his chest and rolling in agony. Goodness, it hurts. My ribs feel shattered. Someone help me. The pain is unbearable." Fernandes attempted to approach, but the Wolfsburg players swiftly intervened to block his path. The referee also approached without hesitation, issuing Fernandes a yellow card. However, he then turned and crouched before the writhing An Lan, admonishing him, "Should you resort to such tactics to insult your opponents again, I shall not hesitate to show you a yellow card. An Lan, referee. Is there a rule in football that prohibits the use of a rainbow flick? Moreover, I am the aggrieved party. Oomph. The main referee disregarded him and rose to point towards the center circle. The goal stands. This successfully incensed Fernandez, resulting in a yellow card being issued. An Lan, no longer concealing his emotions, rose to his feet to celebrate with his teammates. As he passed by the 3 players who had exhibited racial discrimination, he covered his mouth and remarked, "What a bunch of scoundrels." Naturally, the fans of Bochum were far from pleased with the goal conceded by their team. They were even more incensed by the manner in which An Lan had scored. The stadium reverberated with boos and curses. On the sidelines, Maggath and the Bochum coach wore furrowed brows. The Bochum coach found An Lan's actions excessive, while Maggath, intrigued, pondered the reason behind An Lan's animosity. It was inconceivable that he would harbor such hostility without cause. He beckoned Zaccardo to inquire further. Upon learning about the events that transpired in the players' tunnel, a cold smirk crept across his face. Indeed, what a bunch of fools. It was hard to believe that even in 2008, such oblivious individuals still existed. Eager to share his newfound knowledge, Maggath promptly relayed the incident to the Bochum head coach, indicating his intention to report the 3 players guilty of racial discrimination to the National Football Association after the match. The latter's frown deepened, resembling a furrowed line. Yet he found himself unable to refute the claim. After all, even the wisest could not justify such behavior. Following the restart of the game, An Lan advanced into the opposing half with a calm demeanor, patiently awaiting an opportunity. This particular task bore no rigid criteria. Rather, it was an ethereal endeavor aimed at dismantling their pride. Thus, An Lan deduced that merely scoring goals might not yield significant results. These racists were, after all, individuals of limited intellect. Even if you were to net 5 goals, they would likely still harbor a sense of superiority. A strategy was imperative to utterly obliterate their mindset. As he approached the Bochum defense, one of the defenders who had insulted him drew near. The two commenced a verbal exchange laden with barbs. "You little rascal. You really know how to cheat. Ha, what are you even saying? You think you can intimidate me? Just maintain your fear. If given a chance, I shall not hesitate to break your legs. You're only capable of this much. What is the matter? Resorting to underhanded tactics because you can't compete? Quite fitting for your kind. Ha, being inferior is being inferior. You will never become a top star. You people from the Dragon Nation. No, Asians cannot play football. Do you even know that football was invented by the Dragon Nation? And you, a blue-collar defender, think you can play? Are you challenging my monthly salary with your annual one? Well done, you've successfully provoked me. Go on, run off, and do your thing. Do you truly believe you can contend with me, An Lan? What a preposterous display. Amidst their exchange of insults, the opponent soon found himself overwhelmed. An Lan's banter can be said to pierce through to the very core of his being. Is it true that football was invented by the people of the Dragon Kingdom? This is something he is genuinely unaware of. Perhaps he should consult Google upon his return. The crux of the matter lies in the challenge of annual salaries against monthly ones, which has indeed inflicted considerable strain on this Bochum defender. On the pitch, An Lan's defensive efforts are rather lackluster. With a formation of 4-5-1, the defense in both the midfield and backline is not particularly weak. As the sole spearhead, his primary task is to conserve energy and strike decisively when the opportunity presents itself. The day after an intimate conversation with An Lan, Maggath laid the cards on the table with the team. As long as he remains, An Lan will be the focal point. Regardless of whether it is Graphite or Zeko, they must yield their positions to An Lan. The most tangible manifestation of this is the allocation of penalty privileges. An Lan has ascended from the third choice to the primary penalty taker. Despite Graphite and Zeko's discontent, they are left with no choice but to suppress their feelings. Although they're stars in their own right, they occupy a space between first and second tier. Even superstars like Ronaldo and Zidane would not dare to oppose their coach. What significance do they hold? Thus, An Lan appears to be leisurely strolling upon the pitch. As the position of the ball shifts, he ambles back and forth in a calm manner. Under normal circumstances, opposing defenders would certainly keep a close watch on him, as instructed by Bochum's coach. Unfortunately, he has misjudged the situation. The defender assigned to monitor An Lan is the one harboring racial prejudices. He inherently looks down upon An Lan, and upon witnessing him sauntering across the field, his disdain only deepens. As for the previous goal, he conveniently disregards An Lan's exquisite dribble, attributing it solely to fortune. Meanwhile, the leisurely An Lan, now devoid of any close markers, begins to discreetly seek an opportunity In the 15th minute, the chance presents itself. Chapter 66, a standing ovation, the utmost honor. Sensing that Bochum's players have ceased their close marking, An Lan's mind starts to stir with possibilities. Due to tactical arrangements, he finds himself in a position of complete freedom on the field. He tentatively strides towards the penalty area, unnoticed. After 3 exploratory steps, An Lan feels entirely at ease. Well then, since no one is monitoring me, I shall seize the moment. In the 16th minute, Misimovic controls the ball and spots the meandering An Lan suddenly signaling for a pass. Upon assessing the situation, he realizes with astonishment that An Lan has advanced into the opponent's penalty area. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivers a long pass, sending the ball soaring towards the penalty box. Only then do Bochum's defenders take notice and begin to converge upon him. With no immediate pressure, An Lan comfortably receives the ball. He cushions it with his chest, refusing to let it touch the ground, instead using his knee to lift it once more. Subsequently, he begins to juggle the ball with his head as he jogs towards the small box. 1 touch, 2 touches, 3 touches. He continues to head the ball while progressing towards the 6-yard box. The Bochum defenders, witnessing the spectacle, are infuriated. However, due to An Lan's positioning within the penalty area, they dare not commit a foul directly. They can only attempt to jostle him with their bodies. As one approaches, An Lan skillfully releases the ball. Faced with the first defender, he executes a nutmeg, effortlessly bypassing him. Following that, he performs a Marseille turn, evading yet another defender. Yet, the third defender has already obstructed his path forward. In a moment of quick thinking, An Lan does not halt. He executes another Marseille turn. The magic of love spins around, with the swiftness of lightning. A cow's tail combined with 2 Marseille turns transformed An Lan into a dancing sprite, performing a waltz in the opponent's penalty area in the blink of an eye. An Lan skillfully maneuvered past 3 defenders and entered the small penalty area of Bochum. This time, the opposing goalkeeper refrained from making an aggressive advance, instead choosing to hold his ground, poised to anticipate the direction of his impending shot. Upon witnessing this, An Lan did not hesitate and immediately assumed the posture to strike. It was to the left. Fernandez fixated on An Lan's foot, deducing the direction, and without a moment's pause, lunged forward. However, in the next instant, the football materialized to his right. A deftly executed feint, An Lan feigned a shot with his right foot, and, as Fernandez misjudged the direction and lunged, he shifted his support and struck the ball with his left foot, sending it soaring into the bottom right corner of the net. 2-0. Goal! Oh my God, what a player we have witnessed. We have beheld the birth of a masterpiece. This is a flawless creation. An Lan has accomplished this work with an astonishing touch. Good heavens! Could he be the reincarnation of Maradona? The Sky Sports commentator, in disbelief, held his head in astonishment, his voice strained with emotion. Let's examine what transpired. An Lan received a high ball from Misimovic, and Bochum found themselves at fault, with no one immediately contesting him. This allowed An Lan to perfectly control the ball. He opted to cushion it with his chest before lifting it with his knee. What sheer genius! He advanced while juggling the ball on his head. Within the opponent's penalty area, An Lan moved as if in a training session, casually dribbling the ball with his head. Faced with the pressing Matries, An Lan deftly evaded him with a stunning flick. I mentioned that Bochum was committing a grave error within the box. They dared not commit a foul, lest a penalty be awarded. The Bochum defenders, wary of repercussions, attempted to shoulder An Lan aside. A Marseille turn. 2 in succession. Elegant. So exquisitely elegant. A deft touch left Fernandez completely misled. This goal is nothing short of a work of art. What is the Bochum coach doing? Did he not instruct his defenders to mark An Lan after the first goal was conceded? On the big screen, as the commentator narrated, An Lan's series of movements were replayed in slow motion. Fans in front of their televisions gasped in unison, pointing at An Lan on the screen, rendered speechless. The over 30,000 spectators at the Ruhr Stadium fell utterly silent. They could not comprehend how such a goal could occur. Even as adversaries, these fans could not deny the brilliance of the moment. Clap, clap, clap. Among the spectators, a Bochum fan was the first to applaud. The surrounding fans turned their gazes toward him. Feeling a bit anxious, he quickly explained, I mean no offense, this is just a spectacular goal, is it not? The atmosphere grew tense. Just as this fan braced for backlash, a second round of applause erupted, then a third and a fourth gradually like a wildfire. The entire crowd joined in applause. My goodness, you cannot imagine what unfolded. On Longueuil Sports Channel, the commentator Duan Xian, his voice trembling with excitement, declared, "At this moment, every Bochum fan is applauding. They are honoring their opponents, celebrating An Lan's magnificent goal. Unbelievable. An Lan conquered the Ruhr Stadium, winning over the Bochum fans." This is not merely a redundant explanation. Rather, the live broadcast of the sports channel has always been muted, meaning that the fans from Langwa could not hear the sounds of Bochum's home ground. Meanwhile, Tao Wei was urgently discussing something with the director. After a brief pause, he revealed a smile. Subsequently, the viewers from Langwa watching the television broadcast were collectively taken aback. What had been a silent transmission, save for the commentary, suddenly erupted into a cacophony of applause and cheers. The camera panned across the crowd. In the stands, a significant portion of Bochum's fans had risen to their feet. Some wore smiles, while others nodded slightly, offering applause for An Lan's recent goal. The fans from Langwa had never witnessed such a scene. It was breathtaking, truly astonishing. This marked the first instance the sports channel broke protocol to air the live atmosphere, and the resounding applause that enveloped the stadium brought tears to the eyes of all Langwa viewers. For those cheers were directed at their compatriot. On the field, after celebrating with his teammates, An Lan approached the sidelines, acknowledging the applauding spectators with gestures of gratitude. He occasionally bowed slightly, clasped his hands in thanks, and applauded toward the stands. An Lan initially thought a brief circuit around the field to acknowledge the audience would suffice. To his surprise, the referee did not hurry him along, allowing him to complete a full lap of the pitch. A Wolfsburg player, receiving a round of applause on Bochum's home ground. This was an immense honor. Upon returning to the field, just as An Lan intended to thank the referee, the official patted his shoulder first, encouraging him with what a splendid goal. "Oh, thank you, referee." An Lan offered a bashful smile, exuding a charming innocence that greatly pleased the chief referee. After all, everyone appreciates a well-mannered child. An Lan has always been this way. When treated with respect, he reciprocates. When wronged, he retaliates fiercely. After the game resumed, An Lan strode toward the Bochum half. As he passed by 3 players exhibiting racial discrimination, he remained silent, merely casting a disdainful glance their way, his eyes proud and contemptuous. Chapter 67. The first guardian under the Wolf King's throne. Fuck. I can no longer tolerate this little brat. He must be dealt with. One of the Bochum players, unable to maintain his composure upon witnessing An Lan's scornful demeanor, seethed with anger. Such self-proclaimed superiority is typical of these pests. They often feign elegance and politeness, but when circumstances turn against them, they reveal their true and scrupulous nature. Another player, with a cunning glint in his eye, approached and whispered, "He is currently being supported by the national team, so we cannot simply dispose of him. Perhaps we could let that weakling monkey take care of him. Will he agree? Huh. If he refuses, he can forget about being part of the team. If we dangle some benefits in front of him, he will undoubtedly comply like a fool. Benefits? Huh. If he manages to incapacitate An Lan, he will likely be expelled from the national football scene himself. He is nothing but a petty nuisance. But what if he betrays us? He has no evidence. This is the pitch, and he cannot record anything. If we frame him, we simply deny everything. All right, during halftime, you speak to the coach, and I will approach him, under the pressure of a match." Bochum's coach was furious after conceding the second goal just 16 minutes into the game. He berated the defender assigned to mark An Lan, furious that Maggath had disregarded his orders. He knew that post-match, journalists would critique his failure to adapt. The coach resolved that should anyone inquire, he would reveal the truth. In comparison to the loss on the field, racial discrimination was a matter drawing the attention of the entire nation and the world. If Maggath were to report it, the careers of those 3 players would likely come to an abrupt end. Initially, he had considered deleting the surveillance footage from the players' tunnel during halftime, but now he saw no need. He had no desire to cover for disobedient players. On the field, An Lan was seeking opportunities. Maggath remained blissfully unaware of his abandonment. After being chastised by the coach, he finally learned his lesson, closely shadowing An Lan. "You little scoundrel, you will score no more. I shall treat you well. Your kind is utterly unfit for football. Why not return to playing ping-pong instead?" As he clung closely, he incessantly spewed insults, attempting to provoke An Lan. Profanity reached An Lan's ears, and he could hardly remain indifferent. However, rather than merely retaliating, An Lan yearned to utterly obliterate his adversary's career. Thus, he ceased his leisurely stroll within the opponent's penalty area. An Lan began to actively retreat, seeking to receive the ball from his teammates. Upon noticing An Lan's movement, the ball holder, Zico, passed the ball to him. After receiving the ball, An Lan advanced a few steps towards the sideline. When Matries caught up, instead of returning the pass, he remained stationary. Come on. Show me your skills. Matries taunted, deliberately provoking An Lan while bracing himself to prevent any breakthrough. An Lan displayed a scornful smile, feigning 2 movements before suddenly launching into action. Unadorned, yet effective, he effortlessly maneuvered past the defender in just a single step. His explosive power was extraordinary, his speed unparalleled. There was no way a blue-collar defender like Matries could handle him one-on-one. Not everyone shares the surname Matries, and thus, not all confrontations are evenly matched. In the next instant, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, for after bypassing the defender, An Lan did not press forward but instead passed the ball back to Zeko. He then strolled leisurely back to his original position, raising his hand to signal Matries with a gesture indicating to. What? My heavens, what have I just witnessed? Is there some unresolved rivalry between them? After outmaneuvering Matries, An Lan returned the ball, seemingly intent on surpassing Matries once more. Such blatant humiliation suggested that something transpired between them that remained unknown to us. Witnessing this unfold, Duan Xian's voice trembled with disbelief. How audacious! He could hardly fathom that An Lan would resort to such provocative antics. To weave past a defender only to return and attempt the feat again was unprecedented in his years of commentary, especially when it involved a teammate. Matries, too, stood momentarily stunned before anger ignited within him, his gaze fixated on An Lan, seething with the desire to tear him apart. An Lan, undeterred by the intimidating gaze directed at him, turned to request the ball from Zeko once more. For the inept, anger manifests only in prolonged fury during moments of extreme irritation. However, the truly formidable derive satisfaction from ruthlessly humiliating the self-proclaimed elite among the weak. Zeko smirked. After several matches, the entire team was well aware of An Lan's vengeful nature. It was evident that this stemmed from the incident in the player tunnel, and An Lan was seeking retribution. Thus, he decisively passed the ball back to An Lan. Upon receiving the ball, An Lan pressed forward with determination. Matries positioned himself to obstruct An Lan, colliding with him whilst attempting to intercept the ball. Just as he felt his foot was about to connect with the sphere, the football vanished from sight. A swish of a tail. As An Lan engaged in physical confrontation, he effortlessly executed a maneuver reminiscent of a cow's tail. Suddenly accelerating, he deftly surpassed Matries once more. However, Matries, having exerted himself to press against An Lan, found himself devoid of support. As An Lan moved away, he lost his balance. Before he could regain his footing, he plummeted to the ground with a resounding thud. The arena fell into an eerie silence once again. The Bochum supporters comprehended the humiliation being inflicted upon their defender. After a pause of 7 or 8 seconds, a chorus of boos erupted throughout the venue. The harmonious applause that had filled the air dissipated as Bochum's fans underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing from angels into demons. Shouts of derision filled the atmosphere. Meanwhile, An Lan appeared unfazed, casually passing the ball back to Zeko before returning to his original position. Simultaneously, he displayed a gesture towards the seated Matries, signaling a 3. I surpassed you as effortlessly as crossing a street. It seems that formidable players often bear nicknames. Although you may lack prowess now, you shall acquire one after today. Rejoice in the glory I bestow upon you. It will accompany you for a lifetime. Mr. Matries? Incorrect. Mr. Corridor. An Lan's mocking voice drove Matries to the brink of endurance. He rose swiftly, striding towards An Lan with his fists already raised. You wretched bastard. I shall end your life. Chapter 68. One more glance, and I shall explode. An Lan remained utterly composed, standing still as he observed Matries charging towards him. Simultaneously, he noticed the cunning glint in Matries' eyes. In that fleeting moment, he comprehended that the other's fury was merely a facade, while the true intention was to provoke a confrontation. Having been bested twice and now sprawled on the ground, Matries' pride was undoubtedly in tatters. In this moment of aggression, should An Lan retaliate, both would face expulsion from the match, and the media's focus would swiftly shift to the ensuing altercation. Conversely, if he refrained from defending himself, he would be subjected to further blows and branded a coward by the press. Indeed, it appeared to be an unsolvable conundrum. If An Lan claims that he refrains from retaliating for the sake of the greater good, no one would care. They only see the image of you being beaten, indifferent to your noble intentions. From that moment on, you become a coward, a weakling. Yet if he strikes back, he would suffer immensely as well. For the opponent's scheme would have succeeded, and he would be a loss. Fortunately, An Lan was well prepared. Having navigated the treacherous waters of the domestic football scene for many years, he never underestimates the malice of human nature. As the second goal was celebrated around the pitch, he exchanged a few words with Lucas, who rushed from the bench to embrace him. At that moment, An Lan's chosen path to bypass Matries coincidentally lay adjacent to the Wolfsburg bench. In a mere 5 meters, Matries lunged towards An Lan in the blink of an eye. He leaped high, his fist coiled with power, his body taut and poised, akin to a bow drawn to its fullest. Matries' expression was menacing, a cruel smile gracing his lips as he envisioned the next moment. An Lan sprawled on the ground, searching for his teeth. And then, there was nothing more. Bang! Just half a meter away from An Lan, Matries was sent flying sideways. In midair, Matries felt a sharp pain in his ribs, as though struck by a hammer. He crashed to the ground, clutching his ribs and groaning in agony. Meanwhile, a figure stood resolutely before An Lan. It was none other than the foremost protector of the Wolf King, executing a violent flying kick towards Lucas. Forward, to protect the chariot. Thank you, my brother. An Lan paid no heed to Matries as he strode forward to embrace Lucas. It is my honor, Wolf King, he said. Lucas, beaming, reciprocated the gesture with a high five before turning his fierce gaze toward the oncoming Bochum players. The moment An Lan warned him that the opposition might resort to foul play, Lucas made up his mind. Anyone who dared to harm An Lan would face his wrath. Lucas was no fool. He understood An Lan's potential as well as his own. More importantly, after several months of camaraderie, he recognized An Lan's unwavering loyalty and kindness. What was there to hesitate about? He was merely a player who couldn't even secure a starting position in the top 5 leagues. If he could exchange this for a favor from a future footballing superstar, who would refuse? Bloody hell. You're killing him. This is a crime. What do you think you're doing, you worthless scum? The Bochum players encircled Lucas, intent on attacking him. Meanwhile, Wolfsburg's players stood firm, shielding him. Your team initiated the violence against An Lan. It's clear to anyone with eyes that it was your player who threw the first punch. Try glaring at me again. One more look and I swear, it will explode. Back off, don't touch me. Get any closer and you'll melt. Don't you dare touch him, you bastard. As the scuffle escalated, a sharp whistle pierced the air and the referee rushed in. Without hesitation, he brandished a red card at Lucas, expelling him from the pitch. Lucas shrugged indifferently. Before departing, he menacingly pointed at the groaning Matries on the ground. Such audacious behavior naturally incited the fury of the Bochum fans, who hurled objects and shouted insults at Lucas, who remained unfazed. Upon reaching the sidelines, Maggath did not scold him. Instead, he embraced Lucas and patted his shoulder. Well done, go on, my boy. I will protect you. Thank you, coach, but I should be thanking you. An Lan is the cornerstone of our team, and you did well. Hearing Maggath's words, Lucas smiled and sauntered toward the players' tunnel. The fans near the tunnel, seeing him smile, grew even more enraged. Some even attempted to vault over the barriers to confront him. Security quickly intervened, shielding Lucas while raising umbrellas to guard against potential projectiles. On the field, the referee issued 1 red card and 7 yellow cards in rapid succession. The red card was for Lucas, while 3 Wolfsburg players received yellow cards, and Bochum players garnered 4. The fallen Matries also received a yellow card. The players from Bochum attempted to engage in a debate. The referee, firmly indicating his eyes, responded, I am not blind. I see precisely what he intends to do. This left the Bochum players who sought to exert pressure at a loss for words, compelling them to retreat in discontent. On the Wolfsburg side, both Sicardo and Benaglio received yellow cards. As the captain, Benaglio felt the imperative to lead by example. If he did not exhibit firmness, he risked losing the respect of his teammates. Thus his actions became somewhat excessive. Sicardo, a member of the youthful contingent, felt compelled to intervene when his leader was nearly assaulted. During the ensuing shoving match, he feigned a loss of balance, inadvertently stepping on the fallen Matries' leg. Indeed, quite cunning. Remarkably, the 3rd yellow card for Wolfsburg was issued to the entirely passive An Lan, with the peculiar justification of disrespecting the opponent. An Lan expressed his profound grievance and directly questioned the referee. Am I not teaching corridor defense? Is that also a mistake? The chief referee retorted, What on earth is this corridor nonsense? Is that how you wish to be nicknamed? I had previously regarded you as a simple-minded lad. This farce dragged on for a full 10 minutes. Lucas delivered a powerful flying kick, sending Matries off the pitch with a forceful blow. The head coach of Bochum was compelled to utilize one of his substitution slots, bringing on substitute defender Philip. As Matries was carried off on a stretcher, passing by the substitutes bench, The Bochum coach couldn't even muster the courtesy of a glance. A liability, indeed. Only after the match would you face your reckoning. Following this spectacle, the game resumed in the 30th minute. After Bochum's kickoff, Wolfsburg immediately commenced their pressing. At this moment, both teams were brimming with intensity. Without An Lan needing to say a word, Wolfsburg was eager to exact their vengeance. A massacre was imperative. An Lan ceased to engage in frivolous antics and began to actively participate in the offense. His threat became unmistakably apparent, with an all-encompassing S-level enhancement. Whether it was a breakthrough or a pass, An Lan appeared as if possessed by a divine spirit. Merely 5 minutes later, he seized the opportunity from a corner kick and struck the ball into the net without a touch, scoring. The score stood at 3-0. 5 minutes later, in the 40th minute of the match, An Lan skillfully maneuvered past two defenders and surged into the opponent's penalty area, only to be brought down. The referee awarded a free kick. An Lan obtained the right to take the penalty from Graphite. Under ordinary circumstances, Graphite would certainly not have acquiesced. However, he is now aware that the young player from Dragon Country is in a state of rage. To avoid incurring the resentment of this petty individual, Graphite, much like Zico, chose to indulge him. You go ahead and kick. An Lan retreated 5 steps, took a deep breath, and sprinted forward to strike the ball. Bang! The referee's whistle immediately pierced the air. One of the players who had previously shown disdain for An Lan, Bochum's midfielder, Inheg, lay on the ground in agony. That shot had solidly struck his face. At that moment, An Lan's power attribute was S. Chapter 69, in Green Tilon. You are undoubtedly doing this on purpose. You are courting disaster. Witnessing Ajao being struck, Bochum's goalkeeper, Fernandez, panicked. He rushed over, shouting loudly at An Lan, but refrained from physical confrontation due to already having received a yellow card. The three brothers of the gourd. No, among the trio of disdain. Goalkeeper Fernandez had just been outwitted by a dazzling rainbow dribble. Defender Matries was sent off the field by the flying kick of the blade-wielding Lucas. Ultimately, the midfielder Zhao was also struck by a free kick. Seeing two of his comrades incapacitated, Fernandez grew frantic. The sound of the ball hitting Ajao's head resonated like a thunderous drumbeat, and he noticed that Ajao had lost 3 or 4 teeth. He was terrified. After all, he was the goalkeeper. If An Lan intended to retaliate, Fernandez would become a living target. In that moment, the pressure on Fernandez peaked. After exchanging a few words with his teammates, a group of them surged towards the referee, attempting to exert influence and suggesting that An Lan's actions were intentional. An Lan possesses a yellow card, and Fernandez attempts to persuade the referee to brandish another card, resulting in his expulsion. The incessant chattering of the players has left the referee in a state of existential doubt. Turning to confront the instigator, he is filled with indignation, yet manages a sardonic smile. He gestures towards him while admonishing the encircling Bochum players, commanding, "Stand aside. Do not obstruct the officiating." No one desires an accidental free kick, yet such occurrences are merely unforeseen events. Have you not noticed Ajao positioned at the outermost edge? An Lan merely miscalculated his angle for the kick. You cannot malign an innocent child while you're clamoring for a yellow card. It is the opposing players who are concerned for Ajao's well-being. Look at this. Is this what you term as slander? Upon hearing the referee's words, Fernandez pivots to glance at the spot where Ajao lay prostrate. This sight ignites an uncontrollable fury, for amidst their pressure on the referee, An Lan displayed an expression of profound anxiety and guilt. He crouched beside the unconscious Ajao, utterly at a loss. He even summoned the Wolfsburg team doctor to assist in Ajao's rescue. In the eyes of the youth, with his yellow skin and dark hair, glimmered tears of distress. Damn it, you deceitful trickster. You ought to pursue a career in acting, for the Oscar would surely be yours. Fernandez stormed over, pointing an accusatory finger at An Lan. Hey, mind your language. My patience is not infinite. The referee, incensed, rushed to shield An Lan. He pointed a warning finger at Fernandez, declaring, "If you continue with these despicable antics, I shall have no choice but to issue a card." "No, please don't." An Lan rose to his feet. His voice choked with emotion as he spoke. Fernandez is also concerned for his teammates. I can empathize with his feelings. It is my fault for insisting on taking the free kick. Oh, dear child, do not blame yourself. This is merely an unfortunate incident. The referee patted his shoulder, and his impression of An Lan shifted once more. Still that earnest and kind-hearted boy. Fernandez, however, thought otherwise. If it weren't for his previous transgressions against this lad, he might have genuinely believed him. Observing An Lan, whose body trembled as if he were weeping while receiving comfort from the referee, a wave of dread washed over Fernandez. Fear took hold of him. After the combined efforts of the medical teams from Wolfsburg and Bochum, Ajao regained consciousness from his stupor. However, he was unable to continue the match. The force of his S-level strength had resulted in the shattering of 4 of his teeth. The team doctors skillfully retrieved a stretcher akin to that used by matcheries and placed him upon it, preparing to carry him away for further examination at the hospital. An Lan approached and knelt beside Ajao. His expression was one of agony and remorse, tears welling in his eyes as he trembled and spoke. "I am truly sorry. It is all my fault. Although you expressed racial slurs directed at me in the players' tunnel alongside the other 2, I assure you it was never my intention. I aspire to win honorably and change your perceptions." Bochum's team doctor, Wolfsburg's team doctor, Ajao, the entire audience, all the viewers of the Bundesliga live broadcast around the world. It is worth noting that other television stations from different countries were also capturing the silence. In a moment of heightened emotion, An Lan's voice rose, ensuring that his words were broadcast in their entirety. Following a brief silence, the atmosphere erupted, a cacophony of astonishment enveloping the stadium. At that instant, Bochum supporters could scarcely concern themselves with the team's deficit. The collective focus converged on a singular issue: racism. "Oh, this. I believe we must seek to comprehend the unfolding events." After a moment of contemplation, the Sky Sports commentator cautiously remarked, "It is evident that An Lan's performance has been somewhat peculiar since the match commenced. He just stated that 3 individuals are implicated in racially discriminatory remarks directed at him. Thus, in retaliation, he resorted to provocative actions. The player he has skillfully maneuvered past on 2 occasions. Matcheries may well be the second individual. As for the third, my guess would be goalkeeper Fernandez, as the previous rainbow dribble seemed utterly unnecessary. Of course, this is merely conjecture. The truth will only emerge following a post-match investigation." Another commentator interjected, "Indeed, everything hinges on the subsequent investigation. I trust that no player would jest about such matters. As for the identities of these 3 individuals, perhaps we shall discover them at halftime." On Longuo Sports Channel, Duan Xian furrowed his brow and, after a moment's reflection, solemnly declared, "I have faith that An Lan speaks truthfully." "Faith alone is insufficient," Tao Wei replied, somewhat conflicted. "Regardless of what was said, evidence must be presented. Otherwise, even if the opposing party made statements without evidence, they hold no validity." Ma Shufan stood nearby, her expression fraught with concern as she observed An Lan, who appeared guilt-ridden on the field. She yearned to rush over and offer him comfort, yet she remained rooted in place. The situation had escalated significantly. Dozens of journalists on the sidelines, resembling ravenous wolves, were eager to rush onto the field for interviews. However, as the match continued, any such intrusion would risk the revocation of their press credentials, forcing them to remain stationed at the entrance of the players' tunnel. This band of unofficial monarchs fixated on An Lan, poised to commence their pursuit the moment halftime arrived. Bochum's head coach, with a furrowed brow, utilized his second substitution. Ajao left the field, replaced by defender substitute Malaji. In merely one half, he had exhausted 2 substitutions. The coach could already envision the scenario for the second half. With all players fatigued, the opposing team had introduced 3 fresh players. A comeback seemed implausible. The aim now was merely to avoid a rout. Thus, he opted for a defender, shifting the formation from 4-4-2 to 5-3-2. As the match resumed, Bochum retained possession. Yet it was apparent that the players had lost their fighting spirit. They were acutely aware of the events transpiring in the players' tunnel. Glancing at the predatory journalists outside, some players found themselves in a quandary. If approached by reporters, should they speak candidly or shield their teammates? A minute later, the 4th official approached the sidelines, raising the board to indicate the stoppage time, 7 minutes. These 7 minutes proved to be the most arduous for the Bochum players, who, devoid of spirit, found themselves relentlessly besieged by Wolfsburg in their own half. In the 45-3 minute, An Lan suddenly surged forward, skillfully bypassing an opponent to create a one-on-one opportunity, which he decisively slotted into the net. 3-0, merely 4 minutes later. In the 45-7 minute, during the dying moments of first-half stoppage time, Graphite's shot was parried away by Fernandez, granting Wolfsburg a corner. An Lan expertly anticipated the trajectory of the football within the small penalty area, yet found himself unable to adjust his body in time. Relying solely on instinct, he instinctively turned and struck. A scorpion kick, a display of max-level shooting finesse within the confines of a small box. The ball found the net. 4-0. 2 goals in 7 minutes. The referee pointed towards the center circle, signaling the validity of the goal, and promptly blew the whistle to conclude the first half. He too craved the spectacle. As the whistle echoed, a throng of reporters surged forth, armed with their cameras and microphones. What was so remarkable about a 4-0 halftime score? Racial discrimination, indeed, was the sensational story. Chapter 70, The Abandoned One in Lan. May I have a moment for an interview? Hello, I am a reporter from Marca. I am from the Sun. Could I pose a few questions? There are allegations of racial discrimination against you by a player from VfL Bochum. Do you possess any evidence? Could you recount the events? Is there anyone willing to testify on your behalf? Did you intentionally kick Azza? As far as I know, Graphite has always been the primary free kick taker for Wolfsburg. Don't you find it rather distasteful to feign innocence after such an act? Fresh from the match, An Lan was already feeling the heat when he was suddenly encircled by a swarm of reporters, which added to his discomfort. Apart from him, Fernandez was also under intense scrutiny. An Lan spoke not a word, but with great difficulty, moved forward step by step. At last, the security team arrived to disperse the reporters. As he felt the air around him begin to circulate again, An Lan experienced a sense of relief. It was not until he reached the players' tunnel that he turned back and said to the eager journalists, "I assure you, everything I have said is true. The full truth will be revealed after the match. Racism is a grave issue, and I do not wish for it to become a media spectacle. I apologize for hitting Azhao, but in the second half, I shall shatter discrimination through my performance. If there is SA television in the hospital, I hope Matries and Azhao can enjoy the game thoroughly. Oh, and by the way, Fernandez can experience it live." Having delivered his remarks, An Lan strode into the players' tunnel without a backward glance. The journalists were exhilarated, as if they had consumed a stimulant. Some immediately made phone calls, while others sat down to jot down notes. "Oh look, I told you I was right," exclaimed a commentator from Sky Sports, brimming with excitement. "It's those three. Now we await to see if An Lan will present evidence post-match." Another commentator, perplexed, inquired, "This must be the first encounter between An Lan and the players from Bochum, right? So when did the conflict arise? Need you even ask? It was undoubtedly in the players' tunnel. Let's not forget, we were not exactly angels during our professional playing days." The two shared a knowing smile, nostalgia pulling them back to their youthful days. Upon returning to the Wolfsburg dressing room, An Lan first fist-bumped Lucas, who had been sent off, before turning to Maggath. "Rest assured, I have secured it." Maggath patted him on the shoulder, teasingly remarking, "According to an old proverb from your dragon country, this is what they call familiarity breeds ease, right? After your second goal, I dispatched someone to retrieve it. I must say, you certainly know how to make waves wherever you go." An Lan offered an awkward smile. Previously, during their time in the dragon country, they had turned the tide by utilizing the surveillance of the player tunnel. Little did they anticipate that upon arriving in the war chariot nation, they would have to replicate their success. It can only be said that the three imbeciles from Bochum were accustomed to bullying the timid SHG Nishi. They never imagined that, despite being of the same Asian descent, An Lan would harbor no fear of them whatsoever. Of course, they were even less prepared for the fact that An Lan not only stood unafraid, but was also determined to give them a taste of their own medicine. Clap, clap, clap. Maggath applauded, stepping towards the tactical board and stating, "An Lan's affairs are not for you to worry about. Let us focus on the match." In the first half, the opposing team was disheartened, and your performance holds little reference value. However, An Lan, you have astonishingly improved. Your second goal was simply exquisite. After leading the entire team in applause, Maggath continued, "In the second half, the opponents will surely reinforce their defense. A score of 4-0 is relatively secure, and I shall provide others the opportunity to shine. An Lan, I will allow you to play for another 20 minutes. But do exercise caution against the opponent's potential emotional outbursts and malicious fouls. Do you have confidence?" "Yes." 11 in stark contrast to the relaxed atmosphere of the Wolfsburg dressing room. The mood in Bochum's dressing room was one of bleak despair. Matries and Azar were sent to the hospital, leaving Fernandez huddled in a corner, trembling in fear. Before entering the players' tunnel, An Lan became the target of collective ire. What transpired? The head coach of Bochum had long been aware that the surveillance footage had been unlawfully copied, and he had already given up on the three imbeciles. The interrogation, now, was merely a formality. Observing Fernandez stammering in silence, the coach impatiently turned to Hashmian, saying, "You speak." Hashmian, the leading striker, unafraid of offending anyone, boldly declared, "Indeed, those three spoke harshly to An Lan in the players' tunnel." An Lan retaliated, and they even attempted to escalate the confrontation, but were halted by the captain. The captain of Bochum, relieved, thought to himself that based on Hashmian's defense, he must treat him to a night out at the club with 10 bottles of Ace of Spades. I see, where is Shinji Ono? The Bochum coach scanned the area and summoned Shinji Ono, who had been eavesdropping behind a trash bin. Did those three bully you during your time with the team? Upon being queried, Ono sprang to his feet, striking a military posture, and respectfully replied, "Yes, coach, they did not bully me. Please rest assured, I know what to say. What do you understand?" The coach retorted, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "I command you to speak the truth. I ask again, did they bully you or not?" Ono was momentarily taken aback, and after a few seconds, instead of feeling angered, a twisted smile spread across his face. Suddenly, he fell to his knees before the coach. "Please, coach, take justice for me. I have been bullied relentlessly. They made me. Azarov toyed with me. Matries is even more depraved. He actually manipulated me. Fernandez liked to make me," with tears streaming down his face. Shinji Ono lamented the mistreatment he had endured at the hands of the trio. One could say that although he was soft-hearted, he was quite clever. Realizing that the situation was escalating and the coach was inclined to abandon the three, Ono unhesitatingly opted for revenge. He had resolved that if An Lan lacked evidence, he would willingly step forward to expose them. Having endured such bullying for an extended period, Ono had amassed considerable evidence. It was merely that he had previously feared that revealing it would leave him without a team. Now that the truth was laid bare, he had made up his mind. If he could not make it in Europe, he would return to play in his homeland, but not before ensuring the ruin of those three individuals' careers. A series of scandals have been unveiled, plunging the entire changing room into a profound silence. All eyes shifted, casting peculiar glances towards Fernandez and Shinji Ono. They discerned the coach's intentions, rendering them unafraid of offending Fernandez, for after this match, the world of football would no longer witness the presence of these three individuals. The outcome of the game had become inconsequential. The Bochum coach refrained from devising any tactics, merely signaling the team to focus on defense for the second half before departing the room. In a secluded corner, he dialed the club's upper management. Chapter 71. The Goalkeeper Avoiding Football. As the second half commenced, commentators from various nations broadcasting the match displayed expressions of astonishment. Wasn't Fernandez accused of racial discrimination? How is he still on the pitch? Soon, the match provided them with an answer. In the 48th minute, the Bochum coach utilized his last substitution. He withdrew forward Histek, replacing him with substitute defender Delsek. Bochum's formation transitioned from 5-3-2 to 6-3-1. This pure defensive formation perfectly encapsulated the coach's intent. With a score of 4-0, he had surrendered all hope of resistance. The sole objective for the second half was to preserve this humiliation. Unfortunately, the players of Wolfsburg were not to be underestimated. Without mentioning An Lan, both Graphite and Zeko were brimming with competitive spirit. Last season, they had been the stars of the team. Since An Lan's arrival, he had eclipsed everyone else. This match saw him score 4 goals, achieving a remarkable quadruple, leading the Bundesliga scoring chart. An Lan had netted 9 goals in just 2 matches, 5 in the first and 4 in the second. Such an extraordinary striker had swiftly won the adoration of all Wolfsburg fans. Zeko and Graphite felt immense pressure, yet found themselves powerless, as An Lan was the tactical linchpin favored by Maggath. Fortunately, during halftime, Maggath indicated that An Lan would play for another 15 minutes before being substituted. Coupled with Bochum's evident lack of fighting spirit, the two immediately resolved to enhance their statistics in the second half. If they did not, considering An Lan's scoring efficiency when he shattered the Bundesliga scoring record, Zeko and Graphite might find themselves with single-digit tallies. When fans discussed the Wolfsburg trio, they could very well become the subject of ridicule. Fan A. Bro, who are the members of that trio from Wolfsburg? Fan B. An Lan, Graphite, Zeko. Fan A. Impressive, huh? Fan B. Absolutely. The Wolfsburg trio has scored 50 goals this season. An Lan with 48, Zeko with 1, and Graphite with 1. Fan A. Upon contemplating the aforementioned scene, both Zeko and Graphite could not help but shudder. Meanwhile, the Bochum goalkeeper, Fernandez, remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. In his perspective, as long as he continued to participate in the match, there must be no real threat. Even if An Lan accused him, it was unlikely that there would be any evidence. Yet, thoughts of a Japanese player in the team. The mere recollection of Shinji Ono's betrayal during halftime darkened Fernandez's expression. He turned his gaze towards the bench where Ono sat, resolutely deciding to teach him a lesson after the match. This time, it would be a decisive blow. If a dog is not properly trained, it will surely bite again. Seated on the bench, Shin's Ono was constantly observing Fernandez. Upon meeting the latter's suddenly fierce glare, he displayed a contemptuous smile. After all, Fernandez was rather foolish. The team had clearly abandoned him, yet he still entertained thoughts of revenge. At that moment, the Bochum head coach approached and sat beside him. "Ono," he greeted. "Yes, Fernandez's career is effectively over. You should destroy the evidence. It would be best not to escalate this matter." Ono was taken aback by this revelation, yet he feigned confusion, replying, "What evidence? I'm unaware of what you are referring to." "Stop pretending." The Bochum head coach expressed his irritation candidly. "I know your kind all too well, timid and vengeful. If you dare to stand up and testify against Fernandez, it indicates you possess a trump card, rather than pinning all your hopes on that lad from Wolfsburg. I will say this only once. Should Fernandez and his companions be dismissed, you will destroy the evidence. He may disparage Asian players from Wolfsburg, but such behavior will not be tolerated within my team." Having delivered his ultimatum, the head coach rose, casting a final warning at the visibly conflicted Ono. "Destroy it. And I can offer you 5 starting opportunities to prove yourself. Fail to comply, and you may as well return to your country to play in a lower league." Feeling threatened, Ono's face revealed a mix of resentment. Moments later, resignation washed over him, and he could only nod in agreement. "If An Lan can bring down Fernandez and his companions, I shall destroy it." The Bochum head coach then smiled, patted his shoulder, and left satisfied. Watching the coach's departing figure, Ono, who had initially felt wronged, now wore a smile. He had merely sought to negotiate. After all, if incidents of racial discrimination occurred within the team, the head coach would undoubtedly bear responsibility. With his objective achieved, he had secured 5 starting opportunities. Shin's Ono felt utterly content. In the 50th minute, Zico received a long pass. Leaping to head the ball into the arc at the edge of the penalty area, An Lan galloped forward, facing the formidable defense of Fernandez, and without pausing the ball, unleashed a powerful strike. The shot was imbued with tremendous force. From nearly 30 meters away, the soccer ball soared towards Fernandez's head like an arrow. At this distance, a professional goalkeeper would typically have the capacity to react. Fernandez could have easily deflected the ball with his fists. Yet, fear gripped him. In that fleeting moment, as the ball hurtled towards him, he recalled the harrowing fates of his teammates. Ajao, who had suffered 4 shattered teeth, and Matries, whose ribs had been mercilessly broken. Indeed, during halftime, the team had received distressing medical reports from the hospital. Matries had endured 3 fractured ribs from a brutal kick by Lucas. Ajao's condition was equally dire, suffering from a moderate concussion. Confronted by the imminent threat of the approaching ball, Fernandez made a shocking decision that left the crowd in disbelief. He bent down, a professional goalkeeper, evading the very ball he was meant to defend. A shot lacking any discernible angle found its way into the net. The goal was scored. An Lan has once again achieved remarkable success, netting 10 goals in the first 2 rounds of the Bundesliga, sending ripples throughout Europe. The Ruhr Stadium fell into a momentary silence, soon followed by a cacophony of boos. However, these jeers were not directed at An Lan, but rather at the home team's goalkeeper, Fernandez. The spectators behind him began to hurl objects and hurl invectives. "Get off the field, cowardly keeper. You are unworthy of representing us, you racist. Shame. You have brought disgrace upon Bochum. Go cry to your mother and tell her you fear football. You pathetic waste. You have humiliated Bochum across Europe." The fans' fury was justified. A goalkeeper who shies away from the ball is indeed a farce. It is foreseeable that this farce will echo throughout Europe after tonight. By tomorrow, everyone will be discussing it. "Did you hear about that goalkeeper who dodged the ball?" "Haha, of course, brother. It's that one from Bochum in the Bundesliga." As the goal was scored, even the most reluctant Bochum supporters had to replay the moment. The sight of Fernandez bending down in panic as the ball approached him elicited a chorus of boos from the entire stadium. Bochum's players turned to glare at him in anger. They realized Fernandez's career was over, and several defenders nearby showed him no mercy, openly berating him. "What are you doing? Are you even a professional player? Hurry up and leave after this match. You don't deserve to be on my team." Fernandez knelt on the ground, staring blankly at the ball nestled in the net, bewildered. "What have I just done? I could have easily punched that ball away, yet I was afraid." I bent down, faced with the scorn of the fans and his teammates. Fernandez wished for nothing more than to disappear. But he couldn't, for Bochum had exhausted all their substitution opportunities. Chapter 72, the Bundesliga's first calamity of the season. After scoring, An Lan sprinted across the field to the area where reporters had gathered, lifting his jersey. He had deliberately worn a tank top underneath during halftime. Now, the tank top was revealed, emblazoned with the words in German, English, and Chinese. Say no to racism. Upon seeing this, reporters went into a frenzy, capturing the moment. Dozens of television stations broadcasted An Lan's message worldwide. "Ah, well done," exclaimed the Dragon Nation sports channel's Duan Xian, after a moment of excitement. He added, "Well done. An Lan has faced some unfortunate events, yet he did not yield, but chose to speak through football. This is the spirit of our players from the Dragon Nation." Tao Wei also chimed in, slightly exhilarated. "Indeed, this young man, An Lan, has a strong character. It is truly heart-wrenching to see him wronged. I believe he acted rightly. To be honest, I often chat with a few basketball coaches as well. They all believe that the players from our Dragon Nation appear somewhat too soft. While skill is one aspect, character plays a significant role. If Yao Ming possessed the temperament of Yi Jianlian, akin to An Lan's, perhaps they would ascend to even greater heights." Upon hearing Tao Wei's remarks, several fans in front of their televisions nodded in agreement. Many supporters in the Dragon Nation engage with both football and basketball. Thus, they inherently grasp the essence of Tao Wei's statement. Yao Ming boasts formidable prowess, yet he can only serve as a secondary figure within the Rockets. As for Yi Jianlian, his performance has been lackluster since joining the Bucks in 2007. Some domestic critics, perceiving his play as feeble, have even dubbed him Lotus Sister. Yao Ming, with his undeniable strength, avoids provoking others, and in return, others do not antagonize him. Unfortunately, Yi Jianlian's situation is dire, according to various news reports. His tenure with the Bucks has been far from pleasant. He tends to shy away from social interactions, making it difficult for him to integrate with the team. Coupled with his failure to showcase his talents on the court, his experience within the team has been quite miserable. After satisfying the reporter's request for photographs, An Lan turned to embrace his arriving teammates. "You truly are a prodigy, scoring 10 goals in 2 matches. Deity remarked with a hint of envy. Patting An Lan's head, then inquired of Graphite, standing nearby. "What is the record for goals in the Bundesliga?" Graphite shrugged and replied, "Isn't it obvious? In the 1971-72 season, it was Gerd Müller with 40 goals. 40 goals. Deity mused, "It's only the second round of the Bundesliga, and you've already netted 10. If you score just 1 goal in each remaining match, breaking the record will be assured." The Bundesliga consists of 34 rounds, having completed 2, with An Lan already achieving 10 goals. Therefore, Deity's calculations appear sound. As long as An Lan maintains an average of 1 goal per match in the subsequent 32 games, his total would reach 42 goals, breaking the legendary Gerd Müller's 40-goal record, which has stood for 38 years, would be well within reach. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Deity shook his head and chuckled. "What am I thinking? A forward averaging 1 goal per match is utterly terrifying. Yet, it's indeed a possibility." Graphite, maintaining a stoic expression, interjected, "An Lan's performance is astonishing. As long as he remains uninjured, I believe he can surpass Müller's record." Gerd Müller, indeed? Upon hearing this name, An Lan felt a surge of excitement within. This legendary marksman of the battle carnation is truly an icon. If one were to surpass his record, it would undoubtedly be a form of homage. After the celebration, Maggath utilized his substitution quota. To prevent the Bochum players from resorting to desperate measures, An Lan was substituted before the 65th minute. An Lan is aware that the coach is acting in her best interest and bears no resentment towards this decision. Furthermore, Maggath substituted 2 players, thus utilizing all 3 available substitution slots. An Lan, front; Hasebe Makoto, middle; Zantner, back; Atron, middle; Santana, middle; Swain, front. Wolfsburg's formation has transitioned from a 4-5-1 to a 4-3-3. With victory assured, Maggath began to offer opportunities to the newcomers. The 18-year-old Swain, playing as a left winger, created space for the center forward Zeko and the right winger Graphite. The 19-year-old Atron also seized his chance, able to learn from Isimovic. The 24-year-old Hasebe Makoto has reached a level of maturity, and Maggath substituted him in to bolster the defense. After all, apart from An Lan, Asian players who have played abroad share a common trait. They possess remarkable endurance. As long as they can run, they will run tirelessly. When An Lan was substituted just 5 minutes into the second half, Bochum's coach breathed a sigh of relief. However, as the match progressed, he was infuriated, nearly lashing out at Maggath next door. With a score of 5-0, was this intentional? How could An Lan's departure invigorate Zeko and Graphite? The 23-year-old Zeko is at the pinnacle of his career, while the 30-year-old Graphite is in the prime of a forward's life. As the match concluded, the unbridled freedom to unleash their skills was bestowed upon the two of them by the team. An Lan is not a time traveler, thus he remains unaware. Were it not for his existence, in a parallel world, Zeko would have scored 25 goals this season. Graphite would have netted an impressive 28 goals, clinching this year's Bundesliga Golden Boot. Alas, there are no what-ifs. With An Lan's arrival at Wolfsburg, these two formidable scoring talents have been overshadowed. For Wolfsburg to truly forge a trident of attack, there are 4 possible avenues. Yet, each of these paths is fraught with difficulty. That is, Zeko must assume the leadership role. Graphite must take the helm. An Lan assumes the role of the leader. Benalio takes charge. In certain teams, a leader may exist both on the field and in the locker room. However, at Wolfsburg, there can only be one leader, for An Lan has accepted the mantle of responsibility. He cannot tolerate merely being the on-field captain. He seeks dominion, both on the pitch and within the dressing room. Following a match in the German Cup and 2 in the Bundesliga, both the players and the fans of Wolfsburg have recognized this. Deity and Graphite have frequently passed An Lan, yet his assists remain scarce as he often opts to go solo. For An Lan, only if Deity and Graphite acknowledge him as the team leader will he channel his prowess into assisting his teammates. This is certainly not a matter of selfishness on An Lan's part. Primarily, it reflects Maggath's tactical inclinations. A lengthy discussion has rendered An Lan a favored disciple of Maggath, who will undoubtedly nurture his prodigy wholeheartedly. Regardless of their grievances, Graphite and Deity must comply with the coach's directives. Having lost their core status, they must either willingly support An Lan or seek transfers. Furthermore, a forward who averages 5 goals leading his team to victory, even if he refrains from passing. Who would dare accuse him of being selfish? Wolfsburg's midfielder Misimovic has already shown signs of aligning with An Lan. His astonishing goal-scoring efficiency has placed him at the pinnacle of the assist rankings. In a world where success breeds loyalty, should Misimovic secure the title of Assist King this season, his market value would surely double. Under such circumstances, if Misimovic is wise, he will undoubtedly seek to curry favor with An Lan, as long as An Lan maintains his form and guides the team to continual victories. Even if he does not provide a single assist, no fan will label him a lone wolf. Conversely, should Deity and Graphite fail to pass to An Lan and choose to act independently, any poor performance on their part will certainly invite harsh criticism from the fans. Presently, the opportunity has arisen for Deity and Graphite. Maggath's stance is unwavering. As long as An Lan is present, they will never have their moment to shine. Only by showcasing their talents in An Lan's absence might they find a chance to transfer during the upcoming winter window. With this mindset, both players are exerting themselves to the utmost. The Bundesliga has now witnessed its first calamity of the season. Chapter 73, Acting According to My Cues. A massacre. The first tragedy of the Bundesliga has been born. Is it a distortion of the spirit or a decline in morals? Tens of thousands at the Ruhr Stadium weep. Astonishing. What has a 17-year-old prodigy from Longwood done to evoke such tears from young girls? 9-1. The second round of the Bundesliga has yielded a double-digit scoreline. Wolfsburg's trident dominates the Bundesliga, seizing the spotlight among the top 5 leagues. How much is An Lan worth? Real Madrid is interested in acquiring the young talent from Longwood during the winter transfer window. A goalkeeper has been implicated in allegations of racial discrimination, leading to a significant scandal unfolding at Bochum. Wolfsburg is set to hold a press conference tomorrow, during which An Lan will present evidence regarding the incidents of racial discrimination. With 2 matches yielding 10 goals and 5 consecutive victories, who can thwart the malevolent dragon emerging from the east? The excitement is palpable. Wolfsburg once again ignites the European football scene, as the Wolfsburg team bus quietly returned to the club under the cover of night. A green and white haze enveloped the entire football community in Europe. In the second half, Deity scored 1 goal, Graphite netted 3 to complete a hat-trick, and Misimovic secured a dramatic last-minute winner with a header. Had it not been for the referee's intervention, who controversially awarded a penalty during a Bochum attack, the match at Bochum's home ground could have ended in a terrifying 0-9 defeat. Fortunately, the home advantage allowed them to retain a semblance of dignity, but the score still escalated to a disheartening 1-9. After the match, Bochum's head coach lamented in an interview that Maggath disregarded sportsmanship and ethical conduct on the field, relentlessly pushing for victory despite the apparent outcome. Maggath countered that introducing 3 young players was merely a tactical exercise. Yet the players' fervent desire to win led to the unfortunate circumstances. Although An Lan was awarded the best player of the match, he did not attend the post-match press conference. This is a protective measure from Maggath, as it is indeed unwise for young players to be excessively exposed to the media. Regarding the issue of racial discrimination, Maggath announced a press conference will be held tomorrow in Wolfsburg. Additionally, a significant incident occurred. The Bochum goalkeeper was assaulted by extreme Bochum fans after the match, leading to Fernandez being hospitalized with his gloves severely damaged. Following the arrests of the 3 assailants, thousands of Bochum fans, still present, gathered at the police station, chanting for their release and proclaiming the 3 as heroes. It can be said that the second round of the Bundesliga has concluded, with Wolfsburg once again overshadowing Bayern Munich and Borussia Dortmund, seizing the front pages of newspapers in their nation and across Europe. After all, no match has ever been so rife with drama. Double-digit scores, racial discrimination, 3 players hospitalized, a goalkeeper evading a ball, and a 17-year-old prodigy scoring 5 goals in 2 matches. Any one of these events alone would suffice to become a sensational highlight, not to mention their convergence. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Dragon Kingdom, a tremendous wave has erupted following the match. NBA superstar Yao Ming stated in an interview that racial discrimination is an issue every Asian athlete abroad encounters. He has faced it himself, but like An Lan, he has been able to shatter such prejudices through his talent. What then should ordinary Asian athletes with less exceptional gifts do? This is a matter that all of Asia must take seriously and address. In the online realm, discussions about An Lan have surged on platforms such as Baidu Tieba, Mop Forum, and Weibo, trending as hot topics. Alongside this, fans have once again vocally criticized the Dragon Kingdom's Football Association. Dragon Kingdom fans have developed a visceral reaction. Whenever An Lan excels, they feel compelled to chastise Dragon Kingdom football. Amid this fervor, some celebrities from the entertainment industry have also sought to capitalize on the spotlight. Recently engaged international star Zhang Zi took to Weibo to declare her admiration for An Lan. Li Bingbing, who recently won the 100 Flowers Award for her role in Cloud and Water Song, inquired during an interview whether anyone knew An Lan's phone number, expressing a desire to connect with him. Newly popular actresses Zhou Sun and Zhao Wei, both of whom gained fame from the Phil-painted skin, also professed their admiration for An Lan during interviews. When reminded that An Lan is only 17, their sentiments shifted to wanting to adopt him as a younger brother, sparking laughter among netizens. In summary, Dragon Kingdom football has once again stumbled in the face of World Cup qualifiers. An Lan has become the beacon of hope for all fans of the Dragon Nation. Following the withdrawal of the soaring athlete, he, alongside the illustrious Yao Ming, has rightfully ascended to the status of a top-tier sports celebrity in the Dragon Nation, who dare to assert that the people of the Dragon Nation are only capable of excelling in niche sports such as table tennis, diving, and badminton. The Dragon Nation boasts Yao Ming in basketball, the soaring athlete in track and field, and An Lan in football. Surrounding nations have expressed their envy towards the Dragon Nation for possessing such a prodigious talent in An Lan. In particular, experts from Kimchi Nation have published analytical reports suggesting that An Lan may possess ancestral ties to their country. Upon the release of this report, hundreds of thousands from Kimchi Nation resorted to their traditional practices, petitioning the fraud platform for An Lan to acknowledge his roots. A Dragon Nation netizen studying abroad translated the news back home, igniting the fury of Dragon Nation football fans. Consequently, under the organization of various forums such as Li E-Bar, World of Warcraft Bar, Wolfsburg Bar, and An Lan Bar, the football forums and websites of Kimchi Nation were besieged overnight by Dragon Nation netizens. In the late hours at the Anta headquarters in Yinjing, Dragon Nation, a question arose. Is there any issue with signing An Lan? This represents a prime opportunity to amplify our overseas influence. In the office, the then president of Anta, An Lan, inquired of the executive seated across from him. Anta, founded by An Lan in 1991, has weathered the storms of the past 17 years as a prominent sports brand, maintaining a leading position in the Dragon Nation. However, on the global stage, Anta remains relatively unknown, which has become a source of inner turmoil for An Lan. He dreams of elevating his company to a world-class status, akin to the renowned Air Jordan in the United States. Unfortunately, many of the champion athletes in the Dragon Nation are associated with niche sports and relying on representatives from diving, table tennis, and weightlifting to broaden the overseas market proves to be an insurmountable challenge. Just as An Lan resigned himself to this fate, the emergence of An Lan sparked a glimmer of opportunity. An Lan couldn't help but exclaim, "Everyone shares the surname, and 500 years ago, we were one family. Surely, you have come to rescue me, dear brother." The executive, oblivious to the president's thoughts, pondered for a moment before candidly replying, "It will be quite challenging to secure his signature." An Lan raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "What do you mean?" The executive, noticing their boss's unusual demeanor, swallowed hard before responding. An Lan's commercial value has now become evident. It's not just domestic companies. Several foreign sports brands are vying for his attention. We can see his potential, and those foreigners are undoubtedly coveting our Asian market. According to the reports from our envoy in Europe, Adidas, Nike, Puma, and Under Armour are all negotiating prices with Raiola. An Lan's hand movements paused momentarily as he nervously inquired, "Has he agreed?" "Not at the moment," the executive replied, adding, "Though the intentions of that vampire agent, An Lan, remain unclear, it is evident that they are biding their time for the right price." He chuckled softly. An Lan lit a cigarette, shaking his head with a smile, and remarked, "This is not merely a matter of waiting for the right price. Raiola evidently possesses immense confidence in An Lan, believing that he will not only maintain his current form, but will also continue to enhance his abilities, ultimately evolving into a consistently elite star. This, although they are all from the Dragon Country, I feel a senior executive cautiously stated, I am uncertain how long An Lan's remarkable form can endure. After all, we Asians have not had such outstanding precedents, and the likelihood of him encountering an untimely decline in the future is considerably high. Is that so? An Lan remained non-committal upon hearing these words. After a brief pause, he casually inquired, "Do you believe we should strive earnestly for An Lan now, or wait until his decline to secure him at a lower price?" The executive, oblivious to the glimmer of insight that briefly flickered in An Lan's eyes, responded, "Personally, I lean towards the latter. After all, even if An Lan were to falter in European football, his return to domestic or Asian leagues would still yield substantial financial gains for us. He has already become a legendary figure in the Dragon Nation." An Lan, "Very well. I will contemplate this. You may leave." Executive, "Yes, boss." Half an hour later, the executive received a termination notice directly approved by the president. 1 o'clock in the morning. The upper management of An Lan has resolved to join the fervent pursuit of An Lan. An executive tasked with securing the An Lan project gazes out into the pitch-black night as he embarks on a night flight to the land of war chariots. His mind solely occupied by President An Lan's singular admonition, "Spare no effort and pursue An Lan at all costs." Chapter 74. The middle-aged man who deceives himself while the external world swirls with turbulence. The atmosphere aboard the Wolfsburg bus is one of unbridled joy. A resounding victory of 9-1 has etched smiles upon the faces of every player. Even Maggath, who has typically maintained a calm demeanor, now wears a smile at the corners of his lips. After 3 matches, the benefits extend far beyond An Lan alone. As the head coach, Maggath's prowess, from uncovering young talent to devising tactical strategies for Wolfsburg, has garnered widespread acclaim among football commentators. Under the current triumphant streak of 3 consecutive wins, the accolades he receives far surpass the criticisms. Should Wolfsburg achieve commendable results this season, there is no reason Maggath cannot ascend to the ranks of esteemed coaches. Observing his players singing joyously, Maggath casts a gentle gaze towards An Lan, who is playfully engaging with Lucas, his mind drifting through the names of various illustrious coaches. Ancelotti, Ferguson, Mourinho, Lippi, Wenger, Simeone, and this year the newly appointed head coach of the illustrious La Liga club Barcelona, Guardiola, stands as his primary rival. The media fervently juxtaposes him with Guardiola, analyzing which of the two is destined to become the next illustrious manager. A surge of indomitable fighting spirit and ambition welled up within Maggath as he mused to himself. Victory is assured. What does Barcelona have? Pedro, Sanchez, Messi, Xavi, Iniesta, Eto'o, Henry? Wait a moment, where's my husband? Suddenly, Maggath's smile faltered. The sheer strength of Barcelona's lineup was indeed formidable. Here I am with only a burgeoning An Lan and a developing Zeko, complemented by a near-elite forward, Graphite, and a second-tier striker, Misimovic. This is utterly unfair. Unfair. Guardiola, do not even think about appearances. Your squad could win even with a dog on the leash. In a fit of frustration, Maggath exclaimed aloud. The most dreaded silence enveloped the air. The raucous atmosphere on the bus abruptly dissipated, and everyone turned in bewilderment towards the coach, who had suddenly lost composure. Only the echo of Maggath's words lingered in the vehicle. A dog could win the championship, title. After a moment of contemplation, An Lan comprehended the implications of Maggath's words. He felt a profound gratitude towards his mentor. In order to spare his mentor any embarrassment, An Lan rose from his seat and took a place beside Maggath. He then waved his hand exuberantly and proclaimed, in appreciation of Lucas stepping up for me, I will treat everyone to a night of revelry. Tonight's expenses are on me, young master, and let the music play, let the dancing commence. How? Upon hearing of the free night at the club, no one cared about the old man's eccentricities any longer. The atmosphere within the vehicle reignited with fervor. Maggath, filled with gratitude, patted An Lan's thigh, cherishing the fact that his beloved disciple was bailing him out financially. Do not worry. The Best Coach of the Year award will surely be yours next year. An Lan leaned closer to his ear and whispered, You must have faith in me and in the Wolf Castle. Guardiola is merely a bald man. What does he know about football? Upon hearing these words, Maggath was profoundly touched. The considerate little warm garment was truly remarkable. It was worth his efforts in the upper echelons of the team to advocate for An Lan as the core of the squad. This typically stern German man could not help but feel a wave of sentimentality at this moment, choking up as he said Thank you. We will surely achieve results. I will surpass Ferguson and fully unleash your potential. 2 years. No, just one. Maggath raised a finger and solemnly declared, Give me 1 year. And I will ensure your name stand alongside Ronaldo of Manchester United and Messi of Barcelona. An Lan smiled and extended a finger, saying, All right, then it's settled. In a year, I shall help you become a renowned coach, and together we shall forge a legendary season for Wolfsburg. Sitting in the back seat with Maggath were the Wolfsburg captain Benaglio and the star striker Graphite, who upon overhearing the conversation between the two ahead, felt a profound sense of bitterness. The heartwarming scene of an elder and a youth making a pact only brought them a taste of sorrow. What else could they do? The pain was unbearable. The head coach was now entirely shaped by the spirit of the young compatriots from Dragon Country. Upon arriving at the club late at night, Maggath, ever perceptive, chose not to say much. After announcing a day of rest for tomorrow, he disbanded the team amidst the players' cheers. An Lan refrained from joining a group of older revelers at the nightclub, citing his minority status as the reason. However, this is hardly a legitimate excuse, as under organized circumstances, minors are permitted to enjoy the nightlife. His mind, occupied solely by the image of Maschafan, rendered him disinterested in frivolity. Due to a previous assignment involving a night of dancing, An Lan possessed the contact information for the manager of all nightclubs in Wolfsburg. He reached out to the manager of the nightclub the team intended to visit and reserved a consumption quota of 100,000 euros, handing the card over to Lucas, who would ultimately settle the bill. While the Wolfsburg players expressed regret over the absence of their benefactor, the prospect of such extravagant spending left them in awe and exhilaration. An Lan's grand gestures have certainly garnered the admiration of numerous players. Naturally, as the primary guest of honor, Lucas is utterly devoted to An Lan. He knows that as long as he dares to step up, his leader will always have his back. He is grateful that his choice was not misguided. What does it matter if his career is unremarkable? Having such a leader is, indeed, a stroke of fortune. Accompanying them is an uncle with a camera documenting their journey, along with the trio of commentators from the German Bundesliga. Observing the eager demeanor of the three middle-aged men, An Lan finds it rather amusing and concocts an excuse for a night out at a nightclub. Ahem, Shaoan, I merely wish to experience the atmosphere with Coach Tao. Duan Xian explains it somewhat sheepishly. Beside him, Tao Wei chimes in, pretending to be innocent. Yes, primarily because we've never encountered a scene where the stakes are 100,000 euros in a single night. The cameraman adds, I feel the same way. An Lan chuckled softly, following the flow of their chatter. Certainly, rest assured. I shall not reveal this to your sister-in-law. Having said that, without waiting for the trio to continue their explanations or justifications, she turned and grasped Ma Shufan's small hand. Dashing away, as they strolled along the deserted path, An Lan brimmed with pride, anticipating that Ma Shufan would commend her for her virtuous conduct. To her surprise, however, the young girl abruptly halted midway, her eyes wide with astonishment, and her first words were, What a prodigal. How could you spend so much money? An Lan, Chapter 75. The moonlight is truly beautiful. No longer alone. System upgrade. Everyone appeared to be enveloped in solitude, each endeavoring in their own manner to alleviate their loneliness, yet in truth, merely perpetuating their isolation. Loneliness is a curse bestowed upon social beings by fate, while solitude remains the sole escape from such desolation. Throughout his years playing football domestically, An Lan had unwavering faith in a phrase he encountered in 100 years of solitude. In a team of 22, he was invariably the most solitary figure. Of course, when others attempted to forge friendships with him, the inevitable outcome often led to disagreements on various matters, causing the nascent bonds of camaraderie to dissolve once more. He was neither a saint nor oblivious to the intricacies of human relationships. He simply held a sanctified reverence for football, at least in An Lan's perspective. The act of gifting for a starting position or retreating to nightclubs after a loss did not align with his understanding of human interaction. Thus, in his 17 years of life, he had not cultivated any heartfelt friendships. Yet tonight, the night was exquisitely beautiful. The moonlight streamed in, illuminating the sleeping girl beside him, captivating An Lan's gaze. The night always evokes a sense of sentimentality, particularly when two souls are stirred by impulse. The essence of life found its expression. An Lan felt as though he was no longer alone. At the same time, he had matured into a man. As dawn broke, he awoke and turned to glance at the figure beside him. Ma Shufan was still in slumber, her brow slightly furrowed, appearing remarkably delicate. Observing her fragile expression, An Lan experienced a blend of tenderness and pride. The athletic physique he possessed rendered him formidable wherever he went. He leaned down and gently kissed Ma Shufan's cheek before turning towards the bathroom. However, as he turned away, Ma Shufan opened her eyes, gazing at his retreating silhouette with a complicated expression. Reclining comfortably in the bathtub, An Lan silently invoked System, check for updates. The latest system upgrade was the final beta version of the Star Player Experience Card 3.0. The update log was as follows: new personal attribute option, free kick, activation of redemption channels in the system shop. The host's currently eligible achievements will automatically convert into redemption points. Introduction of a retention feature, allowing the host to decide whether to utilize the experience card retention count. 3. A bug was detected in the daily tasks, as they did not trigger every day. Thus, the daily tasks have been renamed weekly tasks. Upon completion of the weekly tasks, the host will receive specific rewards. Upon reviewing the update log, An Lan's curiosity surged. He accessed the system shop and discovered that his redemption points had risen to 430. Clicking to view the details, the breakdown of points appeared, scoring 4 goals in the DFB Pokal match, 80 redemption points, earning the title of best player in that match, 50 redemption points, achieving 5 goals in a Bundesliga match, 100 redemption points, earning the title of best player in that match, 50 redemption points, scoring 5 goals in a Bundesliga match, 100 redemption points, earning the title of best player in that match, 50 redemption points. The points were awarded as follows: 100 points for scoring 5 goals in a single match, 80 points for 4 goals, and 50 points for being named best player. System: if I score just 1 goal in a match, that would yield 20 redemption points, correct? The scoring redemption points only apply to official matches, and a minimum of 3 goals must be scored in a single game. Oh, An Lan was taken aback. The standards of this system were exceedingly high. Scoring a single goal would earn 20 points. But one could only activate this reward by scoring a hat trick in a single match. If one wished to accumulate exchange points through goals, it necessitated achieving a trifecta in a match. This was utterly outrageous. Surely, winning a cup or league championship would also augment one's exchange points, right? Indeed, and accolades awarded by organizations such as the FFA would likewise enhance the exchange points, correct? Certainly, having clarified the rules, An Lan eagerly perused the marketplace, seeking the coveted item he had long desired. Thorny shin guards price, 30 exchange points. Description: visually indistinguishable from ordinary shin guards, yet a potent defense against malice. Function: when subjected to malicious fouls from opposing players, it absorbs all damage and retaliates with a force of 200. After merely 2 matches, An Lan encountered an incident of racial discrimination. He could scarcely imagine that his treatment on the field in future games would be anything less than dismal. He was unafraid of fair competition that tested skill. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of desperate individuals resorting to underhanded tactics to undermine him. Upon clicking to purchase, the 30 exchange points vanished. The thorny shin guards were stored in An Lan's system inventory, ready for immediate retrieval when needed. Incredibly convenient, with 400 tribute points remaining. After browsing the system shop, An Lan purchased a personal attribute enhancement card BA. He felt immense relief for having chosen to elevate his speed to a level rather than be level. as the shop offered merely 4 types of personal attribute enhancement cards. Personal attribute enhancement card, ED, 50 exchange points. Personal attribute enhancement card, DC, 100 exchange points. Personal attribute enhancement card, CB, 200 exchange points. Personal attribute enhancement card, BA, 400 exchange points. This implied that advancing personal attributes from a level to S level could only be achieved through completing tasks. An Lan immediately opted to use the purchased enhancement card, upgrading his shooting from B level to A level. After concluding his shopping, An Lan turned his attention to the task section. The weekly tasks, unknown until accepted, felt akin to unboxing a mystery box. Furthermore, following the system update, weekly tasks had to be claimed, although An Lan could choose which day of the week to accept them. Today was Monday, and with a mindset of embracing challenges head-on, An Lan decided to accept the task. Weekly task. Is being overly ambitious a trait of the young? Task content. Please participate in a variety show centered around battle vehicles this week, and boldly make a declaration regarding the next match, ultimately fulfilling it. The host has but one opportunity. If the declaration is deemed too simplistic, the task will automatically fail. Task reward. 1 random star player's free kick skill card task penalty. Acquisition of the title Incompetent Blowhard, which must be worn once obtained. Incompetent blabbermouth, upon wearing it. The host will develop a slight stutter. This serves as a punishment for those who boast grandly yet lack the capability to deliver. Hiss. This task is quite nefarious. Upon reviewing the task, An Lan furrowed his brow, contemplating a challenge with the lava beast. Previous appearances on variety shows had posed no issues. Since the commencement of the German Cup, Raiola had received countless invitations daily. However, An Lan had previously declined all such offers, citing a commitment to training. Now, wishing to participate in a program, he merely needed to make a phone call, and numerous directors would extend their invitations. The crux of the matter lay in establishing a flag, which troubled An Lan. A flag that was too easily attainable would not suffice, while one that was excessively ambitious would only heighten the difficulty of his endeavors. Striking the right balance proved to be the most challenging aspect. After perusing the weekly tasks, An Lan revisited the star card storage feature, which was exceedingly practical. Against certain underperforming teams, he found no necessity to deploy his star experience cards. Reflecting on his earlier acquisition of the Peak Cat card, he lamented its use in the U19 match, deeming it a gross misallocation. Had the storage function been available then, An Lan would undoubtedly have preserved the Peak Cat experience card. True talent must be wielded judiciously. At present, leveraging his own skills and abilities, he could comfortably secure a starting position as a forward. The system evaluation would attest to this. System, please display my personal attributes panel. Name, An Lan. Age, 17 years and 190 days. Team, Wolfsburg. Position, forward dribbling. B shooting, a free kick. D explosiveness, a speed. S strength, B stamina. B football intelligence, a mentality. A skills, miracle of strength, purple. 7 and 7 out, orange. Predator instinct, orange. Honors, Chinese Super League top scorer, 2. Best scorer at World Youth Championship overall evaluation. Your speed has reached the pinnacle of player capabilities. You are not merely a speedy flank player. You are a formidable steed on the flank. Your shooting has also improved. You now possess the abilities of a top-tier winger, though your arsenal remains somewhat limited and requires expansion. Items: Lucky 4-leaf clover, Cursed Talisman. 29 cans of Super Red Bull German Cup task. Master of Oppression task description. Achieve a quadruple in a match against teams of lower league standing and ultimately claim the German Cup championship. Task reward. System upgrade, random purple passive skill. Task penalty. Earn the title of Cup competition weakling, resulting in a 50 decrease in strength when facing teams of inferior league status in the future. Special task. The Wolf King must stand alone. A true man, born of heaven and earth, cannot languish beneath others for long. Task description. Ascend to the position of team leader before the Bundesliga winter break. Whether in the locker room or on the pitch, the Wolf King shall be you alone. Task reward. 1 random S-level skill, task penalty. Post 10 statements on social media declaring yourself as the disciple of D. Eco and Graphite. Legendary quest, God quest introduction. Half the hand of God, half the head of Maradona. Quest requirements. Thoroughly obliterate the self-esteem of the 3 players who just mocked the host in this match. Quest reward. A random personal attribute of Maradona, if the drawn attribute does not exceed the host's own attribute. The host's original attribute level will automatically be elevated by 1 grade. Quest penalty. None quest progress. 2 out of 3. Oh no. I almost forgot the main event. Upon seeing the legendary quest, An Lan suddenly remembered that he had a press conference to hold today. He quickly exited the system, washed up hastily, and emerged from the bathroom. As he opened the bathroom door, he spotted Maggath dressing herself. You, hurry and put on your clothes." After waiting for a while, without any sound from An Lan in the bathroom, Maggath assumed he was embarrassed to see her in such a state. She decided to dress and prepare breakfast instead. However, upon unexpectedly catching sight of An Lan, who was entirely unclothed, she was taken aback. Having been somewhat sheltered, she was instantly flustered. They had seen each other before last night. After all, they had kissed. As long as she remained unembarrassed, it was others who should feel awkward. With this mindset, An Lan boldly approached the bedside, wrapped his arms around Maggath, and planted a kiss on her. "Pervert, I'm going to prepare breakfast." Maggath's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she pinched An Lan and then hurried out of the room. How shy." An Lan smiled triumphantly, donning his attire while simultaneously unlocking his phone. Last night, in an effort to preserve the ambience, he had powered down his device. As soon as he switched it back on, it erupted with incessant notifications, revealing dozens of missed calls and messages. There were communications from Maggath, Riola, as well as Duan Xian and Tao Wei. An Lan was the first to dial Riola's number. The call was answered in an instant. "Oh, my dear ancestor, where have you been? I am right outside your door. Hurry back." Upon hearing this, An Lan hastily descended the stairs and opened the villa's front door. Riola, bearing breakfast in hand, cast a forlorn glance at An Lan. "I apologize. I slept too soundly last night. My dear." An awkward smile graced An Lan's lips as she welcomed him inside. Once inside, Riola lowered his gaze and immediately noticed a pair of high heels. He quickly scanned the surroundings until his eyes landed on Maggath, who was bustling about in the kitchen, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Just as he had anticipated, as long as it was not some wild model, everything would be fine. After years of managing the careers of star athletes, Riola had grown profoundly familiar with their patterns. When a star suddenly becomes unreachable, there are typically two explanations. Either their phone has been misplaced, or they partied too late the previous night and are now sleeping like a log. An Lan is evidently the second type. In the face of this second scenario, Riola often finds himself in the role of damage control. However, his focus is primarily on the affairs concerning star athletes. Some of these opportunistic individuals are unwilling to settle for a mere one-time gain of a few thousand or tens of thousands of euros. What they truly desire is a long-term source of income coupled with media exposure. Naturally, stars are not naive. They would not engage in romantic entanglements that could lead to their downfall. Consequently, these individuals will go to great lengths to forge connections with the stars. The most foolproof method is to become pregnant, as many stars and musicians have found themselves financially ruined due to their inability to control their desires, resulting in numerous illegitimate offspring. Another tactic involves capturing photographs and videos as evidence. While this may not directly implicate the star, it can tarnish their reputation and cause considerable distress. Meanwhile, these opportunists can seize the opportunity to appear on more shows or even publish a book, thus reaping additional financial rewards. Fortunately, An Lan's relationship is a genuine romance that requires no cleanup, much to Riola's relief, as tending to the aftermath of such situations can be exceedingly burdensome. Half an hour later, at the dining table, Riola gazes at An Lan with a sense of grievance, resembling a 200-pound infant. "I ought to be under the table, not here, witnessing your sweet moments." He brought 2 breakfasts. Yet there are 3 people in the house. After expressing her gratitude, An Lan took the breakfast, sharing a portion with Maggath. The two engaged in playful banter as they savored their meal together. Observing this scene, Riola, whose stomach was growling with hunger, felt an overwhelming urge to storm out in indignation. However, he could not afford to do so, for seated before him was the very embodiment of his fortune, his yacht and luxury car, the source of his wealth. Following An Lan's remarkable achievement of 5 consecutive victories yesterday, several prestigious brands had reached out to Riola seeking her as their spokesperson. Among them, a sports brand from the Dragon Country was particularly generous, boldly stating their willingness to engage in an open bidding war with other sports brands. Regardless of how much Adidas or Nike offered, the representative from this Dragon Country brand, named An Lan, promised to exceed their bids by 10%. Just from these endorsements alone, the commission Riola stood to gain was astronomical. If he were to consume the food laid out before him for every meal henceforth, this commission could sustain him for several lifetimes. With this thought in mind, Riola's grievances evaporated instantly. No longer feeling wronged, he began to reflect on his situation instead. What harm was there in indulging in a meal when I am so corpulent? Young people often lack restraint and understanding. It is entirely normal to revel in joy with one's girlfriend. After battling through the night, what was wrong with replenishing energy? As his manager, I should not only alleviate his burdens, but also contemplate joining him for breakfast? How utterly foolish of me. Watching Raiola's expressions shift wildly, akin to the dramatic face-changing art of Sichuan opera, was quite the spectacle. An Lan was taken aback, fearing he was having a seizure, and reached for his phone to call for an ambulance. Raiola, interrupted from his self-reflection, regained his composure and quickly stopped him. An Lan, with a hint of concern, inquired, "Are you all right?" Raiola, his chubby face breaking into a smile, shyly replied, "I'm fine. Seeing you reminds me of my 17-year-old self." "Goodness, are you serious? What football star were you at 17? An awkward cough followed. "You know, chatting like this could jeopardize your role as an agent. I plan to finish the press conference this afternoon and then appear on a television show tonight. After that, I'll take on a few endorsements." "Ha ha. You are a superstar, my friend. Me? I'm just a nobody." "Indeed, it must be you, old Rai." "Absolutely. I recently delved into much of the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. I would say this demonstrates my adaptability. Wouldn't you agree?" "Impressive." Ma Shufan, standing nearby, was utterly astonished. She was well aware of Raiola's esteemed reputation and was taken aback that one of the top 3 agents in the world of football would be so familiar with her young boyfriend. Their interaction felt entirely egalitarian, even tinged with a sense of affection towards her partner. In the next moment, a wave of insecurity washed over Ma Shufan. Being 5 years older than An Lan and aware of his rising stardom in football made her feel that their future together seemed rather uncertain. Chapter 77. An Lan's Variety show debut noon VfL Wolfsburg club An Lan, clad in a sleek black suit, faced dozens of journalists from across Europe. Unperturbed as he tapped the spacebar of his laptop. Behind him, a prearranged projection screen began to display a video. The footage revealed every detail of the events that transpired in the players' tunnel, illuminating the culpability of 3 Bochum players accused of racial discrimination. The room was filled with the incessant click of cameras, flashes illuminating the scene. Having undertaken such a task before, An Lan navigated the proceedings with ease. After the video concluded, he addressed several questions and eloquently elevated the discourse before concluding the press conference. Within 10 minutes of the press conference's conclusion in Wolfsburg, the Bochum club, well prepared, released an announcement on their official website. Players Fernandez, Matries, and Ajao were expelled from the team. They would receive not a single penny of their remaining salary or severance pay, as Bochum countersued them. Citing damage to their honor, the club demanded compensation for defamation. The press conference in Wolfsburg made headlines across all major nations, signaling the end of these 3 individuals' mainstream football careers, while they might find opportunities in smaller locales. Their transition from prominent players in the top 5 leagues to entirely feudal amateur league players marked a profound psychological blow. After the press conference, An Lan and Raiola ventured to a CAF. And here's a list of programs that have invited you this past week. Which one catches your eye? I believe you should participate. With your unique East-West appeal and the advantage of playing forward, you could easily become the next Beckham. Raiola's mention of Beckham resonated with An Lan. Although he had little interest in becoming a second Beckham, he found no inclination to contradict Raiola. "I am who I am, a firework of a different hue." Such sentiments are best expressed after achieving success, not in the present moment. What struck him was the illustrious career of the legendary figure adored by Dragon Country fans. Football is indeed a wondrous sport. Some find themselves consumed by obsession, while others ascend to greatness through determination. Beckham once bore the burden of being a pariah, only to later redeem himself and emerge as a new idol for his fans. Last year, the once young Beckham, now matured, announced his signing with a Major League Soccer team to continue his professional journey. The MLS is the premier football league of the United States, with Los Angeles Galaxy regarded as a powerhouse. Yet, it is well understood that even such illustrious clubs attract less attention than the lower-tier teams of the top 5 leagues. Moreover, even within the United States, football ranks as the 5th or even 6th most popular sport. This underscores the harsh realities faced by professional players, transitioning from Manchester United to Real Madrid and then to Los Angeles Galaxy. Beauty fades and heroes grow old. No matter how legendary a player may be, they cannot escape the ravages of time. If it were me, at the twilight of my career, I would prefer to gracefully withdraw from the fierce currents rather than languish in the lower leagues. An Lan suddenly uttered a sigh. However, Raiola did not echo his sentiments, as they were utterly incongruent with his own values. He believed that An Lan was still too young. The considerable sum spent on signing him was not intended for the purpose of securing championships, but rather merely to sell tickets. Fans willingly opened their wallets to witness his performance. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement for all parties involved. Why not embrace it? The two chose to refrain from further discussion. An Lan glanced at the program list and selected a local show from the nation of Zhansha, titled Hoot Show. Translated, it means today's show. As a long-standing program in Zhansha, its style is characterized by a penchant for satire. However, the meticulous people of Zhansha are not perpetually rigid. This particular show is quite audacious in its approach, since they are set to embark on a bold venture. It is only fitting to choose a show that thrives on provocation. Raiola was taken aback upon seeing An Lan's choice of today's show. He had anticipated that An Lan would opt for a more serious interview program. Yet, the more daring the show, the greater the impact on public discourse. Fearing that An Lan might reconsider, Raiola hastily seized his phone and dialed the director's number. Upon learning that An Lan wished to appear on the show, but insisted on recording today, the director readily acquiesced, indicating availability at any time. The rarer the opportunity, the more precious it becomes. An Lan had not participated in a single program since his debut over 3 months ago. Given the current popularity of the young man from Longhua, one can only imagine that his variety show debut would shatter viewership records. Once confirmed, the director of today's show promptly approached the producer. The producer decisively postponed the day's recording, preparing relevant materials concerning An Lan. After concluding his discussion with Raiola, An Lan returned home. That evening, Raiola would personally pick him up. Being An Lan's inaugural appearance on a variety show, Raiola was understandably concerned and decided to accompany him to oversee the event. Upon returning to the villa, An Lan was surprised to find that his home had been completely transformed. As he entered the bedroom, he noticed Ma Shufan diligently polishing the wardrobe. An Lan embraced her from behind, burying his face in the girl's neck. The warmth of his breath brushed against Ma Shufan's slender, delicate neck, eliciting a slight tickle. You smell delightful. You're back. Oh, why are you? There are cleaners around. It will be better if you tidied up the bedroom yourself. How diligent of you. It seems your health has fully restored. As An Lan began to stir with anticipation, Ma Shufan felt a jolt of surprise. The memories of last night's fervor made her blush, accompanied by a hint of trepidation. It is often said that girls become more bashful when together, and indeed, this held true. During her university days, she had huddled with her roommates under the covers on dark nights, watching such films. Yet, never had anyone been as imposing as An Lan. It was utterly daunting, akin to a water snake. No, more like a tailless monkey. Stop. Please, it still hurts. Ma Shufan struggled in An Lan's embrace, hesitantly uttering, well, I have a program to attend tonight, so you needn't wait up for me. Just rest early. An Lan tenderly kissed her hair, exuding a sense of indulgence. As the clock struck 10 in the evening, the lively atmosphere was palpable. Hello, everyone. It's time for today's show. We shall not delve into global news. Instead, let us discuss the recent significant events occurring domestically, exclaimed the host, John, with animated gestures that effortlessly engaged the audience. Since its inception in 1957, the show has enjoyed a rich legacy of 51 years, becoming a cherished staple among the citizens of this nation. The enduring appeal of the program lies in its boldness to speak candidly. Oh, perhaps some viewers might wonder what notable events have transpired recently. To that, I can only say you have been quite uninformed. Without further ado, let us welcome the most sought-after football prodigy, the goal-scoring machine who netted 10 goals in 2 Bundesliga matches, hailing from the mysterious Eastern realm, the 17-year-old An Lan. As the audience erupted in applause, An Lan emerged from backstage clad in casual attire. The youthful vigor of the young man, standing at 187 centimeters with a flawless physique and cherubic visage, sent waves of excitement through the female spectators. Chapter 78. The conclusion of this segment felt rather anticlimactic. The production team had not informed the audience in advance about the guest's arrival, as this talk show typically features guests only on rare occasions. Thus, the genuine reactions of the audience, particularly the enthusiastic ladies of this nation, were captured by the cameras. The resounding applause was indeed enviable. Come, let us welcome the sensational forward from Wolfsburg, An Lan. After shaking hands with An Lan, John settled onto the sofa with him, a bottle of red wine elegantly displayed on the table. Many may wonder why, despite seeing An Lan's news in the papers daily, they have never encountered him in person. John boasted, pointing at himself. Indeed, he has never appeared on any show before, and I have secured his debut. Cough, cough. Such statements could easily lead to misunderstandings. An Lan promptly interrupted him and, with a mischievous glint in her eye, inquired, So, are you saying you are zero? Oh, the audience erupted with excitement. The citizens of Longwa regarded those from Zanzagwo as rather serious and meticulous. However, they too perceived the Longwa people as somewhat dull and conservative. Thus, witnessing An Lan's humor, the audience was thoroughly entertained. John was evidently taken aback by An Lan's flair for entertainment, yet he reacted swiftly, feigning shyness as he replied, Not just yet. But if it were you, I could certainly be. An Lan quickly waved his hand, adopting a look of disdain. John, in turn, feigned a wounded expression, eliciting hearty laughter from the audience. Thus, the program commenced. The entire recording lasted approximately 1 hour. After the customary pleasantries, John shed his facade, presenting incisive questions. An Lan, could you first enlighten us on why you chose to play football in the War Chariot Nation? It is said that you were banned by the Dragon Country Football Association. Indeed, the ban is real. However, Coach Maggath approached me before the ban, hoping I would join the youth training at Wolfsburg. Could you elaborate on the reasons for the ban? Well, it's rather inconvenient for me to discuss. If there are any students from the War Chariot Nation studying in the Dragon Country, you might ask them. All right, moving on to the next question. An Lan, do you currently have a girlfriend? Yes, just yesterday. A collective sigh resonated through the audience. John, visibly more excited, recognized this as An Lan's first admission of having a girlfriend. Could you tell us more? Is she a celebrity? No, she's a host from our country. Oh, you're still quite naive. Utterly unlike a football star. A football star should embrace the entire forest. John, as far as I know, you are already married. Aren't you afraid of kneeling on the keyboard when you say that? Kneeling on the keyboard? John paused, then quickly understood, bursting into laughter. I like you. You are truly humorous. He then patted his chest and shouted towards the camera, I'm a pure man from the War Chariot Nation. How could I ever kneel on the keyboard? The audience responded with a chorus of boos. An Lan smiled silently, quietly observing him as he flaunted himself. In the verbal sparring that ensued, John did not gain much ground. An Lan's wit and humor significantly enhanced the audience's fondness for him. As the program approached its conclusion, the pivotal question emerged. An Lan, we are all aware of your current popularity. It is said that Real Madrid is interested in recruiting you during the winter transfer window. Do you harbor dreams of playing for the Royal Club? An Lan smiled. He indeed held a fondness for Real Madrid, or more precisely, for Ronaldo. Not the diminutive Portuguese player, but the extraterrestrial from Samba land, Ronaldo. After a moment of contemplation, An Lan replied, Of course, I adore Real Madrid. For my favorite football star is Ronaldo. John swiftly inquired, So, if the price were right, would you consider joining Real Madrid? Absolutely not. An Lan declined with resolute clarity. Subsequently elucidating, I was brought to Wolfsburg by Maggath, and, as you may already be aware, I have been banned by the Dragon Country Football Association. It is fair to say that Maggath has granted me the opportunity to continue my football career. There is a saying in Dragon Country that one should repay even the smallest kindness with a fountain of gratitude. While I may not be able to repay such kindness in full, I shall remain here until I have achieved honor for Wolfsburg, at which point I will consider departing. An Lan's response garnered resounding applause from the audience. The virtue of loyalty and gratitude is not solely revered by the people of Longwa. It is celebrated universally. The NBA superstar Dirk Nowitzki represents one city with his remarkable dedication. RAL, the ringmaster of Real Madrid, and Steven Gerrard, the indomitable captain of Liverpool, stand as exemplary figures of this noble ideal. Although An Lan cannot claim a city for herself, she has pledged to bring championships to Wolfsburg, and that is already sufficient. Well then, one final question. John finishes the remaining red wine in his glass. It is his unique technique. Having hosted the Today Show for over a decade, he has mastered the art of consuming a glass of red wine precisely within an hour, coinciding perfectly with the conclusion of the recording. Regarding the incident of racial discrimination that occurred during yesterday's match and the press conference held by Wolfsburg this morning, what are your thoughts? The previous questions were random, but this question was scripted as a highlight. Thus, An Lan was well aware of it and had prepared her response. After feigning contemplation, An Lan drained her glass of red wine and stated with a degree of seriousness, My perspective is that racial discrimination should not exist. No one is inherently superior to another. If that were the case, what would be the purpose of striving for most individuals, aside from select few? Moreover, this is indicative of a flawed system. much like the caste system in India, which is known worldwide. Yet their nation. An Lan suddenly paused and shrugged, provoking laughter from the audience. In conclusion, I wish to express that the vastest expanse in the world is the ocean, yet beyond the ocean lies the sky, and beyond the sky, the boundless nature of the human spirit. If you still consider yourself human, do not harbor such narrow-mindedness. The audience erupted in applause. John, observing the young man interact with the audience as he descended from the stage, felt a profound sense of reflection. He had encountered numerous sports and music stars, yet most of them seemed devoid of intellect. Aside from feigning politeness and cultured demeanor at the behest of their agents during performances, these ostentatious individuals would often engage in the most vacuous banter, urging each other to go out and indulge in revelry, accompanied by attractive companions. However, An Lan was different. This young lad from the Dragon Kingdom distinctly emanated a sense of refinement. Perhaps he was not humble, and on the court, he could be quite arrogant. Yet he was certainly not lacking in intellect. Throughout his interactions with the audience, An Lan displayed an endearing sincerity. Some audacious female spectators seized the opportunity to embrace him, with a few even daring to plant a kiss upon him. An Lan feigned a state of panic, yet displayed remarkable cleverness. When confronted by the attractive female audience, he found himself utterly powerless, easily manipulated by their charm. Conversely, if faced with women of a more matronly stature, he would exhibit the speed and agility reminiscent of the court, deftly evading their advances. Upon returning to the stage, John observed An Lan, whose forehead glistened with a slight sheen of sweat, and whose face bore the marks of lipstick. With a tinge of jealousy, he exclaimed, "Damn it, I wish I could share a kiss too." Upon hearing this, An Lan promptly exclaimed into the camera, "This John is certainly capable. He truly kneels before the keyboard." "Ha! I shall never kneel before a keyboard." John waved his hand, stood up, and after sharing a handshake and an embrace with An Lan, remarked, "Once again, thank you, An Lan, for joining the program. Now, our recording for today will conclude." "Wait a moment." An Lan suddenly called out to him and remarked, "Ending like this is rather dull. How about we place a wager on the upcoming match between Wolfsburg and Frankfurt?" The staff from the Today Show, including Raiola, were taken aback, as this segment was not scripted. However, John exhibited remarkable adaptability and eagerly inquired, "A wager?" "Absolutely. What do you wish to bet on?" Chapter 79. The Absurdity of An Lan and the Steady John. This unexpected bet left the crew flustered, yet the audience erupted in cheers. Believing it to be an orchestrated part of the show, An Lan pondered for a moment, then smiled at John and said, "Let us wager on the next match against Frankfurt. How many goals do you think I can score?" As soon as the words left his lips, the audience erupted with excitement. 5, 6, 3, pull a tooth, none, 2. An Lan turned to the spectator who had suggested a bet on the number of goals, noticing the neat square mustache beneath his nose, a quintessential representation of a true gentleman. "Oh, no, this hardly seems fair, An Lan." John interjected hastily, "Scoring a few goals is entirely within your control." "Very well, then," An Lan replied, a playful smile gracing his lips as he sensed the opportunity. "Let us wager on the number of goals, shall we? You dictate the figures, and I shall bet against you." John's expression brightened with excitement as he exclaimed, "Oh, then I wager you will score fewer than 10 goals in your next match." "Huh." An Lan enveloped him in a sudden embrace, trapping John's head beneath her armpit. "Now, provide me with a reasonable number. Otherwise, I shall ensure that you return home unable to even kneel before your keyboard." Caught off guard by her unexpected grip, John was overwhelmed by an immense force, leaving him with no room for resistance. The strength of this girl was truly astonishing. He thought to himself, while desperately pleading, "Oh dear, my head is about to burst. Release me, An Lan." An Lan released his grip, and John took several deep breaths before turning his head to say, "All right, and you have provoked my ire. Since you have achieved 2 consecutive victories, I wager that in your next match, you will score no more than 6 goals. Do you dare to accept this challenge?" "No more than 6 goals. Mind you, 6 goals." An Lan inquired, "We do not have a match. 6 goals certainly count as your defeat." John replied with a sly grin, "Let us not forget, you are a scoring machine with 2 10-goal matches. Surely, you do not shy away from challenge?" An Lan did not respond immediately. Instead, he engaged in rapid contemplation. Scoring more than 6 goals implies 7 goals. For most players, 7 goals is virtually an insurmountable challenge. However, for An Lan, who possesses a star experience card, it is a possibility. The only condition is that he must draw a legendary player experience card of Maradona's caliber in the next match. Observing An Lan's hesitation rather than outright rejection, John's face displayed a look of astonishment, and the audience exchanged bewildered glances. Has this young man lost his mind? Or has he become overconfident? He dares to accept a wager of 7 goals? That refers to 7 goals in a single match, not across 7 matches. In a football match, scoring a single goal is merely a record opener. If one is trailing, it is termed a consolation goal. 2 goals are known as a brace. 3 is a hat trick, 4 as a quadruple, and 5 as a quintuple. As for scoring more than 5 goals, due to its rarity, there is no established terminology. When someone scores 6 goals, fans in Long would typically refer to it as Lulu Dashian, while foreign fans commonly call it 6 golden yuan. 7 goals? Such a feat is non-existent. However, should it occur, the foreign nomenclature remains unknown. An Lan speculated that domestic fans would likely exclaim 7 stars align. Ding! Congratulations, host! The weekly task has been initiated. Who can blame the youth for their exuberance? Task overview. Please achieve a minimum of 7 goals in a single match during the 3rd round of the Bundesliga, where Wolfsburg faces Frankfurt. Task reward. 1 random stars free kick skill card. Task penalty. The title of incompetent loudmouth will be forcibly assigned upon failure. Alright, I accept. 7 goals it is. Upon hearing the system's declaration of his lofty ambition, An Lan felt it was a done deal and could only comply. His determination ignited the fervor of the entire audience. OMG. 7 goals? Surely I must have misheard. My heavens, this is utterly insane. He dares to wager that he will score 7 goals in the next match? This is truly outrageous. Bro, hurry up. Let us place a bet before the odds change and secure that 7-goal option. It can't be that exaggerated, can it? Seriously, scoring 5 goals in 2 consecutive matches, and now he claims he LL score 7? This kid is something else. Even if he scores just 5, if others score 2, that still totals 7. Should we perhaps take a look at the wager first? If the stakes are insignificant, An Lan may not exert himself to the fullest. You make a fair point. If this is merely a jest, we would be the fools. Let's hold off for a moment. In a typical football match, odds for scoring 7 or more goals usually exceed 268 to 1. In other words, a wager of €100 could yield a return of 26,800 euros. The fellow in the audience is quite the gambler. The caliber of teams in the Bundesliga is relatively uniform. Even a match between the first and last place rarely results in a score exceeding 7 goals. Yet, it is evident that An Lan's prowess has led many fans to believe that scoring goals has become rather effortless. However, 7 goals still seem a fanciful notion to many. Are you certain? To win, you must score 7 goals. John felt that the youth was somewhat impetuous, and his own confidence in the outcome began to wane. I am absolutely certain. Now, let us discuss the wager, shall we? An Lan gazed at John with a mischievous smile and proposed, how about this? If I win, you shall don nothing but your underwear and parade around your company's building while holding a sign proclaiming An Lan is the world's best. Oh no, John exclaimed, burying his head in his hands upon hearing the wager. He then looked at An Lan and countered, and what of your forfeit? Would it entail you wearing just your underwear and brandishing a sign that declares John is the best host while circling the Wolfsburg club? That simply won't do. After all, my friend is a prominent superstar, and such antics are beneath him. An Lan waved his hand dismissively. If I lose, I shall give you 100,000 euros. The mention of 100,000 euros sparked a glimmer of interest in John's eyes. It was, of course, unbecoming for a prominent athlete to engage in such a humiliating affair. It was entirely reasonable for the opponent to stake money as a wager. However, 100,000 euros was not an insignificant sum. Even for John, his annual earnings amounted to merely 200,000 to 300,000 euros. Should he participate in fewer commercial events, his income could dwindle to merely a few €100,000 a year. He felt tempted, yet upon reflection, he deemed it too unfair to An Lan. This was not out of sense of morality, but rather a fear of public backlash. He could already envision the fans accusing him of bullying a child. Seemingly attuned to John's thoughts, An Lan spoke up. Rest assured, John, we, the people of Longhua, are men of our word. I wish to clarify that my proposal is neither impulsive nor capricious. It's a straightforward 7-ball challenge. If I lose, I shall indeed hand over 100,000 euros. But I am far more eager to see you parading with a placard. Upon hearing An Lan's words, John felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. He promptly agreed, eliciting a chorus of jeers from the audience, who perceived him as taking advantage of a child. Hey, John protested, casting an aggrieved glance toward the audience. You all heard what An Lan said. It was not I who pressured him. He then added, let me make a promise of my own. Should An Lan lose, regardless of the amount he gives me, I shall donate half to charity. This declaration effectively quelled the discontent among most spectators. Yet within John, a pang of regret echoed as he realized the 100,000 euros he had hoped to claim had slipped away. The two sealed their pact with a high five. He consoled himself with the thought, even if I donate half, I will still retain 50,000 euros. 50,000 is still something. 50,000 is still something. Chapter 80. The headmaster of 5 classes. After the recording concluded, An Lan declined John's invitation for a drink, opting instead for Raiola to escort him home. It was absurd. With a beloved wife waiting at home, why would he indulge in frivolous escapades with an older gentleman? By now, the hour was late. After quietly attending to his evening rituals in the guest room, An Lan returned to the bedroom. On the large bed, Ma Shufan was already fast asleep. An Lan climbed into bed and gently embraced her from behind. The girl, sensing his presence, murmured softly, You're back? Yes, sleep well, darling. The following morning, after completing his morning exercises, An Lan found that Ma Shufan, exhausted, had succumbed to a few more moments of slumber. The athlete's physique was formidable, and at the tender age of 17, Ma Shufan could hardly keep up. Reluctantly, An Lan proceeded to wash up alone, then opened his phone to peruse the news while having breakfast. Unsurprisingly, the footage from last night's recording had made headlines across major European websites. The show was set to air tonight, yet the producers clearly understood the benefits of generating buzz. Thus, early in the morning, some edited clips were released. Astonishing, a monumental gamble, the contest between An Lan and John. The host of the show, John, released a photo of himself kneeling on a keyboard, claiming it was all An Lan's fault. Let us delve deeper. Is it arrogance, or is there more to the story? The Wolfsburg forward, An Lan, audaciously declared on the program that he would score 7 goals in the next match. Latest revelations. The rising football star, An Lan, has admitted to having a girlfriend who is 5 years his senior. Another case of an infatuation with an older woman. Like many football prodigies from the Dragon Kingdom, he seems to have a penchant for older ladies. Reports from students studying abroad in the Dragon Kingdom have surfaced, shedding light on An Lan's ban by the Dragon Kingdom Football Association. Frankfurt's head coach, Friedhelm Funkel, claimed ignorance of who An Lan was, insisting that no one could score 7 goals against Frankfurt. Wolfsburg's coach, Maggath, expressed his astonishment at An Lan's interview, but believed in the capabilities of his players. A clash of new and old coaches. From 1999 to 2001, Maggath led Wolfsburg against Funkel's Frankfurt. Maggath stated, My departure from Frankfurt was not my fault. An Lan was aware that Maggath had once been Frankfurt's head coach. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom's prodigy, Yang Chun, was also at Frankfurt, yet according to domestic news, Maggath had wasted Yang Chun's potential. Or perhaps there was a conflict between them that led to Yang Chun being sidelined. Naturally, the media in the Dragon Kingdom would lean towards their own. Any discord involving Yang Chun would undoubtedly point fingers at Maggath. But what on earth does it mean to leave mid-season? An Lan had not extensively familiarized himself with Maggath's coaching history. He took out his phone to conduct a search, and, upon discovering a related news article, could not help but chuckle. Maggath was appointed as the head coach of Eintracht Frankfurt on December 27, 1999, during a time when the team's situation was dire, languishing in 17th place and trailing the required safe spot by 8 points. However, Maggath ultimately led Eintracht Frankfurt to successful relegation avoidance. Nonetheless, Maggath is known for his arrogance and volatile temperament, exhibiting a complete lack of restraint when reprimanding players. He has encountered conflicts with nearly all of his players, including Chinese player Yang Chun. It is said that he insisted on retaining absolute authority in his contract. Prior to this, Maggath had been dismissed prematurely by several clubs, including Hamburger SV, 1, FC Nuremberg, and Werder Bremen. This marked the 4th occasion of his early termination. His contract with Eintracht Frankfurt was set to expire in 2003. Despite the premature dismissal, he was entitled to his severance payment. Ha ha ha, An Lan chuckled, swaying back and forth in disbelief. He never anticipated that his superior harbored such a notorious history. He had been dismissed 4 times, or rather 5, if one includes his tenure at Bayern from 2006 to 2007. 5 midterm sackings, how amusing. In An Lan's heart, Maggath, who brought him to the national team, had always been a stern yet benevolent mentor. Little did he know, the revelation was startling. The esteemed figure he revered had an astonishing 5 instances of being dismissed mid-season. Nonetheless, An Lan expressed understanding towards this reality, such as the nature of a head coach. In larger clubs, particularly the elite ones, a poor performance invariably leads to the head coach bearing the brunt of the blame. Moreover, Maggath incurs no true loss. Rather, he stands to gain a substantial severance package. It can be said that he earns money without having to work, albeit at the cost of his own dignity. As for the reports claiming Maggath is proud, temperamental, and lacks respect for his players, An Lan reflected on the 3 months spent with Maggath and realized that he had not been mistaken. Although Maggath seldom chastised him, he was known for his stern reprimands directed at other players during training sessions. Otherwise, he would not have been able to establish An Lan's pivotal position with a mere utterance, compelling both Zeko and Graphite to acquiesce. It was the authority forged through his rigorous demeanor that commanded respect. Allow me to assist you in reclaiming your former glory. Despite any flaws Maggath may possess, his genuine care for An Lan is undeniably true. An Lan finished the last bite of her breakfast, bid farewell to the still sleeping Mashafan, and proceeded to the training club. After changing into her training attire and arriving at the practice field, she was soon surrounded by her teammates. "Hey, An, you've got money to spare, don't you?" "Indeed, An. A wager of 100,000 euros? Aren't you just giving John an advantage? I was wondering why you didn't hit the nightclubs. Turns out you've been wooing that female reporter. You don't have a preference for older women like Fabregas and Ibrahimovic, do you?" An Lan, with a furrowed brow, directed his gaze towards the last speaker, Ishko, and retorted, "Just leave. I am merely 5 years younger, while Ibrahimovic is 11 years my senior, and Fabregas's girlfriend surpasses him by 12 years. Can they possibly be compared? Haha, and during the upcoming training matches, you must offer me your utmost praise." Mi Shiemo Wei Chi chimed in, seizing the opportunity to provoke further. "I witnessed your wager on the Today Show. If you wish for me to pass you the ball, make sure to show your appreciation in the days to come." An Lan, with a helpless nod and a face reflecting coercion, proclaimed, "If we face Frankfurt, I can score 7 goals. Let that damn John run around. I'll spend 100,000 euros at the nightclub, treating everyone to a good time." Upon hearing this, the players from Wolfsburg erupted in excitement and cheers. Just the night before, the standard of 100,000 euros at the nightclub had sent them soaring with joy, and they still found themselves reminiscing about it. The sight of those long legs throughout the establishment was simply marvelous. It is indeed rare to encounter a player as generous as An Lan. After all, he is destined to be the team leader. While capability is one aspect of being the captain, one's demeanor and social conduct cannot be overlooked. The sudden influx of a third-highest salary had previously bred discontent among some veteran players. However, after a few rounds of treating them, the situation gradually improved. Coupled with his impressive performances in recent matches, An Lan has gained the recognition of 2/3 of the team. Yet, the most formidable challenges lie with the more entrenched leaders of other factions, Graphite, Zeko, Misimovic, and Benalio. These 4 continue to resist and are the hurdles An Lan must overcome. Chapter 81. The unmatched duo is insufficient, forcefully dividing the realm. Upon arriving at the training ground with dark circles under his eyes, Maggath shot a fierce glare at An Lan, eliciting laughter from a crowd. News had spread like wildfire that morning, and everyone was aware of An Lan's audacious claim to score 7 goals in a single match. Yet, there was no discontent towards An Lan. After all, it was his own boast, but the spotlight shone brightly on the entire Wolfsburg team. Undoubtedly, this upcoming match would attract immense attention. The sensation was exhilarating, as everyone craved the limelight. "All right, everyone saw the mischief from yesterday." Maggath clapped his hands and declared, "But this is also what I wish to convey. I must share that I once served as the head coach of Frankfurt, but was dismissed midway through. I am quite displeased. It's one thing for the media to ignore it, but if they mention it, we must secure a victory in this match." He continued, "I will adjust the final lineup based on your performance in the game. As you all know, the title race officially begins after the winter break. Each of you has an opportunity." Upon hearing Maggath divulge his own past, An Lan was somewhat taken aback. However, he soon marveled at Maggath's wisdom. Utilizing his own history to emphasize the importance of the match was truly a masterstroke. Indeed, he was correct. Leading before the winter break meant little, merely indicating one was within the title contention. It is after the winter break that every point truly counts. Indeed, after Maggath concluded his remarks, the players shed their relaxed demeanor. Even Eco and Graphite, who had contemplated transfers, appeared revitalized. After all, the better the team's performance in the first half, the higher their market value would soar during the transfer window. Following a morning of rigorous training, An Lan entered the dining hall, only to be met by a throng of eager journalists. Maggath playfully patted him on the shoulder from behind and quipped, "You've stirred the pot. Now you must resolve it." With that, he cheerfully proceeded to enjoy his meal. An Lan gazed at the throngs of people, their eyes glimmering with an eerie green light, and absent-mindedly wiped away non-existent sweat from his forehead before approaching them. An Lan, may I request an interview? Hello, and may I pose a few questions? Excuse me, An Lan, could you spare a moment for an interview? Don't you think you are being rather arrogant? I have heard that you frequently visit nightclubs, often spending 100,000 euros in a single night. This time your wager is also 100,000 euros. Have you ever considered financial management? Surrounded by reporters, An Lan had grown accustomed to the attention. He busied himself with the meal he prepared, seating himself at the dining table to enjoy it. A cluster of journalists encircled him, exchanging glances yet refraining from uttering a word, left only to watch him eat in silence. 10 minutes later, his plate lay empty. Burp. An Lan let out a contented belch, reclining languidly against the back of his chair as he gazed at the eager reporter before him. With a resigned tone, he said, All right, I suppose it's quite a feat to witness me dining. I'll entertain one question at a time for a span of 15 minutes, shall we?" Without waiting for the reporter's refusal, he nonchalantly gestured toward a newspaper closely associated with Wolfsburg. The male reporter's expression brightened with enthusiasm as he promptly inquired, An Lan, I am a journalist from Wolfsburg News. I would like to ask, is it true that you claimed to score 7 goals against Frankfurt this weekend on the Today Show? Or was that merely a jest? This reporter, indeed a representative of Wolfsburg News, recognized that An Lan was their beacon of hope. Thus he aimed to support him. If An Lan were to concede that it was merely a jest, the debate could be laid to rest. Unfortunately, it was indeed true. It was no joke. An Lan bestowed upon him a friendly smile, signifying his appreciation, and then confidently declared, I made a wager with John, predicting that I would score 7 goals. If I triumph, he will proudly brandish the banner proclaiming me the world's best as he circles our company building. Should I falter, I shall owe him 100,000 euros. Noticing a journalist eager to press further, An Lan raised his hand to halt the inquiry and continued, I am aware of your intentions. If you wish to label me arrogant, let us reserve that conversation for after the match. If you wish to discuss respect, honor, and pride, let the outcome of the game speak for itself. I have taken note of those football commentators who have vehemently criticized me. I expect you to exhibit the courage to apologize after the match. Oh, by the way, An Lan gazed into the camera, a smile gracing his lips. Frankfurt, just don't end up with a score of 640. Like I'm on a bus, he declared. If that happens, I may lose the wager, but you'll be the ones left embarrassed. If you have the guts, let's settle this once and for all. Upon hearing An Lan directly address the Frankfurt team, the journalists erupted with excitement. Click, click, click. The shutters went wild, capturing An Lan's audacious expression in a flurry of snapshots. Indeed, it was audacity. Never before has a player in football dared to proclaim how many goals he would score in the next match. To suggest scoring goals is one thing, but even a great like Ronaldo wouldn't boast of netting 7. Such sheer audacity. Yet the reporters relished it, and the media thrived on the spectacle. After answering a few more questions, An Lan finally rose to leave. The journalists, understanding the moment, refrained from following him further. After all, they had more than enough material, and any one of their articles could easily make the front page. It must be said, An Lan's presence had drawn considerable attention to Wolfsburg. The higher-ups at the club were absolutely delighted. However, the other teams in the Bundesliga were far from pleased. Particularly Bayern Munich, the former titans of German football, were unwilling to concede the spotlight. Thus, when news of An Lan's interview broke, nearly every Bundesliga team, along with clubs across Europe, sought to capitalize on the buzz. Many top-tier stars faced inquiries about An Lan's bold claims, with some finding themselves noted down by him. Cristiano Ronaldo from Manchester United remarked, Who is An Lan? He claims he score 7 goals. What has he achieved? Lionel Messi from Barcelona stated, I don't know him. I just won an Olympic gold with my teammates. My focus remains on myself. Fernando Torres of Liverpool said, I've heard of him and watched his highlights. However, scoring 7 goals is utterly insane. I'm not optimistic. Iker Casillas of Real Madrid chuckled. An Lan is mocking the Frankfurt goalkeeper. He is too arrogant and will learn a lesson. Kaká from AC Milan noted, I've seen his U19 footage. He resembles me. But 7 goals is outrageous. Perhaps this is just a child's jest. Zlatan Ibrahimovic of Inter Milan laughed, of course. I know him. I like this kid. He is as audacious as I am. I hope he succeeds. As each superstar was pressed for their opinions, the consensus leaned towards skepticism. Legends from Frankfurt were particularly vocal in their criticism of An Lan. Some more easygoing stars dismissed it as mere jest from 17-year-old. In contrast, others, irritated by the questioning, labeled An Lan as arrogant. Top-tier players like Messi and young Ronaldo expressed disdain for a rival who, despite lacking any significant accolades, was being touted alongside the likes of Messi and Ronaldo by Raiola. This was an audacious attempt to elevate him to a triumvirate of dominance, forcefully attempting to transform a duo into a trio. Naturally, neither Messi nor Ronaldo were inclined to cooperate, particularly considering the agents behind them. Seizing this opportunity, both agents mobilized all their resources to undermine An Lan. In the realm of football, Chapter 82 unfolds the tale of a character akin to Dodgy, the seductress of lore. Is An Lan merely a victim of forced notoriety? To the majority of fans, An Lan appears to be seeking undue attention. After all, scoring 10 goals in 2 matches is undeniably astonishing. Yet what of Messi and Ronaldo? Let's first consider Messi. In 2008, he had recently clinched the Olympic gold medal, complementing his accolades that included the U19 championship in 2003 to 2004, the Golden Boy Award in 2004 to 2005, the Pampa Footballer of the Year, the Copa del Rey in 2005 to 2006, La Liga title, the UEFA Champions League trophy, and the FIFA Best Young Player Award in 2006. During the 2006 to 2007 season, Messi assisted Barcelona in securing the Spanish Super Cup, received the Bravo Award for the Best European Newcomer, was named the Best Young Player by FIFA, and was honored as Argentina's Footballer of the Year, while also being included in FIFA's World 11. In the 2007 to 2008 season, he once again claimed the FFA Best Young Player Award, the title of Argentina's Footballer of the Year, and was featured in both UEFA's and FIFA's annual best lineups. This year, he had just led the Pampas team to victory in the Olympic Men's Football Championship. Now, let us turn to Ronaldo. During the 2003 to 2004 season, he secured the FA Cup and was included in UEFA's Best 11. In the 2006 to 2007 season, he won the Premier League title, while individually receiving accolades such as the PFA Players Player of the Year, the PFA Young Player of the Year, the FWA Footballer of the Year, and was once again featured in UEFA's and FIFA's Best 11. The following season, he triumphed in the Premier League, the UEFA Champions League, and the FA Community Shield, while personally being awarded the Ballon d'Or, the FIFA World Player of the Year, and various other prestigious titles. When one juxtaposes their honors, it becomes evident to discerning eyes that Raiola is the one seeking undue attention. However, he is adept at exploiting loopholes, often marketing An Lan with the refrain, "Look at whether An Lan was as remarkable at 17 as Messi and Ronaldo." An Lan felt quite embarrassed after seeing the article promoting himself. Yet he found it impossible to blame Raiola. It was not the path that was uneven, but rather the inadequacies of individuals. He firmly believed that given a single season, many would be silenced. At that juncture, the true competition among the three would commence. After a day of training, An Lan returned to the villa. Raiola's call came in. His tone as flamboyant as ever. "Hey, my little genius, can you guess what good news I have brought you?" An unexpected stir coursed through An Lan's heart as she contemplated speaking, only to be interrupted by the resonant voice of the system echoing within her mind. "Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the legendary task god. Rewards are being dispensed. Congratulations on acquiring the dribbling attributes of Maradona. It has been detected that Maradona's personal attributes surpass those of the host. The dribbling attributes will be automatically replaced. Replacement complete." Upon hearing that the reward was indeed dribbling attributes, An Lan was filled with elation. His speed was already among the world's elite, and he consistently scored goals in matches. Nevertheless, despite these achievements, numerous commentators criticized him for his lack of finesse, suggesting that he relied solely on his physical prowess and would not endure in the long term. In truth, a B-level dribbling skill was already sufficient for a player of his caliber at a club like Wolfsburg to secure a starting position. Yet, An Lan had elevated Wolfsburg to heights that were not rightfully his own, thereby garnering immense attention. Thus, a B-level dribbling skill was decidedly inadequate for a player at the pinnacle of the global stage. An Lan casually exchanged a few perfunctory remarks with Raiola before terminating the call. He stood up in astonishment and approached the table, picking up an orange, and began to juggle it. The transformation following his body's digitization was instantaneous. Previously, He could barely keep the orange in the air for a few bounces before it would tumble to the ground. But now An Lan felt capable of juggling it all night. The fruit beneath his feet seemed to have become an extension of his very being, obedient to his every command. Oranges, apples, bananas, eggs. The silky sensation beneath his feet inspired An Lan to experiment with various movements that had once seemed impossible or laborious. And they flowed effortlessly. As Ma Shufan descended the stairs and observed this scene, she chose not to interrupt, but instead quietly retrieved the camera she had left at home to capture the moment. Now this resembled the demeanor of a prodigious athlete. Ma Shufan mused to herself. In recent days, An Lan had nearly overturned her perception of professional players. Indeed, had she not witnessed An Lan score 5 goals in the recent match, she might have believed he was merely a participant in the Dragon Kingdom Super League. After all, the players from the Dragon Kingdom, TSK, during their time together, An Lan had displayed a remarkably laid-back attitude, much like those players. Aside from regular team training, he had not engaged in additional practice, and his diet was simply indulgent. Upon returning home, he relished in pushing his limits. Akin to an unwavering, robust bull, it was indeed astonishing that such behavior could earn him acclaim across Europe. Now, seeing An Lan suddenly juggling fruit, Ma Shufan felt a wave of relief wash over her. She patted her chest and murmured softly, "Thank goodness, this is surely the essence of An Lan's daily routine." After a full day of training, returning home to practice his ball control, this is what defines a diligent and dedicated genius athlete. It is only natural for a young man, having just solidified his relationship with me, to indulge in such pleasures. As she thought, Ma Shufan's cheeks flushed with warmth. Following An Lan's revelation of his girlfriend, she found herself immediately thrust into the spotlight of Dragon Kingdom football fans. Once her past was scrutinized and revealed to hold no scandal, the fans somewhat eased their concerns. Nevertheless, many left comments on her blog, advising her to tread carefully and maintain restraint. They urged her not to become the seductive figure of Dragon Kingdom football. Some of An Lan's female admirers were even more acerbic, bluntly labeling Ma Shufan a vixen, insisting that if she truly cared for An Lan, she should step aside. They warned against allowing the opposing defenders to be outmaneuvered by An Lan while leaving her to fend for herself. Ma Shufan could only imagine the media frenzy that would ensue should An Lan falter in a match. The global press would undoubtedly blame her for having weakened him, branding her the villain of Dragon Kingdom football. Just as Ma Shufan's thoughts spiraled, An Lan was reveling in his own delight. Spotting Ma Shufan lost in reverie halfway down the stairs, he stealthily approached and suddenly embraced her. "Ah, you are truly insufferable." Ma Shufan was startled by the sudden ambush, but her heart settled upon seeing that familiar, mischievous grin. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself soaring into the air. "Displeased? Then allow me to show you what is truly delightful." An Lan, with a mischievous grin, had just acquired yet another S-class attribute, and his excitement was palpable. A celebration was imperative. Hoisting Ma Shufan onto his shoulder, An Lan strode purposefully towards the bedroom. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold pieces. Chapter 83. Number 7. 7 balls. On August 30th, at precisely 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the vicinity of the Volkswagen Arena began to bustle with activity. Figures clad in green and white, as well as red jerseys, were ubiquitous, though the former vastly outnumbered the latter. This was simply a reflection of Wolfsburg's home ground. However, the Frankfurt fans in their red jerseys displayed no trepidation despite the overwhelming presence of their adversaries. They stood their ground, undeterred. The reason for their boldness was clear. Those who dared to travel to the away game today were true supporters of Frankfurt. As An Lan faced the wrath of teams across Europe, the Wolfsburg fans were in a fervor. With 14 goals across 2 Bundesliga matches and 1 DFB Pokal tie, they had grown fond of the young lad from the Dragon Nation. Thus, when An Lan boasted, these Wolfsburg fans erupted in joy. After all, no one attends a match merely to witness lackluster performances. Just as in basketball, where nobody enjoys the relentless defense resulting in missed shots, football thrives on offensive flair. In the wake of An Lan's goal-scoring spree, ticket prices for this match had surged, inflated by scalpers by a couple of €100 compared to usual rates. In the locker room, An Lan donned his attire, feeling the snug fit of his shin guards, which brought him a sense of security. During the pre-match warm-up, he was met with resounding cheers from the crowd. The documentarian had returned home, while Ma Shufan, inspired by An Lan's suggestion, remained in the Bundesliga to commentate alongside Duan Xian and Tao Wei for all of Wolfsburg's matches this season. It seemed our young star An Lan was indeed quite popular. In the Sports Channel S studio, Duan Xian began with a smile. Dear viewers, before the match commences, we have some exciting news to share. Tao Wei interjected, Xiao fan. Why don't you share it? All right, Coach Tao, came Ma Shufan's response as the camera shifted to her standing alongside. Clad in An Lan's number 7 jersey and sporting a pair of skateboard shoes, she looked vibrant with her ponytail swaying. However, it was rather peculiar that she wore a Wolfsburg scarf that did not quite match her ensemble. As she confidently announced that next Sunday's football show would feature a documentary on An Lan, she grumbled internally, that infuriating An Lan. Yesterday, he was like a donkey, leaving me with a neck full of bruises. On the pitch, Wolfsburg had completed their warm-up, and the players were gradually returning to the locker room in anticipation of the match's commencement. As An Lan traversed the player tunnel, he discerned several gazes directed towards him intermittently. It was evident that these were the players from Frankfurt, for his animosity had become well known. Within the confines of the locker room, with the match about to commence, Maggath refrained from further discourse and entrusted the stage to his assistant coach, Baul. Clearing his throat, Baul stood before the players, his voice brimming with fervor. I understand what occupies your thoughts, but those concerns are inconsequential at this moment. We are a collective, and victory is our paramount objective. The lads from Frankfurt excelled in counterattacks, thus necessitating a tactical shift on our part. The specifics of the strategy have already been conveyed by the head coach, so I shall refrain from reiterating. The opposing starting lineup has been announced. An Lan's deliberate remarks had embarrassed Frankfurt into refraining from employing an impenetrable defense. However, we must not let our guard down. We possess the most formidable trident in all of Europe, and when they falter, we shall reveal our fangs. We will utterly tear them apart. After this impassioned address, Baul raised his arm and called out, Wolfsburg! All the players united in response, raising their hands and shouting, Victory is ours. Witnessing their high spirits, Baul stepped aside, satisfied. The starting players of Wolfsburg, led by Captain Benaglio, proceeded to exit the room in succession, with Benaglio naturally at the forefront as the captain. An Lan has now become the darling of the fans, ascending from the 4th position to the last. Before his departure, he exchanged a knowing smile with Lucas, who was on the bench for this match. To this day, he finally comprehends the significance of what Lucas once said to him about Baul. See chapter 15-16 for details. Baul's speech was indeed passionate, but that was merely the impact of a first-time hearing. However, if he were to alter a few phrases each time he faced different teams and continue to employ this rhetoric over many years, well, Coach Baul's oratory skills are rather underwhelming. Ladies and gentlemen, this match is brought to you by the Sports Channel, featuring the 3rd round of the Bundesliga. Let's first introduce the starting players on the field, beginning with the home team. Goalkeeper and Captain Benaglio, left back, center back, and finally, hailing from our dragon country, the current star forward of Wolfsburg, number 7, the 17-year-old prodigy An Lan. As the announcers from various nations pronounce An Lan's name, 2 colossal images slowly rise in the southern and northern stands of Wolfsburg. The crowd erupts in a chorus of roars and cheers, rallying behind their team. In the southern stand, the image of a black-haired youth clad in the number 7 jersey poses with one arm crossed and the other pointing to the back of his shirt. 7. And also 7 goals. In the northern stand, the mischievous fans have arranged their image to resemble a scoreboard. Time, 90 minutes, Wolfsburg 7-0 Frankfurt. Humiliation, utter humiliation. These massive images ignite a fervor among all Wolfsburg supporters watching the live broadcast. In countless households of the Carnation, similar exclamations arise. Damn, is Wolfsburg this passionate now? I must attend the next match. Hell, I didn't purchase a season ticket this year. The atmosphere is simply too electric. Damn it, when I wanted to buy tickets, they were already sold out. I thought scalpers' prices were too steep and regretted it. No way, I must see the next home game. Men remain youthful at heart until death. They are simple creatures, unified in their affections. Sports cars, watches, and every beautiful girl of 18. Thus, many laid-back fans of Wolfsburg, upon witnessing the current electrifying atmosphere at home, can no longer contain themselves. Their hearts, once wounded by past seasons, are rekindled, and they yearn to return to the glory of yesteryears. Meanwhile, the fans of Frankfurt are seething with rage. However, the number of die-hard supporters present at the venue is too few. Even united in their boos, they cannot stir the tempest. Fans of Frankfurt watching from their televisions, upon seeing the 2 colossal images, grit their teeth in fury. Damn it, just wait until you Wolfsburg come to our home ground. Alas, those impudent Wolfsburg players. I can hardly contain my anticipation to witness An Lan's tears after the match. Such a team, devoid of any honor, has the audacity to compare themselves to the likes of Messi and Ronaldo. When you arrive in Frankfurt, I shall ensure you depart in tears. With a referee's whistle, the match commences. Chapter 84. Facing adversity from the start. How to break the deadlock. An Lan retained the star experience card from this match. The reason for not utilizing it is quite straightforward. He drew the Iker Casillas experience card. Yes, the very goalkeeper who recently found his way into An Lan's notebook while playing for Real Madrid. It must be said that although Casillas may downplay his own achievements, An Lan, after reviewing Casillas' illustrious career, holds him in high regard. For any professional player, joining Real Madrid is an honor in itself. Furthermore, Casillas' career is adorned with accolades, earning him the esteemed title of a legendary goalkeeper. He has claimed the Champions League, league titles, the World Cup, and the European Championship. He has conquered them all. During his peak, he was even affectionately nicknamed Saint Iker. Yet, he is, after all, a goalkeeper. When An Lan drew Casillas, his entire body trembled with rage. He had anticipated soaring to new heights following the system's update, envisioning a strategic game akin to Tianji's horse racing. To his dismay, the revamped experience card system was no longer confined to drawing forwards. This meant he could now acquire midfielders, defenders, and goalkeepers as well. Taking a deep breath, An Lan focused on the match. Relying on star experience cards to complete tasks was no longer feasible. He could only depend on his own abilities. It seemed the system had gone to great lengths to prevent him from exploiting any glitches. Frankfurt's initial offensive was ferocious. It was evident that the players were brimming with determination. Pauls took a shot. Alas, it struck the crossbar. Moreover, Frankfurt's midfielder Dusky seized the ball in front of the goal. Instead of shooting, he passed to his teammate beside him. Rooney's followed up. The ball is in. Ha! 1 o'clock. Who would have thought that within just 6 minutes of the match, Frankfurt would be the first to breach Wolfsburg's defense? After scoring, Rooney's ran to the stands, raising a finger to his lips, signaling Wolfsburg's fans to be quiet. This audacious gesture immediately provoked a chorus of boos from the crowd. Yet Rooney's paid no heed, joyfully celebrating with his approaching teammates. Perhaps An Lan's words to the reporters had an impact, as Frankfurt employed a 4-4-2 formation for this match. Upon arriving at the national team, An Lan also noticed that current Bundesliga coaches seemed to favor the 4-4-2 setup. In contrast, Wolfsburg's 4-3-3 formation stood out distinctly, adding a unique flair to the Bundesliga. With their team trailing by a goal after such brash proclamations, the Wolfsburg fans were visibly distressed. On the Sky Sports commentary panel, a former Frankfurt legend boldly asserted, "An Lan, I admit he played brilliantly in the first 3 matches, but so what? Have you heard of the rookie wall? He merely flourished while teams were still unfamiliar with him. A fleeting talent. Now, after 3 matches and a month's time, An Lan has been thoroughly analyzed. All it takes is a seasoned defender to neutralize him. He may possess potential, but he ought not to be so arrogant." Beside him, a former Wolfsburg player was red-faced with indignation. Yet with the opposing team in the lead, he could only defensively respond. "The match has just begun. I believe in An Lan. He will score." The Frankfurt legend's eyes lit up at this. He will score? Well then, how about we make a wager? Upon hearing the proposition, the Wolfsburg veteran turned pale. Being an athlete is an exceedingly ruthless profession. Ordinary blue-collar players, if they save and plan wisely during their careers, may find stability post-retirement as coaches or in other roles. Conversely, those who indulge in extravagance, lacking a stable income after retirement, may face bankruptcy within a few years, ultimately ending up homeless. Regardless of whether they are at the pinnacle of their industry or humble blue-collar workers, nearly all athletes face a narrow employment trajectory post-retirement. They often find themselves either coaching, providing commentary, or establishing their own training academies. Thus, those retired athletes who manage to grace the silver screen, driven by the necessity to sustain their livelihood, must continually generate topics of interest to maintain their relevance. Under ordinary circumstances, a celebrated figure from Wolfsburg would undoubtedly relish the opportunity to engage with his counterpart. However, at this moment, he harbors the conviction that a wager would be futile, rendering cooperation utterly pointless. Yet, for the sake of appearances, he fixed a steely gaze upon his opponent and inquired, "Very well, what shall we wager?" The former Frankfurt player, wearing a sly smile, cunningly proposed, "Given your unwavering faith in An Lan and the unity of your Wolfsburg team, let us wager on his goal tally. I do not require 7 goals. If An Lan can score 5, akin to his performances in the previous matches, that would suffice." Should I win, you must don our team's jersey and cheer for us at the next Frankfurt match. If I lose, you may propose the terms of the wager. The Wolfsburg veteran felt a surge of indignation. 5 goals? Was that truly an easy feat? Had he ever scored 5 goals in a single match throughout his illustrious career? A forward of his caliber had never achieved such a feat in mainstream leagues. Yet, at this juncture, the Wolfsburg veteran found himself ensnared. To question An Lan's ability to net 5 goals would be tantamount to undermining his own credibility. Resolute in his determination to preserve his reputation as a Wolfsburg icon, he steeled himself and nodded in agreement. Very well, if I win, you shall wear An Lan's jersey and solicit his autograph. The former Frankfurt player, now exuding triumph, quickly acquiesced. It's a deal. In his estimation, victory was a foregone conclusion. A player scoring 5 goals in 3 consecutive matches? Such a phenomenon had never transpired in this world. The neutral commentator, witnessing their heated exchange, wore a broad smile. Absolutely, my friend. This is precisely the fervor we seek. With heightened excitement comes increased viewership. When the time comes for the inevitable result, Sky Sports will capture exclusive footage, yielding remarkable profits. As the match progressed, the trailing Wolfsburg adopted a more aggressive approach in their offensive maneuvers. Although Maggath had not explicitly mandated anything prior to the game, he had already established An Lan as the focal point of their attack. Consequently, the majority of the forward plays were aimed at finding his position. Following an opponent's goal, An Lan appeared somewhat anxious, incessantly shifting positions in search of offensive opportunities. While Frankfurt did not adopt a defensive fortress, they assigned 2 defenders specifically to mark him. The moment An Lan received the ball, one would block his movement while the other would press him relentlessly. Even if he managed to evade the first 2, a third defender would invariably materialize to intercept the ball. This situation caused considerable concern among the Wolfsburg supporters in attendance. On the sidelines, witnessing An Lan being dispossessed once more by a 3-man blockade, Maggath furiously kicked over his thermos. Damn, how shameless to treat a 17-year-old player this way, he thought. Recognizing that from the opponent's perspective, targeting a forward who had boasted 10 goals in 2 matches was entirely reasonable. However, from Maggath's viewpoint, it was sheer bullying of a young talent. Like a stern father, he anxiously observed the boy on the field, murmuring softly, "Can you think of a solution, An Lan? I believe you have the ability to break through this impasse. Football is a team sport, and coming to your own conclusions will undoubtedly yield better results than anything I could say. You have to find a way. Please do not let me down." Chapter 85, A Clash of Wits. On the pitch, An Lan continued to be tightly marked, relentlessly seeking a breakthrough. His S-class dribbling combined with S-class speed enabled him to audaciously bypass any defender in his path. Since the defenders faced him directly, he merely needed a single step to glide past them, then advance with great strides. Yet he now faced a dilemma. Each time An Lan attempted to break through, he found himself confronted by another defender. Even if he managed to slip past one, a third would invariably appear to thwart his efforts. What to do? He contemplated employing his skill of evasion, but even if he could navigate past 3 defenders to take a shot, what then? The opposition would only intensify their defensive focus on him. An Lan could not help but glance towards the sidelines where Maggath stood, arms crossed and expressionless. Upon noticing An Lan's gaze, he broke into a smile, giving her a thumbs up while shouting in broken Chinese, "Believe. An Lan, I believe in you." The sentiment echoed in An Lan's mind. "Indeed, believe in me." An Lan felt a surge of tension, yet her mind began to settle into a state of calm contemplation. It appeared that the coach had already discerned a way to resolve the dilemma, but he wished for her to unravel herself. Given this, how could she possibly betray his expectations? At that moment, Misinovic delivered another pass, this time a soaring ball. Football is a battle of 11 warriors. As a midfielder, he too was in pursuit of a solution. Thus, Misinovic recalled a statistic he had encountered a few days prior. After 3 matches, many have conducted an in-depth analysis of An Lan, ultimately arriving at a remarkable conclusion. Within the confines of the small penalty area, An Lan boasts an impeccable goal-scoring rate of 100. Even from the larger penalty area, his shooting accuracy reaches an impressive 80. He is a predatory assassin in the box, reminiscent of Inzaghi. Yet An Lan is even more formidable. His speed surpasses that of Inzaghi, and his youth only amplifies his prowess. As the ball arcs toward the penalty area, An Lan surges forward to seize the opportunity. With astonishing quickness, he heads the ball just as it descends, redirecting it toward the small penalty area with precision. An Lan accelerated, surging towards the forefront of the football. The passive talent of Hunter's instinct was triggered. Within the small penalty area, An Lan's shooting attribute ascended to infinity. Confronted by defenders behind and the goalkeeper ahead, he found himself in a tight encirclement. An Lan executed an astonishing door-kicking maneuver. He leapt high into the air and unleashed a flying knee. The ball struck his knee, altering its trajectory towards a goal. As Frankfurt's goalkeeper, Nikolov, chose to advance, the ball inevitably found the back of the empty net. In the 22nd minute, Wolfsburg equalized the score, 1-1. Following the goal, An Lan, unusually, did not retrieve the ball but instead ran towards the northern stand, which had just mocked him. With fervor, he waved his arms and roared at the fans. "Ignite the fire. Louder. Who else?" I asked who else. The Wolfsburg fans, stirred by his passion, fervently echoed his chants. "And awesome. And awesome. And awesome." It is well known that the fastest words one learns while acquiring a new language are always the profanities. Thus, thanks to An Lan's cultural enlightenment within the team, Wolfsburg players now occasionally sprinkle their social media and interviews with snippets of Chinese, such as Nima and awesome. These fans, upon hearing this, enthusiastically imitated him, shouting in Chinese, "Awesome," as if it were an incantation. Fuck, are these Wolfsburg fans shamans? Are they praying for An Lan, granting him a buff? One Frankfurt player, witnessing the spectacle, shivered and turned to his teammate, inquiring, "Who knows where this is heading? If he calls me again, I'll take a look." Tasked with closely marking An Lan was Frankfurt defender Bilt, who, upon seeing the coach beckon, hurried over. Given An Lan's goal, Bilt braced himself for a reprimand. However, upon reaching the sidelines, he heard the coach say, "Don't worry, this is not your fault. You have done well. You managed to contain An Lan for 20 minutes. Which indicates the strategy was sound. I merely overlooked An Lan's ability to seize opportunities in the box, primarily because his dribbling and speed are truly remarkable. Given that An Lan stands at 187 meters and you lack in height, switch positions with Russ. Russ at 192 meters will mark An Lan closely while you take on a supportive role." Bilt nodded but voiced his lingering concern. "Coach, Russ may indeed defend against An Lan's aerial threats, but he is too slow. An Lan can easily outpace him." The Frankfurt coach looked at him and replied, "Weren't you also dribbled past 5 times in the first half?" Bilt, "Well, in the span of 22 minutes, An Lan had forcefully broken through 5 times, outmaneuvering Bilt on each occasion, though subsequently thwarted by the second and third defenders." The head coach patted his shoulder and said solemnly, "I am not blaming you, though I am reluctant to admit it. An Lan is indeed an extraordinary player. At present, there are no more than 3 defenders across the top 5 leagues capable of marking him one-on-one. Go, my child, and inform Russ to continue restricting him." The match resumes. Following the goal, An Lan felt little joy, for he noticed that the defender closely marking him had changed. The athletic black brother, standing around 180 centimeters, was replaced by a robust white man towering at 192 centimeters. Is this an attempt to hinder my aerial prowess? How intriguing. An Lan cast a glance towards the Frankfurt bench, where the opposing coach happened to meet his gaze. A smile broke across his face, and the coach reciprocated with a nod of acknowledgement. "Very well, let us see if your tactics bear fruit." This was undoubtedly the most stringent restriction An Lan had ever faced. Yet instead of fear, a spirit of defiance ignited within him. If he were to be entirely subdued in this 4th official match, how would he ever claim to be a top-tier star? The fundamental definition of a premier athlete is insurmountable. Misimovic, having tasted success, continued to feed An Lan aerial passes as the match progressed. An Lan was also striving earnestly, but the opposing defender, towering half ahead over him, reduced his chances of securing the position to a mere 50%. Even when he managed to gain possession, another player, Beert, swiftly closed in on him. After several fruitless attempts, An Lan gestured to Misimovic, indicating a shift away from the long pass strategy into the penalty area, opting instead to continue on the ground. Unbeknownst to them, 13 minutes had elapsed once more. In the 35th minute, Frankfurt seized the ball during a defensive play and immediately launched a counterattack. Midfielder Keith surged forward with the ball, while the 2 forwards prepared to strike. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, Keith observed that both forwards were tightly marked by Wolfsburg defenders. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from passing and adjusted his stride to take a shot. Benaglio correctly anticipated the direction, managing to touch the ball with his fingertips. However, fortune was not on his side, as the ball ricocheted off the crossbar and into the net. A goal. Frankfurt, playing away, took the lead once again, now at 2-1. Chapter 86. A lone journey too. 0 following the goal, Keith did not conserve his energy. Instead, he sprinted toward the south stand as if in a 100-meter dash. Accompanying him were his fellow Frankfurt players, orchestrating a premeditated celebration. Upon reaching the south stand, Keith embraced the forward who had netted the first goal, Rooney's. Together with the nearby Frankfurt players, they raised their fingers to their lips, signaling for silence. This time, though Wolfsburg's fans were still incensed, their jeers diminished significantly. Why had the opposing team regained the lead? The audacious Frankfurt players laughed heartily, yet they were astute enough to disperse before the referee arrived to issue a warning. This left the referee somewhat speechless, as provoking the fans did not warrant a yellow card for each player, but a reprimand was certainly in order. Unfortunately, the opponents were seasoned veterans, denying him the opportunity to showcase his authority. As the players took their positions in the center circle, the match resumed. Following the subsequent goal, Wolfsburg's players appeared noticeably distracted, compounded by the reality that less than 10 minutes remained in the match. Their mindset began to waver, and their attacking momentum dwindled. Conversely, Frankfurt, invigorated by their recent goal, pressed forward with great zeal. They relentlessly attacked, constricting the passing space for Wolfsburg. Before long, possession statistics drastically shifted in Frankfurt's favor. In the final 10 minutes, they found themselves dominating play within Wolfsburg's half. It is noteworthy that Wolfsburg, currently basking in glory with 2 victories, sat atop the Bundesliga standings, while Frankfurt, with 1 draw and 1 loss, languished mid-table. Although 2 matches do not reveal much, astute coaches observing the game discerned an underlying issue. In a neutral stand, a man clad in a cap and mask turned to his companion and remarked, "The Wolfsburg players lack a certain resolve. They are devoid of a spiritual backbone." "Why is Maggath not here?" a companion asked in confusion. "Maggath is not up to the task," replied the man in the cap with a knowing smile. "He cannot command this group of players. He only exerts pressure, yet the players yield outwardly but remain unconvinced internally, failing to unite as one. Their captain is that goalkeeper, right? He is even less effective. Just look at the team's performance in his absence. What good does he do when they are trailing? Have you ever heard him speak?" The companion shook his head. To these two, Wolfsburg's captain Benaglio was merely an unknown figure. "They lack a certain temperament," he continued. "Take Liverpool's iron resolve, for instance, or our Manchester United's tenacity. As long as I am on the sidelines, the players will never lose their fighting spirit." The companion, absorbing the man's self-assured proclamations, nodded in agreement. After all, the man in the mask and cap was none other than Sir Alex Ferguson, the illustrious manager of Manchester United. After a fervent 10-minute flurry, the match reached the 45-minute mark. The 4th official approached the sideline, raising the sign. Injury time, 1 minute. With no injuries or yellow cards to speak of in the first half, the play had been smooth. Thus, the head coach merely allocated a minute of stoppage time, a token gesture to compensate for the celebrations following 3 goals. However, upon seeing the mere minute of added time, An Lan grew anxious. The team's morale was waning. If they were to head into halftime with such a scoreline, the second half would likely see them wilt like frostbitten eggplants. He could not wait any longer. He resolved to take action. After Frankfurt forward Rooney's struck the crossbar once more, the ball went out of play. Seizing the moment, An Lan quickly signaled to Griffith. Understanding the urgency, Griffith, though skeptical of what could be accomplished in the remaining seconds, chose to comply. After all, An Lan was the heir apparent of Wolfsburg. He called for the ball from Benaglio, who promptly threw it to him. Griffith glanced at An Lan's positioning, pretended to take a few steps, and then suddenly unleashed a long pass. At the instant Griffith kicked the ball, An Lan transformed into a green and white flash, surging forward. Utilizing the skill 7 in and 7 out, he succeeded. This ability enhanced his dribbling, speed, and explosiveness for 30 seconds. Cool down. 2 matches. In that moment, all 3 of An Lan's attributes surged by 1 level. He felt an inexhaustible energy coursing through his legs as he raced toward the ball's landing spot. "Stop him." Rouse, seeing An Lan's acceleration, instinctively reached out to grab his shirt, but stumbled instead. He had missed. 2 players from Eintracht Frankfurt stationed at the back witnessed the unfolding scene. One of them, a central defender named Fink, rushed forward to challenge An Lan. He had already resolved that even if he could not seize the ball, he would bring An Lan down directly. Sacrificing a yellow card for the chance to lead at halftime seemed worthwhile. However, Fink's optimism was misplaced. The agile An Lan, who had already evaded 7 defenders, was not someone he could stop with mere conventional fouls. It is important to note that An Lan's speed was currently boundless, as was his dribbling skill. When he surged forward, he resembled a whirlwind, a flash of lightning. The entire crowd of Wolfsburg fans erupted, their fervent cheers echoing as they poured all their passion into supporting that man sprinting across the field. An Lan seized the ball with remarkable agility, pausing only for a fleeting moment before advancing with determination. Behind him, 3 defenders from Frankfurt pursued relentlessly, while ahead loomed 2 more Frankfurt players, poised alongside the goalkeeper in a formidable defensive stance. An Lan's brief pause in his stride startled the 3 defenders behind him. After executing a flawless stop, he continued his sprint. Is this what those newspapers refer to as clumsy footwork? How absurd. Within 3 seconds, An Lan found himself face to face with Fink. Come on, don't struggle. I'm gentle. Fink's eyes were resolute as he attempted to intimidate An Lan. He was assessing whether An Lan would break through on the left or the right while extending his hand. Sensing that the opponent would rather commit a foul than allow him to pass, An Lan swiftly lowered his center of gravity. He slightly bent forward, and just a few meters in front of Fink, his body began to sway from side to side. My goodness, a pendulum dribble. Oh my, this is miraculous. An Lan truly admires Ronaldo. He employed the extraterrestrial's signature skill. The speed was astonishing, and Fink misjudged the direction, stumbling as a result. In his desperation, Fink chose to foul, reaching out to grab the hem of An Lan's jersey just before hitting the ground. With a terrifying burst of speed, An Lan's jersey was torn apart. His body shook violently, yet he remained upright, regaining his balance after a few staggering steps. The 3 Frankfurt players behind seized the opportunity to close in. Seeing An Lan just 5 or 6 meters ahead, their expressions brightened with hope. After An Lan adjusted his body's balance, he continued to sprint forward with the ball, paying no mind to those pursuing him from behind. The 3 individuals drew closer to his back, their faces contorted into menacing grins. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 3 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 6 meters? How is it that they're falling further behind? One of the defenders voiced his confusion, unaware that the 3 of them had merely become a backdrop. The crowd erupted in gasps and screams. Half of the spectators, in disbelief, held their heads in astonishment. Captured in the camera's wide-angle lens, just 5 meters away from An Lan, he made his move. Yet even in full sprint, the 3 players still failed to catch up to him. Instead, they found themselves drifting further apart. As An Lan dashed forward, he tore away the remnants of his shirt, revealing his flawless, cheetah-like physique. At that moment, the clamor of the outside world faded into oblivion. Approaching the penalty area, his gaze was fixated solely on the last defender and the goalkeeper of the opposing team. The solo journey had reached its climax. Chapter 87, The Blade-Wielding Guardian 2. 0. To hell with it. Fuck. If you don't dodge, I will ruin you, shouted Frankfurt defender Sibber as he witnessed An Lan charging towards him, bare-chested. With a fierce yell, he executed a sliding tackle. In an instant, An Lan caught a glimpse of glinting spikes beneath him. Those were the gleaming studs of the opponent's boots. Thud! The tackle came straight for him. There was no way to evade it, and he was sent flying. The thorns of his shin guards activated. Almost simultaneously with the system alert ringing in his mind, An Lan let out a pain scream and rolled on the ground, clutching his leg. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air urgently as he hurried over, panting. Without a glance at Sibber, he waved for the medical team and knelt before An Lan. How are you? In? Is it serious? I witnessed the foul. He will receive a red card. Referee Tom, observing An Lan's agonized expression, felt a surge of anxiety. At that moment, he was overwhelmed with frustration. Just after An Lan's second match in the Bundesliga, the National Football Association convened all officiating referees for a meeting. The purpose was straightforward: to discuss potential candidates for supporting the new generation of Bundesliga stars. Without a doubt, An Lan has been selected among the stars supported by the Bundesliga Association. The reasons are quite straightforward. Firstly, his performance has been exceptional. Secondly, at merely 17 years of age, he is remarkably young. Thirdly, although not a domestic player, An Lan was brought in by Maggath during a desperate time, coupled with the attitude he exhibits during interviews. The Bundesliga Association has concluded that his emotional ties to the national team are profound. Thus, despite not being a native player, he has still been chosen. Fourthly, An Lan hails from the Dragon Country. The profits Wolfsburg accrued post-signing An Lan astonished the association and sent shockwaves through European clubs. Just the sale of An Lan's jersey was enough to sell out in the Dragon Country immediately upon release. Wolfsburg had to print additional batches 6 times. This was compounded by the fact that their local partners informed them of the rampant piracy of jerseys, suggesting that sales could have been even higher otherwise. As for other merchandise, particularly during the autumn and winter seasons, items such as hoodies, scarves, warm jackets, and down coats emblazoned with the Wolfsburg logo are selling like hotcakes. The viewership statistics have also left the Germans quite flabbergasted. In Europe, since it is a paid sporting context, viewing data is calculated based on the number of paying viewers. Wolfsburg sold the broadcasting rights to a sports channel, which then aired the matches for free. When the representatives from the Dragon Country reported the data back to Wolfsburg, they conveniently used the viewership numbers. Upon witnessing the statistics for the first time, the Bundesliga Association even suspected potential fabrication by the Dragon Country, as the viewership for Wolfsburg matches there surpassed the collective viewership across Europe. Such is the absurdity of the situation. It can be said that based solely on this fourth point, An Lan is bound to receive support. Both the Bundesliga Association and Wolfsburg Club are reaping immense profits, and naturally, they must safeguard their golden goose, An Lan. Consequently, the supported stars enjoy certain invisible privileges. For instance, there exists a 50 probability of favorable decisions regarding dubious calls. Situations such as offside, intentional or unintentional handballs, and penalties, if occurring to An Lan, will often result in advantageous rulings from referees, provided they are not glaringly obvious. Furthermore, there is zero tolerance for malicious fouls. These matters, of course, cannot be disclosed to the club or the players and must be managed discreetly by the head referee. However, malicious fouls are unexpected occurrences. At this moment, Tom found himself in a state of despair. Just days ago, his boss had assigned him a task, and today he had botched it. Who could he possibly turn to for justice? After years of coaching, he immediately recognized that after witnessing Spalker's brutal tackle, his experience led him to conclude that An Lan was severely injured. Both players collided at high speed, with the opponent's cleats striking An Lan's supporting leg. Such an injury could either end a season or, in the worst-case scenario, terminate a career entirely. Seeing the team doctor rush over, Tom stepped aside. He stormed over to Spalker, brandishing a red card, and furiously pointed towards the sidelines. A red card was issued along with an expulsion. I'm not. Why didn't he dodge? Sabacha was equally bewildered. He merely intended to intimidate An Lan. Little did he expect his opponent to be so audacious, utterly fearless. On the grand screen of the stadium, the footage of the earlier match began to replay. The audience collectively gasped as they witnessed An Lan being brutally tackled, and soon, their astonishment morphed into fury. Some of the extreme fans of Wolfsburg surged from the stands, charging toward Sabacha. The stadium security initiated a frantic chase akin to a game of cat and mouse. An Lan represented the hope of the Wolfsburg fans, the prince of their team. How could they tolerate such a malicious foul on their home ground? This was unacceptable. On the Wolfsburg bench, others began to stir restlessly. The swordsman Lucas had been banned for 10 matches and fined €50,000 due to a flying kick in a previous game. Thus, he would not be listed for the next 10 matches. The fine was covered by the club, and in addition, An Lan gifted Lucas a Rolex watch as a token of appreciation. Among the substitutes, Nagatomo Makoto stepped forward. This young lad was also a loyal follower of An Lan. Before An Lan's arrival, he had been treated similarly to a fellow local from Bochum. Under An Lan's protection, Nagatomo was no longer a victim of bullying. His inherent submissiveness was profound. Despite his rebellious spirit, he remained fiercely loyal until he established his own standing. Without waiting for others to react, Nagatomo charged onto the field. He stood at around 175 meters, so he employed a stealthy tactic. Upon entering the pitch, he maneuvered behind Sabacha and executed a flying knee strike. This move was inspired by An Lan's earlier goal, and it was executed with remarkable flair. Sabacha, preoccupied with the fans rushing toward him, was oblivious to the threat from behind. Nagatomo's knee struck directly at his left flank. Sabacha let out a painful scream as he was sent sprawling to the ground, landing in a dog-eat-dog manner. He clutched his left lower back in agony. In that moment, it felt as though happiness had slipped away. The pain in his back was excruciating. Toot, 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 toot. Tom pulled out a red card for Nagatomo, expelling him from the field as well. Unfazed, Nagatomo hurried to An Lan's side, crouched down, and in halting Chinese whispered, "Boss, I avenged you. I shattered his kidney. You must be all right." With that, he departed with an air of nonchalance. To Nagatomo's astonishment, the fans in the stadium rose to their feet in applause for him. Under the guidance of a live commentary, they chanted his name in German. "Nagatomo, man! Nagatomo, man! Nagatomo, well done! Nagatomo, well done!" In the years since he ventured abroad, Makoto Hasabe's name resonated throughout the stadium for the first time. He was visibly moved, his eyes glistening with emotion. Hasabe waved fervently to the surrounding fans, who regarded him as a hero. Like Lucas, he stood as a knight defending the prince within the ranks of Wolfsburg. Alas, how impulsive. In the sports channel, Duan Xian reflected on the abruptly cut broadcast, noting how well-liked An Lan was among his teammates. Both Lucas and Hasabe were the first to step up and defend him after his injury. While such a response may not be commendable, as Tao Wei swiftly interjected, this exemplifies the allure of football, as Shanks once proclaimed. Football is not about life and death. It transcends life and death. On the pitch, 11 players engage in a fierce battle, united as comrades facing shared peril. It is only natural to feel anger when witnessing a teammate maliciously fouled by the opposition. Indeed, Duan Xian continued, hands clasped in prayer, we are still unaware of An Lan's condition. Let us all pray for him before our screens. The malicious tackle was unavoidable, and we can only hope it does not affect An Lan's career. At that moment, countless fans from Longwell watching the live broadcast clasped their hands in prayer for An Lan. For these fervent supporters, An Lan represented the hope of Longwell football, the last flicker of passion in their hearts. Even the typically indifferent gamblers began to voice their outrage against Shibocha in the Thundersports chatroom. Damn it, Shibocha. I'm putting up 5,000. Is there anyone in the Chariots nation willing to break his windows for me? If it weren't for that foul, An Lan would have scored. I lost 2-A because of him. Shibocha, you deserve to suffer. Unbelievable. That son of a gun plays dirty. An Lan better not have a career-ending injury. He is the beacon for us football fans. They demanded a thorough investigation into Shibocha after the match, suspecting foul play. Though the criticism of Shibocha was similar, the gambler's perspective was intriguingly unique. Chapter 88. A medical miracle on the field. Returning to the scene, a former Wolfsburg player rose in fury within the Sky Sports studio, pointing at the screen and shouting, "This is murder! Murder! He is only 17. You cannot treat a prodigy in such a manner. This is an act of murder." The Frankfurt veteran, feeling somewhat guilty, refrained from countering the Wolfsburg legend. There was no denying it. In slow motion, Shibocha's actions and his menacing expression were all too clear. This was a blatant act of malicious foul play. If it had merely been a simple tackle, it would have warranted nothing more than a yellow card. However, the intent was clearly aimed at An Lan's supporting foot, which could render him incapacitated. Oh heavens, I fervently hope that An Lan is unharmed. His career has only just commenced beginning at Wolfsburg. It must not be allowed to falter so soon. The esteemed veterans of Wolfsburg began to voice their sentiments, their tones choked with emotion and laced with indignation. The National Football Association must take a definitive stance. In the face of such blatant malicious fouls, they must impose severe penalties. Otherwise, the Bundesliga will become a nightmare for talented players, and no one will wish to play here. A former Frankfurt player also spoke up. Indeed, if malicious fouls are tolerated, the Bundesliga will cease to attract fresh talent. It is simply unacceptable that An Lan, having played merely 4 matches, is rendered incapacitated. I shall visit An Lan after the match. Although we are rivals in this contest, we are all professional players. The host silently observed the two, internally applauding their performance. If there is any pretense, it is certainly embodied by the two of you. One cannot help but note that professional athletes share a striking resemblance to actors. Diving and deceiving for penalties require a certain level of skill to execute. After playing for over a decade, one could say that we have all become adept performers. An Lan clutched his leg, wailing, though in truth, there was no significant injury. The torment he experienced had merely shifted onto Shibocha, yet the system's rebound was subject to a delay. Had Shibocha been incapacitated by the reflected damage earlier, it would have rendered the laws of physics utterly nonsensical. He would endure unforeseen misfortunes in the ensuing 2 days, a consequence of his own transgressions on the court. How peculiar that nothing seemed amiss. What nonsense, he thought. Is it not better if all is well? Yet, judging by the earlier scene, An Lan was at least. Hush! The conversation between the two team doctors instilled a sense of guilt within An Lan, compelling him to cease his charade. He stifled his cries and attempted to rise. Observing this, the doctors hastened to support him, urging, "And you must lie down. Your injuries require examination off the court. Indeed, you cannot continue the match. You must accompany us for a thorough checkup." An Lan exhibited a resolute expression, gritting his teeth as he proclaimed, "No, I shall fight. This is my promise to lead, to guide Wolfsburg to the pinnacle of glory." His words resonated throughout the stadium via the loudspeakers, instantly bringing tears to the eyes of the Wolfsburg supporters. They were filled with both concern and emotion, yet felt powerless to act. Fortunately, they began to sing a familiar anthem in support of the indomitable An Lan. GR VFL, our colors shine bright, illuminating the football firmament of Wolfsburg's VFL. Green and white, our colors gleam, a beacon of light in the paradise of football, Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg is a green city, rich with opportunities to behold, a castle, a factory that provides work, and a lake that everyone adores. After a brief moment, everyone quickly recognized that the most beautiful aspect is indeed our VFL. GR VFL, our colors shine bright, illuminating the football firmament of Wolfsburg's VFL. In due time, everyone realized that we are the pride of Lower Saxony. We are the first. The storm is fierce. The sandstorm is relentless. And so what? Look who reigns supreme. We are the pride of Lower Saxony. Here we stand as number one. Storm-proof and deeply rooted, we aspire to be the greatest. You shall never stand alone. We shall traverse every path together. You will never be lonely, for we are always united. Green and white, VFL, our colors shine brightly. A paradise of football amidst the chaos. Wolfsburg and An Lan, as if empowered by the song, endeavored to free himself from the support of the team doctor, limping yet determined. With each step, he grew steadier. The recent replay vividly replayed in our minds, as Shabach's tackle was undeniably aggressive. Yet, An Lan rose resolutely, leaving everyone astonished. After An Lan took a few steps, he bounced momentarily in place. Amidst the melody, his brow furrowed slightly, as if he were enduring pain. The youthful glint in his eyes revealed an ardent desire for triumph. He pressed a kiss to the logo of Wolfsburg on his chest and resolutely declared, "Referee, I'm fine. I can continue the match." Chapter 89. Look at the legs. What? Are you certain you're truly unscathed? Tom gazed at the lively An Lan, his lips twitching involuntarily. This is inconceivable. Though somewhat unethical, he pondered silently. The flying tackle from Schober had undeniably struck An Lan's shin with considerable force. Such impact could result in a fracture or even a broken leg. Yet, An Lan seemed genuinely unharmed. The two team doctors appeared equally perplexed. One muttered about wasted education, while the other mumbled prayers for divine protection. The crowd erupted in joy upon witnessing An Lan rise once more amidst their chants. Their voices grew ever more resounding, and An Lan understood that countless high-definition cameras were capturing his every move. Thus, he opened his mouth to sing along, occasionally bestowing kisses upon his emblem. This gesture further ignited the fervor of the fans. Having served as the team physician for Wolfsburg for many years, he was deeply moved by the scene. With concern, he inquired, do you really not need to step off for a check? Please don't push yourself. No need, I'm perfectly fine, Uncle Sam. An Lan innocent. Remarking that with halftime approaching, the 2 minutes were inconsequential. All right, we shall prepare the equipment. Hurry back after the break. With that, the two team doctors exited, and the match resumed. Since An Lan was fouled just outside the penalty area, he was awarded a dangerous free kick instead of a penalty. Graphite stepped forward, and after An Lan whispered a few words in his ear, he relinquished the responsibility of taking the kick. Again, Graphite felt a surge of anxiety at An Lan's words. With a sharp whistle from the referee, Graphite made his approach. The ball arced towards the upper right corner of the goal. Get it. Goalkeeper Nikolov, having assessed the trajectory, leapt confidently to save. Graphite, aiming for precision, did not strike with great force, resulting in a slower ball speed. Suddenly, a green and white flash intercepted the ball, delivering a powerful header. The trajectory shifted from the upper right corner to the left, rendering Nikolov unable to react in time to remedy the situation. The ball found the net, goal. In stoppage time, An Lan's last-minute strike equalized the score. Wolfsburg 2, Frankfurt 2. Following the goal, Nikolov furiously retrieved the ball from the ground and kicked it against the net in a fit of rage. Once his emotions calmed somewhat, he turned to question the two defenders who had failed to mark An Lan. Can't you keep an eye on him? You couldn't team manage it in the last few seconds? He was just injured. Russ shrugged, defiantly retorting. How was I supposed to know? He was limping just moments ago. Yet, as soon as Graphite kicked off, An Lan was sprinting faster than a rabbit. That damn Oriental was clearly faking his injury. Nikolov stared incredulously at Russ, having witnessed An Lan's foul clearly. The force and angle of the challenge could not have left him unscathed. Meanwhile, An Lan, having scored, furrowed his brow and refrained from wild celebrations. He feigned discomfort as if enduring pain, then raised a fist towards the south stand. The crowd was moved by his indomitable spirit. Some emotional fans were in tears, overwhelmed with sentiment. The chants from Wolfsburg grew even more resounding. In an instant, the atmosphere was electrifying. With a series of whistles, An Lan, limping and supported by his teammates, returned to the pitch. Just as play resumed, referee Tom promptly blew the whistle to signal the end of the half. Zeko and Graphite each took one of An Lan's arms, assisting him back to the locker room. An Lan, how are you? Please don't push yourself. I saw that challenge clearly. You are the hope of Wolfsburg. Do not act recklessly because of that wager. If you cannot endure the second half, it would be wise not to participate. I shall petition the club to cover that 100,000 euros for you. Moreover, I firmly believe that should you not take the field in the second half, that so-called host would not dare to demand payment. As they walked from the players' tunnel to the dressing room, Maggath incessantly spoke beside An Lan, his genuine concern for his well-being unmistakable. A warm current surged within An Lan's heart. I'm perfectly fine. It's merely an act, Maggath inquired. Huh? Jakku responded with a puzzled expression, and Graphite echoed the sentiment. It is indeed true. An Lan pushed open the door to the changing room, and upon entering, she leapt with exuberance. Entirely devoid of the demeanor one would expect from an injured individual, the entire team was astounded. Sabach's tackle was replayed on the large screen 5 or 6 times. Being professional athletes, they were adept at assessing injuries with remarkable accuracy. Yet, An Lan emerged unscathed, which was utterly astonishing. I believe this is what faith embodies. The supporters from Wolfsburg infused me with strength. As I noticed the skeptical gazes directed towards me, some of the more devout even wore expressions of terror. As An Lan's mind sparked with clarity, he steeled himself to explain. In that fleeting moment when he struck me, I glimpsed several glimmers of cold light. My first instinct was the cleats, and my second was the realization of impending doom. However, what transpired next was quite peculiar. The locker room fell into a hushed silence, with everyone, including the substitutes, gathering around An Lan, their eyes wide with intrigue. Maggath, too, abandoned tactical discussions, his faith in the divine ignited by such metaphysical revelations. Speak. Continue, urged Jakku. Sensing An Lan's sudden lapse into silence, his anxiety palpable, An Lan cast a sharp glance at him before closing his eyes and falling into silence. What a nuisance. I'm still pondering how to weave this tale. The others, witnessing his demeanor, refrained from pressing him further, maintaining a respectful silence. After approximately a minute, An Lan finally opened his eyes, a look of joy illuminating his face as he exclaimed in disbelief. And then, I felt an immense power. Maggath responded, power? An Lan nodded, resolutely stating, indeed, it is the power emanating from my right leg, akin to a shield. That very shield has protected me from the opponent's sliding tackle. Amidst it all, I seem to hear a faint melody, likely the fans singing in unison. Suddenly, Benelio exclaimed, An Lan, take a look at your leg. An Lan was taken aback, retracting his neck as he exclaimed, Captain, do you not fancy elegant black silk legs? Do you prefer those with robust, hairy limbs? The other players were equally bewildered, their eyes wide with trepidation as they turned to the eccentric Graphite, whose peculiar tastes were well known. Damn it, what the hell? Benelio blurted out in a clumsy attempt at Chinese, before clarifying, let me see your right leg. It was only then that everyone finally comprehended the situation and collectively directed their gaze toward An Lan. An Lan had no choice but to lift his foot onto the bench. Maggath approached and removed his sock, his pupils dilating upon the sight of the shin guard. Good heavens! Chapter 90. Prince of Wolfsburg? Son of God. The other players shared a similar expression upon observing the shin guard. The marks of the studs were unmistakably imprinted upon it, and the entire surface was riddled with cracks, clearly on the verge of breaking. An Lan removed his shin guards, revealing his unscathed calves. Maggath picked up the shin guards and, upon noticing the visibly dented holes, found himself momentarily bewildered. The other players fell into silence. Initially, they had doubted An Lan's earlier words, but now, confronted with the cracks adorning the shin guards and those noticeable indentations, they turned their gaze to An Lan's intact, robust legs. An atmosphere of fear, panic, confusion, and exhilaration permeated the locker room. Maggath's tone grew grave, and he appeared quite agitated, even lighting a cigarette in the locker room. To be honest, during my lunch prayer today, I mentioned you. I sought divine intervention on your behalf, hoping you would fulfill the wager in tonight's match. More importantly, I prayed for God's protection over you to prevent any injuries. Upon hearing this, Several players who believed in God could hardly contain themselves. Could it be that God has manifested? But why would his mercy be bestowed upon someone who does not believe in him, and who is not even one of his followers? Is this, then, the essence of selfless love? The club's cameraman, intrigued, diligently recorded every moment. After a moment's reflection, Maggath turned to An Lan and remarked, "I understand that you do not profess faith in God, yet it seems that he has shielded you in response to my prayers. I believe I now comprehend the reason, An Lan." God proclaimed, "I leave peace with you. I bestow my peace upon you. The peace I offer is not as the world gives. Let not your hearts be troubled, neither let them be afraid." Upon finishing, Maggath made the sign of the cross upon his chest, and several companions in the team followed suit. Amen. God, indeed, amen. An Lan was filled with frustration. Had he not been aware of the protective function of the thorny leg guards, he might have truly been deceived by this group of charlatans. It was confirmed. The deity was indeed the thorny leg guards. Just then, the locker room door was abruptly flung open, and a portly man adorned with a lavish gold watch, clutching a satellite phone, hurriedly entered. An Lan, are you all right? The newcomer was none other than Raiola. He rushed to An Lan's side, his immediate instinct being to inspect his right leg. "I'm fine, don't worry." An Lan gently patted his shoulder, feeling a twinge of emotion upon seeing him drenched in sweat. Whether his concern stemmed from worry for An Lan himself, or from the fear of losing his golden goose, it was undeniable that Raiola's attitude was impeccable. "By the way, old Rai, take a look at that." An Lan gestured for the team's photographer to save the recent footage and then to show it to Raiola. The photographer glanced at Maggath, who gave a slight nod before proceeding. After reviewing the video, Raiola was thoroughly reassured. In an instant, a spark ignited in his eyes. "My little genius, you were sent by the heavens to rescue me. Make sure to provide me with a copy of that footage. I've heard that Frankfurt is preparing a defense for Spalvis. With this recording, they are finished, and you shall transform from the Prince of Wolfsburg to the Son of God across all of Europe." Observing the fervent gaze of Raiola, An Lan pondered a thought he hesitated to voice. "Can I be a father figure?" Raiola came in with a whirlwind of energy and left just as swiftly. After his departure, Maggath suddenly recalled something, erupting in anger. "The locker room is a sacred space. How'd he get in here? Who permitted his entry?" A staff member rushed in to explain. "Mr. Maggath, Raiola's 4 bodyguards restrained our personnel. We apologize." "Fuck." Maggath cursed, then turned to An Lan, saying, "Even if you're the son of God, you must manage your agent. I do not wish to see such matters arise again." An Lan nodded in agreement, then softly replied, "I'm not the son of God." "No, you are. If not you, then who? You are under God's protection. Can you truly turn your back on him? I wish for you to be my companion on this path, An Lan. I am envious of you. Please do not fall into darkness." While Maggath had yet to speak, several players who held faith in God began to vociferously deny An Lan's statement. Observing the fervent expressions of his companions, An Lan pondered deeply and realized that the title of Son of God seemed to confer certain advantages upon him, and thus he relinquished his struggle. "Let be as it may. I shall take a moment to visit the restroom." An Lan sought an excuse and hastily made her way to the restroom. After just half a match, a crowd of burly men surrounded her. The heat was bearable, but the stench was unbearable. The first thing players did upon returning to the locker room was to remove their shoes and relieve their feet. One can only imagine the pungent combination of foot odor and sweat, a veritable assault on the senses. As she lowered the toilet seat, An Lan sat there and silently pondered. System, is the thorny shin guard merely a disposable item? Rest assured, dear host, the shin guard's display of actual damage is solely to effectively circumvent potential risks. After the match concludes, it will undergo automatic repair. An Lan let out a sigh of relief. Very well then, regardless of the losses incurred, each repair will consistently consume 10 exchange points. So be it. Damn merchants. Curse system. Utterly useless. Host, will you continue to curse? I am but a failure. An Lan quickly fell silent. He had no desire to witness a catastrophic system malfunction. Having just risen to stardom, he felt he had yet to fully embrace life. Upon returning to the locker room, An Lan contemplated for a moment before approaching Makoto Hasebe and gently patting him on the shoulder. "Thank you." However, upon hearing An Lan's expression of gratitude, Hasebe reacted as if he had been insulted, responding with a sense of grievance. "Why is the boss thanking me? Does he look down on me?" An Lan was taken aback, only to hear Hasebe Makoto continue. "The boss is the son of God. No one can harm you. However, those who dare to inflict harm upon you shall face retribution, and it is my honor to ensure that." Upon hearing this, Even An Lan could not help but inwardly exclaim in admiration. Observing the tearful gaze of Hasabi, he contemplated for a moment before responding. You performed admirably. That flying knee strike was impressive, showcasing my flair. Hasabi's face instantly lit up with joy as he exclaimed, Wada Siva, I shall steadfastly guard the boss's side. Semida, alas, what could one do about Xiao Ba Gan's excessive servility? One could only fulfill his wishes. During the halftime break, commentators from various television stations engaged in discussions regarding An Lan's injury and Hasabi's remarkable move. On the sports channel, Duan Xian, ecstatic upon receiving news through his earpiece, announced, We have just received official word from Wolfsburg. An Lan is fine. At that moment, a chorus of cheers erupted from fans across Long Nation watching the match. An Lan is incredible. In the male dormitories of numerous universities, the deafening roars startled the dormitory matron, causing her to tremble. Infuriated, she stormed out of her room, shouting into the corridor, Quiet down. Did that Dota thing win again? Even if they won, there is no need for such ruckus. Anyone making noise will lose points. At her admonition, the male dormitories fell into an immediate silence. Chapter 91, Ruthless hat Trick. Upon learning that An Lan had merely sustained minor abrasions and could continue playing, the Volkswagen Arena erupted with excitement. Tens of thousands of Wolfsburg supporters rehung the giant portrait of An Lan they had prepared before the match, celebrating fervently. The prodigy had not met an untimely end. The future still glimmered brightly. While the ordinary fans rejoiced, the professionals began to question their very existence. They replayed the footage repeatedly, scrutinizing the solid tackle, utterly perplexed. It was only when both teams re-emerged onto the field, and the cameras captured An Lan's figure, that they had no choice but to believe. Against the odds of a brutal tackle, the lad truly emerged unscathed. As the second half commenced, the atmosphere outside grew increasingly tumultuous under Raiola's influence. The match began with An Lan needing 5 goals to reach the 7 he had mentioned, with only a half to go. A throw-in. Frankfurt intentionally conceded possession at the start, seizing the opportunity during the dead ball to make a substitution. Oh, they directly replaced Russ, who had marked An Lan in the first half, along with the forward Roonies, who had scored. In their stead, 2 defenders were brought on. Substituting Russ seemed reasonable, especially since An Lan managed to score twice, even under tight coverage. Russ bore undeniable responsibility. However, I am curious as to why the coach opted to replace Roonies instead of the other forward, Lai Bellew, who had failed to score in the first half. Frankfurt has altered their formation, perhaps aided by the expulsion of Spurcha. With only 10 players on the field, their strategy shifted from a 4-4-2 to a 5-3-1, a defensive maneuver that seemed inevitable. Just as the substitutions were completed, Wolfsburg opted for a quick restart, accelerating their offensive play. Graphite, in possession of the ball, confronted the defense and passed it to his side, where Zeko awaited. The two executed a wall pass. An Lan swiftly surged forward, a one-on-one opportunity. Alas, his speed was too great. Zeko's pass came a fraction too late, resulting in the assistant referee signaling for offside. Despite being flagged, An Lan still gave a thumbs up to Zeko, acknowledging the quality of the pass. One cannot expect everyone to possess the same instinct in front of goal as Inzaghi. If that were the case, Inzaghi would not be Inzaghi. Frankfurt, down a player, chose to retreat, aiming for a draw and a single point. However, Wolfsburg would not acquiesce to their desires. Thus, they unleashed a ferocious assault. Under relentless pressure, Frankfurt resembled a fragile boat amidst a tempest, teetering on the brink. Yet, the wall of defenders within the penalty area repeatedly spared them from disaster. 50 minutes, 55 minutes, 60 minutes. After 15 minutes had elapsed, the score remained 2-2. Some fans began to grow anxious. They did not believe the team would lose. With such bombardment, a goal was surely imminent. Yet, if only one goal were scored, the team would triumph, while the Prince of Wolfsburg would falter. Seasoned fans were well aware of the media scrutiny An Lan would face should he fail to score 7 goals. Fortunately, Spurcha's reckless tackle in the first half would mitigate a significant wave of criticism. That forceful challenge undoubtedly impacted An Lan's performance. However, if this were the case, the myth surrounding An Lan would shatter. The boy from Longwell would no longer be extraordinary. On the pitch, An Lan remained unperturbed, continually seeking opportunities. With the opposition down a man, they lacked the numbers to press him in the second half. He lay in wait, concealing his fangs, poised to deliver a lethal strike. Within the first 15 minutes of the second half, possession largely favored the eager Zeko and Graphite. The strategy proved successful. Frankfurt's defensive focus gradually shifted toward the two of them. We all know An Lan is unique, yet the authority to strike now resided with Zeko and Graphite. In the Sky Sports commentary box, a Frankfurt legend spoke at length. This could only imply that the boy from Longwo was still nursing an injury, perhaps not severe, yet undoubtedly affecting his form. As he spoke, he turned to the Wolfsburg legend beside him, asking, "What do you think? If he doesn't take the field in the second half, our wager becomes null and void." I believe Maggath must have advised him against playing, yet he still took to the pitch. Surely that count for something? The esteemed veteran from Wolfsburg scoffed. How is it that we should not respect a warrior who battles on despite injury? I hold him in high regard, yet this does not conflict with your wager. Frankfurt shook his head and chuckled. The spirit of iron and blood is indeed admirable, but occupying a position on the field under diminished circumstances, with both sides at a stalemate, is not the wisest of choices. The Wolfsburg veteran faltered momentarily, intending to shift the conversation, when suddenly he caught sight of the scene on the live broadcast and was instantly elated. In the 61st minute, An Lan proactively called for the ball. Upon noticing the opposing defender approaching, he refrained from making a breakthrough and instead passed it back to Misimovic. Receiving the pass, Misimovic returned it to defender Schwahua. After gaining possession, Schwahua surveyed the situation on the field and observed Graphite and Zeko making runs forward. Noticing An Lan still leisurely strolling, he opted for a long pass. Schwahua launched a high ball toward the opponent's penalty area. However, by this time, Frankfurt's defensive focus had already shifted. The moment Zeko and Graphite made their moves, they found themselves closely followed by an opposing defender. Zeko, tall and robust, was aware of the presence behind him. Thus, upon receiving the ball, he chose to pass it back to Misimovic. Unfortunately, the pass was executed too hastily, veering slightly off course. Sensing an opportunity, an opponent rushed in. Misimovic managed to seize the ball first, but with adversaries surrounding him, he had no time to deliberate and could only return the pass to An Lan. An Lan, maintaining a calm demeanor, accepted the ball. After a meticulous build-up of 15 minutes, he was prepared to reveal his intentions. Misimovic passed the ball back to An Lan. Alas, the pass seemed futile, as An Lan's form was evidently subpar. He must not push himself too hard. The opposing team pressed forward aggressively, and in the past, An Lan would have undoubtedly broken through with ease. However, now burdened by an injury, his decision remained uncertain. On the sports channel, Duan Xian and Tao Wei exhibited increasing anxiety. Having been at the national team's training camp for a month, they were acutely aware of the media's tendencies in this region. If the media in Longwo maintained a semblance of integrity, the European press, on the other hand, operated without any moral restraint. They not only dared to speak freely, but also indulged in fabrications. Thus, their concerns were genuinely warranted. An Lan, having lost the wager, endured ridicule, which was tolerable. However, the looming threat of exacerbating physical injuries would constitute a truly catastrophic blow. Confronted by the advancing defenders, the situation became increasingly dire. An Lan feigned a pass, causing his opponent to halt abruptly. In that fleeting moment, An Lan deftly hooked the ball back with his left foot while propelling it forward with his right. The ball slipped through the defender's legs, and An Lan surged forward. A breakthrough. On the sidelines, Maggath's pupils dilated at the sight. The mystical atmosphere of the locker room dissipated, and he regained his composure, beginning to trust in science once again. "Eswain, warm up," Maggath shouted towards the substitutes bench, preparing to make a substitution for An Lan's safety. If An Lan could endure a half, he would have no complaints. However, it was evident that An Lan was not content with the status quo. He was determined to fulfill that damned wager. Maggath felt a mix of joy and frustration. He was pleased with An Lan's almost obsessive desire to win, yet irritated by his reckless disregard for his own well-being. After all, he was still a young man, clinging to his pride. But truth be told, if he could calmly accept defeat without struggle, he certainly wouldn't seem like a mere 17-year-old. In an instant, Frankfurt's center back, Dusky, realized he had been outwitted and quickly turned to chase back. A minor mishap, like being nutmegged, was trivial compared to being overtaken. The young lad from Longwo was too formidable. He could not afford that risk. However, upon turning, he discovered he could not catch up. At that moment, An Lan had already sprinted several meters ahead, charging towards the opponent's penalty area with the ball at his feet. With one less man, the other Frankfurt players were tightly marking their opponents, too wary to lose their positions. For a brief moment, no one approached to defend An Lan. He smoothly carried the ball to the edge of the penalty area, from 38 meters away, gazing at the dense wall of defenders. An Lan knew he could not break through. He adjusted his stride and silently chanted to himself, "System, unleash a miracle with sheer force." Then, he lifted his foot and struck the ball with all his might. Bold move, An Lan. That was a good 40 meters, wasn't it? Duan Xian felt a tinge of regret, believing An Lan's long-range shot was rather reckless. Yet, the next second he fell silent. Wow, what a spectacular shot. Is there some sort of sorcery at play? I can't look anymore. My heart is racing. This ball could actually go in? At 17, why does he possess the cold heart of a 71-year-old? Truly a ruthless assassin. The powerful long-range strike was nothing short of explosive. 3 goals in, for more to go. Have faith in An Lan. The Volkswagen Arena fell into silence until the referee pointed to the center circle, signifying the goal as validity. After which the crowd erupted like a volcano. An Lan, while pounding his chest, extended his hand to point towards the colossal image on the northern stand. The score stood at 3-2, with Wolfsburg in the lead. In the enchanting world of An Lan's hat trick, Chapter 92, Maggath, Everything I Desire, An Lan, after a brief celebration, gracefully declined the advances of his exuberant teammates. He strode towards the opponent's goal, extending his hand to request the ball. How absurd, you deceitful player feigning injury. You shall not score another goal. With 30 minutes remaining, do you truly believe you can net 4 more? Foolish dragon country compatriots. Spending 100,000 euros to become the laughingstock of all Europe. Dusky approached him, incessantly chattering with derisive taunts. A goal achieved through a nutmeg. Particularly that final moment when he turned to witness An Lan darting away more than 10 meters. Dusky seethed with anger, fully aware that he had become nothing more than a mere backdrop. An Lan, indifferent to his surroundings, retrieved the ball and returned to the center circle with a calm demeanor. The lone wolf pays no heed to the barking of dogs. For those whom he can surpass in a single stride, An Lan cannot even muster the inclination to glance. Would one gaze at a road traversed in a single step? Certainly not. The players of Frankfurt ambled slowly, all eyes fixed upon the grand screen. In the replay, An Lan feigned a back pass after receiving the ball, deceiving Dusky into halting his pressing advance. Then, with a deft flick of his left foot and a precise thrust of his right, the football slipped through Dusky's legs. Subsequently, he effortlessly maneuvered past Dusky, whose turn was as sluggish as that of a colossal aircraft carrier in comparison to An Lan's swiftness. Utterly inept, by the time Dusky spun around, An Lan had already surged ahead by several meters. Upon reaching the edge of the penalty area, the screen indicated that An Lan was now 38, 6 meters from the goal. Confronted by a dense wall of defenders, he adjusted his footing and unleashed a powerful strike. The football soared like a meteor, piercing through the human barrier with precision and grace. The sudden long-range shot left the goalkeeper Nikolov blocked by a myriad of figures, utterly unprepared. The ball seemed to materialize before him in an instant. He had no time to react, and before he could even make a move, the ball was already in the net, dribbling, breaking through, launching a long-range shot, and scoring. Everything unfolded with such fluidity and elegance. The score stood at 3-2. An Lan has achieved consecutive 5-goal hauls in 2 matches and has netted hat-tricks in 3 games. 15 minutes without a goal, yet it takes merely 15 seconds to score. The head coach of Frankfurt, in a fit of frustration, returned to his seat on the bench, feeling utterly outmatched. In an effort to secure at least a draw, his formation has shifted to a defensive 5-3-1. Although he still has 1 substitution available, he cannot afford to switch back to an attacking formation while trailing. Such a move would undoubtedly lead to devastation, especially with 1 player down, as the opposition would exploit the opportunity for a counterattack, exposing vulnerabilities. The Frankfurt coach discerned that Dusky had been lulled into complacency by An Lan's performance in the first 15 minutes, leading to his being outmaneuvered. However, even if Dusky had remained vigilant, the coach harbored doubts about his ability to single-handedly contain An Lan. Meanwhile, Maggath, scratching his nose, turned to Eswain, who was also observing him. Their eyes met, and Maggath acknowledged, "Yes, An Lan has scored. I am aware. Then what about me?" Eswain coughed lightly. "Do not overexert yourself. Excessive sweating can lead to a cold. It would be wise to sit down and rest for a while." "Understood," Eswain replied. The prospect of making a substitution had faded. Maggath, after directing Eswain back to the bench, reflected inwardly. Initially, he had perceived An Lan's strengths to be his speed, explosive breakthroughs, keen instinct in front of goal, and inconsistent dribbling. He had not anticipated An Lan's capability for long-range shooting. Indeed, An Lan had previously scored from distance, yet most coaches who studied him dismissed it. believing a 17-year-old could not possess such power while still growing. However, after today, long-range shots will undoubtedly be added to An Lan's arsenal. Maggath felt a surge of joy. He regarded An Lan as a hidden gem. You possess everything I desire. A thought began to blossom in his mind. If An Lan were to depart next season, should he follow suit? Wherever An Lan goes, he would accompany him, forging a tale of mentorship. With such a prodigious talent, any club he joins is bound to flourish. Wealthy clubs boast both resources and a formidable roster. They need not fear a lack of accolades. Maggath suddenly found himself entertaining the notion of aligning with An Lan and riding the wave of his burgeoning career. Absolutely incredible. That shot soaked me to the core. An Lan resembled a roaring little tiger. Ladies, who wouldn't adore a sporty guy with a post-match stench? A voice from above chimed in. Why does the girl have a man's avatar? Your boyfriend? No, that's me. I'm a man. You must be joking. What a ridiculous situation. The hat trick was nothing short of madness. 13 goals in 3 Bundesliga matches. This was indeed the embodiment of An Lan's fervor. The match is not yet concluded. A score of 7 goals seems rather improbable. I believe 2 more goals within the next 30 minutes is a more realistic expectation. Should 2 additional goals indeed materialize, it would signify a remarkable achievement of 3 consecutive hat tricks. Is there a record for such an accomplishment? There appears to be none. It can be said that the record for consecutive hat tricks belongs to An Lan, who is currently etching his name in history. Incredible. I recall a user named Hong Mao Dong on the forum, who mentioned writing a novel featuring An Lan in a cameo role. Is that true? That sounds delightful. I shall certainly take a look when it is available. Meanwhile, the online forum of the Dragon Kingdom is in a frenzy across the ocean. Who could have anticipated that An Lan would once again perform a hat trick, alleviating all prior concerns? Most fans are oblivious to any betting agreements. Even if some are aware, they remain indifferent. What harm is there in youthful bravado? 13 goals in 3 matches, what's the fuss? Who dares to speak against it? Chapter 93. Screwdriver, Screwdriver. This is absolutely exhilarating. Well done, An Lan. Oh, the excitement is palpable. Within the Sky Sports studio, a former Wolfsburg player has 1 foot perched on a chair, celebrating with wild abandon. With 30 minutes remaining, if An Lan scores 2 more goals, he will achieve yet another hat trick. He can almost taste victory. On the other side, a former Frankfurt player incessantly criticizes Lewandowski. To be candid, we all know that as the match progresses, players' stamina and concentration typically wane. Yet, it is only the 60th minute, and Lewandowski has already been outsmarted by An Lan. How careless. It is truly beyond redemption. If it were possible, I would hope he could learn from his experience. In the ensuing 30 minutes, it is imperative to keep a close watch on An Lan. An Lan remained oblivious to the fact that his goal tally was tugging at the nerves of countless individuals across the globe. Some journalists, who had already prepared their news articles, found themselves cursing silently upon witnessing his powerful long-range strike, prompting them to hastily revise their pieces. Meanwhile, those holding video cameras,